they set up a tree 25 cubits away from a cistern. And it has been taught as a Tannite rule on this passage, that is whether above or below. Should we say that is when the tree is above and the cistern is below, or does it mean only when the tree and cistern are on the same level, either above or below? It is taught as a Tannite rule, if the tree is above and the cistern is below, or if the tree is below and the cistern is above, the rule applies, they set up a tree 25 cubits away from a cistern. Granted, if the tree is above and the cistern is below, the rule should apply, the tree's roots grow downward, and the tree should be planted within 25 cubits of the cistern, lest it be damaged. But if the tree is below and the cistern is above, will the roots grow upward and damage the cistern? Said R. Hanana, planting a tree within 25 cubits of a cistern located on a higher level of a terrace is not prohibited because of the probability that the roots will push up into the cistern. Rather, it is forbidden because the roots cause the earth to crumble and damage the ground in which the cistern is built. A case concerning a tree planted within 25 cubits of a cistern located on a higher level of a terrace came before R. Yaseh B. Arabun. He said, the role that prohibits this is the opinion of an individual, and we do not base legal decisions on it. For it is taught on Tannite authority. R. Simeon says, just as they said that the rule applies if the tree is above the cistern, so they said that it applies if the tree is below the cistern. 1:3 The same both to non-fruit-bearing trees and to fruit-bearing trees, they view them as if they were fig trees. If capable of producing a loaf of pressed figs weighing 60 mena according to the Italian, they plow the entire sea space for benefit. Less than this, they plow them only according to need. 1 but 2 do not or 2 yield, and 1 does not, they plow for them only according to their need. From 3 to 9 trees. There were 10 upwards of 10, whether or not they yield, they plow the entire sea space for benefit. As it says in Scripture, even at plowing time and harvesting time you shall cease work. There is no need to mention plowing and harvesting during the sabbatical year. Rather, plowing during the 6th year extend into the sabbatical year, and to harvesting during the sabbatical year into the year following the sabbatical. R. Ishmael says, just as plowing is a voluntary act, so harvesting is voluntary. This excludes harvesting the first sheaf. The same both to non-fruit-bearing trees and to fruit-bearing trees, they view them as if they were fig trees. Why did they speak specifically of fig trees? It is because their fruit is plump and they produce plenty. The citron has plump fruit but does not produce plenty. The olive produces plenty of fruit but it is not plump. But these their fruit is plump and they produce plenty. Said R. Hayabar Atta, all other trees produce abundant fruit in 1 year but less the next, but the fig tree produces plenty of fruit every year. If capable of producing a loaf of pressed figs weighing 60 mena according to the Italian, they plow the entire sea space for benefit. RBB in the name of R. Hanana, and that is on condition that the trees do not produce proportionately less than what is required of 3 trees. Zira B. R. Hanana said, and that is on condition that the trees do not produce proportionately less than what is required of 9 trees. If there were 5 trees planted in a sea space, there is a dispute between R. Simeon and rabbis. For we have learned there in the Mishnah, a vineyard that is planted by less than 4 amot, R. Simeon says, is not a vineyard. And sages say, a vineyard, and they view the middle rows as if they did not exist. Then the whole sea space may be plowed until Pentecost for their benefit. As it says in Scripture, even at plowing time and harvesting time you shall cease work. This concerns the beginning of the tractate as follows, they plow for themselves only what is needed, as it is said, at plowing time and harvesting time you shall cease work. There is no need to mention plowing and harvesting during the sabbatical year. Rather, plowing during the 6th year extend into the sabbatical year, and to harvesting during the sabbatical year into the year following the sabbatical. R. Ishmael says, just as plowing is a voluntary act, so harvesting is voluntary. This excludes harvesting the first sheaf. R. Ishmael is consistent with views held elsewhere, for R. Ishmael says, the first sheaf is not brought from produce grown in Syria. Harvesting and plowing on the Sabbath and in the sabbatical year, with the exception of harvesting the first sheaf, which is obligatory. 1:4 3 trees belonging to 3 persons, lo, these join together, and plows the entire sea space for benefit. And how much must there be between? Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, enough so that an ox with its yoke may pass. Arhaya taught as a Tanite rule, the trees belong to one person and the land to another person, they join together and plow the entire sea space for their benefit. Said Aryase, also we have learned in the Mishnah, 3 trees belonging to 3 persons, lo, these join together, and plows the entire sea space for benefit until the new year. 1:5 10 saplings that are spread out within a sea space, they plow the entire sea space for sake until the new year. Were formed in a line or in a semicircle, they plow for them only according to need. Arzira in the name of Allah, Aryase in the name of Yohanan. The procession with the willow branch is a law revealed by God to Moses at Sinai. That is not in accord with Abba Saul, for Abba Saul said, the procession with the willow branch is a matter of the Torah. And you shall take on the first day the fruit of goodly trees, branches of a palm tree and boughs of a leafy tree and willows of the brook. Willows of the brook, 2 of them. One willow is for the lulab, the other for the procession to the temple. Rba, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan, the law concerning the procession with the willow branch and the law of the water libation are laws revealed by God to Moses at Sinai. That is not in accord with Akaba, for Akaba said, the water libation is a matter of the Torah. Regarding the second day, we have their drink offerings, and for the other days except the 7th, Scripture says, its drink offerings. For the 6th day states, its drink offerings, for the 7th day it says, according to their ordinance. The extra letters are mem, yod, mem, which spell water. Arhaya bar Abba asked in the presence of Yohanan, and now that only in the case of 10 saplings in a field may the field be plowed up to the new year of the sabbatical year, why do they plow up to the new year in field of mature trees? He said to him, when the law that prohibited plowing orchards at the end of the 6th year was given at Sinai, it was given with this provision, if the farmers request the court's permission to plow until the end of the 6th year, they may do so. Abba bar Zebedee in the name of Hunia of Beth Oron, the procession with the willow branch, the water libation, and the law of 10 saplings are foundations of the early prophets. Does he disagree? Aryase b Arabun in the name of Levi, that was the law that they had in hand but they forgot it, and the second generation of prophets arose and conformed to the knowledge of the earliest prophets. This is to teach you that every matter in behalf of which the court is ready to give its life in the end will be confirmed in their hands, as it is said, to Moses at Sinai. And this is in line with what Armana said, for it is no trifle for you but it is your life. If it is a trifle for you, how come? Because you did not labor in it. But it is your life. On what condition is it your life? When you labor in it. Yohanan said to Arhaya bar Vava, Babylonians. 2 matters of law came up in your possession, prostration done during a public fast and the willow branches on the 7th day of tabernacles. But the rabbis of Caesarea say, this too, the calculation of the calendar so that the new year will not fall on Sunday, Wednesday, or Friday. It is taught on Tanite authority, a sapling 10. A mature tree 3. Come and see, and a sapling that resembles a mature tree, lo, it is as a mature tree. And a field of reeds is considered as saplings. And yet you have said, a sapling 10. Said Arhuna, what is the meaning of a sapling 10? It means a sea space may not be plowed in behalf of a sapling that is one of only 3 trees planted in that area. It must be made explicit so that you won't reason, 3 saplings that produce a mena of fruit are comparable to 10 that do not produce a mena of fruit but for which an entire sea space may be plowed until the new year. And it is also so that you will not reason, 3 mature trees that do not produce a mena of fruit are comparable to 10 saplings that do not produce a mena of fruit but for which an entire sea of space may be plowed until the new year. For this reason one must state, a sapling 10. And a field of reeds is considered as grain. Arabau in the name of Aryase bar Hanana, They taught this rule for the case of a field of reeds that has already produced bristles were formed in a line or in a semicircle, they plow for them only according to need. Doesn't this conflict with what Samuel said? For Samuel said, that applies if they were planted in a row. There, since the saplings are not in a row but are spread throughout the sea space, you treat them as though they filled the area and the whole space may be plowed. But here the trees are set in a single small area. They do not fill the sea space, and that space may not be plowed. 1:6 saplings and gourds join together within a sea space. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, all 10 in a sea space are gourds. They plow the entire sea space until the new year, until what called saplings. R. Eliezer b. Azariah says, until they become permitted for common use. R. Joshua says, until 7 years old. R. Akiba says, a sapling according to its meaning. A tree that has been cut down, produces shoots 1 handbreadth or less, 1 handbreadth or more, as a tree, the words of R. Simeon. Saplings and gourds join together within a sea space, and that is the case if the saplings are more numerous than the gourds. R. Hananiah b. R. Hillel raised the question, doesn't it seem reasonable that we refer to a Greek gourd? Objected R. Mana, and lo, it is stated as a Tanite rule, 3 shate melons, 3 gourds, and 4 saplings, lo, these join together and they plow the entire sea space for their sake refers only to the final clause. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, all 10 in a sea space are gourds. They plow the entire sea space until the new year. R. Hananiah b. R. Hillel raised the question, doesn't it seem reasonable that we refer to a Greek gourd? Until what called saplings. R. Joshua says, until 7 years old. R. Akiba says, a sapling according to its meaning, a tree that has been cut down, produces shoots 1 handbreadth or less, 1 handbreadth or more, as a tree, the words of R. Simeon. Does it mean, the trees are considered saplings until the 4th year of growth, when the fruit is redeemed and permitted for secular use? Or does it mean that the trees are considered saplings until their 5th year of growth, when the fruit is ready for unconsecrated use on its own? R. Abba bar Jacob in the name of R. Yohanan, that the trees are considered saplings until their 5th year of growth, when the fruit is ready for unconsecrated use on its own. And R. Joshua accord with Rabbi, as it is taught on Tanite authority, said Rabbi, why did they say, a 5-year-old tree, a 6-year-old tree, a 7-year-old tree? Rather I phrase, grapevines 5 years old, and fig trees 6 years old, and olive trees 7 years old. But we see that certain fig saplings grow quickly, said R. Yudan b. R. Tarfon, they grow quickly only in diameter 1 handbreadth or less, 1 handbreadth or more, as a tree, the words of R. Simeon. R. Simeon and R. Eliezer b. Jacob both said the same thing. For said R. Samuel bar Naaman, R. Jonathan in the name of R. Eliezer b. Jacob, one who cuts down his vineyard to a height of less than a handbreadth the field is liable to the laws of Orla for appearance sake. The words of sages, that is true only if he cuts them down even with the earth. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 2. 2:1 Until what time do they plow in a field of grain during the year preceding the sabbatical year? Until the moisture is gone, as long as people plow in order to plant shate melons and gourds. Said R. Simeon, you have put the Torah of each individual into his own hands. Rather, in a field of grain until Passover and in an orchard until Pentecost. Until what time do they plow in a field of grain during the year preceding the sabbatical year? Until the moisture is gone. Who is the Tanite authority who taught that the criterion is moisture in the ground? It is R. Meir. R. Meir concurs with the house of Shammai. The house of Shammai say, so long as to benefit the produce. And R. Simeon concurs with the house of Hillel, but the house of Hillel say, until Pentecost. So do we really maintain that R. Meir accords with the house of Shammai and R. Simeon concurs with the house of Hillel? Rather, R. Meir accords with the prior Mishnah rule and R. Simeon accords with the later Mishnah rule. So do we really maintain R. Meir accords with the prior Mishnah rule and R. Simeon accords with the later Mishnah rule? Rather, our Meir taught the law of Sheb. 1:1 as subject to dispute between the houses of Hillel and Shammai, and our Simeon taught the issue as a matter on which all parties concur. Accordingly, who taught the Tanite rule, until what time do they plow in a field of grain during the year preceding the sabbatical year? It is our Meir. But according to our Simeon, all parties concur that the plowing is permitted until Pentecost, as long as people plow in order to plant shade melons and gourds. It is not the end of the matter that the farmer has shatmelons or gourds that he wants to plant in his own field, but even if others are going to plant shatmelons and gourds, he is permitted to plant in his own field. Said our Simeon, you have put the Torah of each individual into his own hands. This one says, the moisture in my ground is gone. That one says, the moisture in my ground is not gone. Rather, in a field of grain until Passover and in an orchard until Pentecost, what is the difference between a field of grain and an orchard? A field of grain, since he is going to sow it fresh, the ground must be moist. They manure and hoe in fields of shade melons and in fields of gourds until New Year. And likewise, in an irrigated field. They cut off dry twigs, strip off leaves, cover with dust, and fumigate until New Year. Our Simeon says, also, one may remove leaves from a grape cluster during the sabbatical year itself. They remove stones until New Year. They cut back, clip and prune until New Year. Our Joshua says, just as clipping and pruning the 5th year, so too the 6th year. Our Simeon says, as long as I am permitted to care for the tree, I am permitted to prune it. They manure and hoe in fields of shade melons and in fields of gourds until New Year. What is the law as to plowing them? It is taught as a Tanite rule, so long as you are permitted to plow, you are permitted to manure and hoe. If you are not permitted to plow, you are not permitted to manure and hoe. Said our Yaseh, the Mishnah said the same thing, they manure and hoe in fields of shade melons and in fields of gourds until New Year. And likewise, in an irrigated field. And concerning this rule it was taught as a Tanite statement, they plow an irrigated field until New Year of the sabbatical year, 30 days before the New Year of the sabbatical year. Rabbi says, until 3 days before the New Year, so that one may plant and it will take root, and one may sow and it will take root. But does a tree take root in 3 days? Rather, Rabbi says, one may plow and plant only as late as 3 months prior to the New Year of the sabbatical year, so that one may sow rice and it will take root before the sabbatical year, or may plant rice that has already rooted and it will take root before the sabbatical year begins. They cut off dry twigs, remove the withered twigs. Strip off leaves, remove the dried leaves. Cover with dust, dust the fruit. And fumigate, smoke the plants. It is taught on Tanite authority, they straighten out vines until the New Year and they turn vines until the New Year. They turn, associates say, they put a pronged prop under it for support, to keep the vine off the ground. Our Yaseh says, they hang a stone on it to keep the vine on the ground. They thin out and detach the reeds. This means, they thin vines and detach reeds. Where it is customary to thin out and detach vines before tabernacles, they thin out and detach. Before tabernacles. After tabernacles they thin out and detach after tabernacles. Our Simeon says, it is permitted to teach only those vines that grow above the cleft. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Hashiah, our Jacob bar Aha, our Yaseh b. Hananiah in the name of our Hama father of our Hashiah, one takes the whole branch with it. Our Simeon says, also, one may remove leaves from a grape cluster during the sabbatical year itself. There are conflicting theories attributed to our Simeon. There we have learned as a Tanite rule, they flood rice during the sabbatical year, the words of our Simeon. But they do not trim. But here he says this case is different, for it is as thought the farmer was saving the vines from a fire. They remove stones until New Year. They cut back, clip and prune until New Year. Our Joshua says, just as clipping and pruning the 5th year, so too the 6th year. Our Simeon says, as long as I am permitted to care for the tree, I am permitted to prune it. They remove stones until New Year. There we learn in the Mishnah, one who clears stones from his field, removes the topmost ones and leaves those which are touching the ground, and here you say the said are Jonah. Here, it concerns detached stones, but here it is stones attached to the ground. R. Simeon says, as long as I am permitted to care for the tree, I am permitted to prune it. Said R. Yase, we were considering the proposition that R. Simeon accords with R. Joshua concerning cutting back shoots, clipping and pruning the 5th year, so too the 6th year. 2 Tanite rulings, they remove stones until New Year. They cut back, clip and prune until New Year. That is in accord with rabbis. R. Joshua says, just as clipping and pruning the 5th year, so too the 6th year. There are 3 Tanite rulings, they remove stones until New Year. They cut back, clip and prune until New Year. That is in accord with rabbis. R. Joshua says, just as clipping and pruning the 5th year, so too the 6th year up to Pentecost. 2:3 They smear the saplings, wrap them, cover them with ash, make shelters for them, and water them until New Year. R. Eliezer bar R. Sadok says, also, one may water the leaves during the sabbatical year itself, but not the roots. They pour oil on unripe figs and pierce them until New Year. Unripe figs during the year preceding the sabbatical and which continued growing during the sabbatical year itself, during the sabbatical year and which continued growing during the year following the sabbatical, they neither pour oil nor pierce them. R. Judah says, where it is customary to pour oil they do not pour oil because it is processed. Where it is not customary to pour oil they may pour oil. R. Simeon permits the tree because one is permitted to tend a tree. They smear the saplings. The Mishnah represents the position of R. Judah the patriarch. But rabbis, during his sabbatical year they smear saplings with oil to keep off insects, but they do not do this during the intermediate days of a festival. In either case they do not remove insect larvae wedged into the trunk, but one may remove the mature insects that already see. R. Yase said. R. Abuna asked, what is the difference between one who in the sabbatical year smears saplings with oil and one who makes a shelter around the sapling? One who smears saplings with oil is like one who put a guard near the tree. One who makes a shelter shades the tree and it grows faster. There we learned in the Mishnah, one who truncates an olive tree should not cover with dirt. Rather, he covers it with stones or with stubble. R. Yase said. R. Abuna asked, what is the difference between using stubble and using dirt? Using stubble is comparable to putting a guard near the tree. But covering it with dirt creates muddy ground and speeds up growth. R. Eliezer bar R. Sadok says, also, one may water the leaves during the sabbatical year itself, but not the roots. R. Yase ben Kippur taught as a Tanite statement in the name of R. Eliezer b. Shammua, the house of Shammai say, one waters all the foliage, and the water falls on the root. The house of Hillel say, one waters either the foliage or the root itself. Members of the house of R. Yaneh watered saplings using a basket. Said R. Jacob bar Zebedee, R. Isaac bar Tabela watered saplings using a basket. R. Haya bar Abba said, R. Yudan bar Jireah watered saplings using a basket and hoe. But did he purposely till the soil? In the days of R. Haya bar Abba, they would water palm saplings with a new broom or with palm branches. They pour oil on unripe figs and pierce them until New Year. We learn in the Mishnah, they pour oil on unripe figs and pierce them until New Year. The Tanite authority of the household of Rabbi during the year preceding the sabbatical. R. Eliezer accords with the statement of the Mishnah. R. Yohanan accords with the Tanite authority of the household of Rabbi. According to R. Eliezer, R. Judah planned only to rule leniently. According to R. Yohanan, R. Judah planned only to rule stringently. 2:4 They do not plant, sink or graft during the year preceding the sabbatical within 30 days of the new year. And if one planted, sank or grafted, one must uproot. R. Judah says, all grafting that does not take root within 3 days will not take root. R. Yase and R. Simeon say, within 2 weeks. They do not plant, sink or graft during the year preceding the sabbatical within 30 days of the new year. R. Eliezer in the name of R. Yase bar Zimra, the rule speaks of a case in which it is not known how much time it takes for what is planted, sunk, or grafted to take root. but if it is certain that it will take root before the sabbatical year, it is permitted. They do not plant, sink or graft during the year preceding the sabbatical within 30 days of the new year. And if one planted, sank or grafted, one must uproot. If one did not uproot the plantings, what is the status of the produce? Our Abba, our law were in session in Tyre. A case came before them. Our law gave instruction, let the produce be poured out. Said our Abba, I was not numbered with them in the upper room. They said, let us go outside and learn. They went out and heard, our Jonah, our Isaac bar Table in the name of our Eliezer. They do not add to the law on the basis of a rule that to begin with is only a rabbinic ordinance. If one planted and then died, what is the rule on whether his son can maintain the planting? Our Jacob bar Abai of Bar Dela taught on Tanite authority, if one planted and then died, his son is permitted to maintain the planting. And that accords with the one who said, during the sabbatical year actions that are permitted post facto are forbidden because of the suspicion that the Israelites purposely circumvent the sabbatical year. But as to the one who said, it is because of the age of trees, such that people will know that the tree in question was planted in violation of the sabbatical year, the son counts as well. It was taught on Tanite authority, one who plants, sinks, or grafts 30 days before the new year is considered to be 1 year old, and one is permitted to allow it to grow during the sabbatical year. Less than this, it is not considered to be a 1 year old, and one is forbidden to allow it to grow during the sabbatical year. What is the scriptural basis for this rule? Said our Yase in the name of our Yohanan, and in the 4th year all their fruit shall be holy. What do you derive from that verse? Said our Zira, Leviticus 19:23 states, 3 years it shall be forbidden to you, it shall not be eaten, and in the 4th year. Said our Abba bar Mammal in the presence of our Zira, the rule is appropriate if he planted the sapling at least 30 days before the new year. But if it was not planted at least 30 days before the new year, come and see, a full year of growth is not accredited to him as of new year, and yet you say this, said to him, now if this is the case, then even if it was planted 30 days prior to the new year, it should remain forbidden until 30 days before the near year of the 4th year. What is the reason? Said our Mana, since it stands in the middle of the year of trees, they complete the year. 2:5 Rice, dura, millet, and sesame, that took root before new year are tithed according to the previous year. And, took root before new year they are permitted during the sabbatical year. And if not they are forbidden during the sabbatical year and they are tithed according to the of the year following. Our Simeon Chazuri says, Egyptian beans that one originally sowed for the sake of their seed, are analogous to them. Our Simeon says, large beans are analogous to them. Our Eliezer says, large beans if they begin to form pods before new year. Rice, dura, millet, and sesame, that took root before new year are tithed according to the previous year. For fruit they follow the rules for the year in which it reached 1/3 of its growth. For rice they follow the rules for the year in which it took root. For vegetables they follow the rules for the year in which it is picked. Whence in scripture do we know that for fruit they follow the rules for the year in which it reached 1/3 of its growth? You shall keep the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days when you make your ingathering from your threshing floor and from your winepress from your threshing floor, meaning, some of the produce intended for your threshing floor and not all of the grain that will go to the threshing floor. And from your winepress even if not all the grapes that will go to the winepress. Then maybe they follow the rules for the year in which it reached less than 1/3 of its growth. Said our Zira, you shall tithe all the yield of your seed. This refers to something that is sown and yields produce, excluding from tithing produce that has reached less than 1/3 of its growth, which, if sown, does not yield produce. Rice, dura, millet, and sesame, that took root before new year are tithed according to the previous year? Said our Yohanan, let us draw an analogy to the Festival of Tabernacles. Just as the Festival of Tabernacles occurs in the following year, yet you treat it as part of the past year, so these fruits reach 2/3 of their growth in the coming year, yet you treat them as part of the previous year. Rice, dura, millet, and sesame, that took root before new year are tithed according to the previous year, Shall we say that in the case of rice, dura, millet, and sesame the rule is the same? Arhuna Bar Haya said, it is impossible to determine when they have reached a third of growth. They replied to Arhuna Bar Haya, but is it not taught on Tanite authority, as to Egyptian beans sowed for their sake, some of which ripened one gathers the whole harvest together and ends up separating seed as tithes in behalf of the vegetable, and the vegetable as tithes in behalf of the seed? Said Aryase, Huna Bar Haya supported the proposition that Arjona, Huna Bar Haya in the name of Samuel, it is written, you shall tithe all the yield of your seed that comes forth from the field year by year. One sets aside a single tithe in a single year and does not separate two tithes in a single year. They answered, lo, Egyptian beans, lo, doesn't the farmer separate two tithes in a single year? For it is taught on Tanite authority, one gathers the whole harvest together and winds up separating seed as tithes in behalf of the vegetable and the vegetable as tithes in behalf of the seed. Said Arzira, it is written, 6 years you shall sow your field and 6 years you shall prune your vineyard and gather its fruits. There must be 6 times of planting and 6 times of gathering, not 6 times of planting and 7 times of gathering. Said Arjona, we cannot affirm the claim that there should be 6 harvests, so how can we explain that there will be 7? If we invoke the criterion of when the produce reaches a third of its growth, what is planted in the 6th year will be subject to the rules of the 7th year. There is no harvest at all, so the 6 plantings yield only 5 harvests. The claim that scripture requires 6 harvests fails. But this is the rule, there must be 6 times of planting and 6 times of gathering, not 6 times of planting and 5 times of gathering. They objected, lo, Egyptian beans, lo, don't they have 6 times of planting and 5 times of gathering? For it has been taught on Tanite authority, Egyptian beans sown for their seed, but some of which ripened one gathers the whole harvest together and ends up separating seed as tithe for the vegetable and vegetable as tithe for the seed. How on the basis of scripture do we know that in the case of vegetables they follow the point at which the crop is picked to determine when they are subject to tithes? Scripture states, you shall keep the Feast of Tabernacles 7 days when you make your ingathering from your threshing floor and from your winepress, just as in the case of produce of your threshing floor and winepress, which lives on the rains of the preceding year, you tithe according to the rule for the preceding year, so in the case of vegetables, since they live from the rain of the following year and not the year in which they are planted, you tithe according to the rule for the following year, in which they are picked. They answered, lo, there is the Egyptian bean, if he sowed it for the sake of seed, it is tithed according to the rule for the preceding year, if for vegetable, it is tithed according to the rule in the following year. Now does the farmer who sows Egyptian beans have a charm, so that if he sows for seed the plants will thrive on the rain of the preceding year, but if he sows for vegetable they thrive on the rain for the coming year? Our Simeon Chizuri says, Egyptian beans that one originally sowed for the sake of their seed, are analogous to them. Our Simeon says, large beans are analogous to them. Our Eliezer says, large beans if they begin to form pods before New Year. What is the meaning of forming pods if they begin to form pods before New Year? It is when they form seed bags. Our Abba Bar Zebedee in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, the decided law is in accord with our Simeon Chizuri. Said our Yase, our Eliezer instructed our Shabbatai of Sirica in accord with this ruling of our Simeon Chizuri. It is taught on Tanite authority, 6 rules did the sages state in regard to Egyptian beans. If one planted it for seed, it is tithed according to the rules for the preceding year. If one planted it for vegetable, it is tithed according to the rule for the following year, when it is harvested. If one planted it for seed and vegetable, or if one planted it for seed and decided to harvest it for vegetable, he tithes both the seed and the vegetable according to the rule for the preceding year and separates the seed as tithes for the vegetable and the vegetable as tithes for the seed. That is so if it reached a third of its growth prior to the new year. Bt if it reached a third of its growth after the new year, its seed is tithed according to the rules for the preceding year, hen it was planted, and its vegetal is tithed according to the principle that it is subject to tithing according to the rules in effect when it is picked. That is so if he picked it prior to the new year. But if he picked it after the new year, both the seed and the vegetable are tithed according to the rules for the coming year. If one planted it for seed but decided to harvest it for the vegetable, they follow his plan. If one planted it for vegetable but decided to harvest it for seed, his plan is null unless he refrains from picking green pods on at least 3 occasions. That is in a case in which it reached a third of its ultimate growth prior to the new year. But if it reached a third of its growth after the new year, then even if he refrained from picking green pods on 3 occasions, it is tithed according to the rules for the following year. If he planted it for seed and it entirely produced ripe pods prior to the new year, its seed is tithed according to the rules for the preceding year, in which it was planted, and the vegetable is tithed according to the rule that it is subject to tithing according to the rules in effect when it is picked. If some of it produced ripe pods and some of it did not produce ripe pods prior to the new year, this is the rule: one gathers the whole harvest together and ends up separating seed as tithes in behalf of the vegetable, and the vegetable as tithes in behalf of the seed. Our Abadimi of Haifa taught on Tanite authority, even if it did not entirely produce ripe pods prior to New Year, its seed is tithed according to the rules for the previous year, when it was planted, and its vegetable is tithed according to the rule that it is subject to tithing according to the rules in effect when it is picked. Said Aryase, that is so if at the time it reached a third of its growth, the farmer intended it for its seed. But if at that time he intended it for the vegetable, can one hold that the seed is tithed according to the rules for the previous year and its vegetable is tithed subject to the rules in effect when it is picked? If one planted Egyptian beans for seed prior to the new year of the sabbatical year and before the seed was harvested the sabbatical year began, both the seed and the vegetable are permitted. If one planted it for the vegetable prior to the new year of the sabbatical year and the sabbatical year began, both the seed and the vegetable are forbidden. If he planted it for the seed and the vegetable prior to the new year of the sabbatical year and the sabbatical year began, obviously its seed is permitted. But as for the vegetable, what is the rule? Arhaya taught as a Tanite rule, it is forbidden. Arhaliptabi. Saul taught as a Tanite rule, it is permitted. He who taught that it is permitted holds this position as the law of the Torah. The one who says it is forbidden rules stringently for appearance's sake. Our Simon bar Zebedee asked before Aryase, even if he wishes to feed the plant to his cattle, should doing so be forbidden for appearance's sake? He said to him, he may not give it to his son or to his agent and he may not pick it by row. Said Aryase Br Bun, if when he picks the seeds, which is permitted, the sprout is uprooted, it is permitted to feed it to his cattle. Even in the opinion of him who says it is forbidden, if he was picking the seed pods and found a vegetable in one, he is permitted to give this to his cattle. That is in line with the following: somebody came carrying 10 bunches of Libyan beans as tithe to our Jeremiah. He said to him, Don't do this again. You may not pick more than you need for the stew pot if one planted it prior to the new year of the 8th year and the 80 year began, both its seed and the vegetable are forbidden. If he planted it for the vegetable before the new year of the 8th year and the 8th year began, both the seed and the vegetable are permitted. If one planted it for its seed and vegetable before the new year of the 8th year and the 8th year began, its seed is forbidden and the vegetable is permitted. 2:6 shallots and Egyptian beans which one deprived of water 30 days before New Year are tithed according to the previous year. And if, they are permitted during the sabbatical year. And if not, they are forbidden during the sabbatical year. And they are tithed according to the following year. And a naturally watered field has deprived of water for 2 periods, the words of our Meir. But sages say, 3. What are shallots? They are onions found in villages, which do not produce seeds. Said Armana, since he withheld water from them for 30 days before the new year, they are treated like plants in a naturally watered field. Arjona asked, is it treated as grown for seed retroactively or only from the point after the farmer deprived the field of water and onward? Where does it matter? If he picked produce within 30 days of the new year of the sabbatical year and in that time withheld water and picked some of the produce after 30 days, if you say that it retroactively is treated as seed, he may separate tithes from this produced, picked first, in behalf of that which he picked afterward. Gourds that one left so that if they became hard before the new year of the sabbatical year, and became unfit for human food, one is permitted to leave them during the sabbatical year. And if not, one is forbidden to leave them during the sabbatical year, they are regarded as produce of that year. The farmer must use these gourds for food, in accordance with M8:1, and may not leave them to dry out in the field. Their buds are forbidden during the sabbatical year. And they sprinkle water on a field of grain, the words of R. Simeon. R. Eliezer B. Jacob forbids. They flood rice during the sabbatical year, the words of R. Simeon. But they do not trim. If they became hard before the new year of the sabbatical year, what need do I have to specify that they became hard? Even if they did not become hard, once the gourds have become hard, they are comparable to other garden seeds that are not eaten. And became unfit for human food, how does the farmer investigate that the gourd has become inedible? R. Yase B. Hanana says, he punctures the gourd. If when he removes the needle the hole closes up, then it is forbidden, but if not, it is permitted. R. Jonah of Basra said, Carmulin is exempt from tithes. That which you have said is so long as it has not produced gourds. But if it has produced gourds, it is subject to the law like other vegetables. R. Yase taught concerning colocasia leaves that during the sabbatical year it is forbidden to drink water from them, since gazelles eat them. And they sprinkle water on a field of grain, the words of R. Simeon. R. Eliezer B. Jacob forbids. The opinion of R. Simeon accords with that of the rabbis, and the opinion of R. Eliezer B. Jacob is in accord with his own view. That is as we have taught on Tannite authority there, R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, they led water from one tree to another, on condition that one not water the entire field. Seeds which have not been watered before the festival one should not water on the intermediate days of the festival. And sages permit in this case and in that. Armana stated the following without specifying an authority, while Abin in the name of Samuel, the dispute pertains to an average situation. For how may be interpret the dispute about leading water from one tree to another, either in the 7th year or in the intermediate days of the festival? If we deal with a field in which the trees are far apart, then in the view of all parties it will be prohibited. If we deal with a field in which the trees are close together, all parties will concur that it will be permitted. Accordingly, we must deal with an average situation, in which trees are planted at the rate of 10 per cs space of ground. R. Eliezer B. Jacob treats such a case as if the trees were far apart, and rabbis treat such a case as if the trees were planted close together. Lo, rabbis rule that when they are far apart, it is forbidden to water the entire field. What then is the rule as to channeling the water from tree to tree? Let us derive the position of rabbis from the view of R. Eliezer B. Jacob. Just as R. Eliezer B. Jacob has said, when the trees are far apart, it is forbidden to water the field but permitted to lead water from one tree to another, so rabbis maintain that when the trees are far apart, it is forbidden to water the field but permitted to lead water from one tree to another. But have we not reasoned that in the case in which the trees are far apart, all parties concur that it is forbidden? And since we deal with white soil, is this not a case in which the trees are far apart? But a better answer is to make a distinction between the rule prevailing in the case of the sabbatical year, and that prevailing in the case of the intermediate days of the festival. What is the difference between the sabbatical year and the intermediate days of a festival? In the case of the sabbatical year, since it is permitted to work, sages have permitted labor, whether it is burdensome or it is not burdensome. But as to the intermediate days of a festival, since it is not permitted to work, sages have permitted only labor in connection with what will perish, and that is on condition that it is not burdensome labor. There is he who proposed to derive the difference on the basis of the following consideration: in the sabbatical year, since it goes on for a long time, they have permitted the matter. In the intermediate days of a festival, since it is for only a brief time, they have forbidden. As to those last 7 days of the sabbatical year, is it not reasonable to treat them as equivalent to the 7 days of a festival and to forbid? There is the following teaching: they water white soil in the 7th year but not in the intermediate days of the festival, the words of R. Simeon. And R. Eliezer b. Jacob prohibits. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 3. 3:1 From what time do bring manure out in dung heaps? From the time when workers cease, the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, from the time when the moisture dries up. R. Yase says from the time when forming clumps. How much manure? Up to 3 dung heaps per sea space, each 10 baskets, each a letek. They may add to the baskets, but they may not add to the dung heaps. R. Simeon says, also, of dung heaps. From what time do bring manure out in dung heaps? From the time when workers cease. What is the law on making a dung heap at the entrance to one's courtyard before the time when during other years of the sabbatical cycle workers cease spreading manure in their fields? Silni asked R. Hayabar and he prohibited doing so. R. Hanana said, he permitted it. People said, this one is taking tithe. Thereupon Hanana declared that he should leave for abroad, outside of the land of Israel, where he could not receive tithe. When workers cease, but even once the workers have ceased work in spreading manure, it should be forbidden to make the dung heaps in the sabbatical year, for appearance's sake. It is so that people won't say, he is bringing the dung out to his irrigated field. The people of his town will know whether he has an irrigated field or not. Said R. Yase, that is to say, in matters concerning appearance's sake, they did not scruple concerning passers-by. As to the prohibition of doing agricultural work during the 2 periods preceding the sabbatical year, what is the law on whether or not it is permitted to follow this same arrangement? Let us derive the answer from the following: in the year preceding the 7th year, they sell manure to, and bring it out an Israelite who is suspected of the 7th year, and a Gentile or a Samaritan even during the 7th year, it is permitted. But this is the case on condition that they not unload the wicker baskets used to carry the dung. The only prohibition stated against bringing out dung before the sabbatical year is that they not unload the wicker baskets, but as to bringing out the manure, that is to say it is permitted. And if you say it is forbidden, it should be forbidden to take it out. R. Judah says, from the time when the moisture dries up. That is when the ground becomes cracked. Said R. Mana, this refers to cracks in the dry earth of a valley. R. Yase says from the time when forming clumps. This is after the soil has formed hard clumps. Said R. Hananiah, when the clumps have formed at the top of the soil, it dries out completely. On the opinions a Tannite statement set forth, their opinions are close to identical. In fact, how much manure? Up to 3 dung heaps per sea space, each 10 baskets, each a letek. They may add to the baskets, but they may not add to the dung heaps. Said R. Jeremiah, one who has too few baskets of manure to make 3 heaps of 10 baskets each may create 2 heaps instead of 3. R. Yase asked, if one has too few baskets of manure to make 3 heaps of 10 baskets each, isn't making 2 heaps instead of 3 forbidden? But thus do we interpret the rule: in the case of one who creates a dung heap containing more than the required quantity of 10 baskets of manure, we have that which is taught on Tannite authority, they do not add to baskets or to dung heaps, the words of R. Meir. And sages say, they may add to the number of baskets, but they may not add to the number of dung heaps. They may increase the number of baskets. Doesn't this mean, increasing it over the minimum quantity of 10 baskets? And along these same lines, they may not add to the number of dung heaps even if it contains the requisite quantity of 10 baskets of manure. 3:2 A man constructs within his field 3 dung heaps per sea space. More than that. More than quarried stone, the words of R. Simeon. But sages forbid unless the farmer either deepens 3 or raises 3. A person places the manure in his possession in one large pile. R. Meir forbids unless he either deepens 3 or raises 3. If one had a small amount continues to add to it. R. Eliezer b. Azariah forbids thee unless he deepens 3 or raises 3, or unless he places on rocky ground. Why does the Mishnah teach R. Simeon's statement that one may create more than 3 dung heaps 2 times? Said R. Jeremiah, here he permits creating more than 3 heaps in a case in which one forms each of the dung heaps of less than 10 baskets of manure. But here he permits creating more than 3 heaps when he forms dung heaps of the requisite 10 basket measure. And so it is taught on Tanite authority concerning R. Simeon's statement, on condition that the individual not create a dung heap of less than 3 baskets of manure. A person places the manure in his possession in one large pile. R. Meir forbids unless he either deepens 3 or raises 3. The farmer must raise or lower the ground only if he makes a single dung heap of more than the requisite quantity of manure. But if he has only the requisite quantity of 3 baskets, putting it in 3 places is permitted. Putting it in a single place is permitted all the more so. If one had a small amount continues to add to it. R. Eliezer b. Azariah forbids thee unless he deepens 3 or raises 3, or unless he places on rocky ground. There are 2 interpretations of this dispute. When the farmer had in his house just a little manure on the eve of the sabbatical year and wants to bring it out to his field during the sabbatical year itself, lo, this one continues to add to it from the time that the workers cease. R. Eliezer b. Azariah forbids thee unless he deepens 3 or raises 3, or unless he places on rocky ground. What is the reason for the ruling of R. Eliezer b. Azariah? Perhaps the farmer will not find more manure to add to the small pile and will end up just fertilizing that particular place. You may interpret the dispute in a second way. When the farmer had in his house just a little manure on the eve of the sabbatical year and wants to bring it out to his field during the sabbatical year itself, lo, this one continues to add to it from the time that the workers cease. R. Eliezer b. Azariah forbids thee unless he deepens 3 or raises 3, or unless he places on rocky ground. What is the reason for the ruling of R. Eliezer b. Azariah? Perhaps the farmer will not find more manure to add to the small pile and will end up just fertilizing that particular place. Wasn't that particular place already fertilized on the eve of the sabbatical year? R. Abba, R. Jeremiah b. R. Abun bar Haya in the name of R. Abba bar Mammal, it is because of appearance's sake until he brings out 10 basketfuls at the same time. And don't the rabbis take account of appearance's sake? Said R. Edi of Hutreya, his basket and shovel prove that he is making a dung heap. R. Yase b. R. Abun said, these traditions here concerning the reasoning of R. Eliezer b. Azariah correspond to the 2 different explanations given for that which we have learned on Tanite authority. R. Eliezer b. Azariah says, they do not make a new water channel on the intermediate days of a festival or in the 7th year. And sages say, they make a new water channel in the 7th year, and they repair damaged ones on the intermediate days of a festival. Said R. Zira, it is because he prepares the sides of the water channel for sowing. R. Jeremiah, R. Bun bar Haya in the name of R. Ba bar Mammal, it is for appearance sake. They propose to rule as follows: he who has said there that the reason is because of appearance sake will maintain here that the reason is for appearance sake. He who has said there that the reason is because he prepares the sides of the channel for sowing, what do you have to say in the present case? You can only reply for the present case, he may not find sufficient manure to add to the heap, and the man will turn out to be manuring that place on which he is storing his manure. What is the practical difference between these 2 reasons? If one dug out a ditch, making a water channel with built-up sides. This is what they propose to say: he who holds there that the operative reason is on account of appearance sake will prohibit doing so here because of appearance sake. He who has said there that the prohibition is because he prepares the sides of the channel for sowing, lo, in this case he does not prepare the sides of the channel for sowing. All concur that if he had available stones, pebbles, mortar, or gypsum, it is permitted. 3:3 One who uses his field as a fold, makes an enclosure 2 c spaces in area. He removes 3 sides and leaves the middle side. The result is that he encloses within a fold 4 c spaces. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, 8 sea spaces. His entire field was 4 sea spaces in area. He sets aside a small section so as the appearance, and he removes from within the enclosure and places it in his field in the accepted manner of those who handle manure. There we have learned in the Mishnah, a field that was cleared of thorns may be sown during the year following the sabbatical. That was improved, or that was used as a fold. Said Arjona, this is the sense of the Mishnah passage. He who wants to put a flock in his field during the sabbatical year makes a pen the size of 2 sea spaces. They construct enclosures using all, with stones, matting, straw, reeds, and stalks. Even with 3 ropes, one on top of another, so long as there is not a space of 3 handbreadths between rope and another, for a young goat to enter. In that space between the enclosures he may milk and shear and herd the flock through it. It has been taught on Tanite authority. R. Simeon B. Eliezer says, sinks a stake in the middle and surrounds it with 4 enclosures on its 4 sides covering 8 sea spaces. On Sabbaths, festivals, or the intermediate days of festivals they do not drive a flock into a fold, even as a favor. If they came of their own accord, they do not assist them. But if the Gentiles work on contract, on Sabbaths and festivals he is permitted to assign one as a guard or to drive the flock around the fold. And if they entered the fold by themselves, they help them along. It is taught on Tanite authority. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, they drive a flock into a fold on the Sabbath as a favor, on a festival for his meals, and on the intermediate days of a festival even if he receives his salary. It was taught on Tanite authority. One who during the other years of the sabbatical cycle hires a flock to fertilize his field, it is forbidden to drive it around to speed up the process. What is the meaning of to drive it around? To lead it from place to place. That rule is stated for when he hired it for a short time. But if he hired the flock for an extended period of time, it is permitted to move the flock about. On the last day of the period for which the flock was hired, it is forbidden to drive the flock about. Arhuna in the name of Arnaman bar Jacob, he who went off to empty his bowels but cannot move his bowels, let him walk around from place to place, and he will be able to move his bowels. Arhuna in the name of Mar Ukban, Hafrida is a root that is good for the bowels. Arhaya bar Abba asked, before the time that during other years of the sabbatical cycle workers cease their labors, what is the rule on whether or not it is permitted to remove dung from the enclosure and to put it in the field in the manner of those who fertilize? 3:4 A man may not begin to open a stone quarry in his field, unless the field contains 3 piles each 3 by 3 by 3 high, their measure is 27 stones. A wall consisting of 10 stones, be carried by 2 men low, these may be removed during the sabbatical year. The height of the wall is 10 handbreadths. Less than this, he may chisel but he may level only until it is 1 handbreadth from ground level. To what does this apply? From within one's own. But from that of his neighbor, he may remove any amount he wishes. To what case does this apply? To a case in which he did not begin during the year preceding the sabbatical. But if he did begin in the year preceding the sabbatical, he may remove any amount he wishes. A man may not begin to open a stone quarry in his field, unless the field contains 3 piles each 3 by 3 by 3 high. What would be a practical case of reaching a measure of 27 stones? 3 layers of 9 stones or 9 stones across by 3 stones in height, thus 27 stones. It is taught on Tanite authority. As for a quarry next to his neighbor's quarry, if during the sabbatical year his neighbor was permitted to open his quarry, he is also permitted to remove stones from the area. But if as a consequence of the neighbor's action it was completely emptied of stones, it is forbidden for him to dig there. There we learned in the Mishnah, the wall projection brings uncleanness whatever its depth. The pointed molding and the rounded molding a square handbreadth. And under what circumstances have they said, a wall projection brings uncleanness whatever its depth? Concerning a projection which is higher than the door by 3 courses, which are 12 handbreadths. More than this it brings uncleanness square handbreadth wide. Said Arhaya bar Abba, that is to say, one who contracts with his fellow to build a layer of stones must build him one of 4 handbreadths. Said Aryase, the Mishnah said so explicitly, and under what circumstances have they said, a wall projection brings uncleanness whatever its depth? Concerning a projection which is higher than the door by 3 courses, which are 12 handbreadths. And why have we learned on Tanite authority that the projection consists of 3 layers? To teach the rule that whenever a layer of stone or brick is mentioned, it is 4 handbreadths high. Arhaya bar Abba asked, are these measurements of 4 handbreadths per layer of bricks the same as those for the height of the layers in a stone wall that may be removed from the field during the sabbatical year? Ar Hezekiah bar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Aryase br Hanana. These measurements are the same as those measurements. Here you state, a wall consisting of 10 stones, be carried by 2 men lo, these may be removed during the sabbatical year. The height of the wall is 10 handbreadths. Less than this, he may chisel but he may level only until it is 1 handbreadth from ground level, and there you state this. With what case do we deal? If it is a case in which there are 2 layers of 4 handbreadths each, that is only 8 handbreadths and not the 10 that are required. And if there are 3 layers of stones, that is 12 handbreadths. So the layers cannot be 4 handbreadths each, such they do not yield a wall 10 handbreadths high. Said Aryase, deduct half a handbreadth for chiseling on one side and half q handbreadth for chiseling on the other side, and so with each adjacent surface, and it turns out that 3 layers reach a height of 10 handbreadths. If it is less than this, it is not a fence or a stone quarry. To what does this apply? From within one's own. But from that of his neighbor, he may remove any amount he wishes. To what case does this apply? To a case in which he did not begin during the year preceding the sabbatical. But if he did begin in the year preceding the sabbatical, he may remove any amount he wishes. It is taught on Tanite authority, said Arjuta, under what circumstances? When one intends to make into a field, but when one does not intend to make into a field, even a blatant transgression is permitted. Said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, under what circumstances? When one does not intend to make into a field, but when one intends to make into a field, even the most minor transgression is forbidden. Said Rbb, R. Yase decided a case in accord with the lenient Tanite authority. 3:5 stones that a plough moved, or that were covered and were uncovered, if there are among them 2 capable of being carried by 2 men, lo, these may be removed. One who clears stones from his field, removes the topmost ones and leaves those that are touching the ground. And so of a heap of pebbles or a pile of stones, one removes the topmost ones and leaves those that are touching the ground. If there is beneath them a rock or straw, lo, these may be removed. It is not the end of the matter that the plough moved the stones, but even stones that a plough can move in the future. Said Aryase, a Tanite statement says this in so many words, if each stone is so large that it can be carried only by 2 men, lo, these stones may be removed. If there is beneath them a rock or straw, lo, these may be removed. R. Jacob bar Abun in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, that is to say that in all the years of the sabbatical cycle it is forbidden to take pebbles from his neighbor's field, for when the neighbor weeds, he places the herbs on the pebbles, so that they do not get dirty. That which you say applies to a valley. But in the mountains and on rocky crags it is permitted. One who removes pebbles from his neighbor's field in mountainous or rocky areas is regarded as having done a favor. 3:6 During the year preceding the sabbatical, after the rains have ceased, they do not build terraces on the sides of ravines, for this prepares during the sabbatical year. However, during the sabbatical year, after the rains have ceased, one may build, for this prepares during the year following the sabbatical. And he may not support with dirt, but constructs a rough embankment. Any stone that he can stretch out his hand and pick up, lo, this may be picked up. Archirispa in the name of Ar Yohanan, Hanana b. Gamaliel, the Mishnah speaks of the restriction of the sabbatical year that applied during the 2 additional periods prior to the start of the sabbatical year. It is taught on Tanite authority, Ar Judah and Ar Nehemiah forbid. Did they not flourish in the time of the restriction against doing field work during the 2 additional periods? So this passage applied only in the time of the restriction against doing field work during the 2 additional periods. Yerushalmi asked, if the law applied only during the time of the restriction against doing field work during the 2 additional periods, concerning this have we not been taught on Tanite authority? However, during the sabbatical year, after the rains have ceased, one may build, for this prepares during the year following the sabbatical? Then the law applies even during the time after it was deemed permitted to do field work during the 2 additional periods. If the law applied even when it was permitted to do field work during the 2 additional periods, you end up ruling that plowing for the benefit of the following year is permitted, while building is forbidden. Said Armana, well did Yerushalmi speak. First, plowing is permitted since this prepares the field for cultivation during the year following the sabbatical year but has no effect on the crop of the sabbatical year itself. Building terraces is forbidden since this prepares the field for cultivation during the sabbatical year itself. The Mishnah did not say so. Rather, however, during the sabbatical year, after the rains have ceased, one may build, for this prepares during the year following the sabbatical. And he may not support with dirt, but constructs a rough embankment. What is a rough embankment? It embanks the earth of the terrace, and when the people build an embankment, 3:7 stones shoulder may come from anywhere, and a contractor brings from anywhere. And what are stones shoulder? Any stone that cannot be picked up with one hand. The words of our Meir. Aryase says, stones shoulder are what their name implies, all that are picked up 2-3 on the shoulder. One who builds a fence between his and the public domain is permitted to dig down to rock level. What should he do with the dirt? He piles it up in the public domain and repairs it. The words of our Joshua. Our Akaba says, just as one does not do damage in the public domain, so too one does not repair it. What should he do with the dirt? He piles it up in his own field in the manner of those who store manure. And likewise, one who digs a well, a trench, or a cave. Stone's shoulder may come from anywhere, even from his own field. And a contractor brings from anywhere, even stones that are smaller than stones carried on the shoulder. One who builds a fence between his and the public domain is permitted to dig down to rock level. Arhaya, in the name of Ar Yohanan, they taught this rule only in regard to property between his own land and public domain. Lo, between his property and his neighbor's property, it is forbidden in the sabbatical year, but during the intermediate days of a festival, even to build a fence between his property and public domain is forbidden. In the case of a hole in a fence that is caused by the loss of several stones that is still sealed by dirt, it is forbidden in the sabbatical year to replace the stones. But in the case of a hole in a fence created by the loss of several stones that is no longer sealed by dirt, it is permitted to seal it up with stones during the sabbatical year. And so it has been taught on Tanite authority, in the case of a hole in a fence that is caused by the loss of several stones that is still sealed by dirt, it is forbidden in the sabbatical year to replace the stones. But in the case of a hole in a fence created by the loss of several stones that is no longer sealed by dirt, it is permitted to seal it up with stones during the sabbatical year. That is so if it does not create a pubic nuisance. But if it creates a public nuisance, even though it still is sealed by dirt, it is permitted to seal it with stones during the sabbatical year. It is written, to one who sets the path right I will show the salvation of God. Is different. For it is a repair that will eventually lead to damage. For said our Simeon b. Lachish, Saul had the merit of acquiring the throne only because his grandfather used to light a lamp for public. Therefore he was called, Na, father of Kish, who was father of Saul. One verse of scripture says, Na was father of Kish. And another verse has Kish the son of Abil. Wasn't Abil his real name? Thus since Saul's grandfather used to light a lamp for the public, he was called Na. He piles it up in his own field in the manner of those who store manure. Arabun asked, prior to the time when those who work cease their work, what is the law? At first they held, a man gathers wood, stones, and grass from his own just as he would gather from of his neighbor, the large ones. When transgressors increased in number, they ordained that, one should gather from the field of another and the other should gather from the first man's, not as a favor. And, needless to say, one may stipulate others with meals. At first they held, said Arjona, this is how they need to recite the Tanite rule. At first they would say, a man gathers wood, stones, and grass from his own, taking either large or small pieces, just as he would gather from of his neighbor whether large or small pieces. When they were suspect of gathering enough to clear the entire field and would claim, we gathered only the large pieces, they ordained that one should gather from the field of another and the other should gather from the first man's, not as a favor. They were suspect of clearing the entire field as a mutual favor, and they would say, we did not do it as a favor. They ordained that they may gather only what is close by and plentiful. Said Arzira, the first ordinance still stands, the large ones. If his cattle was there, his cattle gives evidence concerning him. If his cooking pot was there, his cooking pot gives evidence concerning him, the large ones. If he has gathered the large wood and clumps of grass, what is the rule as to whether or not he may go back and gather the largest objects among the small ones that are left? If you say that he may do so, during the sabbatical year he may gather everything that is in his field. If H's field was filled with large objects, there are two Tanite traditions on that subject. One holds that it is permitted to clear the field and the other holds that it is forbidden. One who clears stones from his field, removes the topmost ones and leaves those that are touching the ground. That implies that it is permitted. Who is one that thins out? One or two? That implies that it is forbidden. Also, do these same restrictions apply on the intermediate days of a festival? A Tanite teaching is found, a man gathers wood, stones, and grass from his own just as he would gather from of his neighbor, taking either large or small pieces, during the sabbatical year but not on the intermediate days of the festival. Do the restrictions apply to gathering stones too? A Tanite teaching is found, also regarding stones. And in his own heart he will know whether for a permitted purpose or out of perverseness. Aryase, in the name of Menahem, R. Akaba, acted in accord with his theory. He saw someone pruning his vineyard. He said to him, isn't that forbidden? He said to him, I want what I am trimming for a permitted purpose. He said, and in his own heart he will know whether for a permitted purpose or out of perverseness. 4:2 A field that was cleared of thorns may be sown during the year following the sabbatical. That was improved, or that was used as a fold, may not be sown during the year following the sabbatical. A field that was improved, the house of Shammai say, they do not eat of its produce during the sabbatical year. But the house of Hillel say, they do eat. The house of Shammai say, they do not eat produce of the sabbatical year as a favor. But the house of Hillel say, they eat whether or not as a favor. Arjuda says, the rulings are reversed. This is among the lenient rulings of the house of Shammai and the stringent rulings of the house of Hillel. A field that was cleared of thorns, there they say, a field that was cleared of thorns may be sown during the year following the sabbatical, refers to pulling up the thorns. But the rabbis here say, the thorns were removed by plowing. In the view of rabbis from here, what is a field that was improved during the sabbatical year that may not be planted in the year following? It is a situation in which everybody plows their fields once during the sabbatical year, but he plows twice. But here is that really the rule? Said Aryase B. Arabun, there the government does not impose heavy taxes. But here the government does impose heavy taxes. At first, when the government imposed heavy taxes, Aryane instructed that they plow the first plowing. A certain wicked man was passing through the land during the sabbatical year. He saw them making sheaves of aftergrowths. He said to them, to be sure Yane permitted you to plow once during the sabbatical year, but did he permit you to make sheaves? Said Jacob bar Zebedee in the presence of Abahu, did not Arzira and Yohanan in the name of Yane, Jeremiah, Yohanan in the name of Simeon b. Yasedek, they took a vote in the upper room of the house of Nitzah in Lud. In the case of all the commandments of the Torah, if a pagan says to an Israelite to violate one of all the commandments that are stated in the Torah except for idolatry, fornication, and bloodshed, one should violate the commandment and not be put to death. That which you say applies if the Israelite is all alone. But in public he should not obey him even for the most trivial of commandments. For example, there is the case of Lolianus and Pappus his brother, to whom Gentiles gave water in a colored glass, and they would not accept it from them, does not intend to force you to apostatize, but only to collect taxes. What is the definition of in public? Rabbis of Caesarea say, 10, as it is written, but I will be hallowed among the people of Israel. Arabuna the younger they saw him run after an ass on the Sabbath. Arjona and Aryase rules that the Israelites might bake bread for the army of Ursacinus on the Sabbath. Said Armana, raising a question in the presence of Arjona, Father, did not Arzira and Aryohanan in the name of Aryane, Jeremiah, Aryohanan in the name of Simeon be Yasedekse, they took a vote in the upper room of the house of Nitzah in Lud, in the case of all the commandments of the Torah. If a pagan says to an Israelite to violate one of all the commandments that are stated in the Torah except for idolatry, fornication, and bloodshed, one should violate the commandment and not be put to death. That which you say applies if the Israelite is all alone. But in public he should not obey him even for the most trivial of commandments. For example, there is the case of Lolianus and Pappus his brother, to whom Gentiles gave water in a colored glass, and they would not accept it from them. He said, does not intend to force you to apostatize, but only wants the troops to eat warm bread. What is the definition of in public? Rabbis of Caesarea say, 10, as it is written, but I will be hallowed among the people of Israel. Arabuna asked before Rimi, idolaters, what is the law as to their being subject to the commandment to sanctify God's name? He said to him, but I will be hallowed among the people of Israel. The people of Israel are subject to the commandment to sanctify God's name, and idolaters are not subject to the commandment to sanctify God's name. Arnissa in the name of Eliezer learned this rule that exempts Gentiles from martyrdom from here. In this matter may the Lord pardon your servant. That means the people of Israel are subject to the commandment to sanctify God's name, and idolaters are not subject to the commandment to sanctify God's name. Abba bar Zamina worked as a tailor for a certain Roman in Rome. Improperly slaughtered meat was brought to him, and the Gentile said to him, eat. He said to him, I will not eat it. He said to him, eat it or I will kill you. He said to him, if you want to kill me go ahead, but I will not eat meat that was improperly slaughtered. He said to him, now, you should know that if you had eaten it I would have killed you. If a Jew, be a Jew, and if a Roman, be a Roman. Said Armana, if Abba bar Zamina had known the teachings of the rabbis, that was improved, or that was used as a fold may not be sown during the year following the sabbatical. If the farmer improved the field and then died, what is the rule as to whether or not in the next year after the sabbatical his son may be permitted to sow it? Jacob bar Aha, Rimi in the name of Yase br Hanana, if the farmer improved the field and then died in the next year after the sabbatical his son may be permitted to sow it. If he improved the field and then sold it, the buyer may not sow the field in the next year after the sabbatical. If he violated the law and planted the field, it is permitted to use the produce that grows in the 8th year, for they imposed a restriction that a person could live up to. If at the present time one improved the field, what is the law on planting the field in the 8th year? Jeremiah considered ruling, it is permitted. Said Yase, but didn't Jeremiah hear that one who improves his field during the sabbatical year is flogged? Didn't he hear that one who improves his field during the sabbatical year may not give testimony in court? Retracted and said, yes, he heard these things, but he was as one who heard something but found questions about it. Said Hezekiah, the question was asked before Jeremiah concerning flogging one who improves his field during the sabbatical year and concerning one who improves his field during the sabbatical year that he may not give testimony in court. He said, now which court has arisen and overturned? The support for the view of Jeremiah derives from the following, and so the daughter of an Israelite who entered the daughter of a priest and wished to leave, dips a wick in oil which is fit for burning for her. Arhuna in the name of the house of Aryane, this rule is made when packs of wolves were roaming the streets. Once the rule was made as a temporary measure, no court arose with the power to rescind it. Just as you state here that a lenient ruling remained in effect because no court had power to rescind it, so here along these same lines, during the sabbatical year, at what point is the farmer considered to have taken possession of the produce growing in his fields? R. Jeremiah considered ruling that this is when he picks the produce and puts it in his basket. R. Yase considered ruling that even when he has put the produce in his basket, he has not taken possession of the produce, for he might reason that the produce he is picking already belongs to him, but it does not belong to him. The house of Shammai say, they do not eat produce of the sabbatical year as a favor. But the house of Hillel say, they eat whether or not as a favor. Along these same lines, R. Tarfon went down to his field to eat dried figs, not as a favor, which was the position of the house of Shammai. Guards saw him and began to hit him. When he realized that he was in danger, he said, on your lives, once you have killed me, inform the house of Tarfon, prepare burial shrouds for him. When the guards heard this and realized who he was, they bowed to the ground and said, Rabbi, forgive us. He said to them, come near me. With each blow you gave me, I forgave you the preceding one. In these two matters R. Tarfon behaved in accord with the house of Shammai, in the matter just now described and in reciting the Shema. R. Abahu in the name of R. Hananabi. Gamaliel, for the rest of his life R. Tarfon was afflicted on account of this matter and would say, woe is me that I was honored by taking advantage of the crown of the Torah. 4:3 During the sabbatical year they lease from Gentiles newly plowed fields, but not from an Israelite. And they assist Gentiles during the sabbatical year, but not an Israelite. And they greet in the interests of peace. During the sabbatical year they lease from Gentiles newly plowed fields. R. Hiah and R. Imi one said, during the sabbatical year, plow well, and I'll take it from you after the sabbatical year. And the other said, may you have strength. As to him who said, one may say, plow well, and I'll take it from you after the sabbatical year, what is the sense of the statement, and they greet in the interests of peace? It means, the Israelite may say to the Gentile, may you have strength. But in the view of him who says, may you have strength, what is the sense of the statement, and they greet in the interests of peace? It means, an Israelite may even greet other Israelites at work in the sabbatical year and say to them, peace be to you. A case, R. Hinana bar Papa and R. Samuel bar Naaman passed by an Israelite who was plowing during the sabbatical year. Said to him R. Samuel bar Naaman, may you have strength. Said to him R. Hinana bar Papa, didn't you teach us, and whose that pass by do not say the blessing of the Lord be upon you? On the basis of this verse we learn that it is forbidden to say to people plowing in the sabbatical year, may you have strength. Said to him R. Samuel bar Naaman, to recite scripture you know full well, but to interpret scripture you don't know well at all. And whose that pass by? This refers to the nations of the world, for they pass from the world, and the nations do not say to the Israelites, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. What do the Israelites say? We bless you in the name of the Lord. For are not all the blessings that come into the world bestowed on our account enough for you as well? And yet you nations do not say to us, come and partake of these blessings. And not only so, but you impose on us town taxes, penalties, head taxes, and taxes in kind. Rimi instructed that an Israelite may knead bread with him. 4:4 One who thins out olive trees the house of Shammai say, he may raise. But the house of Hillel say, he may uproot. But they concede with respect to one who clears away. Who is one that thins out? One or two? One that clears away? Three side by side. To what case does this apply? From his own field. But from the field of his neighbor. Even one who clears away may uproot. One who truncates an olive tree should not cover with dirt. Rather, he covers it with stones or with stubble. One who cuts down the branches of a sycamore should not cover with dirt. Rather, he covers it with stones or with stubble. During the sabbatical year they do not cut down a virgin sycamore because it is labor. Our Judah says, in the normal manner is forbidden. But he either high 10 handbreadths or he raises it down to the ground. One who thins out olive trees. What is the meaning of one who thins out? It is one who removes one shoot and leaves two, or removes two shoots and leaves one. It is taught by the Tannite authority of the house of Rabbi, one who thins out takes one shoot and leaves two. And lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, one that clears away three side by side. On this basis, doesn't thinning out apply to one who removes two shoots and leaves one? Said Arjona, the cited passage of the Mishnah speaks of one who during the sabbatical year thins out his trees for the first time. The Tannite authority of the house of Rabbi speaks of one who has already thinned out the shoots prior to the sabbatical year. They do not kindle reeds in a reed thicket, because that is the usual labor, who argues that burning reeds also may be regarded as working the land, since it has the effect of clearing an area for planting. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel permits. And so, did R. Simeon b. Gamaliel say, a man is permitted to plant a not fruit-bearing tree to make a fence during the sabbatical year. During the sabbatical year, they do not train a cow only in a sandy area. R. Simeon b. Gamaliel says, also, in the field of one's neighbor it is permitted so long as does not press the coulter. A Tannite tradition, Abba Saul says he cuts down in the thicket and raises to ground level, so long as he does not cut through with a spade. They do not examine seeds in dung and in a pot. But they do examine those in earth and in a pot. And they allow to remain from the sabbatical year to the year following the sabbatical. And they allow the aloes to grow on the roof, but they do not irrigate them. During the sabbatical year they do not hang wild figs on a fig tree. What does the farmer do in the other years of the cycle? He brings a branch of a wild fig tree and hangs it on the cultivated tree that has not produced figs and says to it, this wild tree produced figs but you haven't made any. But have we not learned as a Tannite rule, they mark a tree with a red mark, and they weigh it down with stones, there the tree will not lose fruit. But here it is intended that the tree produce fruit to begin with. During the sabbatical year they do not pollinate fig trees, since this is work done to improve production. So that people won't say, since the loss that results from not pollinating the tree is great, doing it is permitted. For this reason it is necessary to state that it is forbidden. One who truncates an olive tree should not cover with dirt. Rather, he covers it with stones or with stubble. One who cuts down the branches of a sycamore should not cover with dirt. Rather, he covers it with stones or with stubble. During the sabbatical year they do not cut down a virgin sycamore because it is labor. R. Judah says, in the normal manner is forbidden. But he either high 10 handbreadths or he raises it down to the ground. During the sabbatical year they do not cut down a virgin sycamore. The Mishnah refers to cutting a tree at a height of from 3 to 9 handbreadths. 4:5 One who snips off the ends of vines or cuts reeds. R. Yaseh the Galilean says, he should cut at a distance of 1 handbreadth. R. Akiba says, he cuts in his usual manner, with an axe, a sickle, a saw, or with whatever kind he wants. A tree that was split in two they may bind it during the sabbatical year, not so that will grow together but so that will not further. It was taught as a Tannite statement, one who cuts reeds low, he raises 1 handbreadth and cuts. R. Judah says, in a place where they are accustomed to cut, he plucks, to pluck, he cuts. Low he raises 1 handbreadth and cuts. One who cuts down the trunk of a sycamore low, he should neither smooth off nor cut in a stepped manner. Rather, he is careful that the cut is even. R. Judah says, in a place where they are accustomed to cut in a stepped manner, one may smooth off to smooth off, one may cut in a stepped manner. Lo, one raises 1 handbreadth and cuts. And he cuts it off level with the ground, so long as he does not cut it with an axe. R. Yaseh the Galilean says, he should cut at a distance of 1 handbreadth. R. Akiba says, he cuts in his usual manner, with an axe, a sickle, a saw, or with whatever kind he wants. R. Yaseh the Galilean is in accord with the house of Shammai and R. Akiba is in accord with the house of Hillel. But does our Mishnah really indicate that R. Yaseh the Galilean is in accord with the house of Shammai and R. Akiba is in accord with the house of Hillel? Rather, Aryase the Galilean takes account of the fact that snipping off the ends of vines is a form of field labor that improves the growth of the vines. 4:6 After what time during the sabbatical year do they eat the fruit of trees? Unripe figs, from the time they begin to glisten may eat them with his bread in the field. They have ripened, he may gather them into his house. And similarly, during the other years of the sabbatical cycle, they become liable to tithes. Unripe grapes, from the time they produce liquid may eat them with his bread in the field. They have ripened he may gather them into his house. And similarly, during the other years of the sabbatical cycle, they become liable to tithes. And when they have ripened, what is the definition of ripening? Arhaya bar Abba said, it means, to have a repulsive taste, as you say in scripture, and their souls recoiled from me. It is written in scripture, the Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you for your cattle and for the beasts that are in your land, all its yield shall be for food. Arhaya bar Abba said, there are two classes of food, one eaten from the house, one from the field. And it is written in scripture, you shall eat what it yields out of the field. Unripe figs, from the time they begin to glisten may eat them with his bread in the field. Aryase br Hanana asked, as to unripe figs, what is the law as to making them into an emollient? Since may eat them with his bread in the field it should be forbidden. Or since he has not yet brought them into the house, they are permitted as an emollient, since they are not yet food in that aspect. There we learned in the Mishnah, unripe figs and grapes are Akaba declares susceptible to uncleanness as food. Ar Yohanan b. Nuri says, when they reach the time of liability to tithes. It was taught on Tanite authority here immediately. But it is not taught on Tanite authority here that once the produce has formed on the branch it is immediately regarded as food, thus, from the time they begin to glisten. Ar Hananiah in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, the Mishnah at Mux 3:6 speaks in particular of unripe figs. In the case of all other unripe fruit they fall into the category of susceptibility to the uncleanness that applies to food only when they are liable to tithing. Said Aryase, the Mishnah has said so, unripe figs, from the time they begin to glisten may eat them with his bread in the field. Ar Pedat in the name of Ar Yohanan, all concur in the case of the sabbatical year. On what does everyone concur? Sages say, it is on when in the sabbatical year the fruit is insusceptible to uncleanness as food. The palm sprout lo, it is like wood in every respect, except that it is purchased with money of tithe. Unripened dates are food, but are free of tithes. Expounded Ar Judah b. Pazi in the house of study, as to the palm sprout, the sanctity of the sabbatical year does not govern it. Aryase instructed those who asked concerning this, saying to them, who told you this, namely, as to the palm sprout, the sanctity of the sabbatical year does not govern it? And they replied, he told us. Aryase said to them, the Mishnah differs with Ar Judah b. Pazi, and it supports our view that as to the palm sprout, the sanctity of the sabbatical year does govern it. For it is taught on Tanite authority, unripe figs of the sabbatical year, they do not boil them during the sabbatical year. Late ripening figs it is permitted to boil them during the sabbatical year because that is the normal manner. Hearts of palms and the inflorescence of palms lo, they are like wood for all purposes, and it is permitted. Now if we say that palm sprouts are not subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year, why should the rule say that it is permitted to boil them? For as to wood, is it forbidden to boil it in the sabbatical year? Rather, because the sanctity of the sabbatical year does pertain, it is permitted to boil them. Unripe grapes, from the time they produce liquid may eat them with his bread in the field. They have ripened he may gather them into his house. And similarly, during the other years of the sabbatical cycle, they become liable to tithes. Concerning unripe grapes, what do you have to say? Said Arabun, it is the way of women with cravings to eat them. 4:7 Olives. From the time a sea will yield a quarter may crush them and eat in the field. Yields a half he may press and anoint in the field. Yields a third he may press in the field and gather them into his house. And similarly, during the other years of the sabbatical cycle, they become liable to tithes. And the fruit of all other trees, the season to tithes is the season during the sabbatical year. Olives, from the time a seah will yield a quarter, yields a third. How much is a third? A log. The Mishnah speaks of olives that when fully ripe yield 3 logs of oil per seah of olives. It is written, for it is a jubilee, it shall be holy to you. What is the meaning of holy? Even the produce of that year is holy. Aryasebi. Hananiah kissed the vaulted structure in the walls of Acre and said, up to this point is the land of Israel. Arzira crossed the Jordan swimming in his clothes. Arhiah Barba rolled around on the ground of the meadows of Tiberias. Arhiah the elder weighed the stones of the land of Israel. Hananiah weighed the clods of the earth of the land of Israel, so fulfilling the statement of Scripture, for your servant hold her stones dear and have pity on her dust. 4:8 After what time during the sabbatical year may they not cut down a tree? The house of Shammai say, all the trees after they have produced fruit. The house of Hillel say, carob trees after there begin to droop, vines after they produce berries, olive trees after they blossom, and all other trees after they produce fruit. And every tree after it has reached the point of tithes, it is permitted to cut it down. How much need there be on an olive tree so that one may not cut it down? A quarter. R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, each depends upon that olive tree. After what time during the sabbatical year may they not cut down a tree? R. Hananiah bar Papa taught as a Tanite rule, carobs the time when the fruit begins to droop is the point at which the fruit takes shape. Vines after they produce berries, said R. Jonah, it is when the berries produce drops of water when squeezed, as it is said, for he forms the drops of water, he distills his mist in rain. Olive trees after they blossom, said R. Jonah, after an olive tree produces a quarter cab. Is that a quarter cab of blossoms or a quarter cab of olives? Said R. Jonah, to which blossoms? A quarter cab of olives. Said R. Jonah, it is written, you shall have olive trees throughout all your territory, but you shall not anoint yourself with the oil, for your olives shall drop off. Said R. Jonah, it is written, the trees bears its fruit. This indicates that trees do not bear their full yield in this world. The fig tree and vine give their full yield. This indicates that trees do not bear their full yield in this world. Said R. Jonah, in the name of Arhamah bar Hananiah, one who dies during the 7-year battle of Gog does not have a portion in the world to come. The mnemonic indicator is, one who takes part in the wedding preparations will also have a share in the wedding feast. Heard Aryase and said, is that so? There is always repentance to earn a place in the world to come. R. Jonah, in the name of Arhiah bar Ashi, the associates are destined to labor at their studies in synagogues and study houses, as it is said, they go from strength to strength, the God of gods will be seen in Zion. The rabbis of Caesarea say, the children of the idolaters and the soldiers of Nebuchadnezzar will not live but will not be judged. And concerning them Scripture says, and sleep a perpetual sleep and not wake. Israelite children who die will live after the resurrection of the dead. From what age? Arhiah the elder and R. Simeon b. Rabbi, one said, as soon as they are born. The other said, once they speak born. The one who said, as soon as they are born cites this verse, and proclaim his deliverance to a people yet unborn that he has wrought it. The other who said, once they speak born cites this verse, posterity shall serve him, men shall tell of the Lord to the coming generation. It was taught as a Tanite statement by R. Meir, an Israelite child is guaranteed resurrection if he dies any time after he knows how to answer Amen in the synagogue. What verse of Scripture makes that point? Open the gates that the righteous nation which keeps faith may enter in. There they say, an Israelite child is guaranteed resurrection if he dies any time after he is circumcised. Afflicted and close to death from my youth up I suffer your terrors and I arise. The rabbis from here say, an Israelite child is guaranteed resurrection if he dies any time after he is born. And of Zion it shall be said, this one and that one were born in her, for the Most High himself will establish her. R. Eliezer says, even miscarried fetuses are guaranteed resurrection. What verse of scripture makes that point? To restore the preserved of Israel. Those of Israel who were created but not born are to be restored in the resurrection. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 5. 5:1 White fig sabbatical year to them second because take 3 years to ripen fully. R. Judah says, Persian fig sabbatical year to them year following the sabbatical because they take 2 years to ripen fully said to him, they ruled white figs alone. White figs, what are white figs? The fruit of small pines. Do they produce fruit every year or only once in 3 years? They produce fruit every year but it ripens only after 3 years. How do you know which fruit is of the sabbatical year and which is from other years? R. Jonah says, he knows for he ties a string on. Samuel taught a Tanite statement, he sticks a wood chip in it. It is taught on Tanite authority, R. Simeon B. Gamaliel says, any tree the fruit of which begins to form prior to the 15th of Shabbat Lo, of the preceding year. Concerning a tree the fruit of which begins to form after the 15th of Shabbat. But if not must settle accounts with the poor. R. Joshua says, if the poor gathered its leaves it is well. But if not the poor have no account with him. Aram during the 6th year which remained during the 7th year, and also summer onions, and matter from good soil the house of Shammai say, they uproot them with wooden rakes. But the house of Hillel say, they uproot them with metal spades. And concur concerning matter from stony soil, that they uproot it with metal spades. When is one permitted to buy arum in the year following the sabbatical on the assumption that this produce is not subject to the restrictions of the law? R. Judah says, immediately. And sages say, when the new becomes plentiful. One who stores arum during the sabbatical year to this point we have spoken of arum. What is the rule for onions? Said R. Jonah, arum and onions are subject to the same rule. Said R. Yaseh, it stands to reason that in the case of onions storing even less than this is permitted, for they are smooth and do not start to grow. And arum after the sabbatical year had passed, R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, the opinion of R. Judah is the same as that of R. Eliezer, and the opinion of R. Yaseh is the same as that of R. Joshua. For we have learned in the Mishnah, one who possesses produce of the sabbatical year when the time for the removal arrives, sets aside food for 3 meals for each. And the poor may eat after it has been removed, but not the rich, the words of R. Judah. R. Yaseh says, poor and rich alike eat after it has been removed. Are permitted because transgressors are not suspect concerning them. R. Simeon says, all aftergrowths are permitted except aftergrowths of cabbage, because produce of this type does not among wild vegetables. But sages say, all aftergrowths are forbidden. I asked before R. Yohanan, does this passage? He said to him, were you in the upper room when they enacted the rule? I inferred from that statement that held that the rule prohibiting consumption of aftergrowths of the sabbatical year derives from the Torah. Said R. Jeremiah, the Mishnah speaks of wild arum. R. Hoshea produced a Tanite teaching of Bar Kappara, the southerner, and he taught as a Tanite rule that Sheb 5:3 refers to both leaves of arum and onions. But are you going to say that it is a reference to leaves of wild onions? The statement of R. Jeremiah implies that in the case of that which is subject to removal such as leaves of wild arum that is found with a kind of produce not subject to removal such as the wild arum root itself, the other kind becomes subject to removal. Under what circumstances does R. Jeremiah take this view? He explains that this applies when the field's owner stamped on the leaves. An arum after the sabbatical year had passed. R. Eliezer says, if the poor gathered its leaves, it is well. But if not must settle accounts with the poor. R. Joshua says, if the poor gathered its leaves it is well. But if not the poor have no account with him. R. Yaseh interpreted the owner of the arum must settle accounts with the poor. R. Hezekiah interpreted the position of R. Joshua in the Mishnah to refer to a case of arum that began to grow on the eve of New Year of the sabbatical year. They planted it on the eve of New Year of the sabbatical year. It produced egg-shaped tubers prior to the start of the sabbatical year, and he softened the plant's leaves during the sabbatical year and pulled up the ripened tuber just after the end of the sabbatical year. Now if you say that softening the plant's leaves is equivalent to picking marking the point at which the plant is subject to tithing and other restrictions, then in the opinion of our Joshua all the tuber belong to the householder. Now if you say that softening the plant's leaves is not equivalent to picking marking the point at which the plant is subject to tithing and other restrictions, then in the opinion of our Joshua all of the tuber belong to the householder. But if not, the poor have no account with him. The owner of the arum must settle accounts with the poor, arum after the sabbatical year had passed. R. Eliezer says, if delayed 3 years he gives the poor a fourth. If delayed 2 years, he gives the poor a third. 1 year, he gives the poor half. R. Yaseh interpreted the position of R. Eliezer in the Mishnah to refer to the case of arum that grew primarily before the new year of the sabbatical year. R. Hezekiah explained the position of R. Joshua as referring to arum that began to grow on the eve of new year of the sabbatical year. R. Abun Bar Haya asked before R. Zira, does the same rule apply for other years of the sabbatical cycle? For thus it is taught on Tanite authority, if had second and the third year arrives, they do not bend them and they do not deprive them of water, in order that will be second tithe. Had third and the fourth year arrives, they do bend them and they do deprive them of water, in order that will be poorman's tithe. And one is permitted to bend over, by foot, for this is the way everyone is accustomed. Softening the leaves is comparable to uprooting the arum. Arum during the 6th year which remained during the 7th year, and also summer onions, and matter from good soil. The house of Shammai say, they uproot them with wooden ricks. But the house of Hillel say, they uproot them with metal spades. And concur concerning matter from stony soil, that they uproot it with metal spades. R. Yaseh in the name of our law, resolved the matter by assuming that he uprooted them before they sprouted. And also summer onions, and matter from good soil, these are summer onions. And concur concerning matter from stony soil, that they uproot it with metal spades, this is matter that grows in stone. They uproot them with metal spades. It was taught on Tanite authority, whenever in other years of the sabbatical cycle they plow the field of tubers, during the sabbatical year they plow the tubers. And whenever in other years of the sabbatical cycle they hoe, in the sabbatical year they may hoe. When is one permitted to buy arum in the year following the sabbatical on the assumption that this produce is not subject to the restrictions of the law? R. Judah says, immediately. And sages say, when the new becomes plentiful. What is the reason for the position of sages, who prohibit the purchase until the new produce becomes plentiful? They made a decree concerning arum but did not make a decree against the use of the leaves. What is the reason for the position of R. Judah? In his view it should be permitted to buy arum even during the sabbatical year itself, since the tubers derive from previous years in the sabbatical cycle. Since we deal with what has been buried, buying it during the sabbatical year is forbidden, so that someone cannot go and bring arum of the sabbatical year itself, which is forbidden, and say, I brought it from what is buried and available for purchase during the sabbatical year. R. Judah says, an incident, we were in Ein Kuzi and we ate arum at the conclusion of tabernacles in the year following the sabbatical on the authority of R. Tarfon. R. Yaseh said to him, is that the evidence? I was with you, and it happened after Passover. 5:3 These are tools which the artisan is not permitted to sell during the sabbatical year, a plough and all its accessories, a yoke, a pitchfork, and a mattock. But he may sell, a hand sickle, a reaping sickle, and a wagon and all its accessories. This is the general rule, and the use of which is limited exclusively to the performance of an act which is a transgression. It is forbidden, and permitted. It is permissible. A potter sells 5 oil containers and 15 wine containers, because it is usual to gather from ownerless produce. But if gathered more than this amount it is permitted. And sells to a Gentile in the land and to an Israelite outside of the land. The house of Shammai say, during the sabbatical year a person may not sell to another a heifer suited for plowing. But the house of Hillel permit, because he may slaughter it. A person may sell to another fruit even during the planting season. And a person may lend to another a sea measure even if one knows that he has a threshing floor. And a person may make change for another, even if one knows that he employs laborers. And regarding all of these explicitly they are forbidden. These are tools which the artisan is not permitted to sell during the sabbatical year, said Arjona. This is the sense of the Mishnah. These are tools which the artisan is not permitted to sell during the sabbatical year to one who is suspect of violating the law of the sabbatical year. If the person is not identified as to whether or not he observes the sabbatical year, what is the law? The answer derives from the following Tanite rule, but, as for any tool which may be used both for work which is forbidden and permitted it is permissible. This implies that it is permitted to sell to an individual not identified as to whether or not he observes the sabbatical year. A potter sells 5 oil containers and 15 wine containers. Shouldn't we suspect that someone who wishes to buy 5 oil containers and 15 wine containers has lied and plans to use all 20 for oil or wine? Said Arjona, it is readily discernible which are for wine and which for oil. Said Arola, the leather of these skins is distinguishable from the leather of those. And sells to a Gentile in the land. Even more than the specified limits. And to an Israelite outside of the land, even those that were originally purchased in the land of Israel and exported. The house of Shammai say, during the sabbatical year a person may not sell to another a heifer suited for plowing. But the house of Hillel permit because he may slaughter it. One who sells an ox to his fellow and it turns out to be a gori Arab said, it is a purchase made in error. Samuel said, the seller can say to him, I sold it to you to be slaughtered for meat. Concerning what case do we speak? If he sold it to a sharecropper, all parties concur that he sold it for plowing. If he told it to a butcher, all parties will agree that he sold it to be butchered. Rather, this is the practical case about which we speak, he sold it to a broker. Rab said, it is a purchase made in error. Samuel said, the seller can say to him, I sold it to you to be slaughtered for meat. The theory of Rab conflicts with opinions expressed elsewhere, and the theory of Samuel conflicts with opinions expressed elsewhere. For they differ. If he sold a field to him during the Jubilee year itself, Rab said, he has bought the field but it leaves his domain and is returned to the seller during the same Jubilee year. And Samuel said, he has not bought the field. The theory of Rab conflicts with opinions expressed elsewhere. There he has said, he has bought the field, and here he has said, he has not bought the ox. There it is a matter of the Jubilee year, and that is well known, but here it is a purchase made in error. And the theory of Samuel conflicts with opinions expressed elsewhere. There he has said, he has not bought the field, and here he has said, he has bought the ox. For what purpose did he sell him the field? Was it not for sowing it? But here in the case of the ox, the seller can say to him, I sold it to you for slaughter for meat. Rab accords with the position of the house of Shammai and Samuel accords with the position of the house of Hillel because he may slaughter it. Rab accords with the position of the house of Shammai but you can reason that he concurs with the house of Hillel. Rab can hold that the sale of a goring ox is invalid, for isn't it the norm for the purchaser to wait 30 days before slaughtering the animal, so that during those 30 days if the ox gores, it is a purchase made in error. Samuel accords with the house of Hillel, but you can even reason that he concurs with the house of Shammai, for even during the sabbatical year people do not slaughter a heifer that is trained to plow. And a person may lend to another a sea measure even if one knows that he has a threshing floor, Arada, Tanhum bar Haya in the name of Yohanan. If he lent him a sea measure and he came and found the farmer measuring produce in it and he is not obligated to take it back, all the more so if he leased it to him. 5:4 A woman may lend to a neighbor who is suspected of the sabbatical year, a sifter, a sieve, a millstone, or an oven. But she may not sift or grind with her. The wife of a Haber may lend to the wife of an ordinary Israelite, a sifter, or a sieve, and she may sift or grind or shake with her. But from the time that pours water may not touch next to her, because one does not assist those who commit a transgression. And all were only made in the interests of peace. And during the sabbatical year one may assist Gentiles but one may not assist Israelites. And they greet them in the interests of peace. A sifter, a sieve, a millstone, or an oven, Arzira asked before Armana, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which it is not known whether the suspect woman plans to use the utensils for a forbidden or a permitted purpose. But if it is explicit that she plans to use the utensils for a forbidden purpose, the other may not lend them to her. He said to him, isn't a case in which he purpose is not made explicit tantamount to a case in which it is made explicit? I claim, a sifter is to count coins, a sieve is to sift sand, a millstone is to grind medicine, or an oven is to store wet flax. R. Phineas asked, when do they punish the one who violates the sabbatical rules? Is it when others plant produce during the sabbatical year and eat it, or only if they plant produce during the sabbatical year even if they don't eat it? What difference does it make? If they saw him buying food from a Saracen. If you say, it is when others plant produce during the sabbatical year and eat it, they are culpable, then if they saw him buying food from a Saracen, it is forbidden. But if you say, if they plant produce during the sabbatical year even if they don't eat it, if they saw him purchasing food from a Saracen, this is permitted. And all were only made in the interests of peace. R. Yaseh bar Hanana asked, on the entire pericope was this stated, or is it only about this particular law? Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of R. Judah bar Titus, the fact that these other rules here are not repeated at Tractate Gittin shows that the statement, and all were only made in the interests of peace, applies only to this particular law. There we learned in the Mishnah, a baker who prepares bread in a state of uncleanness they do not knead or cut out dough with him. And a Tanite statement was set forth in that connection, a baker who prepares bread in a state of uncleanness they do not sift, grind, or shake dry flour with him. But here it says this. Said our law, here the rule concerns the preparation of secular food, and there the rule concerns the preparation of food in the status of heave offering. But can you say that a baker is preparing dough in the status of heave offering? Associates say, here where it is forbidden to sift or grind flour with a baker who does not keep the purity rules, the law refers to a baker who wets down the grain before preparing it, and makes it susceptible to uncleanness. But here where the wife of the associate may sift or grind flour with a woman who does not keep the purity laws, it refers to a case where she does not wet down the grain prior to preparation. The Mishnah supports the view of associates, for it is taught, but from the time that pours water may not touch next to her, because one does not assist those who commit a transgression. And all were only made in the interests of peace. R. Haya and R. Ami one said, during the sabbatical year one may say to a Gentile, plow your field well and I'll lease it from you after the sabbatical year. The other said, he may say only, may you have strength to complete the work. In the view of him who said, during the sabbatical year one may say to a Gentile, plow your field well and I'll lease it from you after the sabbatical year, what is the meaning of the statement, and they greet them in the interests of peace? It means, may you have strength to complete the work. In the view of him who says, he may say only, may you have strength to complete the work, what is the meaning of the statement, and they greet them in the interests of peace? It means an Israelite may greet other Israelites in the sabbatical year who are working in the fields and may say to them, peace be upon you, Israelites. An incident, R. Hinana bar Papa, R. Samuel bar Naamani passed someone who was plowing during the sabbatical year. Said to him R. Samuel bar Naamani, may you have strength to complete the work. Said to him R. Hinana bar Papa, but did my Lord not teach us, and those who pass by do not say, the blessing of the Lord be upon you? On this basis we learn that it is forbidden to say to those who plow in the sabbatical year, may you have strength to complete the work. He said to him, to recite scripture you are sufficiently informed, but to interpret scripture you are insufficiently informed. And those who pass by do not say, this refers to the nations of the world, for they pass from the world. And those who pass by do not say, to the people of Israel, the blessing of the Lord be upon you. What should the people of Israel say to them? We bless you in the name of the Lord. Is it not enough for you that all the blessings that come into the world are on account of our merit? And yet you nations do not say to us, come and partake of these blessings. Not only this, but you impose on us town taxes, penalties, head taxes, and taxes in kind. Yerushalmi Shabayat. Chapter 6. 6:13 Provinces with regard to the sabbatical year, all which was occupied by those who returned from Babylonia from the land of Israel to Kizib may not be eaten and may not be worked. All which was occupied by those who came out of Egypt, from Kizib to the river and to Amana may be eaten, but may not be cultivated. From the river and from Amana and beyond may be eaten, and may be cultivated. It is written, these are the statutes and ordinances that you shall be careful to do on the land. In the land you are obligated to keep these laws, but you are not obligated to keep them outside of the land. Still we say, commandments that depend upon presence in the land apply only in the land. Is it possible that even commandments that do not depend upon presence in the land apply only in the land? Scripture states, take heed lest your heart be deceived and you turn aside and serve other gods and worship them, and the anger of the Lord be kindled against you, and he shut up the heavens so that there is no rain, and the land will yield fruit, and you perish quickly off the good land that the Lord give you. You shall therefore lay up these words of mine in your heart and in your soul. To what does this make reference? To phylacteries and study of the Torah, which do not depend upon one's presence in the land, apply both in the land and outside, so every commandment that does not depend upon presence in the land applies both within the land and outside. Then after the Israelites were exiled, they should remain exempt from commandments that depend on one's presence in the land. It is written, and all the assembly of those who had returned from the captivity made booths and dwelt in the booths, for from the days of Joshua son of Nun to that day the people of Israel had not done it. Why does the passage refer to Joshua? R. Hillel B. Samuel bar Naaman, by removing a letter from the name Scripture, reduced the honor paid to a deceased righteous person out of respect for a living righteous person. They drew an analogy between the entry of the Israelites into the land in the days of Ezra and their entry into the land in the days of Joshua. Just as when they entered the land in the days of Joshua they had been exempt from the commandments that apply only in the land and became obligated to them, so when they entered in the days of Ezra they had been exempt and now became obligated. To what did they become obligated? Our Yaseh bar Hananah said, through the authority of the Torah they became obligated to the commandments that apply only in the land of Israel, and the Lord your God will bring you into the land that your fathers possessed that you may possess it. Scripture compared possessing the land under Ezra and possessing the land under Joshua. Just as your fathers possessed the land on the authority of the Torah, so you possess the land on the authority of the Torah. And he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers. Just as your fathers had been exempt from the commandments that apply only in the land and became obligated to them, so when you were in exile you had been exempt from the commandments that apply only in the land and you became obligated to them. Your fathers did not bear the yoke of a different monarchy, but you have become obligated even though you have upon you the yoke of a different monarchy. Your fathers became obligated to follow the commandments that apply only in the land only after 14 years, during 7 of which they completed the conquest and 7 of which they divided the land, but as for you, as each Israelite acquired a portion, he became obligated. Said R. Eliezer, but of their own initiative those who returned from the exile accepted the commandments regarding tithes. What is the relevant verse of Scripture? Because of all these things we make a firm covenant and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests set their seal to it. How does R. Eliezer deal with so far as they accepted some restrictions to which they were not obligated? The Omnipresent gave them credit for restrictions to which they were already obligated as though they had also accepted them of their own accord. How does our Yaseh bar Hananah interpret the verse, because of all these things we make a firm covenant and write it, and our princes, our Levites, and our priests set their seal to it? Because they accepted in a generous spirit the obligations imposed by the Torah, Scripture credited it to them as if they had accepted them on their own volition. How does our Eliezer interpret, and he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers? He interprets the verse to speak of the future. For said our Helbo, Simeon bar Ba in the name of our Yohanan, your fathers possessed a land that had belonged to 7 nations, but you will possess the land of 10 nations, and the 3 additional ones are these, the land of the Kenites, the Kenizzites, the Kadmonites. Our Judah said, Arabia, the land of the Shalmaites, and the Nabateans. Our Simeon said, Essa, Apamea, and Damascus. Our Eliezer b. Jacob says, Essa, Carthage and Thrace. Rabbi says, Edom, Moab and the land of the first sons of Ammon. And he will make you more prosperous and numerous than your fathers, even though they were redeemed from Egypt, they were enslaved against, but you, once you have been redeemed, you will not again be enslaved. The scriptural basis? Ask now and see, can a man bear a child? Just as a man cannot bear a child, so you, once you have been redeemed, you will not again be enslaved. From the land of Israel to Kizib, he who goes from Akko to Kizib, on his right, to the east the road is insusceptible on account of the law governing the land of the peoples and is liable for tithes and the law of the 7th year until it is clarified that it is free of those obligations. On the left, westward, the road is unclean on account of the land of the peoples, and it is free of tithes and of the law governing the 7th year until it will be made certain that it is liable up to Kizib. Our Ishmael br Yaseh says in the name of his father, up to what is the status of Akko itself? Our Aha bar Jacob in the name of our Imi, on the basis of 2 stories involving Rabbi we can derive the law. Akko has traits of the land of Israel and has traits of land outside the land of Israel. Rabbi was in Akko. He saw people eating bread from very fine flour. He said to them, did you soak the grain prior to grinding it? They said to him, a disciple came here and taught us concerning liquid from eggs that it does not render what it wets down as susceptible to uncleanness. So we boil eggs and soak the grain in its liquid. They thought he meant the water in which the eggs were boiled, but he had referred only to the liquid of the uncooked egg itself. Said our Jacob bar Edi, from that time they made a decree that a disciple may not teach matters of law. Our Haya in the name of Arhuna, a disciple that made a decision in law, even if it is fully in accord with the law, his decision is not valid. A Tanite teaching, a disciple who gave a decision of law before his master is liable to the death penalty. A Tanite teaching in the name of our Eliezer, Nadab and Abihu died only because they gave a decision before Moses their rabbi. There is the case of a disciple who gave a decision before our Eliezer his rabbi. He said to Shalom his wife, he will not live out the week, and he did not live out the week before he died. Said his disciples to him, Rabbi, are you a prophet? He said to them, I am not a prophet nor the disciple of a prophet, but this I have received as a tradition, that a disciple who gave a decision of law before his master is liable to the death penalty. A Tanite teaching, it is forbidden for a disciple to give a decision of law before his master until he is 12 miles distant from him, just as in the Israelite camp. What is the relevant verse of scripture? They encompassed by the Jordan from Beth Yeshimah to Abel Shittim. And what is the distance between those 2 places? 12 miles. That is in line with the following. Our Tanhum bar Haya was in Haphar and people would bring him questions of law and he would render decisions. They said to him, but has not the rabbi yourself taught us that it is forbidden for a disciple to give a decision of law before his master until he is 12 miles distant from him, just as in the Israelite camp? And lo, our Mana our rabbi is in session in Sephores. He said to them, let a bad thing come upon me if I did not know that he was there. From that moment he did not teach matters of law. Rabbi was in Akko. He saw a man leave a dome-shaped structure that was there and up north. He said to him, are you not the son of so-and-so, the priest? Was your father not a priest? He said to him, Father's eyes were haughty, and he married a woman who was unsuitable to him, and he profaned me, all which was occupied by those who returned from Babylonia, the region of the land of Israel, the crossing of Ashkelon, the tower of Sher, the cliff of Dor, the fortification wall of Caesarea and the fortification wall of Acre, the source of the waters of Gatton, Gatton itself, and Cabritha, and Kasnida, fort of the Galilee, hollows of Atha, fort of Ker and Great Kure, Taphnath, Naphtha, the cave region of Yatire, Mamsi of Abhada, and the source of the waters of Marhashate, and the river of Yiphsael and Ulshatha, Aflas, and the tower of Harub, the hollow of Ian, Mesha, Tekrath, the towns of Barsanagara, Tarnagola above Caesarea, Kanath, Hagra-Trachona in the area of Basra, Yegar-Sahadatha, Nimrin, Melody-Zarvai, Yubka, Heshbon, and the brook of Zerd, Raphia, Ammon, Moab, and Rechamgia, and the gardens of Ashkelon, and the great road that leads to the desert. What is the law for Ashkelon itself? R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Zira, it is answered by the Tanite teaching, and the gardens of Ashkelon. So Ashkelon itself is outside of the land of Israel. R. Simon in the name of Hilpai, Rabbi, R. Ishmael b. R. Yaseh, R. Eliezer Haktapper voted concerning the airspace of Ashkelon and declared it clean. This was on the basis of the testimony of R. Phineas b. Yair, who said, "We would go down to the market of Ashkelon and buy wheat and go back to our towns and immerse and eat the grain along with our food in the status of heave offering." The next day they voted concerning Ashkelon to declare produce from their exempt from tithes. R. Ishmael b. R. Yaseh withdrew his hand, for he had been leaning on Ben Haktapper. He said to him, "My son, why did you not say to me, how come did you remove your hand from me? I would have told you, yesterday I declared to be unclean that which I had declared clean. But today I must say, perhaps we must consider the fact that in the original conquest, the portion of land containing Ashkelon was captured and made part of the land of Israel as a fulfillment of what was intended by the Torah. How can I exempt produce grown in this area from tithes that are imposed as a matter of the Torah? How long after the decree that Ashkelon is part of the land of the Gentiles does the area begin to be unclean?" Said R. Simon, "It begins to be unclean 40 days after the decree." Said R. Jeremiah, "But didn't we erroneously rule that Ashkelon was in the land of Israel? So as soon as a vote is taken to correct the error, it is forthwith unclean as part of the land of the peoples." Said R. Mana, "Didn't R. Jacob bar Aha say in the name of R. Zira, it is answered by the Tanite teaching, and the gardens of Ashkelon? So Ashkelon itself is outside of the land of Israel? Is it now the law for Sir is it not forbidden for a priest to go there but isn't one who purchases property there obligated to separate tithes from his crops, as though the area were within the land of Israel? So people will not say, here in the case of Ashkelon as in the case of Sir, this is the law therefore they voted explicitly concerning this matter to exempt produce grown in Ashkelon from tithes. R. Simon and R. Abba were in session. They said, "Thus it is written, Judah also took Gaza with its territory. Is this not the same Gaza that is now there? And he took Ashkelon and its territory, is this not the same Ashkelon that is now there? But the brook of Egypt, is this not the same brook of Egypt that is now there?" Said R. Joshua b. Levi, "It is written, Then Jephthah fled from his brothers and dwelled in the land of Tob." Why is it called Tob? Because after the Babylonian exile produce grown there would be exempt from tithes. RIMI asked, "Aren't they taxpayers who live there?" RIMI reasoned that those areas are conquered land and as part of the land of Israel produce is subject to the agricultural offerings. That is in line with what R. Samuel bar Naaman said. Joshua sent 3 proclamations to the Canaanites in the land of Israel prior to the Israelites' entry into the land: whoever wishes to emigrate may emigrate, whoever wishes to make peace may make peace, and whoever wishes to wage war may wage war. The Girgashites emigrated, for they believed the Holy One, blessed be he, and they went to Africa, until I come and take you away to a land like your own land. This refers to Africa. The Gibeonites made peace, when Adonizedek king of Jerusalem heard how Joshua had taken Ai and how the inhabitants of Gibeon had made peace with Israel. 31 kings waged war and fell in battle. Why did they not decree concerning the airspace of Gerarike? R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, "It is a terrible reason." To where? R. Hanin in the name of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, "To the brook of Egypt." But Gaza is a desirable region. Pishpasha said before R. Yaseh, "I asked R. Aha and he permitted Gaza as clean." R. Zira went to the springs of Pehel and found himself outside, to the east of a field of Babylonian palms. He sent to R. Hiah bar Va, who asked the two sons of Abiatar Derma. They said to him, priests customarily go that far. Priests asked Ar Yohanan, what is the law for the border of Navet? Ar Yohanan in the name of Arhuna of Bet Haran said to them, priests are accustomed to go as far as Dari. And regarding the borderline of Bozrah, priests are accustomed to go as far as the orchard. Said Ar Abahu, there are Samaritan cities that have been treated with leniency since the days of Joshua b. Nun, and these cities are permitted. Ar Yaseh asked, then priests need not scruple about cultic cleanness in eating dough offering from these cities. But have we not seen that the rabbis do scruple? Said Ar Judah ben Pazi, it is not for the reason you propose. Rather they are treated leniently because the Hasmonean kingdom did not completely conquer them. Ar Yaseh heard that his mother had come to Bozrah. He asked Ar Yohanan, what is the law as to my going forth from the land of Israel to meet my mother? He said to him, if it is on account of the danger lurking on the roads, go forth. If it is on account of the honor owing to your mother, I don't know. Said Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, the question stands as to whether Ar Yohanan planned to permit Ar Yaseh to leave the land to greet his mother. He pressed him for a ruling and said to him, you obviously have determined to go. May you come in peace. Ar Eliezer heard and said, there is no grant of permission weightier than this one. Ar Simeon b. Lachish asked Ar Hananah, he who purchases land in Ammon and Moab, what is the law? He said to him, I haven't heard the rule from Ar Haya the elder covering these places, but only the crossing of Ashkelon and outward. And this poses a problem, for asked him about these places and he answered him concerning another place altogether. But because Ar Hananah never in his life said anything that he did not hear from a master, for this reason even though for asked him about one place, in order not to send him away empty-handed he answered about a different place. Ar Simeon b. Lachish went to Bozrah. They came to him and said, find us a man to interpret scripture, serve as a judge and a scribe and to do all that we need done. He found for them a Babylonian. He said to him, I have found you a good place. He came before Ar Yohanan, who said to him, do you really want to go from Babylonia to Babylonia? Said Ar Jacob bar Abba, on the basis of what Ar Yohanan said to him, from Babylonia to Babylonia, that bears the inference that he who purchases land there is not obligated to keep the agricultural rules. Lo, there's the matter of Tyre, isn't it forbidden for a priest to go there, but is one who acquires property there not liable to keep the agricultural rules? The following Tanite statement has been found, bordering on Ammon and Moab. Egypt are two regions, in one region may be eaten, and may be cultivated, but in the other may not be eaten, and may not be cultivated. Ar Yohanan considered, Bezer in the wilderness. Ar Simeon b. Lachish considered, Bezer is different from Bozrah. Ar Isaac bar Naaman, Ar Simeon b. Lachish asked Ar Hananah, he who purchases land in Ammon and Moab, what is the law? He said to him, I asked about this before Ar Yaseh, since Ammon and Moab were not by Moses. Said Ar Mana, I asked about this before Ar Haggai, since Ammon and Moab were not by Moses. Are not Ammon and Moab part of the land of Israel according to Ar Eliezer b. Azariah? Said Ar Yaseh b. Arabun, it is written, for Heshbon was the city of Sihon the king of the Amorites. That leaves a question in the mind of Ar Simeon b. Lachish, were the territories of Ammon and Moab purified by being conquered by Sihon and Og so that they were permitted for Israelite conquest, or were they not purified? If you say that the conquest purified the areas, then produce grown in them be Israelites is subject to the agricultural restrictions. If you say the conquest did not purify those areas, then produce grown in them by Israelites is not subject to agricultural rules. Said Ar Tanhuma, rise up, take your journey and go over the valley of the Arnon. Behold, I have given into your hand Sihon the Amorite, king of Heshbon, and his land. Begin to take possession. I have made Sihon's land unconsecrated and available to you. Arhuna wanted to exempt from the agricultural rules produce grown in Yabluna. He came to Armana and said to him, here, sign this document, but he did not agree to sign. The next day Arhiah bar Madiah came to and said to him, You did well not to sign, for Arjonah, your father, used to say, Antoninus gave Rabbi 2,000 fine fields as a tenancy. Therefore during the sabbatical year in Yabluna aftergrowths may be eaten but the fields may not be worked. And produce grown in Yabluna is exempt from tithe since it is classified as fields of Gentiles farmed by Israelite tenant farmers in Syria. Arhunah said, This is the rule of the Mishnah, all which was occupied by those who came out of Egypt, from Kizib to the river and to Amana may be eaten, but may not be cultivated. It was taught as a Tanite statement, what is the land and what is considered outside the land. All that slopes down from the mountains of Amanus and inward is considered the land of Israel, from the mountains of Amanus and beyond is considered outside the land. Islands of the sea we reckon them as if there were a string extending from the mountains of Amanus to the brook of Egypt, from the string inwards the land of Israel from the string outward outside the land. Judah says, all opposite the land of Israel are considered to be like the land of Israel, as it is written, for the western boundary, you shall have the great sea and its coast the islands at the sides we reckon them as if there were a string extending from Kiflaria to the Mediterranean Sea from the brook of Egypt to the Mediterranean from the string inward from the string and beyond outside the land. Said Aryusta Barshanam, when the dispersed reach the mountains of Amana, they will recite a poem. What is the scriptural warrant? Sing from the peak of Amana. 6:2 In Syria, may do work involving harvested, but may not involving unharvested. 1. They may thresh, winnow, trample and bind. 2. But they may not reap, harvest grapes, or cut olives. Ar-Akaba stated a general rule, any of a type which is permitted in the land of Israel they may do in Syria. In Syria, may do work involving harvested, but may not involving unharvested, said Arabahu, this is so that Israelites will not go and settle down there. If so, why is an Israelite in Syria permitted to work during the sabbatical year on harvested produce? The Israelites allowed to work only part of the season, so he sees that the profit is slight and he will not go to Syria during the sabbatical year. Ar-Yasebi Arabun asked before Armana, what is the law as to whether during the sabbatical year an Israelite is permitted to grind grain with a Gentile in the land of Israel? He said to him, the Mishnah has said that it is forbidden, for we have learned in the Mishnah, in Syria, may do work involving harvested, but may not involving unharvested. Thus in the land of Israel even working with a Gentile on harvested produce is prohibited. As to the land subject to the rule, may be eaten, but may not be cultivated, what is the law as to whether an Israelite in the sabbatical year may rent his ox to a Gentile to plow or do other field labor? Our Levi of Senabris asked our Isaac and our Imi and they prohibited. Our Hoshea gave Gentiles money, but so that the Gentile would not engage in an act of bestiality with his ox. How do we interpret the rule in Syria, may do work involving harvested, but may not involving unharvested? If it refers to produce of the 6th year that continued growing during the sabbatical year, even within the land of Israel isn't it permitted to work with such produce during the sabbatical year? And if it is referring to produce of the sabbatical year that continued growing after the end of the sabbatical year, isn't plowing permitted but harvesting is forbidden? So what is at issue is produce of the sabbatical year within the sabbatical year itself. Our Hananiah went to Tyre and prohibited them from irrigating the fields during the sabbatical year. Our Yase heard and said, well done, for was this produce being irrigated not unharvested? Have we not learned in the Mishnah, they water an irrigated field on the intermediate days of a festival and in the 7th year? Said Ar Yudan, it was permitted to irrigate the field to set down the seeds in it. Armana asked, should it not also be permitted to plow for the sake of the seeds? 6:3 Onions upon which rain has fallen and which sprouted if the leaves are dark are forbidden. If became light green, lo, these are permitted. Are can be uprooted by their leaves, are forbidden. But, in contrast to this during the year following the sabbatical are permitted. This is the sense of the Mishnah, the dark green ones are prohibited but yellow green ones are permitted. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Yohanan, an onion that one uprooted and replanted once it has darkened, it is again tithed according to the whole of it. And there is no difference if it was uprooted during the sabbatical year and replanted after the sabbatical year, or whether they uprooted it on the eve of the sabbatical year and replanted it during the sabbatical year itself. Arzira said, once the new growth of the 8th year has outweighed what grew during the sabbatical year, it is permitted. Our law and our IMI both say, it is forbidden. The Tannite teaching differs from our law and our IMI, for it was taught on Tannite authority. Our Simeon in the name of our Joshua says, any produce that can become permitted, such as untithed produce, second tithe, produce dedicated or new produce, sages did not establish a measure. Rather, these impart their own status to permitted produce of their own kind, if mixed in any volume at all, and they impart their own status to produce that is not of their own kind if they impart flavor to it. And any type of produce which cannot become permitted, such as orla and mixed seeds in a vineyard, sages established a measure of its own kind. And if it is mixed with produce that is not of its own kind, it imparts its own status only if it imparts its flavor to it. They said to him, but is it not the case that the 7th year cannot become permitted? Yet sages did not establish a measure. Said to them, the 7th year does not render forbidden in any quantity, except as regards the obligation to remove. But as regards eating, does not render other produce forbidden unless it imparts flavor. How do our law and our IMI understand? It pertains to mixtures. But as to that which is still growing, a stringent rule applies to that which is still growing. For said Arzira in the name of our Jonathan, an onion which was subject to the restrictions of mixed seeds in a vineyard, which one picked and then replanted, even if it grows to several times its original size, remains forbidden under the restrictions of mixed seeds in a vineyard. For what grows from forbidden produce does not neutralize that same forbidden produce. The Mishnah differs from Arzira's position, for we have learned in the Mishnah, that which grows from heave offering has the status of heave offering. And what grows from that grew from heave offering is unconsecrated. But produce which is liable to tithes, first tithe, after growths of the 7th year, heave offering outside of the land of Israel, mixtures of heave offering and unconsecrated produce and first fruits, that which grows from them is common food. That which grows from which is dedicated or second tithe is unconsecrated. And he redeems them when they are sown. And in this regard it is taught on Tannite authority. In what context? Produce which is subject to the separation of tithes, that which grows from it is permitted, a kind the seed of which disintegrates. But in a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, what grows from which grew from it is forbidden. How does Arzira deal with the Mishnah? He assigns it to the sanctification of the sabbatical year removal, but as for eating, once the new growth of the 8th year is more in volume than that which grew during the sabbatical year, it is permitted. Our Abba went up to Arbil and was received by Abba bar Benjamin. They came and asked him about some onions, and he ruled in accord with Arzira, that once the new growth of the 8th year was more in volume than that which grew during the sabbatical year, it is permitted. He saw that in practical the people relied upon his ruling. He said to them, I spoke only concerning onions that were pounded in the sabbatical year. Said Ar-Utabi, Pazi, I know this story from start to finish. Abba, when he heard that our law and our IMI disagreed with Arzira, he withdrew from Arzira's view. 6:4 When in the year following the sabbatical is one permitted to buy a vegetable? Once that same type has become ripe. Once the ripens early has become ripe, the ripens later is permitted. Rabbi permitted the purchase of vegetables immediately in the year following the sabbatical. They may not export oil burning or produce of the sabbatical year from the land of Israel to outside the land. Said our Simeon, I have heard explicitly that they may export to Syria, but they may not export to outside the land. They may not import produce designated as heave offering from another country to the land of Israel. Said our Simeon, I have heard explicitly that they may import from Syria, but they may not import from outside the land. At first it was forbidden to purchase vegetables immediately after the sabbatical year in the border areas of the land of Israel. They ordained that it should be permitted to purchase vegetables immediately after the sabbatical year in the border areas of the land of Israel. Even so, it was forbidden to import vegetables from abroad into the land. Our rabbis permitted them to import vegetables from abroad into the land. Just as they import vegetables from abroad, so they may import legumes and grain from abroad into the land. Even so, it was forbidden to buy vegetables immediately at the end of the sabbatical year. Rabbi permitted the purchase of vegetables immediately in the year following the sabbatical, except for Purit. What did the people of Sephores do with Purit? They covered it with sackcloth and ashes and brought it before Rabbi. They said to him, "How has this sinned more than in other vegetables?" He permitted it to them. Ulla bar Ishmael in the name of Hananiah, Rabbi and Aryaseh bar Judah went down to Acre and were received by Armana. They said to him, "Rabbi, cook us a vegetable stew." He made a meat stew instead. The next day again they said to him, "Rabbi, cook us a vegetable stew." He made a chicken stew instead. Said Rabbi, "It is obvious that this one has studied at the door of Samuel." Said to him Aryaseh bar Judah, "This one has not even studied at the door of Samuel. And why has he done things in this way? He is a disciple of Judah." For Judah said, "It is forbidden to purchase vegetables immediately after the sabbatical year in the border areas of the land of Israel." When Mana came to him, he related this incident, and Judah said, "You should have done what they wanted." There we learned in the Mishnah, he who takes a vow not to have vegetables is permitted to have wild vegetables, since they have a special name. In this regard it was taught as a Tanite rule, he who in the other years of the sabbatical cycle takes a vow against eating vegetables is forbidden to eat garden vegetables but permitted to eat wild vegetables. If it is in the 7th year, he is forbidden to eat wild vegetables but permitted to eat garden vegetables. Archarispa in the name of Hananiah. Gamaliel stated the reason for this rule. It applied before Rabbi permitted importing vegetables from abroad into the land. But once Rabbi permitted importing vegetables from abroad into the land, the same rule applied in the 7th year as applied in the other years of the sabbatical cycle. Said Aryaseh, "Hananiah, endives are reckoned to the uncleanness pertaining to food in the 7th year. That which you have stated applies before Rabbi permitted importing vegetables from abroad into the land, but once Rabbi permitted importing vegetables from abroad into the land, the same rule applied in the 7th year as applied in the other years of the sabbatical cycle. They may not export oil burning or produce of the sabbatical year from the land of Israel to outside the land." Said Simeon, "I have heard explicitly that they may export to Syria, but they may not export to outside the land." There were those who wanted to claim that there was no dispute. A Tanite statement turned up, which said, Judah said, it was taught on Tanite authority, produce of the 7th year which was exported to another country. Said Jacob bar Aha, I made a decision leniently in accord with the position of the initial Tanite authority. Said Hila, that is on condition that the produce may be removed in the locale to which it was exported so long as one does not move tea from place to place. They may not import produce designated as heave offering from another country to the land of Israel. Said Simeon, I have heard explicitly that they may import from Syria, but they may not import from outside the land. We have learned in the Mishnah, Ariston brought his first fruits from Apamea and accepted from him, because they said, one who acquires in Syria is like one who acquires in the outskirts of Jerusalem. Why can't he bring heave offering just as well? Said Hoshea, delivery of the first fruits is the responsibility of the farmers who own the first fruit. Deliver of heave offering to the priests is not the responsibility of the owners. If you say that heave offering may be separated in Syria, the priests would have to go there to get it. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 7. 7:1 They stated an important general rule concerning the sabbatical year, all that is, 1. Fit for human consumption, animal consumption, or is a species dying, 2. And that does not continue to grow in the ground is subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. Is subject to removal and the money is subject to removal. Now what is the leaf of wild arum, the leaf of miltwaste, chicory, leeks, purslane, and ornithogalum? And fit for animal consumption? thorns and thistles, and a species dying? After growths of woad and seed of safflower. They are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. They are subject to removal, and the money is subject to removal. And they stated yet another general rule: all that is 1, fit for human consumption, animal consumption, or is a species dying, 2, but that continues to grow in the ground is subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. Is exempt from removal, and the money is exempt from removal. What are? The root of wild arum, the root of milt waste, heart-stung, bulb of ornithogalum, and hazelwort. And among dying matter, rubia tinctorum and round-leaved cyclamen. They are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. They are exempt from removal, and the money is exempt from removal. Our Meir says, the money must be removed before the new year. They said to him, are not subject to removal by an argument a minori ad magis the money. The husk and blossom of pomegranates, walnut shells, and pits of fruit are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. The dyer may die only for himself, but may not die for a fee. For they may not do business with, 1. Produce of the sabbatical year, 2. Firstlings, 3. Heave offering for, carrion, 5. Tirfa meat, abominations, or 7. Creeping things. And during the sabbatical year one may not gather vegetables the field and sell them in the market. But one gathers, his son may sell for him. If one buys for his own use, and left he is permitted to sell. If one bought a firstling for his son's wedding feast or for a festival and did not need it he is permitted to sell. Hunters of wild animals, fowl, or fish who accidentally caught unclean animals are permitted to sell. Our Judah says, even one who accidentally encountered may buy and sell, so long as he does not make his livelihood in this way. But sages prohibit. Dyes for human use. What is the law as to whether they are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year? Let us infer the answer from the following: the Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, anything for which you have need, vegetation used to make an emollient used only by those who are ill. Plants used to make enanth, used only by those with weak taste buds. Our Jonah asked, why have you excluded from the sabbatical rules vegetation used to make an emollient? And has it not been taught on Tanite authority, din, ba, and seed of woad, but are sown in the year following the sabbatical, because it is their purpose? How do the excluded items differ from plants used as an emollient so that the former are subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year? For to be subject to the sabbatical restrictions plants must be used equally by all of you. Our Yaseh in the name of our law derived the matter from the following: all its yield shall be for food. All means, even what is used to kindle a lamp or for dyeing matter is subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. Don't you end up wasting what could go for animal feed? Work it out by applying the rule to plants that do not serve as animal fodder but that serve for dyes used by people. Said Armana, work it out by referring to animal fodder used for people's needs. But there is no evidence that leads to such an inference. Now what is? The leaf of wild arum, the leaf of milt waste, chicory, leeks, purslane, and ornithogalum. And fit for animal consumption? Thorns and thistles. And a species dying? After growths of woad and seed of safflower. They are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. They are subject to removal, and the money is subject to removal. Dyes for animal use. What is the law as to whether they are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year? Let us infer the answer from the following: the root of a rose bush, the root of a thorn bush, and the root of sumac are not subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. As to plants used for types of soaps, what is the law as to whether they are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year? Let us infer the answer from the following: Chrysophora tincturia, bulb of ornithogalum yarkana, lixivium, and ahil are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. And they are subject to removal, and the money is subject to removal as to plants used for spices. What is the law as to whether they are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year? Let us infer the answer from the following: white blossom and sweet bay are not subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. Associates say, this belongs to our Simeon. Our Simeon says, balsam is exempt from the laws of the sabbatical year, because it is not produce. Our Samuel, in the name of our Abahu, it represents the view of all parties, when the flowers and leaves drop off. Types of oil made from wild plants used for kindling lamps. What is the rule? For instance, oil made from bitter cucumber. Concerning the rose, 3 things were taught as a Tanite statement: its petals are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year, and money received for them is subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. It is subject to removal, and money received for it is subject to removal. Its fruit is subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year, and money received for it is subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. It is not subject to removal, and money received for it is not subject to removal. Its root is not subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year, and money received for them is subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. It is not subject to removal, and money received for it is not subject to removal. Our Jeremiah asked in the presence of our Abahu, what is the law as to preserving a rose in oil so as to extract the scent? He said to him, does it serve any other purpose? Our Haya taught a Tanite statement: the primary use of a rose is food for people. Instructed our Mana, creating orostin is permitted, odorostin is permitted, Ketraton is permitted, Myrcentin is permitted, Darmanon is permitted, Idromarin is forbidden, Diomarin is forbidden. And fit for animal consumption? Thorns and thistles. The people of Sephoris asked Rimi, using scolimus thistles to moisten grain. He said to them, come and state in the name of our Hanana, even the leaves of globe artichoke may be used to moisten grain. Our Josiah stated this rule, and you may rely on it. Said our Josiah, you have food exclusively assigned to animals except for grass alone, and during the sabbatical year even as to grass, if they gathered it to moisten grain, it is permitted to use it to moisten grain. And it is taught as a Tanite rule: grass and all other vegetables that were gathered to use in moistening grain, it is permitted to moisten grain with them. If they were intended as food for people, it is forbidden to moisten grain with them. Bar Kaparid taught on Tanite authority: even if they were planned for food for people, it is permitted to moisten grain with them but forbidden to soak them. Why? Because they are subject to the sanctification of the sabbatical year. But isn't food for animals? Yet you say, and any that is not used exclusively as food for human beings they may make of an emollient for human beings. Said our Yase, from that passage we learn only that in the sabbatical year they may make produce that is not used exclusively as food for people into an emollient for people. And we learn that it is permitted to press such things to make them medicines for human beings. There we learned in the Mishnah, the sprouts of the service tree and of candy tuft and leaves of arum do not receive uncleanness as food until they are sweetened. Why do these foods not receive uncleanness as food until they are sweetened? Because they are bitter. But are lupins not bitter? Lupins are different, since to begin with they are intended as food for man. We need only to teach us that sanctification under the laws of the sabbatical year applies to the wild plants only once they are sweetened. Did our Yase B. our Hanana say, during the sabbatical year wild endives impart uncleanness as food even if they are not subject to someone's intention to eat them? But the reason for the rule for endive is stated. This rule that you have stated on endives applied before Rabbi ordained that it is permitted during the sabbatical year to import vegetables from outside of the land to the land of Israel. But once Rabbi ordained that it is permitted during the sabbatical year to import vegetables from outside of the land to the land of Israel, the same rule applies during the sabbatical year and the other years of the sabbatical cycle. Therefore wild endives and other wild produce is not regarded as a food subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year until a particular person expresses his intention to eat them. But is there a type of produce that to begin with is not sanctified under the laws of the sabbatical year and that later on is sanctified under the laws of the sabbatical year? They replied, but savory, marjoram and thyme that one has picked to use for kindling the sanctity of the sabbatical year does not apply to them. That is not used exclusively as food for human beings or for cattle. Intended it as food for human beings and as food for cattle, they impose upon it the stringencies for human beings, and the stringencies for cattle. Intended it for wood, lo, it like wood, for example, savory marjoram and thyme. If the farmer changed his mind and decided to use them as food, the sanctity of the sabbatical year does apply to them. Said our Hananiah, that is because if one picks savory marjoram and thyme to begin with to use as food, the sanctity of produce of the sabbatical year applies to them immediately. Plants such as wild arum that are by nature not food, cannot initially be exempt from and later become subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year. If they are subject to the sabbatical restrictions at all, they must be deemed subject from the outset. Savory marjoram and thyme are given in their Aramaic equivalents. And they stated yet another general rule: all is fit for human consumption, animal consumption, or is a species dying, but which continues to grow in the ground is subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. Is exempt from removal and the money is exempt from removal. What are the root of wild arum, the root of miltwaste, heartstungwe, bulb of ornithogalum, and hazelwort? And among dying matter, rubia tinctorum and round-leaved cyclamen. They are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. They are exempt from removal, and the money is exempt from removal. Our Medir says, the money must be removed before the new year. They said to him, are not subject to removal by an argument a minori ad majus the money. The husk and blossom of pomegranates, walnut shells, and pits of fruit are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. What are orchid bulbs? They are bulbs of orchid. Our Medir says, the money must be removed before the new year. They said to him, are not subject to removal by an argument a minori ad majus the money. Said to them our Medir, I adopt a more stringent position with regard to the money than to the produce itself. Oil the sabbatical year they light with it. Sold and purchased different they do not light with it. Rimi in the name of our Yohanan, if in the sabbatical year two people traded oil fit for burning in lamps, both of them are forbidden to kindle the oil they received. Sold and purchased different they do not light with it. What does one do? Our Hezekiah in the name of our Jeremiah, they both exchange the oil for unconsecrated produce. If they traded wine of the sabbatical year for oil of the sabbatical year, just as wine of the sabbatical year they do not anoint with it, so oil traded for the wine, they do not kindle a lamp with it. If during the sabbatical year one traded leaves subject to removal for sprouts of trees, if during the sabbatical year one traded food for people for food for animals, just as it is said as to food for people, they do not make it into an emollient, so food for animals traded for food for people they do not make into an emollient. Thus we are taught on Tanite authority, they sell food for human beings and animal feed to buy food for human beings. But, they may not sell animal feed to buy other animal feed. And it goes without saying that food for human beings to buy animal feed. And as for scraps of vegetables, our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yasedek, for wine there is no removal until Passover, for oil wine there is no removal until Pentecost, for dried figs wine there is no removal until Purim of the 8th year. RBB in the name of our Hananiah, and for dates wine there is no removal until Hanukkah of the 8th year. The husk and blossom of pomegranates, walnut shells, and pits of fruit are subject to the sabbatical year. Our Ilah in the name of our Simeon bar Vava, our Yane passed by. This one said, let's ask him. They came and asked him. Said to them, anything that after ripening falls from the tree is subject to removal, and anything that after ripening does not fall from the tree is not subject to removal. But what about types, some of the produce of which falls from the tree and some of which does not? He didn't teach the answer to this question. The dyer may die only for himself, but may not die for a fee. For they may not do business with 1. Produce of the sabbatical year, 2. Firstlings, 3. Heave offering, 4. Carrion, 5. tirfa meat, abominations, or 7, creeping things. And during the sabbatical year one may not gather vegetables the field and sell them in the market. But one gathers, his son may sell for him. If one buys for his own use, and left he is permitted to sell. The dyer may die only for himself, but may not die for a fee. What is the rule on whether one may die in return for a favor? The answer is on the basis of that which is taught as a Tanite rule. As for dyers chrysophora and dyers spurge, a trader in the sabbatical year may buy them only for his own use. That is to say, that it is forbidden to die in return for a favor. They may not do business with carrion, it is written, they are unclean to you. Why does Scripture further state, they are unclean and shall be unclean to you? The same prohibition applies to eating and enjoying any other benefit. Anything the prohibition of the use of which derives from the Torah, it is forbidden to do business with it. Anything the prohibition of the use of which derives from the words of sages, it is permitted to do business with it. There is the case of the ass. It was raised to do labor. There is the case of the camel. It was raised to do labor. Ar-Hashaya did business buying and selling brine. Ar-Huna did business buying and selling asafoetida. And during the sabbatical year one may not gather vegetables the field and sell them in the market. But one gathers, his son may sell for him. 5 people who were picking vegetables one may not sell on behalf of all of them. Rather he sells that which he picked and that which the others picked. 5 brothers who were picking vegetables one may sell on behalf of all of them, said Ar-Yasebi Ar-Abun, provided that they do not designate him as a permanent distributor. It is so that he may not sell in the same place all day. There are those who want to say, it is so that he may not sell all day. It is taught on Tanite authority, an innkeeper who was cooking produce of the 7th year may not calculate in the price of the produce. But he may calculate the value of the wine and the oil and the value of his time. Our law would instruct those who used oil of the sabbatical year to wet down heat from before the sabbatical year, do not reckon the price based upon the value of the oil, but on the value of the wheat alone. If one bought a firstling for his son's wedding feast or for a festival and did not need it, he is permitted to sell. Hunters of wild animals, fowl, or fish who accidentally caught unclean animals are permitted to sell. Our Judah says, even one who accidentally encountered may buy and sell, so long as he does not make his livelihood in this way. But sages prohibit. Accidentally encountered may buy and sell, so long as he does not make his livelihood in this way. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who plays dice, he who loans money on interest, those who race pigeons, and those who do business in the produce of the 7th year. Said Ar Simeon, in the beginning they called them, those who gather 7th year produce. When oppressors became many, they reverted to calling them, those who do business in the produce of the 7th year. Said Ar Judah, under what circumstances? When? What would be a practical case? Those who do business in the produce of the 7th year, this is one who sits idle during the other 6 years of the septennate. Once the 7th year comes, he stretches out his hands and legs and does business in produce of transgression. If during the sabbatical year he has a different profession, he is fit to serve as a witness. But if not, he is unfit. But if he sat and performed his profession during all of the years of the sabbatical cycle, and once the sabbatical year comes, he extends himself and does business with produce of transgression, even though during the sabbatical year he had no other profession, he is permitted to serve as witness of judge. Ar Abba bar Zebedee, Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Eliezer, the law accords with Ar Judah in the Mishnah. They praised Ar Abba bar Zebedee for stating a tradition in the name of, who was younger than he. Accidentally encountered may buy and sell. It is taught on Tanite authority that Ar Judah takes a strict position. What would be a practical case? This is one who sits idle during the other 6 years of the septennate. Once the 7th year comes, he stretches out his hands and legs and does business in produce of transgression. If during the sabbatical year he has a different profession, he is fit to serve as a witness. But if not, he is unfit. But if he sat and performed his profession during all of the years of the sabbatical cycle, and once the sabbatical year comes, he extends himself and does business with produce of transgression, even though during the sabbatical year he had no other profession, he is permitted to serve as witness of judge. Isn't it in this case that our Abba bar Zebedee, our Abahu in the name of our Eliezer, the law accords with our Judah in the Mishnah? They praised our Abba bar Zebedee for stating a tradition in the name of, who was younger than he. There they say, a field that was cleared of thorns may be sown during the year following the sabbatical refers to pulling up the thorns. But the rabbis here say, the thorns were removed by plowing. In the view of rabbis from here, what is a field that was improved during the sabbatical year that may not be planted in the year following? It is a situation in which everybody plows their fields once during the sabbatical year, but he plows twice. But here is that really the rule? Said Ar Yaseh B. Arabun, there the government does not impose heavy taxes. But here the government does impose heavy taxes. 7:2 Young sprouts of the service tree and of the carob tree are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. They are subject to removal and the money is subject to removal. Young sprouts of the terebinth, the pistachio tree, and the whitethorn are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. Are exempt from removal, and the money is exempt from removal. But the leaves are subject to removal, because they fall off of the stem. Rose, henna, balsam, and lotus are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. Our Simeon says, balsam is exempt from the laws of the sabbatical year, because it is not produce a fresh rose which one preserved in old oil, one takes the rose. But an old in new is subject to removal. Fresh carobs which one preserved in old wine, or old in new is subject to removal. This is the general rule, any that imparts its flavor one must remove. Of two separate species. Of the same species even a minuscule amount. Even a minuscule amount of the sabbatical year renders subject of the same species. But not of the same species, imparts its flavor. At the beginning of the pericope it is stated that after the time of removal one may not eat leaves of certain plants such as wild arum, despite the fact that the root of these same plants is not subject to removal at all. But here you say that after the time of removal one may eat the sprouts of certain plants because the root of these plants is not subject to removal. Said Arphinius, there they will not ultimately harden. But here will ultimately harden. Once they have hardened, they enter the status of the stem. It was taught as a Tanite statement, and all that began growing during the 6th year and continued growing during the 7th year 6th year, or that began growing during the 7th year and continued growing during the year following the 7th year, are deemed as trees, except for garden cress, which is deemed a vegetable. Our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, it should not state here, and all that began growing during the 6th year and continued growing during the 7th year 6th year, but rather, these things are treated as produce of the sabbatical year. But it is taught on Tanite authority, savory, sweet marjoram, and thyme when they develop berries when they blossom, and all the sprouts when they develop berries. It was the 2nd and the 3rd began lo, they belong to the 3rd. It was the eve of the 7th and the 7th began, they are still treated as produce of the 6th year, and poor man's tithe must be separated. Why here you count backward while here you count forward? Said Ar Yaseh, as to the 3rd and 6th years, even though second tithe is not separated during those years, other tithes are separated. But as to the sabbatical year no tithes are separated in that year at all. Did not Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yohanan, it should not say here, and all the sprouts that began growing during the 6th year and continued growing during the sabbatical year are treated as produce of the 6th year. Rather it should say that like vegetables they are treated as produce of the sabbatical year. There since they are the property of the landowner. But here since are the property of the poor. It is better to treat the sprouts as produce of the sabbatical year, so as to rely on one thing that is certain, while as to savory, sweet marjoram, and thyme, it is not advisable to treat them as produce of the 7th year, which would raise two matters of doubt. Leaves subject to removal that one pickled with leaves exempt from removal. There are Tanite authorities who repeat, both are made subject to removal. And there are Tanite authorities who repeat, neither is subject to removal. And there are Tanite authorities who repeat, the leaves are subject to removal, and the sprouts are exempt from removal. The Tanite authorities who repeat, neither is subject to removal is R. Joshua. The Tanite authorities who repeat, both are made subject to removal is R. Eliezer. Their Tanite authorities who repeat, the leaves are subject to removal, and the sprouts are exempt from removal is Rabban Gamaliel. Rose, henna, balsam, and lotus are subject to the sabbatical year, and the money is subject to the sabbatical year. R. Simeon says, balsam is exempt from the laws of the sabbatical year, because it is not produce. R. Pedad, R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Simeon concurs with R. Joshua. For there we have learned in the Mishnah, R. Eliezer says, he who curdles milk with the sap of orla it is forbidden. Said R. Joshua, I have heard explicitly that he who curdles milk with the sap of the leaves with the sap of the roots it is permitted, but he who curdles milk with the sap of unripe figs it is forbidden because they are fruit. Said R. Zira to R. Pedad, just as it is said there that the law follows the ruling of R. Joshua, so here you must say that the law follows the ruling of R. Simeon. Said R. Jonah, are the cases of balsam and sap from trees really similar? On the contrary, balsam loses its value when its sap is removed. As to animal fodder, the sanctification of the Sabbath year applies to it, but sanctification as produce in the first 3 years of its planting does not apply to it. Said R. Abban, you have different grounds. R. Joshua stated what he heard. What are? If you say that the sap is part of the fruit, then the sap of unripe figs is also part of the fruit. If you say the sap is part of the fruit, then it should be classified in the same manner in regard to heave offering, and if you say that unripe figs are fruit then they should be treated in the same way with respect to heave offering. Why? Because the enjoyment of what is subject to heave offering is permitted, while the enjoyment of what is forbidden under the law of orla is everywhere forbidden. A fresh rose which one preserved in old oil, one takes the rose. But an old in new is subject to removal. Fresh carobs which one preserved in old wine, or old in new is subject to removal. This is the general rule, any which imparts its flavor one must remove. Of two separate species. Of the same species even a minuscule amount. Even a minuscule amount of the sabbatical year renders subject of the same species. But not of the same species, imparts its flavor. Here you say, a fresh rose which one preserved in old oil, one takes the rose. Fresh carobs which one preserved in old wine, or old in new is subject to removal. R. Abahu in the name of R. Yohanan, there are two Tanite authorities. Said R. Zira, I can explain this rule for a rose for you with two explanations. As regards a fresh rose which one preserved in old oil and old in new, this refers to a rose of the sabbatical year that one preserved in oil of the 8th year. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 8. 8:1 An important general rule they stated concerning the sabbatical year, all is used exclusively as food for human beings, they may not make of an emollient for human beings, and, it goes without saying, for cattle. And any that is not used exclusively as food for human beings they may make of an emollient for human beings, but not for cattle. And any that is not used exclusively as food for human beings or for cattle intended it as food for human beings and as food for cattle, they impose upon it the stringencies for human beings, and the stringencies for cattle. Intended it for wood, lo, it like wood, for example, savory, marjoram and thyme. An important general rule they stated concerning the sabbatical year. R. Abun Bar Haya asked before R. Zira, food for people and food for animals are mentioned in scripture. How come you say, during the sabbatical year food for people may not be made into an emollient but food for animals may be made into an emollient? He said to him, the Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you. That serves as an exclusionary clause. The exclusionary clause applied to human beings indicates that it may not be made into an emollient. But there is an exclusionary clause, and for all the beasts that are in our land all its yield shall be for food. Shouldn't that serve as an exclusion applying to food for animals, indicating that food for animals may not be made into an emollient? Said R. Abun Bar Haya, Any scriptural interpretation that you formulate that negates a prior interpretation, the second interpretation is not valid. Our Yase did not say this, but rather the Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, that is an exclusionary clause. For yourself and for our male and female slaves, that is an exclusionary clause, and where there is an exclusionary clause following a prior exclusionary clause, thus encompassing food for animals, and indicating that they do make them into an emollient. But perhaps the two exclusionary phrases are meant to encompass food for humans? Said Arabun Barhaya, any scriptural interpretation that you formulate that negates a prior interpretation, the second interpretation is not valid. Said Armatena, when you imposed limitations on uses of food, you imposed limitations on uses of food for people. When you expanded the permitted uses of food, you expanded the use of food for animals. As to the use of food for animals, what is the law of food for human beings, which they do not make into an emollient for human beings, the make into dyes for human beings, then food for animals, from which they may make an emollient for human beings, surely should be made into dyes for human beings. Types of emollients. What is the law on permitting it to make of them dyes for human beings? If food for human beings, which they do not make into an emollient for human beings, they make into dyes for human beings, then food for animals, from which they may make an emollient for human beings, surely should be made into dyes for human beings. Rephrasing the question, food for humans, what is the law as to making from it dyes for animals? Just as in the case of food for humans, they do not make of it an emollient for human beings but they make of it dyes for human beings, along these same lines food for animals, even though they do not make of it an emollient for animals, they do make of it dyes for animals. Said Aryase, why make food for humans into dyes for humans? Because dyes for human beings are sanctified under the restrictions of the sabbatical year. But how can we make food for humans into dyes for animals, since dyes for animals are not sanctified under the restrictions of the sabbatical year? And any that is not used exclusively as food for human beings or for cattle intended it as food for human beings and as food for cattle, they impose upon it the stringencies for human beings, and the stringencies for cattle. It is sensible that such produce is subject to the stringencies applicable to food for humans. But what can be meant by the stringencies for cattle? It is forbidden to boil it. Intended it for wood, lo, it like wood, it was taught as a Tanite rule, the seller sells produce as food and the buyer buys it for wood. The buyer's doesn't depend on him. The seller sells the produce as food, and the buyer buys it as food but then reconsidered and decided to use it as wood. The buyer's doesn't depend on him. The seller sells the produce as wood, and the buyer buys it as food but then changed his mind and decided to use it as wood. What is the law? How shall we interpret the case? If the buyer gave the seller the money and then took possession of the produce, at the point of sale the produce was subject to the intention of the seller, who picked the produce for wood. But if the buyer took possession of the produce and only afterward paid for it, when the purchaser paid for the produce, it was subject to his intention to use it as food. Rather, it is a case in which the buyer gave the seller the money and only then took possession of the produce. But the law here is subject to the dispute of Ar Yohanan and Ar Simeon b. Lakish. In the view of Ar Yohanan, for Ar Yohanan said, according to the Torah, when money is transferred has no effect. So the buyer paid for food and that is decisive. In the view of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, according to the Torah when the money is transferred has an effect. The buyer paid him for wood, and that is decisive. If the seller sells the produce but the buyer buys it as food, and each stands firm, the case may be resolved as follows: if the seller laid claim against the purchaser, let the claim of the purchaser be done. If the purchaser laid claim against the seller, let the claim of the seller be done. And that is how matters should be settled here. 8:2 Sabbatical year is permitted for eating, drinking, and anointing. To eat that which customarily is eaten, to drink that which customarily is drunk, and to anoint that which customarily is for anointing. One may not anoint with wine or vinegar, but one may anoint with oil. And the same with respect to heave offering and second tithe. The sabbatical year is more lenient than them, for is permitted for kindling a lamp. To eat that which customarily is eaten. How so? They do not obligate him to eat the peel of a vegetable, bread which has become moldy, nor a dish the appearance of which has changed. And so he who wanted to eat raw spinach beets or to chew on uncooked wheat, they do not pay attention to him to drink that which customarily is drunk. How so? They do not obligate him to drink a sauce of oil and garum or of vinegar and garum, or to drink wine along with its lees. Who has a toothache may not rinse them in vinegar and spit it out. But he may rinse and swallow. He may dunk and need not scruple. Who has a sore throat may not lubricate it with oil. But he may add much to a sauce of oil and garum and swallow. One may not anoint with wine or vinegar, but one may anoint with oil. Who had a headache or any on whose head there appeared scabs may anoint with oil, but may not anoint with wine or vinegar. For oil, its normal use is for anointing. But wine and vinegar, their normal use is not for anointing. They may not spice oil of the 7th year. But they may purchase in any place spiced oil for anointing. RME considered ruling, even from one who is suspect. Said to him Aryase, they stated the rule only for a case in which the buyer does not know whether or not the seller is suspect. But if it is certain that he is suspect, it is forbidden to purchase spiced oil from him. What is the law about spicing wine of the sabbatical year? Let us derive the answer from the following: the sabbatical year is more lenient than them, for is permitted for kindling a lamp. That is to say, spicing wine of the sabbatical year is permitted. But has it not been taught on Tanite authority, it is forbidden to do so? Said R. Eliezer, that it is permitted is the view of R. Judah, for R. Judah permits spicing the wine, since that improves the wine. The sabbatical year is more lenient than them, for is permitted for kindling a lamp. Isn't heave offering permitted for kindling a lamp? Oil in the status of heave offering that is unclean is permitted for kindling a lamp. But oil of the sabbatical year, even if it is clean, is permitted for kindling a lamp. Our Hezekiah went into a bath house. He gave a jar of oil of the sabbatical year to Zusima the attendant. He said to him, "Bring this up to the steam room for me." He said to him, "Isn't it forbidden to anoint with oil of the sabbatical year?" Hezekiah came and asked our Jeremiah. He said to him, "Go and tell him you have taught me something new." And so it has been taught as a Tanite rule, they do not anoint with oil of the sabbatical year in the bathhouse, but one anoints himself outside and enters. And they may not use in synagogues or study houses oil in the status of heave offering that is fit for burning, because it is a disrespectful way to treat holy things. 8:3 They do not sell produce of the sabbatical year by volume, weight, or quantity. And not figs by quantity, and not vegetables by weight. The house of Shammai say, also, not in bunches. But the house of Hillel say, that which one is accustomed to bind in the home they bind it in the market, for example, leeks and ornithogalum. They do not sell produce of the sabbatical year by volume, weight, or quantity. Why? So that it will be sold cheaply. Couldn't the seller not measure the produce out by the litra and still sell it cheaply? If you say so, he will end up not treating the produce of the sabbatical year as sanctified. Produce of the 7th year which comes from abroad into the land, they may not sell it by volume or by weight or by number. Rather, it is like the produce of the land. But if it can be recognized as coming from abroad, it is permitted. Said Aryase B. Arabun, for instance Rodkia, which they go and sell between Susita and Tiberias. Our Hezekiah in the name of our Abba Bar Mammal, someone who measures produce in a particular vessel and its capacity is known to him as a result of 2 or 3 uses, it is forbidden to measure out produce in it during the sabbatical year. Said our Hashiah, it is forbidden for the seller to say to his assistant, "Use your finger to measure a basket or to count produce." But the house of Hillel say, that which one is accustomed to bind in the home they bind it in the market, for example, leeks and ornithogalum. A priest who is a butcher, who got a firstling, what is the law, may he slaughter it at home and sell it in the market? Our Jeremiah considered ruling that it is permitted on the basis of the following: that which one is accustomed to bind in the home they bind it in the market. Said our Mana, the very essence of the law is that it is forbidden to sell a firstling by weight, so that the priest will not be as one who does business with the carcass of a firstling. 8:4 One who says to his worker, here is an isar for you and gather vegetables of the sabbatical year for me today, his wage is permitted. In return for this gather vegetables for me today, his wage is forbidden. One who took a loaf of bread a dupondion from the baker, when I gather vegetables from the field I will bring you some, is permitted. He simply bought, he may not pay with money of the sabbatical year. For they do not discharge a debt with money of the sabbatical year. What is the difference between gather vegetables of the sabbatical year for me today and in return for this gather vegetables for me today? Ar Abin in the name of Ar Yasebi. Hanana, it is one of the arbitrary laws. There we learned in the Mishnah, a man may not say to his friend, take this produce up to Jerusalem to divide. But he says, take this up so that we may eat of it and drink of it in Jerusalem. What is the difference between take this produce up to Jerusalem to divide and take this up so that we may eat of it and drink of it in Jerusalem? Ar Zira in the name of Ar Jonathan, it is one of the arbitrary laws. There we learned in the Mishnah, a man borrows for jugs of wine or oil from his fellow, provided that he does not say to him, lend to me. What is the difference between lend to me and let me borrow them? Ar Zira in the name of Ar Jonathan, it is one of the arbitrary laws. As to bread baked by Gentiles, Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar Jonathan, it is one of the arbitrary laws. Said Ar Yase, I raised the question before Ar Jacob bar Aha, what is the meaning of it is one of the arbitrary laws? Should I say that the point is, in a place where bread of Israelites is available, it is logical that bread of Gentiles should be forbidden, but it is one of the arbitrary laws? Or in a place in which bread of Israelites is not available, it is logical that bread of Gentiles should be permitted, but it is one of the arbitrary laws? Said Armana, is there a case in which an arbitrary law that the rabbis legislated produced a prohibition? Isn't bread in the category of food prepared by Gentiles? Do we state, in a place in which food prepared by Israelites is not available, it is logical that food prepared by Gentiles should be permitted, but the rabbis legislated an arbitrary law to forbid it? Rather, this is the case to which reference is made, in a place in which bread of Gentiles is not available, it is logical that the bread of Gentiles should be forbidden. But the rabbis arbitrarily ruled to permit it, because of the needs of living creatures. Rabbis of Caesarea in the name of Ar Jacob bar Aha are in accord with him who permits so long as the bread is bought from a merchant. But people don't do it that way. One who says to his worker, here is an isar for you and gather vegetables of the sabbatical year for me today, his wage is permitted. Ar Simeon b. Lakish says, this is a case in which the employer shows the worker the stalks he wants him to pick. For it is as if he paid him only for walking. Ar Yohanan said, even if he didn't show the worker, it is as if he showed it to him. The following paragraph of the Tannite tradition conflicts with the position of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, for it has been taught on Tannite authority, he who employs a worker to bring wine or apples to a sick person, if the worker brought them, the employer is liable to pay him, but if the worker did not bring them, the employer is not liable to pay him. But if he said to him, bring wine from such and such a place to the sick man, or bring apples from such and such a place to the sick man, whether or not the worker delivers the wine, the employer is obligated to pay him. The value of walking that the worker did is what he pays him. In what concrete case does Ar Simeon b. Lakish apply this rule? He interprets the law as applying to a case in which the employer showed him where the wine or apples are located. The following paragraph of the Tannite tradition conflicts with the position of Ar Yohanan, for it has been taught on Tannite authority, and likewise, one may not say to a poor person, take this selah and bring me the gleanings today, or bring me the forgotten sheaves today, or bring me the produce left in the corner of the field, today. Rather, he says to him, for the forgotten sheaves which you will collect today, for the produce of the corner of the field which you will collect today. And so you find in the case of the Levite. Now lo, he didn't show him the particular stalks o gleaning or the corner of the field that he wanted to buy. But you have said that even if the employer didn't point out the particular stocks that he wants, it is as thought he pointed it out to him. How does our Yohanan deal with this case? It is a lenient ruling that applies to produce of the sabbatical year, since the restrictions against sale are of rabbinic origin. One who took a loaf of bread a du pondion from the baker, when I gather vegetables from the field I will bring you some, is permitted. It was taught as a Tanite rule, our Judah and our Nehemiah forbid. How do we interpret the rule in terms of a specific case? It is a case in which he said to the baker, "Give me the loaf of bread," and it is clear to me that I'll give you vegetables of the sabbatical year that I am going to pick. Our Judah and our Nehemiah forbid. For produce of the sabbatical year is not readily available. And sages permit, because produce of the sabbatical year is readily available. 8:5 They do not give to a well digger, a bathhouse attendant, a barber or a sailor. But one does give to a well digger to drink. And to any of those one gives as a gift. Our Yase taught a Tanite rule, also one may not give to a water supplier produce of the sabbatical year or money received from selling it. The theories attributed to our Yase conflict. There he said, produce of the sabbatical year they may purchase with it water or salt, and here he has said this. Said our Yase, concerning what do Yase and sages differ? Concerning water used for purposes other than drinking, but as to drinking water, even our Yase agrees that it may be paid for with such produce. Who is the Tanite authority who holds, but one does give to a well digger to drink? It is our Yase. Said our Yase, all parties concur. Here sages prohibit purchase of water with produce of the sabbatical year because it is water intended for the use of animals. It was taught on Tanite authority, a spring belonging to the townsfolk, they and others, they come before others. Others and their cattle, the others take some first, before their cattle. Our Yase says, their cattle come before others, their cattle and the cattle of others, their cattle come before the cattle of others. Others and their own laundry, the others come before the doing of their laundry. Our Yase says, the doing of their laundry comes before the lives of the others. Said our Yohanan, which Tanite authority taught that doing laundry is a matter of life. It is our Yase, for it has been taught on Tanite authority, produce of the sabbatical year they may not use it for an infusion or for laundering. Our Yase permits using it for doing laundry. The opinions attributed to our Yase conflict. There he says, and these are the vows which he annuls, matters of inflicting self-punishment if I shall wash, or if I shall not wash. Said our Yase, these are not vows which inflict self-punishment. And here he has said this. Said our Mana, a person can postpone washing himself but cannot postpone washing his clothes. Judah of Hosea stayed hidden in a cave for 3 days. He wanted to focus on the logic for the principle, how do we know that the life of the people of the city takes precedence over the life of the people of a different city? He came before our Yase bar Halipta. He said to him, where have you been? He said to him, I stayed hidden in a cave for 3 days. I wanted to focus on the logic for the principle, how do we know that the life of the people of the city takes precedence over the life of the people of a different city, called Arvardimas his son? He said to him, reply to the query concerning the logic for the principle, how do we know that the life of the people of the city takes precedence over the life of the people of a different city? He said to him, these cities were let each city survive. And only afterward, and their pasture lands surrounding them. Said to Judah of Hosea, what caused you to? That you did not study with your colleagues. 8:6 Figs of the sabbatical year they do not dry them in the drying place, but one does dry them in a deserted place. They do not trample grapes in a vat, but one does trample in a trough. And they do not prepare olives in an olive press or with an olive crusher, but one does crush them and place in a small press. Our Simeon says, he even grinds them in an olive press and places in a small press. It is written, during the sabbatical year what grows of itself in your harvest you shall not reap. Is not permitted. Said our law, since does not deal with harvesting prohibited after growths, apply it to harvesting permitted after growths. Said our Mana, the exegesis is needed to deal with produce that grew on its own. It is so that one does not reason, since this produce grew on its own, it is permitted to harvest and process it just as in other years of the sabbatical cycle, so we need to state explicitly that it is forbidden to treat aftergrowths of the sabbatical year in the way in which one treats produce of other years of the cycle. I2a During the sabbatical year what grows of itself in your harvest you shall not reap, and the grapes of your undressed vine you shall not gather. Undressed refers to vine that have grown away from an individual's vineyard and are in the status of abandoned property. During the sabbatical year grapes that grow on vines that are owned you may not gather, you may gather grapes from vines that are abandoned. So and the grapes of your undressed vine you shall not gather means, you may not gather them in the manner of those who harvest. On this basis they said, figs of the sabbatical year they do not dry them in the drying place, but one does dry them in a deserted place. They do not trample grapes in a vat, but one does trample in a trough. And they do not prepare olives in an olive press or with an olive crusher, but one does crush them and place in a small press. And our rabbis permitted preparing olives with an olive crusher. Our Yohanan instructed the members of the house of our Yanai to grind olives with a millstone in accord with the view of our Simeon, and then to prepare them in an olive crusher in accord with the view of our rabbis. Our Yohanan instructed the members of the house of our Yanai not to accept oil as payment for use of their olive press, but to take the payment in cash. He instructed them in accord with the views of our Judah and our Nehemiah. It was taught as a Tanite rule, ass drivers, camel drivers, and sailors, who performed their trade with produce of the seventh year their wages are produce of the seventh year. Said our Zira, this deals with payment for work done on produce of the sabbatical year that is permitted to be eaten. In line with this interpretation, what is the meaning of their wages are produce of the seventh year? It means they should take their payment from the produce with which they are working, produce of the sabbatical year. But shouldn't this be forbidden in line with what our Yohanan instructed the members of the house of our Yanai not to accept oil as payment for use of their olive press, but to take the payment in cash? But he instructed them in line with the views of our Judah and our Nehemiah. Our Hila said, the Tanite statement refers to one who carries on his shoulder produce that is forbidden for use during the sabbatical year. It is in line with this, what is the meaning of their wages are produce of the seventh year? It is in line with what Arabah said in the name of our Yohanan, as to one hired to work with wine used for a libation, they penalized him by declaring his salary forbidden roasted, seethed, or cooked. And to put in them unconsecrated spices or spices of heave offering, the words of our Simeon, our Meir says, he should not put into them spices of heave offering, so that he not bring heave offering to the state of invalidity. The position of the single-named authority here corresponds to the anonymous view stated there. Does the position of the single-named authority here really correspond to the anonymous view stated there? But the anonymously stated view here corresponds to the view of our Meir there. Our Meir and our Simeon, the decided law follows our Simeon. Said our Yaseh, I asked the members of the household of our Yanai, and they said, it is our custom to cook produce of the sabbatical year in heave offering a little at a time and eating it. What is the upshot? The decided law follows the view of our Meir there, the same position as the anonymous rabbis here. The very last the sabbatical year, and the produce itself forbidden. How so? If with produce of the sabbatical year he purchased meat, both the produce and the meat are subject to removal according to the restrictions of the sabbatical year. If he used the meat to buy fish, the meat is released from the restrictions of the sabbatical year and the fish becomes subject. If he used the fish to buy oil, the fish is released but the oil is subject to the sabbatical restrictions. So we see that the very last the sabbatical year, and the produce itself forbidden. They asked our Yohanan, as to coins of produce subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year, what is the rule on whether or not they may be released from the restrictions of the sabbatical year through a secularizing exchange with other produce or coins? He said to them, so why not? Said our Eliezer, as to coins of produce subject to the restrictions of the sabbatical year, they may not be released from the restrictions of the sabbatical year through a secularizing exchange with other produce or coins. They are released by being sold. A Tannite teaching supports the position of this one, and a Tannite teaching supports the position of that one. A Tannite teaching supports the position of Ar Yohanan, one who has coins received from the sale of produce of the sabbatical year who wishes to deconsecrate them by exchanging them for dough that is not already subject to the sabbatical instructions may deconsecrate them, and a Tannite teaching supports the position of Ar Eliezer, who had a selah of the 7th year and wished to purchase with it a cloak, goes to a storekeeper where he is a regular customer and says to him, "Give me produce for this," and gives him produce. By means of this exchange, the unsanctified produce becomes subject to the restrictions of the 7th year and the money becomes exempt from these restrictions. And then this one says to him, "Lo, this produce is given to you as a gift," and he says to him, "Lo, this selah is given to you as a gift." Ar Yohanan would first drink wine and then pay for it. So far we have dealt with Ar Yohanan, who is reliable Ar Jacob bar Aha in the name of Ar Abinah. One shows the money with one hand and takes the one with the other. Ar Hezekiah would say to the innkeeper, "Put the wine in front of me." Since he said, "Put the wine in front of me," it was as if he did not pay him with coins. 8:8 They do not buy slaves, parcels of real estate, or an unclean animal with money of the sabbatical year. But if one purchased he must eat of equal value. They do not bring burnt offerings of men who have suffered a flux, women who have suffered a flux, or women after childbirth with money of the sabbatical year. But if one brought he must eat of equal value. They do not rub leather garments with oil of the sabbatical year. But if one rubbed he must eat of equal value. A hide that one rubbed with oil of the sabbatical year, Ar Eliezer says, must be burned. But sages say, must eat of equal value. They said before Ar Akabah, Ar Eliezer used to say, a hide that one rubbed with oil of sabbatical year must be burned. He said to them, "Shut up. I will not tell you what Ar Eliezer meant by this." And they also said before, Ar Eliezer used to say, one who eats bread Samaritans is like one who eats pork. He said to them, "Shut up. I will not tell you what Ar Eliezer meant by this." A bath that was heated by straw or stubble of the sabbatical year, one is permitted to bathe in it. But if one is highly regarded, lo, this will not bathe. Of the sabbatical year, said Ar Yaseh, that is to say, it is forbidden to take a wife using coins subject to sabbatical year restrictions for token of betrothal. For what is the difference between one who acquires a wife and one who acquires a slave girl? Oil of the 7th year they may not glaze an oven or stove with it. And they may not soften shoes or sandals with it. A man may not anoint his foot with oil while is in a shoe or sandal. But he may anoint his foot and put on a shoe, or anoint his foot and put on a sandal. A man may anoint himself with oil of the 7th year and roll around on a new leather spread and need not scruple. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel permits. A hide that one rubbed with oil of the sabbatical year, Ar Eliezer says, must be burned. They said before Ar Akabah, Ar Eliezer used to say, a hide that one rubbed with oil of sabbatical year must be burned. He said to them, "Shut up. I will not tell you what Ar Eliezer meant by this." What did Ar Eliezer say? Said Ar Yaseh, may the bones of that man burn who misused oil of the sabbatical year. Ar Hezekiah in the name of Ar Aha said, it is permitted to soften leather with oil of the sabbatical year. And they also said before, Ar Eliezer used to say, one who eats bread Samaritans is like one who eats pork. He said to them, "Shut up. I will not tell you what Ar Eliezer meant by this." Said Ar Yaseh, that is to say, it is forbidden to marry the daughter of an Amhaeres. Ar Hezekiah in the name of Ar Aha said, it is permitted for Israelites to purchase leavened foods of Samaritans immediately after the conclusion of Passover. A bath that was heated by straw or stubble of the sabbatical year, one is permitted to bathe in it. But if one is highly regarded, lo, this will not bathe. That which you say applies to public baths, but in the case of private baths, it is forbidden. But if one is highly regarded, lo, this will not bathe. Even if he simply appeared important, lo, this person will not bathe in such a bath. As in the following case, R. Joshua b. Levi went from Lod to Bet Gubrin to bathe. R. Simeon b. Lachish was in Bozrach. He saw Gentiles pouring wine and oil in honor of a statue of Aphrodite. He said to the Israelites bathing there, "Isn't it forbidden?" He came and asked R. Yohanan. R. Yohanan said to him in the name of R. Simeon b. Yasedek, nothing done by The public renders it forbidden. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 9. 9:11, Rue, 2, goosefoot, 3, purslane, 4, hill coriander, 5, water parsley and 6, meadow erica are exempt from tithes and may be bought during the sabbatical year from anyone because produce of their type is not cultivated. R. Judah says, aftergrowths of mustard are permitted because transgressors are not suspect concerning them. R. Simeon says, all aftergrowths are permitted except aftergrowths of cabbage, because produce of this type does not among wild vegetables. But sages say, all aftergrowths are forbidden. Rue, goosefoot, the meaning of the word sirajin and the identification of the plant purslane and the question of who is worthy of greater honor, the person of wisdom or the person of age. The associates raised these questions. They said, let us go and inquire of the members of the house of Rabbi. They went, and a handmaid of the house of Rabbi came out and said to them, enter according to age. They said to one another, after you. They began to enter very slowly. She said to them, why are you entering sirajin? One of the rabbis was carrying some parpina in his cloak and it fell out. She said to him, Rabbi, Rabbi, your purslane has fallen over. What is parsley? Said R. Yase bar Hanana, rock parsley. Why do we not include in the Tanite formulation savory, hyssop and thyme? One might say, there is a difference. If the items listed here are cultivated in a courtyard, they are still exempt from tithes. The same is not said regarding savory, hyssop and thyme. Not so, in the case of all these varieties, if they are cultivated in a courtyard they are subject to tithes. All these varieties are not subject to the same law, because of those listed here are cultivated in a garden, they are subject to tithes, while of these types listed here have been cultivated in a garden, they are exempt from tithes. Not so, why do we repeat on Tanite authority only these particular varieties? It is so that someone won't say, since the majority of these kinds are similar to different types of produce that are cultivated and continue to grow during the sabbatical year as forbidden aftergrowths, these kinds are also forbidden. So that one would not reach that wrong conclusion, it had to be stated explicitly that these kinds are permitted. What is the rule on whether or not these kinds are forbidden as aftergrowths? Let us derive the answer from the following. R. Judah says, aftergrowths of mustard are permitted because transgressors are not suspect concerning them. They did not say that aftergrowths of mustard are permitted except for the reason that transgressors are not suspect concerning them. Thus far we know only that the seed is permitted. What about the vegetable? Is it possible to say that the seed is permitted, without saying all the more so the vegetable? R. Simeon b. Lachish was in Hekok. He saw the people rolling up mustard. Some of the mustard pods fell to the ground, but the man didn't pick them up. He said, if during the sabbatical year someone brings me mustard, I will rule in accord with the position of R. Judah that it is permitted. Said R. Abba bar Zebedee, R. Hunia of Haran in Bet Haran decided in accord with R. Judah. R. Yohanan entered the schoolhouse and expounded the law in accord with the rabbis here and in accord with the rabbis there. R. Abba bar Zamana in the name of R. Isaac. In response to these two matters R. Yohanan went down from Sepphoris to Tiberias. He said, why have you brought me this old judge, for if I permit, he forbids, and if I forbid, he permits. Said R. Vava, a case came before R. Yase, who wanted to rule according to the position of R. Yohanan. When he heard that Rab and R. Hanana differ, he retracted. They dispute on the following: the remnants of a wick, fire, or oil that went out on the Sabbath. What is the rule as to whether or not it is permitted to rekindle them on a festival day immediately following the Sabbath? Both Rab and R. Hanana say, it is forbidden. Ar Yohanan said, it is permitted. Said Ar Yudan before Ar Mana, how do these positions relate to the rule for an egg laid on festival day? He said to him, we see that sages regard the egg laid on the Sabbath and the remnants of a wick, fire, or oil that went out on the Sabbath as equivalent and based on the same principle. In the name of 4 elders they have ruled, if a person's Arab is eaten up on the first day, lo, he is in the status of his fellow townsfolk on the second Arhuna. In the name of Rab, the law accords with the view of the 4 elders. Arhista raised the question, the views assigned to Rab are at variance. There he has treated the festival and Sabbath as 2 distinct spans of holiness, while here he has treated them as a single, protracted span of holiness. For they differ as follows, the leftovers of a wick, fire, and oil, which went out on the Sabbath, what is the law as to kindling them on the festival day? Both Rab and Ar Hananah say that it is forbidden to do so. And Ar Yohanan said, it is permitted to do so. And Ar Mana said before Ar Yudan, on what basis do they create an analogy between a wick and the case of an egg? He said to him, it is on the basis of the fact that we see the rabbis comparing the one to the other. That then indicates that the same rule applies to both matters. Our Simeon says, all aftergrowths are permitted except aftergrowths of cabbage, because produce of this type does not among wild vegetables. But sages say, all aftergrowths are forbidden. And, because produce of this type does not among wild vegetables, should it be forbidden as an aftergrowth? Ar Hama bar Ukba in the name of Ar Yase bar Hananah, because they ordinarily grow cabbage as seed sock. So because they ordinarily grow cabbage as seed sock, should cabbage be forbidden as an aftergrowth? Said Ar Samuel bar Ar Isaac, as to any other kind of vegetable you can determine whether it is new or old, but so someone can't go and bring new forbidden cabbages that grew during the sabbatical year and say, I brought some of the old permitted cabbages of the 6th year that were left in the field as seed stock. They do not obligate the farmer to uproot arum. Rather, they leave arum as it is. If an arum tuber sprouted in the year following the 7th year, it is permitted. They do not obligate him to uproot artichokes, but he trims the leaves. If sprouted in the year following the 7th year, it is permitted. But doesn't he turn out to destroy food fit for animals? The leaves become unfit for animals on their own. Our Simeon bar Yohai was going along during the sabbatical year and saw someone picking aftergrowths of the 7th year. He said to him, Isn't this forbidden? Aren't these aftergrowths? He said to him, aren't you the one who permitted it, except aftergrowths of cabbage? He said to him, but don't my colleagues take issue with me? He recited in his connection the verse, he who digs a pit will fall into it, and a snake will bite him who breaks through a wall. And that is exactly what happened to him. For 13 years Our Simeon bar Yohai lived hidden in a case. The cave was next to a carob tree. He stayed there until his body became afflicted with a skin ailment that looked like rust spots. At the end of 13 years he said, shouldn't I go out to see what has happened in the world? He went out and sat at the mouth of the cave. He saw a hunter trapping birds. When Simeon would hear an echo say from heaven, Demisus, the bird escaped, he said without heaven, even a bird does not perish, all the more so a human being. When he saw that the difficulties were diminished, he said, let us go down and visit the baths in Tiberias. He said, we have to enact ordinances just as our forefathers did. And camped before the city they set up stores and sold goods cheaply in the market. Said, let us purify Tiberias from corpse uncleanness. He took radishes, cut them up, and spread them around the city. Whatever corpses were buried there would rise up, and Simeon would remove them from the surface of the ground and take them outside the city. A Samaritan saw him and said, shouldn't I go and outweed this old Jew? He took a corpse and hid it in a place that was already purified. He went over to Our Simeon bar Yohai and said to him, did you purify such and such a place? Come and I shall remove a corpse from there. By means of the Holy Spirit Our Simeon bar Yohai saw that the Samaritan had put a corpse there. He said, I decree that the one who is Standing there should lie down dead, and the one who is lying down should stand. And that is exactly what happened to him. When he passed by Magdala he heard the voice of a scribe saying, "Lo, here comes the son of Yohai, who has purified Tiberius." He said to him, "Let an awful thing happen to me if I didn't hear through the Holy Spirit that Tiberius will someday be purified. Even so, you were not counted among us in doing the work of purifying the city." The man became a pile of bones. 9:23 Regions of removal: Judea, Transjordan, and Galilee. And each of these three areas, Upper Galilee, Lower Galilee, and the Valley. From Kephar Hananiah and northward, all places in which sycamores do not grow, Upper Galilee. And from Kephar Hananiah and southward, all places in which sycamores do grow, Lower Galilee. And the vicinity of Tiberias the valley. And within Judea, the mountains, the lowlands, and the valley. And the lowlands of Lod are as the southern lowlands. And its mountains are as the king's hill country. From Beit Haran to the sea a single district. And why have they stated three areas? Because they may eat in each until the last of that area is gone. R. Simeon says, they stated three areas only within Judea, and the remainder of the regions are as the king's hill country. And all the regions are a single with respect to olives and dates. The Sabbath of the land shall provide food for you, for your cattle also and for the beasts that are in your land, all its yield shall be for food so long as the beast finds food in the fields, your cattle may be fed produce of the 7th year that you have collected at home. As soon as the beast's food in the field is finished, the food you have collected for your cattle must be removed from your home. Arhama bar Ukba in the name of Aryase bar Arhanana calculated and said, the beasts of the mountains do not grow in the valley, and the beasts of the valley do not grow in the mountains. Diocletian tormented the inhabitants of Paneas. They said to him, we going to leave. Said to him his sophist, they want to go. And if they go, they will come back. If you want to test it, take some gazelles and send them to a distant land. In the end they will return to their original home. He did it. He took some gazelles, gilded their horns with silver, and sent them to Africa. In the end of 13 years, they returned home. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, a mark of mountains is pine trees, a mark of valleys is palm trees, a mark of riverbeds is reeds, and a mark of lowlands is sycamores. Even though there is no explicit reference to this matter, there is an allusion. And he made cedar as plentiful as the sycamore of the lowlands. There are those who want to say was stated with reference to the laws of sale and purchase. There are those who want to say was stated with reference to the heifer whose neck was to be broken in a valley with running water. 3 regions of removal: Judea, Transjordan, and Galilee. Which area in the Galilee is its valley? Such as Gennesaret and places near it? What area is designated as its mountains? This is the king's hill country. Its lowlands. These are the lowlands of Lod. Its valley. Between Ein Gedi and Jericho. R. Simeon b. Eliezer says, what area is the mountains of Transjordan such as the mountains of Mikvar and Geder and places near it? Which area is designated as its lowlands? Heshbon and all of its towns which are in the table land, Dibon and Beamoth Baal and Beth Baal Mechon. Its valley. Such as Beth Nimrah and places near it? And in the valley Beth Haran, Beth Nimrah, Sukkah, and Zaphon, the rest of the kingdom of Sihon, the Amorite king of Heshbon. See Beth Haran refers to Beth Ramedah, Beth Nimrah to Beth Nimrin, Sukkah to Dir-Elah, Zaphon to Amphu. Are lowlands within a mountain area treated like a mountain area? Is a mountain area located within lowlands treated like lowlands? On the basis of that which is taught as a Tannite rule, rather the mountains are the mountains, the valley is the valley and the lowlands are the lowlands, it follows that lowlands in the mountains are treated as mountains and a mountain in the lowlands is treated as lowlands. Said Aryase, the Mishnah makes this point, and the lowlands of Lod are as the southern lowlands. And its mountains are as the king's hill country. From Beit Haran to the sea a single district. All of the area from Bet Haran to the sea is treated as a single lowland area, even though it contains mountains, lowlands, and valleys. Said R. Yohanan, that area contains mountains, lowlands, and valleys. From Beth Horon to Emmaus mountains. From Emmaus to Lod lowlands. From Lod to the Sea Valley. Then it should teach 4 regions. The area from Bet Horon to the sea is not a distinct region, because its mountains, lowlands and valley are intertwined with similar regions in Judah. It is taught as a Tanite statement, in Syria there are not 3 distinct regions. And why have they stated 3 areas? Because they may eat in each until the last of that area is gone. R. Simeon says, they stated 3 areas only within Judea, and the remainder of the regions are as the king's hill country. And all the regions are a single with respect to olives and dates. Come and see 3 areas only within Judea, and the remainder of the regions are as the king's hill country. As for the valley in Judah, one may not continue to eat the produce of its field until all of the produce is gone from the mountains in Judah. But as for the valley in Galilee, in Simon's view one may continue to eat its produce without removing it until all of the produce is gone from the mountains in Judah. And all the regions are a single with respect to olives and dates. It is taught on Tanite authority, the same applies to Caribs. It is taught on Tanite authority, they may eat dates until the last is gone from Jericho. They may continue to eat olives which they have brought into their homes until olives disappear from the fields of Meron and Gush Halab. 9:3 They may eat by virtue of the fact that ownerless produce, but not by virtue of the fact that in privately owned places. R. Yase permits by virtue of the fact that in privately owned places. They may eat by virtue of the fact that late ripening grain or the second crop of figures, but not by virtue of the fact that winter fruit. R. Judah permits, provided that began to ripen before the end of the summer. Eat by virtue of the fact that ownerless produce. The anonymous statement of the Mishnah belongs to R. Simeon. It is written, for it is a jubilee, it shall be holy to you, you shall eat what it yields out of the field. For as long as you can eat produce out of the field, you may eat produce that you have gathered in your house. When the produce of a given species is gone from the field, you must remove it from the house as well. What is the basis for R. Simeon's view by virtue of the fact that in privately owned places, you have caused yourself to be unable to eat what you have gathered in your house? They may eat by virtue of the fact that late ripening grain or the second crop of figures, but not by virtue of the fact that winter fruit. The anonymous statement of the Mishnah belongs to R. Yase. For it is taught on Tanite authority, they do not eat grain of the sabbatical year that they have brought into their homes by virtue of the fact that poor grain is still available in the fields of Acre. R. Yase said, they may eat grain of the sabbatical year that they have brought into their homes by virtue of the fact that poor grain is still available in the fields of Acre. Said R. Yase, at first we thought that R. Yase and sages disagree on winter fruit but not on the second crop of figs. Then we found it taught on Tanite authority. R. Judah permits people to eat figs of the sabbatical year that they have brought into their homes by virtue of the fact that the second crop of figs is still available in the fields, provided that this food began to ripen before the end of the summer of the sabbatical year. 9:4 One who pickles 3 types of vegetables in a single jar. R. Eliezer says, they may eat by virtue of the fact that the first. R. Joshua says, even by virtue of the fact that the last. Rabban Gamaliel says, each type disappears from the field, one must remove that type from the jar. And the law is according to words. R. Simeon says, all vegetables a single with respect to removal. They may eat purslane until wild purslane disappears from the valley of Beit Netophah. What is the reasoning of R. Eliezer? The first species that disappears from the field has imparted flavor to the last. What is the reasoning of R. Joshua? The last species that disappears from the field has imparted flavor to the first. And there is this problem with the reasoning of R. Joshua, doesn't the first kind to disappear not impart flavor to the last kind to disappear? Rabban Gamaliel says, each type disappears from the field, one must remove that type from the jar. It was taught on Tanite authority, and the law is according to words. Hezekiah said, once one has begun to remove the produce in the stockpile, the whole stockpile is treated as if it was removed. A case came before Aryusa and he ruled in accord with Hezekiah. Not that I concur with him, but rather, from what I have seen, the rabbis decide cases in accord with his view. R. Isaac bar Redapai had a case. He came and asked R. Jeremiah. He said to him, "What's going on? You have lions on whom to rely, yet you come and ask a fox." He came and asked R. Josiah. He said to him, "Find 3 friends and in their presence renounce ownership of the produce." The Cappadocians in Sepphoris asked Rimi, "Since this people of ours has no friends, and people do not greet each other, how can one carry out the removal so as not to lose possession of the produce?" He said to them, "When you say that no one is around, go out to the market and renounce ownership over the produce. Then you can go back and take the produce again for yourself." R. Haggai would divide oil or wine that had to be removed into small bottles. R. Eliezer would divide oil or wine that had to be removed into small bottles. R. Hezekiah went to R. Jeremiah. He said to him, "Give me possession of the stockpile of produce that I have stored up." He said to him, "Keep these coins that I am going to give you." For me said to him, "Lo, by giving you this money the place in which your stockpile of produce is located is rented to me. By renting the storehouse have I not removed the produce from your possession? Go and take it back." 9:5 One who picks fresh herbs until the moisture dyers and fatteners may buy coarse bran from any place and need not refrain. R. Jeremiah considered that this is permitted even in the case of a seller who is suspect of selling bran that is an aftergrowth. Said to him R. Yase, "They stated that rule only for a case in which the man doesn't know whether or not the select is suspect of selling aftergrowths. If he is known not to be suspect, his bran is permitted, for it is surely not an aftergrowth. If it is certain that he is suspect of selling aftergrowths, it is forbidden to buy from him, since what he sells is an aftergrowth." Said R. Shammai, "The Mishnah explicitly states that the aftergrowths are forbidden, for it is taught on Tanite authority there, in the 7th year, or of a vineyard in which were sown diverse kinds, or is dedicated if the seed and stalk are sufficient to impart flavor. Doesn't he turn out to waste what could have been eaten by animals? Interpret the case to involve animal feed used as food for humans." Said Armana, "Interpret the case to refer to produce of he sabbatical year, thus you cannot derive from the passage anything about the law for aftergrowths of straw." 9:6 One who possesses produce of the sabbatical year when the time for the removal arrives, sets aside food for 3 meals for each. And the poor may eat after it has been removed, but not the rich, the words of R. Judah. R. Yase says, "Poor and rich alike eat after it has been removed." One who possesses produce of the sabbatical year which he received through an inheritance or which was given to him as a gift later R. Eliezer says, is given to those who eat it. But sages say, the sinner may not benefit from his transgression. Rather, must be sold to those who eat it and the money must be divided among everyone. One who eats dough of the sabbatical year before its dough offering has been removed is subject to the death. What is the scriptural basis for the position of R. Judah? But the 7th year you shall let the land rest and lie fallow. What is the scriptural basis for the position of R. Yase? But the 7th year you shall let the land rest and lie fallow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave. It was taught as a Tanite rule. R. Simeon says, the rich eat produce out of the storage pile after the time of removal. What is the scriptural basis for the position of R. Simeon? But the 7th year you shall let the land rest and lie fallow, that the poor of your people may eat, and what they leave. One who possesses produce of the sabbatical year which he received through an inheritance or which was given to him as a gift later R. Eliezer says, is given to those who eat it. But sages say, the sinner may not benefit from his transgression. Rather, must be sold to those who eat it and the money must be divided among everyone. One who eats dough of the sabbatical year before its dough offering has been removed is subject to the death. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, the Mishnah speaks of produce of transgression. But thus it has been taught on Tanite authority, one who finds produce of transgression is forbidden to touch it. Finding produce is different from receiving produce of transgression against one's will. R. Yohanan said, the Mishnah speaks of produce that is permitted. But note what we have learned in the Mishnah. R. Eliezer says, is given to those who eat it. R. Eliezer was a Shammite as a favor. That is stated in accord with the position of the house of Shammai. If this is what sages respond to Eliezer, the sinner may not benefit from his transgression? Sages reply to according to his theory of the matter, in your theory, as you say just he given to those that eat it, if he is a sinner must not benefit. Said R. Bib, R. Yase instructed concerning artichokes that were sold in violation of the law of aftergrowths that the money received for them must be thrown into the Dead Sea. R. Mana asked R. Hezekiah, what is the rule to export date berries to Ashkelon? He said to him, it is forbidden. The berries are a food, and it is forbidden to export food. R. Hezekiah was standing in the market in Caesarea. He saw someone carrying forbidden produce from elsewhere and turned his back so as not to see it. The person went and unloaded the forbidden produce. Why did Hezekiah do this? So that he could carry out the rule, the location of produce dictates its status. R. Jacob bar Aha heard and said, his mother should rejoice to have given birth to a son such as this. R. Joshua b. Levi would instruct the disciples, bring me produce only from the garden of Sisera of blessed memory came to him and said to him, go, tell your master, the garden does not belong to Sisera, it belonged to a Jew and Sisera killed him and took it from him. If you want to accept it a stringent rule, act like your colleagues. One who eats dough of the sabbatical year before its dough offering has been removed is subject to the death. Someone was suspect of violating the law against eating aftergrowths of the sabbatical year. He said to his wife, separate dough offering from bread that you make from these aftergrowths. She said to him, you are suspect of violating the restrictions of the sabbatical year, yet you tell me, separate dough offering from bread that you make from these aftergrowths. He said to her, the commandment to separate dough offering derives from the Torah. But the restriction against eating aftergrowths of the sabbatical year derives from Rabban Gamaliel and his court. Yerushalmi Shabbayat. Chapter 10. 10:1 The sabbatical year cancels a loan in a document or not. A debt shopkeeper is not cancelled. But if converted it into a loan, lo, this is cancelled. R. Judah says, the preceding is cancelled. The wage of a hired laborer is not cancelled. But, if converted it into a loan, lo, this is cancelled. R. Yase says, any work which ends during the sabbatical year is cancelled. But which does not end during the sabbatical year is not cancelled. One who slaughters a heifer and divides it of the new year if the month was intercalated, is cancelled. But if not, is not cancelled. A rapist, seducer, one who defames or any act of a court, are not cancelled. One who loans for security and one who hands over his bonds to a court are not cancelled. The sabbatical year cancels a loan in a document or not. There is no problem with the rule that the sabbatical year cancels a debt not recorded in a bond. But why should the sabbatical year cancel a loan for which here is a bond? For it should be secured, and in line with the following it should not be cancelled. One who loans for security and one who hands over his bonds to a court are not cancelled. Said R. Yohanan, interpret the Mishnah to speak of a bond that is not secured by real property. In accord with R. Meir, one found bonds of indebtedness, if they record a lien on property, he should not return them. For a court will exact payment on the strength of them. They do not record a lien on property, he should return them, for a court will not exact payment on the strength of them. The words of R. Meir, a case came before R. Yohanan concerning a loan for which there was a bond secured by real property, and he ruled, the sabbatical year cancels this loan. He said, because we learn a rule of law, should we follow that which we have deduced, in a document or not? Said R. Jeremiah, the sabbatical year cancels a loan secured by a bond in a case in which the individual does not own any for real estate. But if he owns real estate, the sabbatical year does not nullify the loan. Said R. Yase, even if he owns real estate the sabbatical year cancels the loan. R. Yase follows the view of Rab, For said Abba in the name of Rab, if one designated specific real estate that secures the bond, the sabbatical year does not cancel the loan. They said only, if one designated specific real estate that secures the bond, the sabbatical year does not cancel the loan. Lo, if he didn't designate specific property to secure the bond, the sabbatical year does not cancel the loan. He who pledged a field to his wife to be used in the event of divorce for payment of her marriage contract but then went and sold the property, if upon divorce she wants to collect her settlement from him out of other property that he owns, she may do so. Said Hila, Eliezer decided the matter according to the following 10 masters. Associates wanted she may collect her settlement only out of property that was pledged for that purpose. Said Yase, unencumbered property is available to her and yet you say she may collect her settlement only out of property that was pledged for that purpose. The case is one in which the husband did not say to her, you may collect your settlement only from this property, which I am pledging to you. But if he said to her, you may collect your settlement only from this property, which I am pledging to you, she may collect only from the pledged property. He who pledged a field to his fellow and then went and sold it, Aha said, it is sold for the time being. Yase said, it is not sold for the time being. Strengthening the position of Yase is the following, it is in the nature of oxen to run away. But it is not in the nature of a field to run away. But consider if the field was sold to a powerful person. Said Yudan, father of Matania, it is the nature of powerful people to fall. It was taught as a Tanite rule, he who pledged his field to his wife as security to be used in a divorce for payment of her marriage settlement, or who pledged his field to his credit as security against his debt and went and sold it, lo, it is sold for the time being. The purchaser must worry about his own claim to the field. The Tanite rule refers to a case in which the husband said to her, you may collect your settlement from this property that I am pledging to you. Aha and Yase differ if the husband had said to her, you may only collect our settlement from this property that I am pledging to you. Rab said, if a woman impaired the value of her marriage contract by accepting part payment but did not claim the payment so as to convert the balance into a loan, the balance is treated as a loan and cancelled by the sabbatical year. If she demanded payment and so converted the marriage contract into a loan, even though she did not accept partial payment. Arhaya taught the Tanite rule, unless she both impaired the value of her marriage contract by accepting part payment and claimed the payment so as to convert the balance into a loan, it is not cancelled by the sabbatical year, the preceding is cancelled. Since he has created a second debt, has the first debt automatically been converted into a loan? Of the new year, if the month was intercalated, is cancelled. But if not, is not cancelled. Said Eliezer, that is the view of Judah. But is the butcher able to make a claim Abba in the name of Zirah, since the butcher is able to trust the purchaser to whom he gives meat on the festival day, it is as if he is able to make a claim against him. And since it is as though he is able to make a claim against him, it is as though the purchaser also is able to pay him. That is why the debt to the butcher is cancelled, the debt has been converted into a loan. And here, since it is as though he is able to pay him and did not do so, the first debt is converted to a loan and is cancelled by the sabbatical year. Yase says, any work which ends during the sabbatical year is cancelled. But which does not end during the sabbatical year is not cancelled. Yohanan said, it is reference to work such as plowing. Simeon b. Lakish, it refers to any work that has come to an end during the sabbatical year. Judah says, the preceding is cancelled. Yase says, any work which ends during the sabbatical year is cancelled. But which does not end during the sabbatical year is not cancelled. Does Yase agree with Judah? For Yase said, any work which ends during the sabbatical year is cancelled. Does Judah agree with Yase? Even though Judah said that it is not the practice of the money changer to give out an isar unless he first collects the dinar that he is changing, he agrees in the case of wages that the wages are not owed until the end. One who slaughters a heifer and divides it of the new year if the month was intercalated, is cancelled. But if not, is not cancelled. Rabbi says, Nisan has never been intercalated in my lifetime. But we have learned in the Mishnah, if the new month of Nisan came in due time, they buy it back from the new heave offering, but if not, from the old. Not at all, it did not come in due time. Rab said, Tishrei has never been intercalated in his lifetime. But we have learned in the Mishnah, one who slaughters a heifer and divides it of the new year if the month was intercalated. If the month was intercalated but it never was. Now when they sanctified the year in Isha, on the first day Ar Yohanan b. Baraka passed and said it in accord with the view of Ar Yohanan b. Nuri. Said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, that was not the custom which we followed in Yabna. So on the second day Ar Hanana, son of Ar Yaseh the Galilean, passed and said the prayer in accordance with the opinion of Ar Akaba. Then said Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel, now that was the custom which we followed in Yabna. So it is taught that they sanctified the new year on the first day and on the second, so Tishrei was intercalated. Ar Zira in the name of Ar Hisda, that year was confused. What is the meaning of on the first and on the second? Ar Abba in the name of Rab, the first year and the second year. But it is taught on Tanite authority, first day, second day, not first year second year. If they sanctified the new month before the due time or a day after the month was intercalated, is it possible that the sanctified is valid? Scripture says, Say to the people of Israel, the appointed feasts of the Lord that the Israelites shall proclaim as holy convocations, these are my appointed feasts. Thus, you Israelites validly sanctify the holy convocations only if they are in fact appointed feasts. Prior to their due time, these are not my appointed feasts. Before the due time means on the 29th day. A day after the month was intercalated means, on the 32nd day. How do we know that they intercalate the year by adding a second month of Adar for the sake of the exiles who set out from Babylonia to celebrate Passover in Jerusalem but who have not yet arrived? Scripture says, Say to the people of Israel, the appointed feasts of the Lord, which the Israelites shall proclaim as holy convocations. These are why appointed feasts carry out the appointed feasts in a way that allows all of the people of Israel to participate. Said Ar Samuel bar Naaman, but this is only if they have already reached the Euphrates River. Ar Jacob bar Aha, Ar Imi in the name of Ar Yudah, if they sanctified the new month and afterward it turns out that the witnesses who testified that they had seen the new moon were a conspiracy of liars, lo, the sanctification is valid anyhow. Ar Yaseh was staying with Ar Yudah bar Pazi. He said to him, Did you hear this from your father? He said to him, Yes. Ar Abba in the name of Ar Yohanan said, A court does not investigate too closely the testimony of witnesses who report having seen the new moon. One who slaughters a heifer and divides it of the new year if the month was intercalated, is cancelled. But if not, is not cancelled. Said Ar Eliezer, This is the ruling of Ar Judah. On the new year could the butcher claim payment of the debt? Ar Abba bar Mammel, Amram, Ar Matena in the name of Rab, he who makes a loan to his fellow on condition that he will not demand payment the sabbatical year in any event nullifies the loan. And so it is taught as a Tanite statement, one who slaughters a heifer and divides it of the new year if the month was intercalated, is cancelled. Said Ar Eliezer, This is the ruling of Ar Judah. On the new year could the butcher claim payment of the debt? That is in line with what Ar Abba said in the name of Ar Zira, since the butcher is able to trust it is as though he is able to make a claim against him. And since it is as though he is able to make a claim against him, it is as though the purchaser also is able to pay him. And here since it is as though he is able to pay him and he did not pay him, the first debt is converted to a loan and is cancelled by the sabbatical year. Ar Yaseh bar Abun in the name of Rab, he who lends money to his fellow on condition that the sabbatical year will not annul the loan, the sabbatical year annuls the loan. But we have learned in the Mishnah, how are witnesses treated as perjurers. We testify concerning Mr. So-and-so, that he owes his fellow 1,000 zuz, on condition that he will pay him in 30 days, and the accused says, in the next 10 years, they make an estimate of how much a man is willing to pay for the use of 1,000 zuz, whether he pays them in 30 days or in 10 years. Said Arhuna, R. Naaman bar Jacob and R. Sheshet differed. One said, the loan is valid through the sabbatical year because it was a secured loan. The other said, the loan is valid through the sabbatical year because the borrower wrote out a prospal. It was taught, 30 days one does not come. What is the meaning of this statement, 30 days one does not come? Samuel said, he who lends funds to his fellow without specification on the length of the term has not got the right to lay claim on him within the first 30 days of the loan. R. Judah entered and stated, the scriptural basis for this position is as follows, the 7th year, the year of release, is near. Now is not the 7th year the same as the year of release? So why does scripture specify, as it does, the 7th year, the year of release, is near? It is so that you should not say, throughout the 30 days of the loan, one has not got the power to collect it. After the 30 days have passed, it will be subject to the release of debt so that one cannot collect the debt. On this account it was necessary to specify, the 7th year and the year of release is near. For did not Rba bar Mamal, Amram, Matena in the name of Rab say, he who lends money to his fellow on condition that he will not lay claim on him, the sabbatical year remits that debt. The following teaching is available. R. Ishmael taught, the 7th year, the year of release, is near. Now is not the 7th year the same as the year of release? So why does scripture specify, as it does, the 7th year, the year of release, is near? It is so that will not say, all 6 years one's vineyard is available, his field is available. Now at the end of 6 years, funds owing to him are remitted, so that he may not collect them. On that account it is necessary to say, the 7th year, the year of release, is near. A rapist, seducer, one who defames or any act of a court, are not cancelled. R. Judah said, Rab, this is the position of R. Meir, for R. Meir said, the matter is treated as a loan or any act of a court, are not cancelled. This refers to judgments of the court paid to a plaintiff. This is clear, a loan that has been proven by a court is not cancelled by the sabbatical year. But an obligation that has been verified by a court that was converted into a loan is cancelled by the sabbatical year. R. Jeremiah raised the question, what is the rule? That is a question in the following, an obligation that has been proven by the court and converted into a loan, may it be collected only from property of average fertility or from choice property as well? One who loans for security and one who hands over his bonds to a court are not cancelled, Samuel said, even on the security of a needle. But whatever of yours is with your brother your hand shall release. That excludes that for which your brother has something in your hand. 10:2 A prospal is not cancelled. This is one of the things which Hillel the elder has instituted. When he saw that people refrained from lending one another money, they transgressed that which is written in the Torah, beware lest you harbor the base thought. O Hillel instituted the prospal. This is the text of the prospal, I transfer to you, Messrs. X and Y, judges in such and such a place, every debt which I have so that I may collect any time I wish. And the judges or the witnesses sign below. But whatever of yours is with your brother your hand shall release. On this basis they deemed the prospal to derive from the Torah. Is the prospal found in the Torah? When Hillel legislated the prospal, he related it to that which he found in the Torah. Said Arhuna, I asked before R. Jacob bar Aha, in the view of him who holds that is on the authority of the Torah, has Hillel ordained that which usurps the authority of the Torah? Said R. Yaseh, but when the Israelites were exiled from the land of Israel to Babylonia, were they not exempted only from the commandments that apply exclusively to the land? But cancelling debts in the sabbatical year is imposed by the authority of the Torah both in the land and outside of the land. R. Yaseh reversed himself and said, and this is the manner of the release, every creditor shall release. The repetition of the word release indicates that during the period that the sabbatical restrictions apply on the authority of the Torah, the release of debts applies both within the land and outside on the authority of the Torah. When the sabbatical restrictions apply only on the authority of the rabbi's statements, the release of debts applies both inside and outside the land of Israel on the authority of the rabbis. There they say, even one who holds that the obligation to separate tithes is on the authority of the Torah agrees that the cancellation of debts now is on rabbinic authority alone, and this is the manner of the release: every creditor shall release. Rabbi says, release indicates that there are two releases, the sabbatical year's release of debts and the Jubilee year's release. When the Jubilee year is observed, the sabbatical year's release of debts was observed on the authority of the Torah. When the Jubilee is nullified, the sabbatical year's release of debts was observed only on the authority of the rabbis. When was the Jubilee year nullified? And you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof. When all of the land of Israel's inhabitants are in it, you proclaim liberty, and not after they have gone into exile from it. When the Israelites were in the land but were confused among one another, with the tribe of Judah located in Benjamin and the tribe of Benjamin in Judah, is it possible to suppose that the Jubilee year would be separated? Scripture says, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof. Scripture says, and you shall proclaim liberty throughout the land to all the inhabitants thereof. You turn out to say, once the tribe of Reuben, the tribe of Gad, and the half-tribe of Manasseh went into exile, the Jubilee year was annulled. This is the text of the prospal: I transfer to you, Messrs. X and Y, judges in such and such a place, every debt which I have, so that I may collect any time I wish. And the judges or the witnesses sign below. R. Hezekiah in the name of R. Jeremiah, even if the loan documents are located in Rome. R. Abba in the name of rabbis from there, 3 who formed a court, but before the papers could be signed one of them died, the remaining 2 sign the document. And they state, even though we signed as a court of 2, we passed judgment as a course of 3. Said R. Haggai, the Mishnah makes that point, and the judges or the witnesses sign below. Do we learn the general rule for all cases from the particular regulation of the prospal? It is taught on Tanite authority. We learn the general rule for all cases from the particular regulation of the prospal. If the borrower owns real estate, but the lender does not, they write a prospal against. If the lender owns real estate, but the borrower does not, they do not write a prospal against. He does not own real estate but his bondsmen or his debtors own real estate, they write a prospal against. What is a practical case? Reuben owes money to Simeon and Levi owes money to Reuben. Reuben has no real estate but Levi has real estate. They write a prospal for Simeon on the basis of the property of Levi. 10:3 An antedated prospal is valid. But a postdated prospal is invalid. Antedated bonds are invalid. But postdated bonds are valid. One person borrows money from 5 persons, he writes a prospal for each. 5 persons borrow money from one, he writes a single prospal for all. They write a prospal only on real estate. If has no, he transfers some amount from his field. If had a field in the locale as security, they write a prospal relying upon. Our husband says, they write concerning a man relying upon his wife's property and concerning orphans relying upon the property of guardians. A beehive. Our Eliezer says, lo, it as real estate, and, they write a prospal against it. It is not susceptible to uncleanness in its place, and one who removes from it on the Sabbath is liable. But sages say, it does not as real estate, and, they do not write a prospal against it, it is susceptible to uncleanness in its place, and one who removes from it on the Sabbath is exempt. One who repays a debt during the sabbatical year must say to him, I cancel. Said to him, even so, he may accept it from him. As it is written, and this is the word of remission. Likewise, a murderer who went into exile in a city of refuge, and whom the inhabitants of the city wished to honor, must say to them, I am a murderer. They said to him, even so, he may accept from them. As it is written, and this is the word of the murderer. An antedated prospal is valid, that is because it limits his rights. But a postdated prospal is invalid, that is because it extends his rights. Antedated bonds are invalid, that is because they extend his rights. But postdated bonds are valid, that is because they limit his rights. Who places limits on the rights of the creditor by testifying that the document is improperly dated? Simeon bar Vava in the name of R. Yohanan, those who signed the document. Did not R. Simeon b. Lakish say, they treat the signatures of witnesses to a document as persons whose testimony had been examined in a court of law. Their claim, we did not sign this document at all. But here we accept their testimony since they say, we signed concerning this aspect of the document, the parties involved, but we did not sign concerning that aspect, example the date. Antedated bonds are invalid. R. Yohanan said, they are utterly invalid. R. Simeon b. Lakish said, one counts only from the time it was actually written, and has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, a prospal whether antedated or postdated is valid, and one counts it as invalid only up to the time that it actually was written. If you say the same applies to bonds, what is the difference between a prospal and a bond? A writ that is dated on the Sabbath or on the 10th of Tishrei R. Judah declares valid, and R. Yaseh declares invalid. Said to him R. Judah, such a case came before you in Sephores, and you declared the deed to be valid. Said to him R. Yaseh, I never declared such a writ to be valid. But if I did declare it valid, so I declared it valid. They wanted to state, he who says it is valid assumes it is postdated. He who says it is invalid assumes it is antedated. Rather, he who says it is invalid holds that it is forged. They write a prospal only on real estate, Rab said, that is when the creditor and debtor both own real estate. R. Yohanan said, if the lender owns real estate even though the debtor does not own real estate, or if the debtor owns real estate, even though the lender does not own real estate. If the borrower owns real estate, but the lender does not, they write a prospal against. If the lender owns real estate, but the borrower does not, they do not write a prospal against. He does not own real estate, but his bondsman or his debtors own real estate, they write a prospal against. R. Abba in the name of Rab, he who has enough real estate to grow a single stalk within his field, they write a prospal for him. But it is taught on Tanite authority, partners, tenant farmers, and guardians of the property of orphans do not write a prospal. They say, their each tiny bit of property belongs jointly to the partnership. But here the tiny amount of real estate actually is his alone. What is the law as to writing a prospal for the guardians against the orphan's real estate? Let us derive the rule from the following, they write concerning a man relying upon his wife's property. What is the law as to writing a prospal for a wife against her husband's real estate? Let us derive the rule from the following, concerning orphans relying upon the property of guardians. A beehive R. Eliezer says, lo, it as real estate, and, they write a prospal against it, it is not susceptible to uncleanness in its place, and one who removes from it on the Sabbath is liable. But sages say, it does not as real estate, and, they do not write a prospal against it, it is susceptible to uncleanness in its place, and one who removes from it on the Sabbath is exempt. R. Abau in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish, the scriptural basis for the ruling of R. Eliezer is, and when the people entered the forest, behold the honey was dripping. What do you infer from this verse? Said Armana, the forest yields honey. And if had cited and Jonathan put forth the tip of the staff that was in his hand and dipped it in the honeycomb, it would have been better. R. Yaseh b. R. Abun in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish said, interpret it this way, and Jonathan put forth the tip of the staff that was in his hand and dipped it in the honeycomb. A beehive, with what sort of case do we deal? If it is attached to the ground, then all parties concur that it is like the ground. If it is set on 2 pegs, all parties concur that it is not in the status of immovable property. Rather, this is the case with which we deal, the beehive is resting on the ground but is not physically attached to it. This accords with what R. Zirah said in the name of R. Jeremiah. They write a prospal against the location of an oven or a stove. R. Huna bar Atta said, even against the location of a lamp, and one who removes from it on the Sabbath is exempt. Does the same dispute of R. Eliezer and sages apply to removing bread from an oven? No, for honey is the product of the beehive, while bread is not the product of the oven. One who repays a debt during the sabbatical year must say to him, I cancel, said to him, even so, he may accept it from him. Arhuna said, he must speak in a quiet voice, with his right hand out to accept. Likewise, a murderer who went into exile in a city of refuge, and whom the inhabitants of the city wished to honor, must say to them, I am a murderer. They said to him, even so, he may accept from them. As it is written, and this is the word of the murderer, said Aryase, that is to say, someone who learned to repeat one tractate and went to a place where the people wished to honor him for having memorized 2 tractates must say to them, I know only 1 tractate. 10:4 One who repays a debt during the sabbatical year, the sages are pleased with him. One who borrows from a convert whose children converted with him need not repay to his children, but if repaid the sages are pleased with him. All chattels are acquired through drawing, but anyone who stands by his word the sages are pleased with him. One who borrows from a convert whose children converted with him need not repay to his children, repaid the sages are pleased with him. Eliezer says, that is the case in particular if he repaid the convert's sons. What is the meaning of, that is the case in particular if he repaid the convert's sons? If he has sons, the debtor should repay the sons. If he has no sons, he should repay the daughters. It is so that you will not say, since the inheritance of the convert is not subject to the law of the Torah, the debt should be repaid to all his children equally. Along these same lines, he who dies at the end of his family line and he has no heir except for his mother, those who owe him money do not have to repay the debt. But if he repaid the debt, the sages are pleased with him. The thief who repented and wanted to repay the stolen items, the one who receives them in return, the sages are not pleased with him. All chattels are acquired through drawing. Anyone who stands by his word, the sages are pleased with him. Arhaya in the name of Ar-Yohanan said, he who withdraws from a deal, sometimes the sages are not pleased with him, and sometimes you judge more harshly and say that he is only to be turned over to the one who exacted punishment. Arzira, Arabahu in the name of Ar-Yohanan, he who gives a ring as a pledge and later retracts may retract. Arzira asked in the presence of Arabahu, gold. He said to him, it applies only in the case of a ring. What's the difference between gold and a ring? Gold customarily changes hands. A ring is unique. Ar Jacob bar Zebedee, Arabahu in the name of Ar-Yohanan, he who promised to give a present to his fellow and wanted to retract may retract. Aryase engaged with Ar Jacob bar Zebedee. They said to, isn't this a case to which we invoke, a just ephah and a just hin? Said, when he made the promise, it was a just hin. Rab differs, for Rab said, when I tell the members of my household that I intend to give someone a gift, I don't go back on my word. A Tanite passage contradicts Rab. Under what circumstances did they rule? Movables are acquired through drawing. In the public domain or in a courtyard which does not belong to either one of them. But if it is the domain of the purchaser, once he has taken upon himself, he has acquired the thing. In the domain of the seller, once he has raised up the object or after he has taken it out from the domain of the owner. In the domain of this one in whose hands the bailment is located, an act of acquisition is carried out when he will have taken it upon himself or when he will have rented their place for himself. How does Rab deal with this passage? Here it is a case in which the other party was together with him, but there it is a case in which the other party was not together with him. Rab differs, for Rab said, when I tell the members of my household that I intend to give someone a gift, I don't go back on my word. You may know that that is so, for someone left a pledge for a deal involving the purchase of salt. The salt went up in price. He said to him, either the seller gives the purchaser all the salt paid for by the pledge, or a court will turn him over to him who exacted punishment. The positions of Rab conflict. There he said, when I tell the members of my household that I intend to give someone a gift, I don't go back on my word. And here he has said this. There Rab ruled according to the requirement of the law. But on his own Rab conducted himself in accord with the standard of true piety. Tractate. Terumot. The agricultural dues to which Tractate Ma'asirot in general makes reference are assigned to God's dependents, specifically the sacerdotal castes, priests and Levites, and to the poor, and they are further used to support the holy city, Jerusalem, by securing an enhanced supply of food and an increased flow of funds to the city. In addition, obligatory and votive offerings for the temple, both in specie and the produce of nature, support the temple buildings and the cycle of regular offerings that are maintained in the city. The upshot is, Israel in the Holy Land, God's partners in the possession of the country and its abundance, give back to heaven through designated castes, locations, and activities, God's share in the whole. All this the holy people do both in obedience to God's commandments and also on their own initiative. Among the various agricultural tithes and offerings, the single most important is the priestly ration, conventionally called heave offering. This is the offering that, as a matter of chance and not deliberate selection, is raised, or heaved up, out of the crop. The heave offering, also to be rendered as priestly rations, consists of food set aside and so sanctified as God's portion of the Israelites' crop and assigned by God as food for the priesthood and their families. The rules of cultic cleanness pertain. The food must be eaten in a state of cultic cleanness by the Holy Family and only by the priest and his household. The portion is not deliberately selected by designation but by a random sample of the crop, deemed by reason of its accidental, unintended character to represent God's choice, as random events in Scripture and in the Halakha are deemed to embody God's intention. But when it comes to the act of designating that portion of the crop that is to serve as the required heave offering, intentionality plays a critical role, as we shall see when we examine the Halakha. Avery Peck summarizes, the tractate prescribes how Israelites are to designate a portion of their produce to be heave offering and outlines their responsibility to protect it from common use until they convey it to the priest. And Alan J. Avery Peck, The Talmud of the Land of Israel, a preliminary translation and explanation, Terumot, 1. The pertinent verses of Scripture are found in number 18, Then the Lord said to Aaron, And behold, I have given to you whatever is kept of the offerings made to me, all the consecrated things of the people of Israel, I have given them to you as a portion, and to your sons as a perpetual due. This shall be yours of the most holy things, reserved from the fire, every offering of theirs, every cereal offering of theirs and every sin offering of theirs and every guilt offering of theirs, which they render to me, shall be most holy to you and to your sons. In a most holy place you shall eat of it, every male may eat of it, it is holy to you. This also is yours, the offering of their gift, all the wave offerings of the people of Israel, I have given them to you and to your sons and daughters with you, as a perpetual due, every one who is clean in your house may eat of it. All the best of the oil, and all the best of the wine and of the grain, the first fruits of what they give to the Lord, I give to you. The first ripe fruits of all that is in their land, which they bring to the Lord, shall be yours, every one who is clean in your house may eat of it. Accordingly, the heave offering is holy and belongs to the priests, and is to be eaten in a state of cultic cleanness by the priest and his household. How then are the individual Israelites to separate and take care of the offering so that the priest will receive and use it? That is the question before us. But the matters that the Halakha takes up for its own are, first, how a quantity of produce becomes sanctified, second, what happens when such produce is mixed with common food, and third, more broadly, what to do when produce designated as heave offering is used as if it were secular food and so is eaten by a non-priest. Stating the issues in more general terms, first, how does Israel transform the profane into the sacred? And second, what are the consequences of sanctification? To signal the answers in advance, first Israel transforms the profane into the sacred by an act of will, and second, what is sanctified must fulfill the purpose for which the thing that is subject to sanctification was first created. In this manner, we deal with the two dimensions of teleology, first, man's purpose for a component of the natural world of the land and, second, God's purpose for that same thing. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 1. 1:15 May not separate heave offering, and if they separated heave offering, that which they have separated is not heave offering, a harish, an imbecile, a minor, and one who separates heave offering from which is not his own. A Gentile who separated heave offering from an Israelite, even with permission that which he has separated is not heave offering. A harish who speaks but does not hear may not separate heave offering, but if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering. The harish of which the sages spoke under all circumstances is one who neither hears nor speaks. A minor who has not produced 2 hairs, Judah says, that which he separates is heave offering. Yase says, if before he reached the age of vows, that which he has separated is not heave offering. But after he reached the age of vows, that which he has separated is heave offering. 5 may not separate heave offering. Samuel bar Naaman derived all of them from the following passage: speak to the people of Israel that they may take for me an offering excluding Gentiles. From every man excluding minors, whose heart makes him willing, excluding a harish and an imbecile, and this is the offering that you shall receive from them, excluding one who separates heave offering from that which is not his. Why not allow the actual deed of a harish, an imbecile, a minor attest to the intention behind an action of one of them? For we have learned in the Mishnah there, he who brings up his produce to the roof because of the maggots, and dew fell on it, it is not under the law, if water be put. If he intended such, lo, this is under the law, if water be put. A deaf mute, an imbecile, or a minor brought it up, even though he gave thought that dew should fall on it, it is not under the law, if water be put, because they have the power of deed but not the power of intention. What deed of theirs would attest to their intention? Arhuna said, if he actually took hold of the produce and placed it in the dew. And we have learned in the Mishnah there, a deaf mute, an imbecile, or a minor brought down, even though he gave thought that her feet should be rinsed off, it is not subject to the law, if water be put, for they have the power of deed and do not have the power of intention. What deed of theirs would attest to their intention? Arhuna said, if he scrubbed the cattle's hooves in the water. And he said, so too here their deed should attest to their intention. Samuel, Abahu in the name of Yohanan, Zira in the name of rabbis, and your heave offering shall be reckoned to you in matters concerning which intention is explicitly noted in Scripture. The deed is not sufficient to attest to intention, and in matters in which intention is not mentioned, the deed suffices to define the operative intention. Now here, since Scripture makes an explicit reference to intention, the actual deed does not prove the character of his intention. Said Yase, I raised the question before Samuel, lo, there is the matter of writs of divorce. Lo, there is no explicit reference to intention written in that connection, yet the husband's deed does not attest to his intention, for we have learned in the Mishnah, all are valid for the writing of a writ of divorce, even a deaf mute, an idiot, or a minor. Said Arhuna, and that is the rule only of an adult of sound senses was standing over him to supervise. Yohanan raised the question, write the writ for her. Yase went and said, there this one writes the writ of divorce and the other one divorces the woman. Jacob bar Aha said, lo, if a deaf mute or minor wrote the writ of divorce and with it he divorced his wife, it is a valid writ of divorce, while here even if the deaf mute or minor gave thought and separated the heave offering. Jacob bar Aha, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan took issue with the teaching. How so? The point of Yohanan. Of Ishmael b Yohanan b. Baraka says, if they mix water and ash on their own, it is no valid, if they do it under supervision, it is valid. It was taught on Tanite authority, a deaf mute who separates heave offering that which he separates is not valid heave offering. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, who is the deaf mute? Anyone who was a deaf mute from birth. But if he was of sound mind and became a deaf mute, he may write, and they validate for him. Jacob bar Aha, Arhaya in the name of Yohanan took issue with the teaching. They said, this teaching of our Mishnah contradicts that ruling, a man of sound senses who married a woman of sound senses was made a deaf mute or became an idiot, he may never put her away. But why not have him write the writ of divorce and let others validate the writ? The stated law deals with a case in which he does not know how to write. Objected R. Abba Bar Mammal, Lo, the Tannite teaching takes issue with this proposal that written instructions serve, and not only so, but even if he wrote it in his own hand to the scribe, saying, write, and to the witnesses, sign, even though they wrote it and signed it and gave it to him and he gave it to her, it is invalid. It is valid only if they hear his voice saying to the scribe, write, and to the witnesses, sign. Said R. Yase, pay attention to the end of the rule and there is no contradiction, it is valid only if they hear his voice saying to the scribe, write, and to the witnesses, sign. Is the essential condition that they hear his voice? No, in some instances it is sufficient expression of his intention to divorce his wife even if he nods his head. Just as you say that there are exceptions to the rule that the scribe and witnesses hear his voice, so the prohibition against written instructions does no apply in special cases, for a deaf-mute who can write a writ of divorce may divorce his wife. Said Armana, the prohibition against writing applies to a deaf-mute. Raising one's voice to be heard by the scribe and witnesses is equivalent to nodding one's head, but writing is not equivalent to raising one's voice. R. Ezra asked Armana, if it is as you say, raising one's voice to be heard by the scribe and witnesses is equivalent to nodding one's head, then just as one must nod his head 3 times so they would need to hear his voice 3 times. He said to him, as to hearing the voice, 1 time suffices, but as to nodding the head, 3 times are required. Writing is not comparable to speaking. The deaf-mute may not give written instructions to divorce his wife. Said R. Yudan, there in the case of heave offering, the deaf-mute simply signals that such and so I already have done, but here, in the writ of divorce, he must signal to the scribe and witnesses, such and such you must do. R. Benjamin Bar Levi asked, but if he has the power of intention about the past, so he may indicate in writing, such and so I already have done, he must have the power of intention concerning the future, and may indicate in writing, such and so you are to do. If he doesn't have the power of intention concerning the past, he doesn't have the power of intention concerning the future. Said R. Abudimi, in regard to the matter, a man of sound senses who married a woman of sound senses was made a deaf-mute or became an idiot, he may never put her away, we deal with a deaf-mute, and a deaf-mute does not have the power to appoint an agent. Said R. Yase Br Bun, applies to a healthy person who became mute. And why is a writ of divorce that he wrote before he became mute not valid until he nods this head 3 times to indicate the intention to divorce his wife? I say, when he became a mute he had been working on his deeds, and when questioned he might nod his head with regard to the wrong document. After 3 nods of the head the questioner may know that he is nodding his head about the writ of divorce. A Tannite rule conforms. To what case does the rule apply? To one in which he was pushed into a cistern and came out mute. But if he became mute through disease, it suffices to validate his writ of divorce even if he nods his head only once. Who is the Tannite authority who supports the rule about the deaf-mute? It is not in accord with R. Judah, for it has been taught on Tannite authority, heave offering versus M-Ter 1:1a. Said R. Judah, MSHB, the sons of R. Yohanan b. Gudjada all were deaf-mutes, and in Jerusalem all of the foods requiring preparation in purity were prepared under their supervision. They said to him, is that proof? For foods requiring preparation in purity do not require intention and may be prepared under the supervision of a deaf-mute, imbecile, or minor. Heave offering and tithes require intention. But are foods prepared in purity not invalidated by a lapse of proper intention? R. Yase in the name of our law, intentionality is not written in their regard, alert guardianship is written in their connection. The indications that one is an imbecile, he who goes out by night, who sleeps in a graveyard, who rips his clothing, and who loses what is handed over to him. Said Arhuna, all these traits must be evinced by a person. If not, I say he who goes out by night is a lycanthropy, he who sleeps in a graveyard offers incense to spirits, he who rips his clothing sees visions, and he who loses what is handed over to him is delirious. R. Yohanan said, even if he exhibits only one of these traits. Said R. Abin, R. Yohanan's statement, even if he exhibits only one of these traits, stands to reason, on condition that one who loses what they give him loses everything that they give him. Even the complete idiot does not lose everything that is given to him. A delirious person does not exhibit any of the listed traits. What is the definition of a delirious person? Said R. Yase, confused in mind. A case came before R. Yase of someone from Tarsus to whom they would give red meat after dark wine and he would stop raving, and dark wine after red meat and he would stop raving. He said that he was a delirious person, concerning whom sages said, if he is at times an imbecile and at times lucid, whenever he is an imbecile, lo, he is held to be an imbecile in every respect, but whenever he is sane, he is of sound senses in every respect. A case came before Samuel. He said, when he is of sound senses, let him give a writ of divorce. And Samuel accords with R. Simeon b. Lachish, for R. Simeon b. Lachish said, when he is quiet. Samuel's ruling is stricter than that of R. Simeon b. Lachish, for Samuel said, when he is of sound senses, let him give a writ of divorce. Restore me to health and make me live. What Tanite authority taught that a minor cannot separate heave offering? It is not R. Judah, for it is taught as a Tanite rule. R. Judah says, a minor whose father placed him in a cucumber field he separates heave offering and his father speaks on his behalf. That which he separates is heave offering. They said, it is not he who separated heave offering, but rather his father who confirmed after him. When the father came along and confirmed the status of the produce as heave offering, is this retroactively to the time that was separated, or only from that point onward? Said R. Shimei, let us infer the answer from the following, went down to his fellow's field and gleaned and separated heave offering without permission. If he is apprehensive of robbery, that which has separated is not heave offering, but if he is not apprehensive of robbery, that which he has separated is heave offering. How does one know whether or not he is apprehensive of robbery? When the householder came and found him and said to him, go to the fine if there was fine, he is not apprehensive of robbery, but if not, lo, this one is apprehensive of robbery. If the householder should glean and add to them, either way, he is not apprehensive of robbery. Now can you say it is rendered heave offering retroactively? No, it is heave offering only from that point onward. Here too, it is heave offering only from that point onward. One who separates heave offering from which is not his own, so shall you present an offering to the Lord, you excluding your partners in your behalf, you excluding not your executors, you excluding a person who separates heave offering from produce that is not his own, you excluding your partners in your behalf. And have we not learned in the Mishnah, partners who separated heave offering one after the other are? Akiba says, that which was separated by both of them is heave offering. Speaks of the great heave offering, but here we speak of the heave offering of the tithes. But didn't they derive the rules governing the great heave offering from the rules governing heave offering of tithe? Rather, here we deal with legal theory, but the statement of the Mishnah concerns practical action. You excluding not your executors, and have we not learned the Tanite ruling? R. Simeon b. Manasseh says, orphans who were supported by a householder, whether their father, or a court made them dependent, he tithes and provides food for them. Associates say, here we deal with permanent executors, but number 1828 refers to temporary executors. R. Yase asked, if this passage refers to permanent executors, in this we have learned the Tanite rule, executors may sell movable property to produce funds to feed orphans but may not sell real estate for that purpose. But here we speak of an adult orphan, and there we speak of a minor orphan who cannot tithe his own food. You excluding a person who separates heave offering from produce that is not his own, how do you treat the case where a person separates heave offering from produce that is not his own? Is it because the produce does not belong to him, or is it because it is produce that belongs to someone else? Let us infer the answer from the following, if one declared ownerless his pile of grain, smoothed it over and then went and reclaimed ownership, if you treat it as a case of one who separates heave offering from that which is not his, then the produce that he has separated as heave offering is not heave offering, but if you treat it as a case of one who separates heave offering from what belongs to his fellow, then the produce that he has separated as heave offering is heave offering. Let us infer the answer from the following: he stole heave offering which was dedicated and aided, he pays 2/5 and the principal, for the payment of twofold. Restitution is not applicable in items dedicated. Now who was it that separated the heave offering? Wasn't it the temple treasurer? So lo, he separates heave offering from produce that he does not own, and you say that the heave offering that he separates is valid. So a person may not separate heave offering from produce that belongs to his fellow, or might we say, who separated the heave offering dedicated to the temple? It was a Levite who had dedicated to the temple heave offering given to him by an Israelite. Did not our Hoshea teach on Tanite authority, all the same are one who sanctifies his produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed, and one who sanctifies his heave offering? Said Red, the temple treasurer is classified as one of the owners of the produce. And this is not in accord with Aryase, for Aryase said, the temple treasurer is treated as a third party. Arzira, Araha, Aryase, Aryohanan in the name of Aryane. You, also you, shall make an offering to the Lord. Also you encompasses your agent, just as you are sons of the covenant, so your agent must be a son of the covenant. You may be appointed an agent, but a Gentile may not be appointed an agent. Aryase considered ruling, a Gentile may not be made the agent of another Gentile who was his fellow. But he may be made the agent of an Israelite. Said to him Arzira, from that very verse, you, also you, shall make an offering to the Lord. Doesn't this speak of an Israelite? So along these same lines a Gentile is not made an agent, even of an Israelite. Answered Hoshea, and lo, the Mishnah supports the position of Aryohanan, he who sharecrops a field for a Gentile separates tithes and gives to him. Said Simeon b. Gamaliel, what if the Gentile does not want his produce to be tithed? Rather he divides the produce and gives the owner's portion to him in his presence. Lo, if the Gentile wanted his produce to be tithed, the Israelite tithes it. Abba said, of the Gentile confirms the Israelites' action on his behalf. Aryohanan in the name of Aryane, an Israelite who said to a Levite, I have a core of first tithe for you, and the Levite went and designated it to serve as heave offering of the tithe in behalf of a different batch of first tithe that he possessed. If the Israelite went and gave the first tithe to a different Levite, the first Levite has no more alternative than a complaint. That which you have said applies only if the Israelite gave the tithe to a different Levite before the first Levite declared it heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. But if the first Levite designated it as heave offering of the tithe for a different batch before the Israelite gave it to the other Levite, the designation of the Levite who was first assigned the tithe is valid, and the Levite can recover the produce and give it to a priest as heave offering of the tithe. It is thus not in that circumstance that the rule applies. That is parallel to the following rule of the Mishnah, retracted if he retracted before separated heave offering, that which has separated is not heave offering. But if he retracted after separated heave offering, that which has separated is heave offering. The entire rule derives from this rule as follows: since he said to him, I have a core of first tithe for you, he is made his agent, and he turns out to give heave offering in the domain of an Israelite. Interpret the matter in accord with Aryase, for Aryase said, an Israelite householder who separated heave offering of the tithe, what he has done is validly done. Aryohanan in the name of Aryane, an Israelite who said to a Levite, you have a core of tithe in my possession and here is its value in money. The Levite does have to take account of the heave offering of the tithe that may be contained therein. That is in line with this case. A leposa gave Simeon bar Abba first tithe and said to him, it has been properly prepared. He came and asked Aryohanan. He said to him, a leposa, our brother is reliable. Risi asked before Aryohanan, in accord with him, do you rule that an Israelite is to be trusted to designate heave offering of the tithe? Was it in accord with Aryase? For Aryase said, a householder who separated heave offering of the tithe that which he has done is done. He said to him, Yes, Babylonian, I depended on his ruling heave offering. The herish of which the sages spoke under all circumstances is one who neither hears nor speaks. One who recites the Shema but does not articulate it fulfills his obligation. Aryase says, he did not fulfill his obligation. We learned, if one recited the prayer but did not articulate it, he fulfilled his obligation. For whom is it necessary to state this law? For Aryase. Which Aryase? That which we learned, one who recites the Shema but does not articulate it, he fulfills his obligation. Aryase says, he does not fulfill his obligation. Said Armatena, is according to Aryase. Said Aryase, I would have assumed that the rabbis and Aryase were in dispute only regarding the Shema. For it is written concerning that, hear. But they were not in dispute concerning other religious obligations. Since Armatena said that accords with Aryase's view, for all other religious obligations. What is the scriptural basis for Aryase's ruling? And give heed to his commandments, let your ears hear what your mouth speaks. Said Arhisda, the deaf-mute should not appear there as part of a familiar idiom. Said Aryase, it makes sense that Arhisda will admit that Terumot 1:2 follows Aryase. Said Arhanana, in the name of Arhisda, is in accord with Aryase. Said Aryase b Arbun, you are compelled to conclude that it is in accord with Aryase. For Mishnah first listed 5, and was not included with them. And if you argue that it is because the heave offering which he separates is not valid, lo, lists 5 more, and is not included with them either. You must at last conclude that this is in accord with Aryase heave offering. There we have learned in the Mishnah, all are liable for an appearance offering except for a deaf-mute, an idiot, a minor. Associates in the name of our Eliezer, assemble the people, men, women, and children and the sojourner within your towns, that they may hear and that they may learn to fear the Lord your God. To this point we may explain why someone who speaks but does not hear, why someone who hears but does not speak is left out of the requirement to make the pilgrimage. Our Hila in the name of our Eliezer, that they may learn, bears the meaning, that they may teach. The herish of which the sages spoke under all circumstances is one who neither hears nor speaks. Said Arjona, that proves rules that Rabbi stated as general principles in fact are not general principles. For we have learned in the Mishnah, the herish of which the sages spoke under all circumstances is one who neither hears nor speaks. Now we reason that we may rule, if he hears but does not speak, he is a herish, if he speaks but does not hear, he is a herish. And we have learned in the Mishnah, a deaf-mute boy with whom the rite of removing the shoe was carried out, a deaf-mute girl who performed the rite of removing the shoe, she who performs the rite of removing the shoe with a minor, her performance of removing the shoe is invalid. And said Aryohanan, and the dead husband's brother says, and the wife says. And we have learned in the Mishnah, the herish of which the sages spoke under all circumstances is one who neither hears nor speaks. That supports the proposition of Arjona, for Arjona said, that proves rules that Rabbi stated as general principles in fact are not general principles heave offering. Aryase says, if before he reached the age of vows, that which he has separated is not heave offering. But after he reached the age of vows, that which he has separated is heave offering, it was taught on Tanite authority in the name of Armeir, produce that he has set aside as heave offering is never deemed valid heave offering until he produces 2 pubic hairs. Ar Abba Bar Kahana in the name of rabbis, add your offering shall be reckoned to you. He concerning whom reckoning is written in scripture may separate heave offering, and he concerning whom reckoning is not written in scripture may not separate heave offering. They replied, lo, there is the case of the Gentile, concerning whom the power of intention is not written, yet he validly separates heave offering. Aryuta in the name of Arhila, bear no sin by reason of it. He who is subject to bearing sin separates heave offering, and he who is not subject to bearing sin does not separate heave offering. They replied, lo, there is the case of the Gentile, who is subject to bearing sin and yet he separates heave offering. And has not our Hashaya taught on Tanite authority, Gentiles do not have the power of intention there with reference to deliberately wetting down dry seed to impart susceptibility to uncleanness, or here with reference to heave offering before he reached the age of vows. That which he has separated is not heave offering. But after he reached the age of vows, that which he has separated is heave offering arhinana in the name of our kahana, in accord with him who says, he does not separate heave offering, he also may not sanctify produce to the temple. And why did he not frame his statement, in accord with him who says, he does separate heave offering, he also may sanctify produce to the temple? It is on account of our Judah, for our Judah says, a minor may separate heave offering but may not sanctify produce to the temple. And our Yohanan said, even in accord with him who has said, he does not separate heave offering, he has the power to sanctify produce to the temple. And what does he sanctify? A burnt offering or peace offerings. May not present a sin offering of fat, for he is not subject to the requirement of present sin offering of fat parts. He may not bring a blood offering, for he is not subject to the requirement of present sin offering of blood. What is the law as to the minor's bringing the offering required for purification of one who has suffered a flux or a mark of sarate if he has produced the indications of flux or sarate? Since it is obligatory, he does not present such an offering, or perhaps since he is subject to uncleanness through such marks, he does present such an offering. It should be obvious to you that he does present such an offering. What is the law as to his being appointed as an agent in connection with these offerings? Since he is subject to uncleanness through such marks, he is appointed as an agent in connection with these offerings, or perhaps since he is not appointed an agent in connection with any other matter, he is not appointed an agent in connection with these matters. Responded our Yudan, lo, in accord with the Torah produce that he owns that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed is subject to the separation of tithes. But by the law of the Torah a minor and so exempt his produce from further tithes. Therefore he may not be appointed as an agent in connection with these offerings. What is the law about his presenting first fruits? If it is in accord with our Judah, who he has said, they are treated as comparable to holy things in the provinces, so a minor may not bring first fruits. If it is in accord with rabbis, who have said, they are treated as comparable to holy things in the temple, a minor may bring first fruits. What is the law about his bringing a festal offering? Since it is an obligatory offering, he may not bring it. Or since he may shift its classification to peace offering, which a minor may bring, he may bring it. What is the law as to his bringing a Passover offering? Since it is an obligatory offering, he may not bring it. Or since our Simeon b. Lachish said in the name of our Yudan the patriarch, one may bring a Passover offering on all the other days of the year and change its classification for peace offerings, he may bring it. What is the law as to his setting aside tithe of cattle? If one treats it as our metir, for our metir says, from all your tithes means, they have regarded all tithes as equivalent to one another, then just as a minor may not set aside the tithe of grain, so he may not set aside tithe of cattle. What is the law as to his effecting a valid substitution, if one treats it as our metir, for our metir says, from all your tithes means, they have regarded all tithes as equivalent to one another, then just as a minor may not set aside the tithe of grain, so he may not set aside tithe of cattle. Just as he may not set aside tithe of cattle, so he may not effect a valid act of substitution. Or one may reason along with our Simeon, for our Simeon says, the rule that a minor may not designate a substitute for tithe of cattle teaches that he may not designate a substitute for any other holy thing. What is the law concerning the priest's offering outside of the temple animals he designates as holy things that he sanctifies to the altar? Kahana said, they are not liable for offering outside of the temple animals he designates as holy things. Our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lachish say, they are liable for offering outside of the temple animals he designates as holy things. The statement of Kahana conflicts with the position of our Yudah heave offering, for our Judah holds that in accord with the law of the Torah, a minor may exempt his produce from having to yield further tithes with him who has said, on their own volition miners who separate heave offering have accepted the responsibility to separate tithes. 1:2 They may not separate olives as heave offering for oil, nor grapes for wine. And if they separated the house of Shammai say, their own heave offering is in it. And the house of Hillel say, that which they have separated is not heave offering. There we have learned in the Mishnah, they may not separate heave offering from produce the preparation of which is completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering, and you say this. Our Ila in the name of our Yohanan said, separating heave offering from olives for olive oil is forbidden as thievery from the tribe. How is this thievery from the tribe? Said our Hananiah, because of the extra work. Notice, if it were panicles of rice, it is no problem for someone to crush any amount. Notice, if it were ears of grain up to this point is the question raised by our Hananiah. Our Mana did not explain matters in that way. Rather, the reason is that the farmer, who should separate an amount of produce commensurate with the quantity of oil he possesses, instead separates an amount commensurate with the quantity of olives. Notice, the farmer can separate as heave offering a quantity of olives commensurate the oil that he has. That's what he does one time, but he may not do it properly other times. And furthermore, his fellow might see him and say, this one wants to take an extra share for the priest because he plans to separate more than is necessary. But I don't plan to separate more heave offering than is required, so I am proceed to separate olives for oil or grapes for wine without adding extra. Own heave offering is in it. Hezekiah said, they spoke only of olives for oil and grapes for wine. But in everything else they did not teach. Said our Yohanan, the houses taught concerning only olives and grapes. But they agree that this same rule applies to all other kinds of produce, so post factor separate of heave offering is null. Own heave offering is in it. Associates in the name of our Yohanan, that even if the designation for both grapes and wine was made at one and the time. Our Hananiah, our Imi in the name of our Yohanan, the ruling of the house of Shammai treat the man as if he said in two separate acts of designation, lo, this produce is designated heave offering for itself and for that produce that is below. Our Hananiah contemplated ruling, this is possible if the produce in hand is of the same kind. Said to him our Zirah, do not take upon yourself to reason in this manner. As soon as the man says, lo, these grapes in my hand are set aside as heave offering for all the grapes I own, those grapes in hand are exempt from further designation as heave offering, and the rest of the grapes would be unconsecrated food and exempt from designation as heave offering. Now could this tithed unconsecrated food exempt from the separation of heave offering the untithed wine that is below? Said our Hananiah b. our Hillel, it is as if the two designations were made simultaneously. At the moment at which he said, lo, the produce in hand and the produce in the vat are exempt from the separation of heave offering. Said our Hananiah, this appears appropriate for great heave offering, which requires tithing out of what is located in a single batch. But as to heave offering of tithe, for the offering must be separated in exact quantity by volume, weight, or number. There we have learned in the Mishnah, they do not separate heave offering from that which is unclean for that which is clean. And if he separated heave offering unintentionally, that which he has separated is heave offering, intentionally, he has not done anything, it is taught as a Tanite rule in the name of our Yaseh, and if he separated heave offering whether he did it unintentionally or intentionally, what he has done is done and valid. What would our Yaseh say about separating grapes for wine or olives for olive oil? If there all of the heave offering is taken from unclean produce and thus is lost to the priest, says that the householder's deed is confirmed, here a Tanite rule is located that teaches, they may not separate olives as heave offering for oil, nor grapes for wine. And if they separated the house of Shammai say, their own heave offering is in it. And the house of Hillel say, that which they have separated is not heave offering. The theories of our Yaseh are reversed. There, he said, what the farmer has done is validly done, and here he said, what he has separated is not valid heave offering. Their uncleanness is uncommon, and people will not err by thinking that they may separate heave offering or tithes from the one for the other. So post facto it is validly separated. But it is common for people to separate olives for oil or grapes for wine. Therefore if you validate it, people will think it is also permitted de jure to separate olives as heave offering for grapes. 1:3 They do not separate heave offering from gleanings, or from forgotten sheaves, or from corner of a field, or from ownerless property, and not from first tithe from which heave offering has been removed, and not from second tithe or dedicated which have been redeemed, and not from that which is liable for that which is exempt, and not from that which is exempt for that which is liable, and not from that which is picked for that which is not picked, and not from that which is not picked for that which is picked, and not from that which is new for that which is old, and not from that which is old for that which is new, and not from produce of the land for produce from outside of the land, and not from produce from outside of the land for produce of the land. And if they separated heave offering, that which they have separated is not valid heave offering. Corner of a field, or from ownerless property, Ar Yohanan in the name of Aryane. This is one of 3 readings of verses of Scripture that are clearly supported by the plain sense of Scripture. At the end of every 3 years you shall bring forth all of the tithe of the produce of the same year and lay it up within your towns. And the Levite, because he has no portion or inheritance with you, shall come and eat and be satisfied. From produce in which you have a portion but in which he does not have a portion you are obligated to give him tithe, excluding from tithing ownerless produce, to which you and he have an equal right. Gleanings, forgotten sheaves, and produce that grows in the corner of a field and is left for the poor are like ownerless property and are not subject to tithes. But are not those matters that are exempt for that which is exempt, and not from that which is exempt for that which is liable already specified corner of a field, or from ownerless property? That is precisely what the Mishnah wished to register, and they may not separate heave offering from what has reached a third of its growth for what has not reached a third of its growth. And if they separated heave offering, that which they have separated is not valid heave offering. In the opinion of Hezekiah this is subject to a dispute. In the opinion of Ar Yohanan it represents the view of all parties. 1:45 May not separate heave offering, but if they separated heave offering, that which they have separated is heave offering. A mute, a drunkard, a naked person, a blind person, and a person who has had a nocturnal emission may not separate heave offering. But if separated heave offering, that which they have separated is heave offering. They do not separate heave offering by a measure, by weight, or by account. But he separates the heave offering of which has been measured, of that which has been weighed, and of that which has been counted. They do not separate heave offering in a basket or in a vessel that measure. But he separates heave offering in them 1/2 or 1/3 part. He may not separate heave offering in a 1/2 part, since the half thereof is a measure. Some of those listed may not separate heave offering because they cannot recite the blessing that accompanies the action, and some of those listed may not separate heave offering because they cannot distinguish between produce of better quality from produce of worse quality to separate heave offering from the best of the produce. One who is mute, naked, or has had a nocturnal emission may not separate heave offering because he cannot recite the blessing, and a blind man or a drunkard because he cannot distinguish between produce of better quality from produce of worse quality to separate heave offering from the best of the produce. Abba bar Arhuna said, an intoxicated person should not recite the prayer, but if he recited the prayer, his recitation is regarded as a valid supplication before God. A drunkard should not recite the prayer, but if he recited the prayer, his recitation is regarded as blasphemy. Who is intoxicated? Any who has drunk a quarter log. Who is a drunkard? Any who has drunk more than that. There they say, it is any who cannot speak before the king. Arzira asked before Arisi, as to a drunkard, may he recite the grace after meals? He said to him, and you shall eat and be full and bless the Lord your God even if he is unable to speak. Where the question is required, it concerns whether or not drunkard may recite the Shema. Said Abba bar Abin, one pious man asked Elijah of blessed memory, may a drunkard may recite the Shema? He said to him, that the Lord may not see anything indecent of you. He should not see you speaking in indecency. Hezekiah set forth a Tanite rule: a naked person may neither recite the Shema nor say the blessing after meals. They do not separate heave offering by a measure, by weight, or by account. But he separates the heave offering of which has been measured, of that which has been weighed, and of that which has been counted. There we have learned in the Mishnah, one who counts is praiseworthy, and one who measures is more praiseworthy than he, but one who weighs is the most praiseworthy of the three. And here you have said this. Said R. Joshua B. Levi, here we speak o great heave offering, and there we speak of heave offering of tithe. And so it was taught on Tanite authority. R. Eliezer B. Gimel says, how on the basis of scripture do we know that they may not separate heave offering by volume, weight, or count? Scripture says, and you offering shall be reckoned to you though reckoning. You separate heave offering, but you do not separate heave offering by volume, weight, or count. And just as great heave offering is reckoned, so the heave offering of tithe is reckoned. But we have learned in the Mishnah, but he separates the heave offering of which has been measured, of that which has been weighed, and of that which has been counted. Said R. Eliezer, this is the sense of the Mishnah. R. Judah says, a man measures his untithed produce and brings it into his house, provided that he does not separate heave offering according to a measurement. A man weighs his untithed produce and brings it into his house, provided that he does not separate heave offering according to weight. A man counts his untithed produce and brings it into his house, provided that he does not separate heave offering according to account. 1:5 They may not separate oil as heave offering for olives which have been crushed, nor wine for grapes which have been trampled. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering. But he must separate heave offering again. The first imposes the status of heave offering, by itself, and are liable to the fifth on its account. But this is not the case as regards the second. But they may separate oil as heave offering for olives that have been preserved, and wine for grapes that are being made into raisins. Lo, if he separated oil as heave offering for olives intended for eating, or olives for olives intended for eating, or wine for grapes intended for eating, or grapes for grapes intended for eating, and decided to press them, he need not separate heave offering. They may not separate heave offering from produce the preparation of which is completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering. There we learned in the Mishnah, they may not separate heave offering from produce the preparation of which is completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is not complete. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering, and yet you say this? R. Ila in the name of R. Yohanan, because of the requirement of purification water. Which consideration separation of heave offering that causes loss to the priests, or the possibility of the purification waters falling into disuse, takes precedence and is more strict? Let us derive the answer from the following: one who separates olives as heave offering for olives that are going to be crushed, or grapes for grapes that are going to be trampled, that which he has separated is heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again. Lo, the consideration of loss to the priests figures, but the consideration of the possibility of the purification waters falling into disuse also figures. Yet it is taught on Tanite authority for this case, that which he has separated is heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again. That is to say, the consideration of the possibility of the purification waters falling into disuse takes priority over the consideration of loss to the priests. What would our Yase say here? If our Meir, who imposes a lenient ruling when the consideration is loss of value for the priestly tribe, imposes a strict ruling when it comes to the consideration of the possibility of the purification waters falling into disuse, our Yase, who imposes a strict rule in the consideration loss of value for the priestly tribe, should all the more so impose a strict ruling when it comes to the consideration of the possibility of the purification waters falling into disuse. It was found taught on Tannite authority in the name of Aryase. They do not separate olives as heave offering for oil, or grapes as heave offering for wine, and if one did so, that which he has designated as heave offering is valid heave offering. And he does not have to separate heave offering a second time, the words of our Meir. Aryase says, the house of Shammai say, they may separate heave offering. And the house of Hillel say, they may not separate heave offering. They agree that if he separated heave offering, that he must not separate heave offering a second time. This is the position of the two authorities. Our Meir rules leniently concerning the loss accruing to the priestly tribe and imposes a strict rule in the matter of the utilization of the purification water. Aryase rules strictly concerning the loss accruing to the priestly tribe and imposes a lenient rule in the matter of the utilization of the purification water. There we have learned in the Mishnah, Aryase says, 6 opinions of the house of Shammai s more lenient, and the house of Hillel s more stringent, rulings. Fowl may be served up on the table together with cheese, but it may not be eaten with it, according to the house of Shammai. And the house of Hillel say, it may neither be served up with it nor eaten with it. They separate heave offering from olives instead of from oil or from grapes instead of from wine, in accord with the words of the house of Shammai. And the house of Hillel say, they do not give heave offering. Said Armana, the correct version of this rule omits reference to olives separated as heave offering in behalf of oil but reads that the dispute concerned oil in behalf of olives. For this is the version attributed to Aryase, for Aryase said, it is heave offering, and he goes and repeats the action that which he has separated is heave offering. But he must separate heave offering again from the wine or oil the grapes or olives eventually produce. That is the rule if the original heave offering no longer exists. But if the original heave offering is available, he orally designates it as heave offering owing from the wine or oil, and that suffices. It is taught on Tannite authority, the second produce separated as heave offering may not be eaten by a priest until he separates from it heave offering and tithes. As to the first produce separated as heave offering, what is the rule? On the basis of that which is taught on Tannite authority, he went and made the original olives into oil, or the original grapes into wine. That which he has separated is heave offering, and he does not have to separate heave offering a second time. We learn that he does not have to designate tithes for this first produce separated as heave offering. But they may separate oil as heave offering for olives that have been preserved, and wine for grapes that are being made into raisins. Lo, if he separated oil as heave offering for olives intended for eating, or olives for olives intended for eating, or wine for grapes intended for eating, or grapes for grapes intended for eating, and decided to press them, he need not separate heave offering. We have learned in the Mishnah paragraph that follows, they may not separate heave offering from produce the preparation of which is completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering. Post facto but not de jure. The rule is stated explicitly that even de jure heave offering may be separated from oil or wine for pickled olives or raisins. If you say that pickled olives or raisins are different from produce that is fully processed, lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, dried split pomegranates, raisins and carobs after he stacks them up. Aryase ben Yase in the name of R. Isaac b. Eliezer, pertains solely to produce processed on the threshing floor or the wine vat. What measure prevails? Is it in accord with the quantity of oil the olives can produce, or in accord with the quantity of food they contain? Said R. Yohanan, there is a dispute. Rabbi says, it is in accord with the quantity of food they contain, and Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, it is in accord with the quantity of oil the olives can produce but not the pits. And all parties concur concerning hard olives that they separate heave offering for the edible produce in them but not for the pits. Hananiah asked, and as to carrying on the Sabbath, is the same issue disputes. Said our Hananiah, and we too have learned as a Tanite rule that which supports the view of Rabbi, one who separates olives as heave offering for olives that are going to be crushed, or grapes for grapes that are going to be trampled, that which he has separated is heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again. And so we have learned in the Mishnah, lo, if he separated oil as heave offering for olives intended for eating, or olives for olives intended for eating, or wine for grapes intended for eating, or grapes for grapes intended for eating, and decided to press them, he need not separate heave offering. That is because he changed his mind. Lo, if he did not change his mind, what he has separated is heave offering, and he must go and separate heave offering a second time. They may not separate heave offering from produce the preparation of which is completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is completed, nor from produce the preparation of which is not completed for produce the preparation of which is not completed. But if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is heave offering, Rmi in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, your offering shall be reckoned to you as the grain of the threshing floor where the processing of the produce is completed. On the basis of his commanding the Levites to separate heave offering of tithe from produce that is fully processed, you may reason that it is forbidden to give the Levites first tithe in the form of unthreshed stalks. Hayabar Ada in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, first tithe that the farmer went and separated from stalks of grain is prohibited to eat the tithe as a random meal. What is the scriptural basis for this rule? You shall not profane the holy things of the people of Israel lest you die. What is the law of the Torah as to inflicting a flogging? Our Ashian in the name of our Jonah, the Tanite rule indicates this, by the law of the Torah they do not inflict a flogging. For we have learned in the Mishnah there, heave offering of the tithe is like first fruits in two ways and heave offering in two ways. It is taken from clean produce for unclean, and which is not in the same location like first fruits. But it renders forbidden that which is on the threshing floor, and it has a prescribed quantity, like heave offering. Thus you must say, doesn't the statement, but it renders forbidden that which is on the threshing floor mean that it prohibits only after the pile of grain has been smoothed over? According to the law of the Torah the Levites are not flogged for eating first tithe from which heave offering was not separated. Yerushalmi Terumad. Chapter 2. 2:1 They may not separate heave offering from that which is clean for that which is unclean. But if they separated heave offering, that which they have separated is heave offering. Truly, a circle of pressed figs, a portion of which became unclean, he separates heave offering from the clean which is in it for the unclean which is in it, and so a bunch of greens, and so a heap. There were 2 circles, 2 bunches, 2 heaps, one of which was unclean and one of which was clean. He may not separate heave offering from one for the other. Our Eliezer says, they separate heave offering from that which is clean for that which is unclean. They do not separate heave offering from that which is unclean for that which is clean. And if he separated heave offering unintentionally, that which he has separated is heave offering, intentionally, he has not done anything. And so a Levite who had tithe from which heave offering had not been separated, was removing from it unintentionally, that which he has done is done, intentionally, he has not done anything. Our Judah says, if he knew about it from the beginning, even though unintentional, he has not done anything. One who immerses utensils on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may use them, intentionally, he may not use them. One who on the Sabbath tithes, or who cooks unintentionally, he may eat, intentionally, he may not eat. One who plants on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may leave it, intentionally, he must uproot. But in the 7th year, whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must uproot it. They may not separate heave offering from that is clean for that which is unclean, Our Yohanan in the name of Our Yane, and your offering shall be reckoned to you as the grain of the threshing floor and the fullness of the winepress. Just as in the case of the threshing floor or the winepress, is it possible for part to be unclean and part to be clean? Now even though elsewhere it is possible, we derive the rule by analogy from the case in which it is impossible for the case of the threshing floor or the wine press in which it is possible. Then, that which they have separated is heave offering. You shall present an offering from it to the Lord. All passages teach, yet Scripture discusses the great heave offering, it does not teach concerning the heave offering of the tithe itself. How do we know from Scripture that that is so? Aryase in the name of Hezekiah, Arjona in the name of Aryane. And from it you shall give the Lord's offering to Aaron the priest. Give to Aaron the priest what is fitting for his priestly status. Kahana said, give the consecrated parts from them. Takes the heave offering of the tithe from the sanctified portion of his tithe. The heave offering of the tithe taught concerning great heave offering that it must be taken from produce that is in the same batch. Yet heave offering of the tithe may be taken from one batch of first tithe in behalf the tithe in a different batch. What is the scriptural basis for the law that heave offering of the tithe may be separated from tithe in one batch in behalf of tithe in a different batch? Scripture said, that the Levites are to separate heave offering of the tithe from all of your tithes, even if one is in Judea and the other is in Galilee. Scripture's treatment of heave offering of the tithe taught concerning great heave offering that it may be separated from produce that was fully processed. And heave offering of tithe also is separated only from produce that is finally processed. They remove heave offering of the tithe from that which is unclean for that which is unclean, and from that which is clean for that which is clean, and from that which is clean for that which is unclean. But not from that which is unclean for that which is clean. From that which is unclean for that which is unclean, except in the case of produce about which there is a doubt whether it already was tithed. Our Nehemiah says, just as have offering of the tithe may not be taken from unclean first tithe in behalf of clean first tithe, so it may not be taken from unclean first tithe in behalf of other unclean first tithe. And our Nehemiah concurs in the case of first tithe taken from produce that is subject to doubt as to whether it has been tithed to this point has clean first tithe of the same species. Did not have clean first tithe of the same kind for use as heave offering of tithe for the unclean first tithe? Let us infer the answer from the following. Our Hananiah of Eintuna went up with our Zirah to the hot springs of Geter. Bought for Zirah eating olives prepared in a state of cleanness, but not yet prepared by the removal of heave offering and tithes. Zirah wanted to in tithing unclean produce that he might purchase in the next few days. He said to him, we don't have to take account of an idiosyncratic opinion. You must say that Nehemiah's view pertains only if the Levite had clean first tithe of the same species as the unclean. Truly, said our Eliezer, every passage that we repeat in the language, truly, represents a law revealed to Moses at Sinai, a circle of pressed figs, a portion of which became unclean. He separates heave offering from the clean which is in it for the unclean which is in it, because a portion became unclean. Does that not mean the whole of it was made unclean? The Mishnah speaks of a case in which the figs were stuck together with fruit juice. Which is in it for the unclean which is in it, but in the end won't it be split up into two parts? Interpret the rule to speak of a case in which the householder designated clean figs in the circle to serve as heave offering for unclean ones while all the figs were still joined together. And so a bunch of greens, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which some of the greens in the bunch were made unclean while all the greens were tied together. But if it was made unclean in single stalks and the householder then bound them together with clean stalks, in this case it is not permitted to separate clean produce in the bunch as heave offering for unclean. But in the end won't it be split up into two parts? Interpret the rule to speak of a case in which the householder designated heave offering for unclean ones while all the stalks were still joined together. A bunch of greens, part of which became unclean, which one unbound and rebound. What is the law? And so a heap and so a bunch of greens. Why not repeat the Tanite ruling in connection with a circle of figs and not teach the rule in connection with a bunch of greens? Teach the rule in connection with a bunch of greens and not teach the rule in the case of a heap of produce? Had we repeated the case of the circle of figs and not repeated the case of the bunch of greens, we might have said that a circle of figs which forms a single compact body one may separate heave offering from the clean part of the circle for the unclean, but we would have supposed that in the case of a bunch of greens, in which all the produce is not formed into a single entity, one may not separate heave offering from clean greens for unclean ones. To prevent that false impression, it was necessary to refer to the bunch of greens. And had we repeated the case of the bunch of greens and not included the heap of produce, we might have supposed that a bunch of vegetables, in which all the produce is in a single circumscribed batch, one may separate heave offering from clean for unclean produce, but in the case of a heap of produce, in which all of the produce is not in a single circumscribed batch, one may not separate heave offering from clean produce for unclean. To prevent that false impression, it was necessary to refer to he heap of produce and say that produce may be separated from the clean for the unclean. So it was necessary to refer to the heap of produce. There were 2 circles, 2 bunches, 2 heaps, one of which was unclean and one of which was clean. He may not separate heave offering from one for the other. What need was there for the teaching of our Yohanan in the name of our Yahweh, and our offering shall be reckoned to you as the grain of the threshing floor and the fullness of the winepress, said our Haya Bar Ada. The Mishnah speaks of a mound of cucumbers or shatmelons. There were 2 circles, 2 bunches, 2 heaps, one of which was unclean and one of which was clean. He may not separate heave offering from one for the other. What is the rule on whether one may separate heave offering from the figs in one circle for figs in the other circle? Let the answer derive from the following: if there were before the householder 2 piles of produce, from one of which he had separated a portion of heave offering and tithes and from the other of which he had separated a portion of the heave offerings and tithes, what is the rule? May he later on separate heave offering from this partially tithed batch on behalf of the other partially tithed batch? The disciples of Arhaya the elder asked Arhaya the elder, and he answered them, the fool folds his hands and eats his own flesh. Our Eliezer in the name of Arhaya the elder, if there were before the householder 2 piles of produce, from one of which he had separated a portion of heave offering and tithes and from the other of which he had separated a portion of the heave offerings and tithes, he may not later on separate heave offering from this partially tithed batch on behalf of the other partially tithed batch. He placed many kinds in a vessel, cabbage on top and cabbage on the bottom and a different kind in the middle. He may not separate heave offering from that which is on top for that which is on the bottom, unless he brought them together. That which you say applies if there is no space between the batches of cabbage but only the other kind of produce. But if there is space and no other interposed produce, one may separate heave offering and tithes from this batch of cabbage on the bottom for the batch of cabbage on the top. All a winepress room constitutes a single batch. All of the figs in the storage room form a single batch. It was taught as a Tanite statement, said Arjuda, and that is the case when the greater part of the produce from the threshing floor is in the middle. To this point the rule applies to grain on the threshing floor even if the produce in the middle is straw or stubble. Our Haggai asked our Yase, if there was unclean produce in the middle of the threshing floor. He said to him, does the unclean produce touch the produce round about? Associates asked before our Yase, if there was a piece of cloth in the middle. He said to them, this is comparable to the case of 5 sacks of produce on the threshing floor. Our Ile says in the name of our Eliezer, they separate heave offering from that which is clean for that which is unclean even in wet. How so? One who pickled his olives in a state of uncleanness and wished to separate heave offering from them in cleanness, brings a funnel the opening of which does not hold an egg's bulk, and rests it in the opening of the jug. He brings olives and places them in it and separates heave offering. The result is that he separates heave offering from that which is clean for that which is unclean, and separates from a single batch. Opening of which does not hold an egg's bulk. Why do I need a funnel with an opening less than an egg's bulk? Even if it were the size of an egg's bulk, because they are in small pieces. They said to him, only in the case of wine and oil is the term wet applicable. All the wine in a wine press room forms a single batch. How so? If one press was served by 2 tanks, 2 presses served by 1 tank, or 2 presses served by 2 tanks, heave offering may be separated from the clean wine in one of the tanks for unclean wine in the other tank. That poses no problem in the case of 1 press served by 2 tanks. But where there are 2 press served by 1 tank, isn't it the fact that since part of the batch is made unclean, the whole of it is made unclean? Our law in the name of our Eliezer, interpret the law to deal with a case in which he planned to store the wine from 2 presses in a single batch but changed his mind and decided to make 2 batches with the clean wine in one vat and the unclean in a different vat. Said Aryase Br Abun, that which you say applies if the wine became unclean after the farmer filled the vat and schemed it so it was liable to the separation of heave offering while it was still clean. But if the wine became unclean before it was placed in the vat and schemed, it may not be our Tabi in the name of our Josiah Br Yane, the decided law is in accord with our Eliezer. Our Isaac Bar Naaman in the name of our Hashiah, the decided law is in accord with our Eliezer. Our Huna, our Hananiah, the decided law is not in accord with our Eliezer. Our Yase Br Bun, our Judah in the name of Samuel, the decided law is not in accord with our Eliezer. A case came before our IMI. He did not decide. He said, there are 2 authorities against 2 authorities. They said to him, but our Isaac Bar Naaman ruled in favor. Even so, he did not rule in accord with which is unclean for that which is clean. And if he separated heave offering in that manner unintentionally, that which he has separated is heave offering, intentionally, he has not done anything. And so a Levite who had tithe from which heave offering had not been separated, was removing from it unintentionally, that which he has done is done, intentionally, he has not done anything. Our Judah says, if he knew about it from the beginning, even though unintentional, he has not done anything. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who gives heave offering from the cistern, and said, lo, this is heave offering on condition that it come up in safety, safe from breakage and from spillage, but not from uncleanness. Our Simeon says, even from uncleanness. Said our Yasebi Hanana, the Mishnah refers to the uncleanness imparted by one who has immersed on the self-same day and awaits sunset for the completion of his rite of purification. Said our Ila, that is because persons who have immersed on the self-same day and await sunset for the completion of the rite of purification are many at the wine vats. Said our Yase, the touch of persons who have immersed on the self-same day and await sunset for the completion of the rite of purification is null for untithed produce that he touches. It was taught as a Tanite statement, said our Yudan, under what circumstances that the ladle not break or the wine or oil spill. It is in the separation of the great heave offering, which must be designated from nearby produce. But in the case of heave offering of the tithe, or any other accident, Judah Bar Rabbi says, it never entered the mind of this one to violate the teachings of the Torah by separating heave offering of the tithe before the great heave offering. Answered our Abba Bar Mammal, but have we not learned in the Mishnah, they do not separate heave offering from that which is unclean for that which is clean. And if he separated heave offering unintentionally, that which he has separated is heave offering. Suppose that one separated heave offering but said that he did not wish to violate the teaching of the Torah. Our Abba Bar Mammal, if you say so, you turn out to separate him from a minor offense and bring him to a major offense. Eating produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed is a sin subject to the death penalty, but an unclean person who ate clean produce is subject to the violation of a positive commandment. It is taught as a Tanite rule in the name of our Yase, which is unclean for that which is clean. And if he separated heave offering whether he did it unintentionally or intentionally, what he has done is done and valid. Our Phineas asked before our Yase, to this point we have interpreted Judah's statement from the beginning, even though unintentional, he has not done anything to pertain only to a case in which someone assumed his produce was clean, so when he separated heave offering from it, he thought it was clean. In that case Judah disagrees with Yase and with the anonymous rule unintentionally, that which he has done is done, intentionally, he has not done anything. What if the farmer knew that the produce was unclean, but forgot that it was permitted to separate heave offering from unclean produce for clean produce? He said to him, it would have been fine had Rabbi had agreed with our Judah, but he didn't for the law is according to our Yase both there and here. One who immerses utensils on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may use them, intentionally, he may not use them. One who on the Sabbath tithes, or who cooks unintentionally, he may eat, intentionally, he may not eat. One who plants on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may leave it, intentionally, he must uproot. But in the 7th year, whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must uproot it, coincided with the day after the Sabbath. The house of Shammai says, they immerse everything before the Sabbath. And the house of Hillel says, utensils before the Sabbath, but man on the Sabbath. At Mishnah Bissa 2:3, the houses refer to large vessels. But in the case of small vessels, circumvent, he immerses them. Taught Ar Hashaya, a man may fill an unclean vessel from a well and may circumvent, he immerses the vessel. It is taught, his bucket fell into a well, he may circumvent, immerse them. 2 Amoraic authorities. 1 states which were rendered unclean by a primary source of uncleanness. But the other states which were rendered unclean by a secondary source of uncleanness. The one who claims by a secondary source of uncleanness replied to the one who states a primary source of uncleanness, even on a weekday, would have to await the setting of the sun. Said to him, the case is one in which wishes to use for unconsecrated foods prepared in a state of cleanness. Ar Jeremiah, Ar Zira, in the name of Ar Haya bar Ashi, a smart woman will rinse a cup here and a plate there and a tray somewhere else. Utensils on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may use them, intentionally, he may not use them. One who on the Sabbath tithes, or who cooks unintentionally, he may eat, intentionally, he may not eat. One who plants on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may leave it, intentionally, he must uproot. But in the 7th year, whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must uproot it. R. Samuel, in the name of Ar Abahu, if someone who knows that it is the Sabbath but forgets the prohibition against tithing on that day, if he is inadvertent, he may eat what he tithes. If he knows that it is the Sabbath and that it is forbidden to tithe on that day, he may not eat what he tithes. Said Ar Yaseh, the Mishnah has said that, one who on the Sabbath tithes, or who cooks unintentionally, he may eat, intentionally, he may not eat. It was taught as a Tanite rule, he who cooks on the Sabbath, if he does so inadvertently, he may eat it. Deliberately, he may not eat it, the words of Ar Meir. Ar Judah says, inadvertently, he may eat it at the end of the Sabbath. Deliberately, he may not eat it. Ar Yohanan Hassandalar says, inadvertently, it may be eaten at the end of the Sabbath by others, but not by him. Deliberately, it should not be eaten either by him or by others. Samuel accords with Ar Yohanan Hassandalar. When Rab would instruct his association, he instructed in accord with Ar Meir. When he would give instruction in public, he would teach in accord with Ar Yohanan Hassandalar. Said Ar Simeon bar Barsana, Rab instructed us teach in accord with Ar Ishmael b Ar Yohanan b Baraka. For it has been taught in a Tanite statement, a general principle did Ar Ishmael b Ar Yohanan b Baraka state, in the case of something on account of the deliberate doing, of which one is liable to extirpation, and on account of the inadvertent doing of which one is liable for a sin offering, which one did on the Sabbath, whether one did so inadvertently or deliberately, it is prohibited both for him and for others to eat. But in the case of something on account of which people are not liable for the deliberate doing of which to extirpation, and on account of the inadvertent doing of which to a sin offering, which one did on the Sabbath inadvertently, it may be eaten at the end of the Sabbath by others, but not by him. He did so deliberately, it may not be eaten. They asked before Ar Yohanan, as for you, what do you say? He said to them, as for me, I know only the Mishnah's statement, one who on the Sabbath tithes, or who cooks unintentionally, he may eat, intentionally, he may not eat. Ar Hisda heard and said, have the laws on labor on the Sabbath been repealed? Did Tr Huna say in the name of Rab, and Ar Haya taught the same as a Tanite rule, in the beginning, they would say, he who cooks on the Sabbath, if this was inadvertent, may eat the food, if this was deliberate, he may not eat the food, and the same rule applies to forgetting. When a great many people began deliberately to leave food on the stove, saying, we forgot, they went and imposed an extrajudicial penalty on the one who forgets food on the stove. And yet you say this. Said Ar Hila, they were suspect of leaving the pot on the stove, they were not suspect of actually cooking the food. Therefore they imposed an extrajudicial penalty on the one who forgets food on the stove. They reverted to rule, any stew that is improved by being boiled down is forbidden, but if the stew is ruined by being boiled down, it is permitted. What stew is improved by being boiled down? Cabbage, bean, and chopped meat. Said Tanhum bar Ila, also turnip heads and heads of leeks, they are improved by being boiled down. What is the rule for eggs? Yaseh in the name of Ishmael, Jeremiah, Hananiah in the name of Ishmael Yaseh, father came home and found their eggs and prohibited eating them. He found warm eggs and permitted them. Samuel bar Nathan in the name of Hannah bar Hananiah, father and I went up to the springs of Gedor and they served us eggs as small as crab apples and they tasted like apricots. It is taught as a Tanite rule, a woman should not fill a pot with peas or leeks and put them in the oven on the Sabbath eve at sunset. But if she did so and placed them in the oven, they may not be eaten on the Sabbath, but after the Sabbath they may be eaten after they have remained in the oven long enough to cook. Aha said, it is a case in which she did it deliberately, and the law accords with Meir. Yaseh said, it is a case of doing so inadvertently, and the ruling accords with Judah. Said Mana, well did Yaseh state he who plants on the Sabbath inadvertently, he may preserve. Deliberately, he must uproot. But in the case of the 7th year, whether this is done inadvertently or deliberately, he must uproot. Judah says, matters are precisely the opposite. In the case of the 7th year, inadvertently, he may allow the plants to grow. If he did so deliberately, he must uproot them. In the case of the Sabbath, whether one has done the deed inadvertently or deliberately, one must uproot for the benefit of the forbidden work done on the Sabbath affects it. Now here, since you say that one should wait after the Sabbath for sufficient time to pass for the food to cook, it is equivalent to a case in which someone in no way benefits from work done on the Sabbath. One who plants on the Sabbath unintentionally, he may leave it, intentionally, he must uproot. But in the 7th year, whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must uproot it. What is the reason for the position of the rabbis cited above? Israelites are suspect of violating the law of the 7th year, but they are not suspect of violating the law of the Sabbath. Another matter, because they count out the years in the case of plants which come up, example for Orla and for the 4th year produce in the case of the 7th year. But they do not count out for the Sabbath. What would be a concrete case? If a farmer inadvertently planted a sapling fewer than 30 days before the start of the 7th year, and the sapling continued to grow in the 7th year? If you say that the sage's reason is suspicion that the Israelites will lie to violate the restrictions of the 7th year, then the tree may be left to grow since it was not planted in the 7th year, there is no consideration of suspicion. If you say that the operative consideration is the matter of counting out the years, there is the consideration of counting out the years. If the farmer planted the sapling fewer than 30 days before the end of the 7th year, what is the rule on uprooting it? If you say that the sage's reason is suspicion that the Israelites will lie to violate the restrictions of the 7th year, then that is a consideration. As to him who said the sage's reason is suspicion that the Israelites will lie to violate the restrictions of the 7th year, would the rabbis penalize those who inadvertently violate the law on account of those who intentionally do so? 2:2 They may not separate heave offering from kind for which is not of its same kind. And if he separated heave offering, that which he has separated is not heave offering. All kinds of wheat are one, all kinds of figs, dried figs, and circles of pressed figs are considered one species, so one separates heave offering from one species of wheat for a different species of wheat. Wherever there is a priest, separates heave offering from the choicest. Wherever there is not a priest, he separates heave offering from that which keeps. Judah says, he always should separate heave offering from the choicest. They separate a whole small onion as heave offering, but not half of a large onion. Judah says, no, rather, they separate half of a large onion as heave offering. And so would Judah say, they separate onions from large towns as heave offering for from villages, but not from villages for from large towns, since they are the food of city people. Ar Yohanan in the name of Aryane. This is one of 3 readings of verses of scripture that are clearly supported by the plain sense of scripture, all the best of the oil and all he best of the wine and the grain. How are we to interpret this matter? If it is to teach that they separate wine as heave offering for grain or grain for wine, they replied, Lo, wine and oil, lo these derive from a species of tree, yet they may not separate heave offering or tithes from one for the other. For one said, just as wine and oil share the distinctive trait of deriving from kinds of trees, but they do not separate heave offering and tithes from one for the other, I surely must encompass under the rule 2 kinds of grain or 2 kinds of produce, they may not separate heave offering or tithes from one for the other. All kinds of wheat are one. This was necessary to make the following point, they may even separate heave offering from light-colored wheat for dark-colored wheat or from dark-colored wheat from light-colored wheat. All kinds of figs, dried figs, and circles of pressed figs are considered one species. It was taught as a Tanite statement, they separate figs as heave offering for dried figs according to number, and dried figs for figs according to volume. But not figs for figs according to number. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, baskets of figs and baskets of dried figs are all equal. They separate heave offering and remove tithes from one for the other. Said Ar Ishmael b. Ar Yase, father would take 10 dried figs from the drying place for 90 figs which were in the basket Ter 4:1-2. Ar Jeremiah considered ruling, Ar Jonah and Ar Yase, 2 Amoraim, it is the way for what is swollen to become compressed, but not for what is compressed to swell up. Instead let him take as heave offering for fresh figs big baskets of dried figures. Said to them Ar Aha, thus would Ar Ilah, your master, reflect on Jeremiah's view on the basis of this, an egg's bulk of foodstuffs that one left in the sun and that shrank, and so an olive's bulk of corpse matter, an olive's bulk of carrion and a lentil's bulk of a creeping thing, an olive's bulk of refuse, an olive's bulk of remnant, and an olive's bulk of prohibited fat. Lo, they are clean. And they are not liable on their account because of refuse, remnant, and uncleanness. One left them in the rain and they expanded, they are unclean, and they are liable on their account. If one put them in the rain and the swelled up to greater than minimum volume, they are unclean. The Southerners say, only if to begin with the food was an olive's bulk. If the food was left in the sun and shrank to less than an olive's bulk and swelled up in the rain, it is susceptible to uncleanness. If it was never the minimum volume, it does not contract uncleanness. Ar Yohanan and Ar Simeon b. Lakish say, even if to begin with the food was not an olive's bulk. There we learned in the Mishnah, all meal offerings are brought unleavened, except for the leaven in the thank offerings and the 2 loaves of bread, which are brought leavened. Our Medir says, the leaven is set aside for them from their own, and it leavens them. Our Judah says, also, that is not of the best way. But one brings the leaven and puts it into the measure and fills the measure. They said to him, also, it would be either too little or too much. Who is represented by they said to him? It is our Medir. Sometimes the leaven would be of good quality and rise. In this case the meal might be of too little volume, but swells up because of the high quality of the leaven. You must judge the leavened dough as if it was compressed to the original volume of the meal. It turns out that there is too little meal for the offering. And sometimes the leaven would be of low quality, so that it would contract. In this case the meal might be of sufficient quantity, but because of the low quality leaven, it would call and appear to be of too little volume. You must judge the dough as if it had risen. So it turns out that there is more than enough meal in the offering. As to our Jeremiah, our Yohanan and our Simeon b. Lakish, the 3 of them said the same thing in the setting where the food was compressed. The people of Bar Patai cooked rice. They forgot to tithe it. Associates reasoned, take as tithes fresh uncooked rice in a volume commensurate with the amount of fresh rice in the cooked rice. Said to them Ar Yase, I too say that. Why? Because when it is cooked, rice swells up. 2:3 They separate olives for oil as heave offering for olives for pickling, but not olives for pickling for olives for oil. And wine that has not been boiled for that which has been boiled, but not that which has been boiled for that which has not been boiled. This is the general principle. Any that is a distinct kind in relation to another he may not separate heave offering from one for the other, even from the more choice for the less choice. But any that is not a distinct kind in relation to other he separates heave offering from the more choice for the less choice, but not from the less choice for the more choice. But if he separated heave offering from the less choice for the more choice, that which he has separated is heave offering. Except in the case of rye grass for wheat, since it is not a food and squash are a single kind. R. Judah says, 2 kinds for that which has not been boiled, said R. Yohanan. This represents the opinion of R. Judah. R. Judah permits, for this improves it. And said R. Yohanan, the theories attributed to R. Judah conflict. R. Eliezer says, the theories attributed to R. Judah do not conflict. There, where boiling wine is permitted, it is wine in the status of heave offering and the boiling is done by the priest. Here where unboiled wine is superior, it is in the hands of the householder, since unboiled wine is of better quality. R. Eliezer and R. Yohanan, one said it diminishes its quality for wine drinkers, the other says it diminishes its quantity. And we do not know who said this and who said that. On the basis of the statement, said R. Yohanan, the theories attributed to R. Judah conflict, and R. Eliezer says, the theories attributed to R. Judah do not conflict. There, where boiling wine is permitted, it is wine in the status of heave offering and the boiling is done by the priest. Here where unboiled wine is superior, it is in the hands of the householder, since unboiled wine is of better quality. It must be R. Yohanan who said, it diminishes its quality. For wine drinkers. R. Judah Brimi in the name of R. Simeon B. Lakish, boiling wine diminishes its desirability to wine drinkers. A Tannite rule conflicts with the view of R. Yohanan. They separate wine which has not been boiled for that which has been boiled, but not that which has been boiled for that which has not been boiled. Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel says, even which has been boiled for that which has not been boiled. And so would Rabban Simeon B. Gamaliel say, also the laws of uncovered and of wine used for libations are not applicable in the case of wine which has been boiled, said Rimi. R. Yohanan did not repeat this statement. Said Rabban Bar Kahana in the name of Rabbi, and you shall bear no sin by reason of it, when you have offered the best of it, since one who improperly separates heave offering has sinned, you know that his actions are valid. Except in the case of rye grass for wheat, since it is not a food, lo, whatever is edible is permitted to serve as heave offering. But if he separated heave offering from the less choice for the more choice, that which he has separated is heave offering. That is the opinion of R. Ishmael Br Yasseh in the name of his father. R. Ishmael Br Yasseh says in the name of his father, they separate wine as heave offering for vinegar, but they do not separate vinegar as heave offering for wine. If he transgressed and separated heave offering in that way, what he has designated as heave offering is validly designated. Rabbi says, wine and vinegar are 2 distinct species. They do not designate heave offering or tithe from the one for the other. Said R. Joshua B. Levi, it stands to reason that Rabbi concurs. What is the reason for Rabbi's view? If you say otherwise, so that it is permitted to separate wine as heave offering for vinegar, people might suppose that it also is permitted to separate vinegar as heave offering for wine, and that is impossible. And cucumber and squash are a single kind. R. Judah says, 2 kinds. R. Judah is consistent with opinions expressed elsewhere, and the rabbis are consistent with opinions expressed elsewhere. For we have learned in the Mishnah there, cucumber and squash are not diverse kinds with one another. R. Judah says diverse kinds. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 3. 3:1 One who separates a shate melon as heave offering and it is found to be bitter, a watermelon and it is found to be rotten, heave offering. But he must separate heave offering again. One who separates a keg of wine as heave offering and it is found to be vinegar, if it was known before he separated it as heave offering that it was vinegar, not heave offering. But if it turned into vinegar after he separated it as heave offering, lo, this is heave offering. And if there is a doubt, heave offering. But he must separate heave offering again. The first does not impose the status of heave offering by itself, and are not required to pay back the fifth. And so the second. One of them fell into unconsecrated produce, it does not impose the status of heave offering. The second fell elsewhere, it does not impose the status of heave offering. The two fell into the same place, they impose the status of heave offering in accordance with the smaller of the two. One who separates a shade melon as heave offering and it is found to be bitter, there is no problem with a watermelon found to be rotten. But as to a shade melon, found to be bitter, wasn't the shatmelon bitter to begin with? Said Ar Yohanan, they treat them as if they might be food. Ar Jonah asked, in all aspects do they treat them as if they might be food, do they contract uncleanness as food, and do they burn them if they contract uncleanness, and if they are heave offering, must a non-priest who unintentionally eats them pay their value and an added fifth? If in the status of second tithe does one receive a flogging for eating them outside the walls of Jerusalem, and if one makes an Arab of them, is it a doubtful Arab so that the man is like one who drives an ass and a camel together? There said Ar Yohanan, a loaf of bread that may or may not be unclean in private domain and which one touched in public domain he is unclean. But here it was taught as a Tanite statement in the name of Ar Yaseh, you find nothing bitter in a shatmelon except for its inner part. What should one do? He adds other produce to its outer part to compensate for the bitter part and designates this additional food as heave offering for the shade melon. Ar Benjamin Bar Levi asked, is it possible that concerning a matter that can be settled through a test sages would differ? Rather. If one separated a keg of wine as heave offering and it is found to have been left uncovered, a watermelon and it is found to be punctured, that which he has separated is heave offering. He must separate heave offering again. Ar Yudan Bar Pazi, Ar Simeon in the name of Ar Joshua b. Levi. They said that it is valid heave offering only if the produce was found punctured after it was designated heave offering. But if it was designated to begin with, it is not permitted to separate as heave offering. Ar Jacob the Southerner asked before Ar Yaseh, it stands to reason that that is the rule only if he saw the snake biting the melon. He said to him, does he know that he has put venom in the melon? Associates asked in the presence of Ar Yaseh, what is the difference between this rule and the case of separating unclean produce as heave offering for clean produce? He said to them, in the case of the unclean produce, the fact that the produce is unclean causes it to be inedible, but here with bitter or rotten produce, the food is like dirt and is not edible at all, and it may not be classified as heave offering, so the farmer must repeat the process. Rabbi says, wine and vinegar are two kinds. But sages say, one kind. Ar Jacob Bar Aha in the name of Ar Yohanan, the law is in accord with the ruling of Rabbi Ar Haya in the name of Ar Yohanan, that it was vinegar, not heave offering. But if it turned into vinegar after he separated it as heave offering, lo, this is heave offering is the opinion of Rabbi. Ar Abba Bar Cohen asked before Ar Yaseh, didn't Ar Haya say in the name of Ar Yohanan, when it comes to a dispute between Rabbi and his colleagues, the decided law is in accord with Rabbi? And said Ar Jonah, and even Rabbi in the context of Ar Eliezer b. Ar Simeon. He said to him, because the same rule on wine and vinegar was taught as a Tanite statement by Ar Ishmael b. Ar Yaseh in the name of his father, and said Ar Yaseh in the name of Ar Yohanan, when it comes to a dispute between Ar Yaseh and his colleagues, the decided law is in accord with Ar Yaseh, in order that you not suppose that even here the law concerning wine and vinegar follows the opinion of Ar Yaseh. Ishmael's father Yohanan needed to state that the law follows the position of Rabbi Ar Zira, Ar Jacob Bar Edi in the name of Ar Yohanan, Ar Meir and Ar Simeon. The decided law accords with Ar Simeon. Ar Simeon and Ar Judah. The decided law accords with Ar Judah. It is not necessary to say, Ar Meir and Ar Judah. The decided law accords with Ar Judah. Ar Abba, Ar Jacob Bar Edi in the name of Ar Jonathan, Ar Meir and Ar Simeon. The decided law accords with Ar Simeon. Ar Simeon and Ar Judah. The decided law accords with Ar Judah. And it is not necessary to say, Ar Meir Ar Judah and Ar Simeon the decided law accords with Ar Judah. And from that statement you may infer that Ar Simeon and Ar Judah the decided law accords with Ar Judah. One of them fell into unconsecrated produce, it does not impose the status of heave offering. The second fell elsewhere, it does not impose the status of heave offering. The two fell into the same place, they impose the status of heave offering in accordance with the smaller of the two. What does he do? He gives the two of them to a priest, and the priest pays him the value of one of them. For which of them does the priest pay the value, the larger or the smaller batch of heave offering? From that which is taught, the two fell into the same place, they impose the status of heave offering in accordance with the smaller of the two. That is to say, the priest pays him the value of the larger quantity of heave offering. 3:2 Partners who separated heave offering one after the other. Ar Akaba says, that which was separated by both of them is heave offering. But sages say, that which was separated by the first is heave offering. Ar Yaseh says, if the first separated the required measure, that which was separated by the second is not heave offering. But if the first did not separate the required measure, that which was separated by the second is heave offering. In what does the opinion apply? In which neither conferred, but gave permission to a member of his household, to his slave, or to his maidservant to separate heave offering. That which that individual separates is heave offering. Retracted if he retracted before separated heave offering, that which has separated is not heave offering. But if he retracted after separated heave offering, that which has separated is heave offering. Workers do not have permission to separate heave offering, except for those who tread, for they at once impart to the tank. Partners who separated heave offering one after the other. Ar Akaba says, that which was separated by both of them is heave offering. But sages say, that which was separated by the first is heave offering. How shall we define the case? If the partners re the ones who are careful, they would not intend for both to separate heave offering from the same produce, and here even Ar Akaba would agree with sages. But if it is a case of partners who are not careful, here sages would agree with Ar Akaba. But this is how we are to interpret the rule, it is a case of ordinary partners. Ar Akaba holds that ordinary partners are not careful in their mutual transactions, and sages holds that ordinary partners are not careful in their mutual transactions. In the opinion of Ar Akaba, the sea of heave offering separated by the first partner is made up of half of unconsecrated untithed produce and half of heave offering that is subject to the separation of tithes. The sea of heave offering separated by the second partner is made up of half of unconsecrated untithed produce and half of heave offering that is subject to the separation of tithes. The half in the status of heave offering is not subject to tithes, since it is made up entirely of the priestly gifts required of the produce. The only open question is as follows: what is the law as to whether the half sea of validly separated heave offering separated by the second partner serves as heave offering required of the half sea of produce separated by the first partner, which is subject to heave offerings? Let us infer the answer from the following: Ariston brought out produce to tithe it and unintentionally left some of it in the sack. He separated heave offering. The case came before Ar Yaseh, who said, we assume that he gave offering for all of the produce. Separated the required measure, that which was separated by the second is not heave offering. But if the first did not separate the required measure, that which was separated by the second is heave offering. What is meant by required measure? Is it the required measure of the Torah, or is it the measure ordinarily separated by the associates? If we treat it as the required measure of the Torah, is not the same as the rabbis' reason for ruling in the same way. If we treat it as the required measure of the associates, the opinion of Ar Yaseh is the same as that of the rabbis. Apply to the case in which neither of the partners conferred. But, in a case in which one gave permission to a member of his household, to his slave, or to his maidservant to separate heave offering, that which that individual separates is valid heave offering. If he retracted the permission, if he retracted it before, does this not conflict with the opinion of Resh Lakish? For Resh Lakish said, through a mere oral declaration a man does not nullify his agent. Interpret the statement to apply to a case in which he said to him, designate heave offering from the northern part of the crop, and he designated it from the southern part, said Ar Yohanan, those who tread the grapes, once they have treaded them warp and woof, forthwith render the grapes susceptible to uncleanness. And has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, workers who have separated the heave offering of the tank, that which they have separated is not heave offering? But if it was a small tank and also others use it, that which they have separated is heave offering. Lo, the worker's designation of heave offering is valid if also others use it. Lo, if others do not use the vat, that which the workers separate is not valid heave offering. What's the difference? Speaks of a vat of wine, speaks of a vat of olive oil. Are not wine and oil subject to the same rule? No, for as to wine, it is commonly made unclean, but as for oil, it is not commonly made unclean. It was taught on Tanite authority, from what time may they separate the heave offering of the vat? From the time that they have trampled warp and woof. From what time may they render it unclean? The house of Shammai say, after second tithe has been removed. The house of Hillel say, after first tithe has been removed. Said Ar Judah, the law is according to the words of the house of Shammai, but the majority behave according to the words of the house of Hillel. Said Ar Simeon, the opinion of the house of Shammai appears proper in the time that the temple stood. The opinion of the house of Hillel appears proper for the present age. And sages say not in accord with the opinion or of that one, but, they remove heave offering and tithes and forthwith render the vat unclean. From what time may they separate the heave offering of olives? There are Tanite authorities who say, from the time that they have been ground. And there are Tanite authorities who say, from the time that they press them. Ter 3:13. There is no problem for the Tanite authorities who say, from the time that they press them, but as for him who said, from the time that they have been ground, did not Ar Yohanan say, those who tread the grapes, once they have treaded them warp and woof, forthwith render the grapes susceptible to uncleanness? Rather, the statement of Ar Yohanan speaks of wine, and the one who says ground refers to oil. Are not wine and oil subject to the same rule? No, for as to wine, it is commonly made unclean, but as for oil, it is not commonly made unclean. Said Ar Haya bar Ada, here and there uncleanness is common, but it is more likely that wine will be rendered unclean than that oil will be rendered unclean. Ar Yasebi Ar Judah says, he brings olives in a basket and places them in the press and presses them warp and woof. They said to him, grapes is not like olives. Grapes are soft and let their wine ooze out easily. Olives are hard and do not let their oil ooze out easily. 3:3 who says, the heave offering of this heap is within it, or its tithes are within it, its heave offering of the tithe is within it. Our Simeon says, he has designated. But sages say, unless he will say, in its northern portion, or in its southern portion. Our Eliezer from it, for it, has designated. Our Eliezer b. Jacob says, one who says, a tenth of this tithe is made heave offering of the tithe for it, has designated it. One who separates heave offering before first fruits, first tithe before heave offering, or second tithe before first, even though he transgresses a negative commandment, that which he has done is done, as it is written, you shall not delay to offer from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. And from where that first fruits should be separated before heave offering, for this is called heave offering and first, and this is called heave offering and first. Still first fruits should be separated first, since they are the first fruits of all. And heave offering before first, since it is first. And first tithe before second, since it has in it first. One who says, the heave offering of this heap is within it, or its tithes are within it, its heave offering of the tithe is within it. Our Simeon says, he has designated. Ar Yasebi Ar Abun in the name of Ar Yohanan. The ruling of Ar Simeon accords with the position of the house of Shammai, oil, nor grapes for wine. And if they separated the house of Shammai say, their own heave offering is in it. And the house of Hillel say, that which they have separated is not heave offering. The house of Shammai say, their own heave offering is in it, is a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce. Along these same lines, R. Simeon says, its heave offering of the tithe is within it what the farmer has designated as holy is a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce. Up to this point, within it. But what is the rule if he said it is in the heap? Let us infer the answer from the following: one who says, the second tithe which is in this item is deconsecrated with this Isar, but did not specify its location. R. Simeon says, he has designated. And sages say, he has not consecrated the coin until he specifies in the northern or southern. That indicates within it and in it add up to the same thing. R. Zira in the name of R. Abidoma of Haifa in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish, and your offering shall be reckoned to you, and you shall separate a gift to the Lord. Just as reckoning involves a particular location, so separating involves a particular location. If he said, the heave offering of this and that heap of produce is in this heap, said R. Yohanan, the place where he designates the heave offering of the one heap, there is located the heave offering of the other heap. R. Isaac b. R. Eliezer asked, if a sea of heave offering fell into a heap of produce, one who says, the heave offering of this heap is in its northern portion, the half of it facing north is a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce, the words of Rabbi. Let the man take as heave offering half of the heap. But sages say, he marks it out in the form of chi, that is, 1/4 of the batch. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, he takes the heave offering from its northernmost part. That is, 1/8 of the batch. 2 heaps of produce in one of the heaps. What is the law? R. Yohanan said, holy is a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, holy is not a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce. Said R. Hashiah b. R. Shammai, if there were before the farmer 2 seahs of produce and 1 heap of produce, and he said, one of these 2 seahs of produce is heave offering for the produce in the heap, he has sanctified both of them to serve as heave offering, but does not know which one of them is heave offering. If there were before him 2 heaps of produce and a single seah of produce, and he said, lo, this seah of produce is designated heave offering on behalf of one of the heaps, one of the heaps has been dealt with properly, but he does not know which one. One who separates heave offering before first fruits, first tithe before heave offering, or second tithe before first, even though he transgresses a negative commandment, that which he has done is done, as it is written, you shall not delay to offer from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses. And from where that first fruits should be separated before heave offering, for this is called heave offering and first, and this is called heave offering and first. Still first fruits should be separated first, since they are the first fruits of all. And heave offering before first, since it is first. And first tithe before second, since it has in it first. R. Hama bar Ukba in the name of R. Yaseh b. R. Hanana, from the fact is held to have violated a negative commandment, you know that that which he has done is done. R. Hama bar Ukba in the name of R. Yaseh b. R. Hanana said, he is flogged. Said R. Zira, they raised this as a question in the presence of R. Yohanan, and he shut up. What is the transgression? Is he flogged or not? R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Yohanan came, he is not flogged. How does R. Yohanan deal with the verse, you shall not delay to offer from the fullness of your harvest and from the outflow of your presses? He interprets it to refer to the removal of all tithes that have been separated. At what point in the separation of offerings in the wrong order is the farmer held to have transgressed? R. Hiah bar Ba said, from the outset. R. Samuel bar R. Isaac said, at the end of the process. What's the practical difference between these opinions? A case in which in the opinion of R. Hiah bar Vava he has transgressed, in the opinion of R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, he has not transgressed. R. Samuel bar Abba asked, first tithe that they separated while the produce was in the stalks and unprocessed, has he transgressed or not? They asked before R. Abahu, the separation of heave offering does not prevent the later separation of first fruits. He said to them, that represents the view of Abba Pinamon. R. Yaseh asked, what statement of Abba Pinamon? Said to him R. Mana, I heard my father repeat as a Tanite rule, If one had separated heave offering and first fruits at one and the same time, and had first fruits on his right hand and heave offering in his left hand, what is the law? There are Tanite authorities who teach that he has transgressed, and there are Tanite authorities who teach that he has not transgressed. The Tanite authorities who teach that he has transgressed are the rabbis, and the Tanite authorities who teach that he has not transgressed are represented by Abba Pinamon. 3:4 One who intends to say, heave offering, but says, tithe, but says heave offering, burnt offering, but says, peace offering, but says, burnt offering, that I will not enter this house, but says, that house, that I will not derive benefit from this one, but says, from that one has not said anything. Until his mouth and heart agree. There we learned in the Mishnah, the house of Shammai say, consecration done in error is binding. Our Jeremiah said, if he had been going to say, unconsecrated, but he said, burnt offering, he has consecrated. Said our Yase, we deal with someone who in fact intended to effect an act of consecration but who has made an error by reason of some extrinsic factor. As to this Mishnah passage, in accord with the view of which authority is it phrased? In the view of our Jeremiah, it represents the opinion only of the house of Hillel in the dispute given above. In the view of our Yase, it represents the opinion of all parties. It was taught as a Tanite statement, if anyone utters with his lips a rash oath, he shall be guilty. But that is not the case if he merely contemplates in his heart. Might I include one who determines in his heart but never pronounces the oath? Scripture states, utters the valid must be articulated. Samuel says, one who determines in his heart is liable only when he pronounces the oath with his lips. But is it not taught as a Tanite rule, all who were of willing heart this is one who determines in his heart? You say that this is one who determines in his heart. But perhaps it refers only to one who announces his pledge orally. When Scripture states, you shall be careful to perform what has passed your lips, lo, it means what has passed your lips is a valid oath. If so, what do you make of the verse, all who were of willing heart? What Samuel said, one who determines in his heart is liable only when he pronounces the oath with his lips speaks only of an offering. 3:5 A Gentile and a Samaritan that which they separate is heave offering, and that which they take as tithes is tithes, and that which they dedicate is dedicated. Our Judah says, a Gentile's vineyard is not subject to of the fourth year. But sages say, it is. Heave offering separated by a Gentile imposes the status of heave offering and are liable on its account to the fifth. But our Simeon exempts. Took heave offering from within his house, they treat it like untithed produce with heave offering. The words of Rabbi Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they treat it like what is certainly great heave offering alone. Took first tithe from within his house, they treat it like untithed produce with first tithe. The words of Rabbi Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they treat it like first tithe alone. He took second tithe from within his house, he said, it has been redeemed, he has not said anything. Redeem it for yourselves. They treat it like untithed produce second tithe. The words of Rabbi Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel says, they treat it like second tithe alone. Said our Yase b. Arbun, Rabbi takes account of the possibility that the Gentile separated the offering from produce of one kind for produce of a different kind. Rabban Simeon b. Gamaliel takes account of the possibility that the Gentile separated the offerings in the wrong order. Heave offering separated by a Gentile imposes the status of heave offering and are liable on its account to the fifth. But our Simeon exempts. Said our Zira, stated in the presence of our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, where they differ it concerns heave offering that a Gentile separated from produce on his own threshing floor. But a Gentile who purchased produce of an Israelite, here also our Simeon concurs, said to them our Abahu in the name of our Yohanan, is subject to dispute. And there is this problem for our Simeon, according to the Torah the Gentile's act of separation is valid and exempts his produce from further separation of heave offering, yet says that the heave offering he separates is not valid heave offering, for it is not subject to the stringent rules that normally apply. Since what he separates exempts produce from further separation of heave offering, it must be valid heave offering. Isn't the presentation of sacrifices by Gentiles imposed by the Torah? And our Simeon exempts them from the stringent rules that apply to sacrifices designated by Israelites. For we have learned there, holy things of Gentiles are not liable on their account because of refuse, remnant, and uncleanness, and he who slaughters them outside the temple courtyard is exempt, the words of our Simeon. But our Yase declares them liable. They proposed, concerning what do they differ? Concerning whether a non-priest who unintentionally eats heave offering designated by a Gentile must pay the added fifth. Lo, concerning whether such heave offering mixed with unconsecrated food imposes the status of heave offering on the unconsecrated food, they did not differ. But is there not a Tanite rule that just as Simeon differs concerning this, the added fifth, so he disagrees concerning that one who separates part of the heave offering and tithes removes heave offering from that batch for that batch, but not from that batch a different batch? Our Meir says, also, he removes heave offering and tithes for a different batch. One who separates part of the heave offering and tithes removes heave offering from that batch for that batch. Our Mishnah deals with a case in which when he separated the part of the offerings, he intended to separate more produce to fill out the required volume. Our Samuel in the name of our Zira, the Mishnah deals with a case involving no further explanation of the donor's intention. Said our Mana before our Yudan, what is subject to dispute? He said to him, who has not articulately established at the time he takes the first portion he plans to separate the rest. Not from that batch a different batch. What is the difference between the one who takes heave offering from a batch of partially tithed produce on behalf of the same batch of produce and the case of one who takes heave offering from one partially tithed batch of produce in behalf of fully tithed produce in a different batch? When he takes heave offering from a batch of partially tithed produce for that same batch, only fully untithed unconsecrated produces comes up in his hand to be designated as heave offering for that same batch. But when he takes heave offering from this batch for a different batch, both tithed and untithed produce from the partially tithed batch come up in his hand to be designated as heave offering. There is this question, if one took produce from a partially tithed batch in order to separate heave offering from the batch for that same batch, only untithed unconsecrated produce will go up in his hand. If he changes his mind and decides to separate heave offering from the partially tithed batch in behalf of a different and untithed batch, how can we now go and state that both tithed and untithed produce are in his hand? If he took produce from the partially tithed batch to separate heave offering from that batch in behalf of a different batch, both tithed and untithed produce come up in his hand and the act is invalid. If he changed his mind and decided to separate produce from the partially tithed batch as heave offering on behalf of the same partially tithed batch, can we really say that only untithed produce came up in his hand? It appears that when in the beginning the man separated only a portion of the required heave offering, all the available unconsecrated untithed produce in the batch came up in his hand and became heave offering, the rest was fully exempt from further separation of heave offering. But the individual who separates a portion of the required heave offering has to separate heave offering again, from the same batch. This is impossible. Along these same lines, if an individual separates more than the required volume of heave offering, both the tithed and untithed produce comes up in his hand, and the act is invalid. Also if one errs, if one thought that he was obligated to separate 2 seahs of heave offering but had to separate only 1 crimi in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, that extra seah that he separated he should designate to serve as heave offering for a different batch of produce. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, but not from that batch a different batch? Solve the problem by holding that it is a case if someone who separates a large volume of heave offering. There is no problem if it is a case if someone who separates a large volume of heave offering. But our Simeon b. Lakish has not taught as a Tanite rule how someone accidentally separates more than the required volume of tithes and can go and designate the extra volume in behalf of a different batch. But the reasoning of our Simeon b. Lakish is that once you say when he separated heave offering all of the untithed unconsecrated food came up in his hand and became heave offering, leaving the rest of the batch fully tithed, What difference does it make whether he later designates all of the produce in his hand as heave offering for the same batch or designates a portion of it for a different batch? Heave offering from that batch for that batch. But not from that batch a different batch, to what case it is one in which the farmer has separated heave offering and tithes for the greater part of the produce in the heap. But what is the rule if he has not separated heave offering and tithes for the greater part of the produce in the heap? That yields a dispute between Hezekiah and R. Yohanan. For R. Simeon b. Lachish said in the name of Hezekiah, untithed produce is nullified in a batch that contains the larger part of tithed produce. R. Yohanan said, untithed produce is not nullified in a batch that contains the larger part of tithed produce. When the householder sets his mind to separating heave offering and tithes, the position within the batch of each stalk of grain is established. There are those that want to work thing out according to what R. Eliezer b. Jacob taught. For R. Eliezer b. Jacob taught as a Tanite statement, once someone has separated a portion of heave offering and tithes required of a batch of produce, he may not separate additional offerings that are required, either from that batch on behalf of the same batch or from that batch in behalf of a different batch. To this point we have taken for granted that this applies only if one has separated heave offering and tithes from the majority of produce in the heap. If he has not yet designated the heave offering and tithes for the majority of produce in the heap is still subject to the separation of these things, and will Eliezer b. Jacob still hold his announced position? It is in accord with the following: if there were before the householder 2 piles of produce, from one of which he had separated a portion of heave offering and tithes and from the other of which he had separated a portion of the heave offering and tithes, what is the rule? May he later on separate heave offering from this partially tithed batch on behalf of the other partially tithed batch? The disciples of Arhiah the elder asked Arhiah the elder, and he answered them, the fool folds his hands and eats his own flesh. R. Eliezer in the name of Arhiah the elder, if there were before the householder 2 piles of produce, from one of which he had separated a portion of heave offering and tithes and from the other of which he had separated a portion of the heave offering and tithes, he may not later on separate heave offering from this partially tithed batch on behalf of the other partially tithed batch. 4:2 One whose produce was in a storeroom and gave a seah to a Levite and a seah to a poor person takes another 8 seahs and eats them. The words of R. Meir. But sages say, he does not take produce except in accordance with the calculation. R. Eliezer in the name of R. Hashiah, treated him like a worker who does not trust his employer, the householder, to tithe produce properly. Here is a self-evident statement: if the unconsecrated produce burned up, what was separated as heave offering is retroactively reverted to a secular status. If the heave offering that had been separated burned up when the produce is eaten, the heave offering is retroactively held to be sanctified. 4:3 The measure of heave offering, generous, 1/40. The house of Shammai say, 1/30. An average, 1/50. And miserly, 1/60. He separated heave offering and there came up in his hand 1/60 heave offering, and he need not separate heave offering again. If he more the additional produce separated as heave offering is liable to the separation of tithes. There came up in his hand 1/61 heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again, the quantity. By measure, by weight, or by account. R. Judah says, also, from which is not nearby. Heave offering, from where that if he separated heave offering and there came up in his hand 1/60, that which he has separated is heave offering. As it is written, this is the offering which you shall make, 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of wheat and 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of barley. Is it possible that the meaning is, one separates 1/30 of wheat, and 1/60? Scripture says, every offering, indicating that all heave offerings are equivalent in volume. Samuel said, add 1/6 of an ephah to 1/6 of 1/6 of an ephah, and one separates as heave offering 1/40 of his produce. An average, 1/50, said R. Levi, from where that heave offering is separated to 50? As it is written, and from the people of Israel's half you shall take one drawn out of every 50 of the persons, of the oxen, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all the cattle, and give them to the Levites who have charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. The same percentage which I took in a different context, lo, such is the proper percentage here. Just as the percentage stated there is 1/50th, so the percentage here is 1/50th. And miserly, 1/60th, as it is written, this is the offering which you shall make, 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of wheat and 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of barley. The house of Shammai say, 1/30th as it is written, this is the offering which you shall make, 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of wheat and 1/6 of an ephah from each homer of barley, and average 1/40th, that is in accord with Samuel's statement. And miserly 1/50th, that is in line with what our Levi said, from where that heave offering is separated to 50. As it is written, and from the people of Israel's half you shall take one drawn out of every 50 of the persons, of the oxen, of the asses, and of the flocks, of all the cattle, and give them to the Levites who have charge of the tabernacle of the Lord. The same percentage which I took in a different context, lo, such is the proper percentage here. Just as the percentage stated there is 1/50th, so the percentage here is 1/50th. For said our Levi Barhina, whoever separates his tithes in the proper manner does not suffer loss. What is the meaning of the statement, 1/10 of a homer shall be an ephah, the homer shall be the standard measure? It is necessary only to support that which we have learned, he separated heave offering and there came up in his hand 1/60th heave offering, and he need not separate heave offering again. The house of Shammai say, if he separated heave offering and 1/50th of the produce came up in his hand, what he has separated is valid heave offering, and he does not have to go and separate heave offering a second time. Said our Hanana bar Isi, bar Kaparid taught as a Tanite rule only the following, if he separated heave offering and 1/50th to 1/60th of the produce came up in his hand, what he has separated is valid heave offering, and he does not have to go and separate heave offering a second time. If he more the additional produce separated as heave offering is liable to the separation of tithes, RISI in the name of our Yohanan, the rule applies to a case in which the farmer intended to exempt the batch from the separation of heave offering. But if through the additional designation he did not intend to exempt the batch from heave offering, he may separate again as much as he has already separated. There came up in his hand 1/61st heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again, the quantity. The quantity, Kahana said, he may only take enough produce to derive the quantity of heave offering that he is used to separating. Our Yohanan said, even as much as he separated the first time, Haven T we learned in the Mishnah, the quantity. It means that he should not give less. Said our Eliezer, the quantity by measure of the volume of produce he separates as heave offering. If the person intentionally separates more heave offering than normal, the usual rules for separating heave offering should apply, so how can he perform the act of separation by volume, but he must separate heave offering again, our Jonah said our Simeon b. Lakish asked before our Yohanan, as to the additional volume of heave offering. He said to him, in accord with the schismatic opinion I have learned this matter. Does that mean it is subject to the separation of tithes or exempt? If you say it is liable to tithing, it is reasonable. But if you say that the produce designated in the second act of separation is exempt from tithes, what could Yohanan have meant by saying that he follows the minority opinion? If our Judah's view that the second act of separation of heave offering may be from a different batch of produce means that the heave offering taken in this separation is like true heave offering and is exempt from the separation of tithes, isn't it self-evident that rabbis, who do not allow the second heave offering to be separated from a different batch, also hold that it is true heave offering and exempt from tithes? But he must separate heave offering again. Our Yase came and said, RISI in the name of our Simeon b. Lakish, as to the additional volume of heave offering said our Yase, did the Mishnah say this? Said our Zira to our ACI, which passage of the Mishnah he didn't answer him. He said to him, perhaps it is the following, there came up in his hand 1/61st heave offering, but he must separate heave offering again. Now concerning this rule was it not taught, if he more the additional produce separated as heave offering is liable to the separation of tithes. How much, according to the Torah, heave offering must one separate from his produce in order to fulfill the obligation? Ar Yohanan said, 1/100th of the batch, the same quantity as heave offering of tithe. Said to him Ar Yohanan, from whom did you hear this? He said to him, from the analysis of the associates I heard that which Ar Yana said, one has fulfilled the obligation to give heave offering even if he separated 1,000th of the batch. Said Armana, there is no fixed measure, for it is written, the best of your grain, wine, and oil the best, however little. 4:4 One who says to his agent, go and separate heave offering separates heave offering in accordance with the disposition of the householder. If he does not know the disposition of the householder, he separates the average amount, 1/50th. Separated 1/10 less or more that which he separates is heave offering. If he purposely added even 100th that which he has separated is not heave offering. One who separates much heave offering Ar Eliezer says, 1/10, equal to heave offering of the tithe. More than this, let him designate it heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. Ar Ishmael says, half unconsecrated produce and half heave offering. Ar Tarfon and Ar Akaba say, provided that he leaves their unconsecrated produce. One who says to his agent, go and separate heave offering for me. To this point we know that the rule applies where the householder explicitly said to him, go and separate heave offering in accord with my disposition. What if the agent knows the disposition of the householder, who did not explicitly say to him, go and separate heave offering in accord with my disposition? Let us infer the answer from the following: if he does not know the disposition of the householder, he separates the average amount, 1/50th. Lo, if he does not know, but if he does know the disposition of the household, even though he didn't articulate his intention for him, it is as though he had articulated his intention for him. Said Arabun Bar Kahana, he who separates 1/10 less heave offering than is owing what he has separated is valid heave offering. And he who separates 1/10 more heave offering than he should, what he has separated is valid heave offering. But unconsecrated produce, the act of separation is not valid. For the deficit does not equal the additional. What is a concrete case? A case of a household who usually separates 1/50th of his produce. When the agent separates heave offering, if he separates 1/40th, he diminishes the quantity of produce that the householder keeps by 6/4 of a cab, 1½ cab, that is 1/4 of a c. Thus, he separates heave offering from 50 c's of produce. The 1/50th that normally is separated yields 1 c of heave offering. If the agent separates 1/40th instead, he takes as heave offering a c and 1/4, 6/4 of a cab. That leaves 1/4 c less unconsecrated produce than the householder would ordinarily hold onto. But if he separates 1/60th of the 50 c's of produce, the householder profits by 4/4 of a cab, 1 cab, or 1/6 of a c. The agent separated only 5/6 of a c rather than the full c that he would have separated had he taken 1/50th of the batch separated 1/10 less or more. That which he separates is heave offering. Here you say, that which he separates is valid heave offering. But there, you state, if he purposely added even 100th that which he has separated is not heave offering. Said Ar Hanana Br Hillel, here separated 1/10 less or more the agent intended to separate too little heave offering. There heave offering, the agent intended to separate too much. If he purposely added even 100th that which he has separated is not heave offering. Ar Haggai asked in the presence of Ar Yaseh, we have learned in the Mishnah there, the agent who carried out his errand, the householder has committed the act of sacrilege. Did not carry out his errand, the agent has committed the act of sacrilege. How so? He said to him, give out meat to the guests, but he gave them liver, and he gave them meat. The agent has committed the act of sacrilege. He said to them, give them 1 piece each, and he said, take 2 each, but they took 3 each. All of them are guilty of committing an act of sacrilege. He said to him, bring from the window, or, from the chest, and he brought it to him, even though the householder said, I meant only from here, and he brought it from there. the householder has committed the act of sacrilege. And here you say this heave offering. He said to him, there from the transfer of the first piece of eat to the guests, the agent has carried out his mission to the householder. The agent followed instructions, so the householder is liable. What happens after that is not the responsibility of the householder. But here the mission of the agent is not fulfilled until every single grain of wheat has been designated as heave offering. What is the difference between the two rules? There were before him 2 batches, and he separated heave offering from one of them according to the wishes of the householder, and he separated heave offering from one of them not according to the wishes of the householder, R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Jacob b. Aha in the name of R. Simeon b. Lachish. The opinion of R. Eliezer accords with the position of the house of Shammai. As the house of Shammai say, 1/10, equal to heave offering of the tithe more than this, let him designate it heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. In the opinion of R. Yohanan, it is sensible to state as Eliezer does that one who wishes to separate more than 1/10 of a batch must designate additional produce to be heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. Once the householder designates 1/10 of the batch as heave offering, that leaves 1 out of every 10 talks of grain in the status of heave offering, and the rest is exempt from the separation of heave offering and subject only to the separation of tithes. Therefore you must say that if he wishes to separate more than this, let him designate it heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. In the opinion of Hezekiah poses a problem. Once one designates 1/10 of the batch as heave offering, does this leave 1/10 of the batch to be heave offering? The rest of the produce in the batch still is subject to the separation of all agricultural gifts. Yet we learn in the Mishnah, more than this, let him designate it heave offering of the tithe for a different batch, heave offering of the tithe for the same batch from which he already separated heave offering. Hezekiah maintains the view that Arhiah taught as a Tanite statement, for Arhiah taught as a Tanite statement, more than 1/10 of the batch, let him designate the additional amount as heave offering of the tithe for a different batch. R. Ishmael says, half unconsecrated produce and half heave offering. What is the scriptural basis for the opinion of R. Ishmael? The best of your grain, the quantity that is the best of the grain can be only as much as the quantity of the remainder of the grain that is not the best. R. Tarfon and R. Akiba say, provided that he leaves their unconsecrated produce. What is the scriptural basis for the opinion of R. Akiba and R. Tarfon? From the first of your course meal you shall give an offering to the Lord. The offering must be from the first and not all of the first. 4:5 At 3 times do they calculate the basket, at the first ripe fruits, the late summer fruits, and in the middle of the summer. One who counts is praiseworthy, and one who measures is more praiseworthy than he, but one who weighs is the most praiseworthy of the 3. He is more praiseworthy than whom is he? Said Arhuna, he is more praiseworthy than one who separates have offering from produce the quantity of which has been estimated. Said Arhanana b. Hillel, the Mishnah says this in so many words, but one who weighs is the most praiseworthy of the 3. Said Arhuna, interpret the statement of the Mishnah, one who weighs is most praiseworthy of the 3. You cannot infer anything more from the statement. 4:6 R. Eliezer says, heave offering is neutralized in 101. R. Joshua says, in 100 plus more. And this more has no measure. R. Yasebi Meshullam says, an additional cab per 100 seahs, 1/6 of heave offering in the mixture. How on the basis of scripture do we know that heave offering mixed with unconsecrated produce is not necessarily neutralized? Said R. Jonah, scripture says, out of all the gifts to you you shall present every offering due to the Lord from all the best of them, giving the hallowed part from them any offering that is lifted up from them if the offering falls back into them. R. Eliezer says, one adds to the 100 sees another sea of unconsecrated produce, so the heave offering forms 1 part in 101, and is neutralized. R. Joshua says, one adds to the 100 sees any small amount of unconsecrated produce, so the heave offering is neutralized. R. Yasebi Meshullam says, an additional cab per 100 seahs, 1/6 of heave offering in the mixture. And the decided law is in accord with his statement. 4:7 R. Joshua says, black figs neutralize white ones, and white ones neutralize black ones. Cakes of pressed figs, large ones neutralize small ones, and small ones neutralize large ones, round ones neutralize square ones, and square ones neutralize round ones. R. Eliezer deems forbidden. And R. Akiba says, when it is known which fell do not neutralize one another. But when it is not known which fell neutralize one another. How so? 50 white figs and 50 black figs. A black fig fell into the basket, the black figs are forbidden, and the white figs are permitted. A white fig fell, the white figs are forbidden, and the black figs are permitted. But if he does not know what fell, neutralize one another. And in this, R. Eliezer is stringent and R. Joshua is lenient. But in this R. Eliezer is lenient and R. Joshua is stringent. In one stuffed a litra of dried figs into the mouth of a jar with unconsecrated, but does not know which R. Eliezer says, they regard them as if they were loose figs, and the bottom ones neutralize the top ones. R. Joshua says, will not be neutralized unless 100 jars are there. RISI in the name of R. Yohanan, the reason that R. Eliezer holds is that if black figs that were heave offering fall into a batch of unconsecrated white figs, one eats white figs but then the white figs neutralize the black ones. Said R. Eliezer, that is how R. Eliezer answers R. Joshua's ruling that the unconsecrated white figs neutralize black figs. This statement implies even in a case in which it is known what fell they still neutralize heave offering working with one another. Kahana said, they do not neutralize one another. In the theory of Kahana, what is the difference between the position of R. Joshua and that of R. Akiba? Fell do not neutralize one another. But when it is not known which fell neutralize one another. The case of one who knew which figs were heave offering but forgot. In the opinion of R. Joshua do not neutralize the heave offering together. Simeon bar Ba in the name of R. Yohanan, applies in a case in which one black fig fell into two white figs so that the black fig is an insignificant part of the mixture. R. Zira asked before R. Mana, doesn't it stand to reason that it fell into 3 white figs, so that if one of them was lost, there will still be 2 white figs? He said to him, I too think so. Bar Padea said, one grinds up, and even though Ba Padea said, there is no question of combining through mixture anything other than wine and olive oil alone, he concurs here that the consecrated black olives are swallowed up and neutralized. And the ruling of the rabbis differs. Kahana asks Samuel, it stands to reason that as to a mixture of unconsecrated grain and heave offering concerning which we have learned the rule here, the greater part of it is made up of food in the status of heave offering. He said to him, I too think so, but when you go up to the land of Israel, ask. When he came up here, he heard R. Yase in the name of R. Yohanan. Even in the case of a sea of wheat that fall into 99 seas of unconsecrated food. Said R. Abahu, when R. Simeon b. Lachish answered R. Yohanan, can one sea serve to exempt the entire mixture? Said to him, now if there is a large circle of figs in the status of heave offering confused with other circles of figs, it is beyond doubt that when the householder removes one circle, the heave offering comes up in his hand. You say that is a lenient ruling. Here too it is a lenient ruling, in that the entire batch is exempt from dough offering. Rabbis objected, the case of the circle of figs is different, for its status already has been nullified. R. Jonah and R. Yase, both of them speaking in the name of R. Zira. Even in the case of wheat of one status mixed with wheat of another, one grinds the whole and it is permitted. If there were before a farmer 20 secular figs and one fig consecrated as heave offering fell into the mixture and one of the figs was lost, then one of the figs of the mixture was lost and another fig was lost, and another fig in the status of heave offering fell into the mixture and one of the figs was lost, but it is not known whether it was in the status of heave offering. R. Simeon b. Lachish says, the matter of doubt concerning the figs is resolved so that the heave offering that fall in is nullified in the larger volume of secular figures. R. Yohanan said, is there proof that in each case? R. Yohanan concurs that if one took heave offering on their behalf from a different batch, or if he separated heave offering from a different batch and took much heave offering to make up for the heave offering figs lost in the unconsecrated figs, The case is resolved so that the heave offering was nullified in the larger quantity of unconsecrated figures R. Simeon b. Lachish in the name of R. Hoshea, if there were before him 150 jugs, and 100 of them were open, the 100 are permitted and the 50 are prohibited. But as to the rest, when they are open, they should be permitted. Said R. Zira, they have made this statement only to cover the situation when they are opened up. But as to opening them to begin with, that is forbidden. R. Zira in the name of Bar Padea, produce that is certainly in the status of heave offering renders forbidden up to 100 times if there is doubt, it makes the mixture forbidden for a non-priest to eat only up to 50 times its quantity in unconsecrated produce with which it is mixed. But if doubtful heave offering renders the mixture into which it falls at 50 times its quantity of unconsecrated produce, why not the same result for 60 times its quantity in unconsecrated produce or up on 7 times? Up to 50 times its own volume of unconsecrated produce, one may not render the mixture unconsecrated by taking much have offering from a different batch to make up for the heave offering lost in this mixture. Produce that is subject to doubt as to whether or not it is heave offering differs from produce that is certainly heave offering in that if the mixture contains a higher percentage of unconsecrated produce than 1 in 50, one may render it secular by taking much heave offering from a different batch to compensate for the doubtful heave offering lost in the mixture. But that may not be done with heave offering not subject to doubt. Said R. Hunat, this is the sense of the Mishnah, and in the case of cakes of pressed figs large ones neutralize small ones by weight, and small secular ones neutralize large ones in the status of heave offering by number if there is 100 times the quantity of consecrated cakes by number, round ones neutralize square ones, and square ones neutralize round ones. And in this R. Eliezer is stringent and R. Joshua is lenient. Said R. Yohanan, these Tannite authorities state the following, when you reason, state a general rule that R. Eliezer says, if it is known fel is not neutralized, and if it is not known, it is neutralized. R. Joshua says, whether or not it is known fel it is not neutralized the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, R. Eliezer says, whether or not it is known fel, it is not neutralized. R. Joshua says, whether or not it is known fel, it is neutralized. R. Akiba says, if it is known fel, it is not neutralized. But if it is not known fel, it is neutralized. In one stuffed a litra of dried figs into the mouth of a jar with unconsecrated, but does not know which R. Eliezer says, they regard them as if they were loose figs, and the bottom ones neutralize the top ones. R. Joshua says, will not be neutralized unless 100 jars are there. A litra of dried figs which one stuffed into the mouth of a jar, but does not know into which he stuffed them, into a beehive, but does not know into which beehive he stuffed them, one pressed on a circle of pressed figs, but does not know on which circle of pressed figs he pressed them. R. Eliezer says, they regard the top as if they are loose. If there are 101 litras is neutralized. But if not, it is not neutralized. R. Joshua says, if there are 100 mouths is neutralized. And if not, the mouths is forbidden and the bottoms is permitted the words of R. Meir. R. Judah says, R. Eliezer says, if there are 100 mouths is neutralized. And if not, the mouths is forbidden and the bottoms is permitted. R. Joshua says, even if there are 300 mouths is not neutralized. If he pressed it upon a circle of pressed figs, but does not know where he pressed it, all agree that it is neutralized. That implies that the treat jars as a commodity that one sells by number. That supports the view of R. Yohanan who said, these Tannite sages disagree on the issue between Joshua and Eliezer. The fact that Meir agrees even for objects sold by number that the objects become consecrated when mixed with heave offering supports the view of him who says that in Meir's opinion everything that is sanctified can impose its holy status on other things. That we have two different theories of the dispute between Joshua and Eliezer supports the one who says, these two Tannite authorities disagree on the issue. And these are they, 1. Nuts from Puruk, 2. Pomegranates from Baden, 3. Sealed jars, 4. Beet shoots, 5. Cabbage stalks and 6. Greek gourds. Our Akaba says, also 7. The loaves of a householder. This means that even if the gourd is 1 part in 100 in the mixture, it imposes a prohibition on the other produce with which it is mixed. If he pressed it upon a circle of pressed figs, but does not know where he pressed it, all agree that it is neutralized. Said Rabban, and wok of the cakes of pressed figs on which the heave offering may have been pressed must contain at least 2 liters and a bit more of unconsecrated produce, so that the heave offering will be nullified by being mixed with a much greater quantity of unconsecrated produce. 4:8 A SEI of heave offering which fell into the mouth of a store jar. And one schemed it off. Our Eliezer says, if in the layer removed were 100 SEAHS, is neutralized in 101. But our Joshua says, is not neutralized. A SEI of heave offering which fell into the mouth of a store jar, he should skim it off. But if so, why did they say heave offering is neutralized in 101? If one does not know whether or not it is mixed up or where it fell. 2 bins, or 2 store jars into one of which fell a SEI of heave offering, and it is not known into which of them it fell, neutralize in conjunction with one another. Our Simeon says, even if they are in 2 cities they neutralize in conjunction with one another. Said our Yase, a case came before our Akaba concerning 50 bundles of vegetables, among which had fallen a similar bundle, half of which was heave offering. And I said before him, is neutralized. Not that heave offering is neutralized in 51, rather, because there were 102 half. The rulings assigned to our Eliezer conflict. There he says, they regard them as if they were loose figs, and the bottom ones neutralize the top ones, and here he says that if in the layer removed were 100 SEAHS, is neutralized in 101. Lo, the top and bottom are not mixed up. Our Jeremiah, our Haya in the name of our Yohanan, Simeon bar Vava in the name of Kahana, the rulings of our Eliezer treat the one who schemed produce off the top of the batch as though he needed to remove from the batch 1 C of produce, equal to the heave offering that originally fell in, but instead he intentionally removed much produce. Our Ila, our C in the name of our Yohanan, the rulings of our Eliezer treat the new mixture formed when the farmer removes the upper layer of produce as one in which the C of heave offering contained in the mixture is neutralized if mixed in 100 parts of unconsecrated produce. In the opinion of our C, Eliezer holds that it is permitted in removing heave offering from a batch in which it was neutralized to separate much heave offering for the priest. In the opinion of Kahana, Eliezer holds that it is forbidden for one who removes heave offering from a batch in which it was neutralized to separate much heave offering. If one schemed the heave offering off the top of the batch and went and schemed some more producing off the top of the batch in order to neutralize the heave offering, in the opinion of RC it is permitted, and in the opinion of Kahana it is not permitted. In the opinion of RC he may skim off more even if he leaves no produce in the bin. In the opinion of Kahana he must leave some produce behind in the bin. 2 bins, or 2 store jars into one of which fell a SEI of heave offering, and it is not known into which of them it fell, neutralize in conjunction with one another. Our Simeon says, even if they are in 2 cities they neutralize in conjunction with one another. 2 bins in 2 storerooms, 2 bins in 2 attics, 2 bins in 1 attic, lo, these join together to form the quantity of unconsecrated produce needed to neutralize. 2 storage vessels in 2 attics, why in this case does the produce not? What is the difference between bin and a storage vessel so that bins in those 4 parate attics join together but storage jars do not? Bins are usually moved about while storage vessels are not commonly moved about, and if they are located in different places, we do not treat them as in the same place. Our Zira, our Haya in the name of our Simeon, if before the farmer were 2 bins, each containing 50 Cs of unconsecrated produce, and a C of heave offering fell into one of them and it is not known into which one it fell, if he wants to remove it from this bin, he may do so, so too with the other, or he may take half of the C from each of the 2 bins. And so 2 immersion pools, each of which holds 20 Cs of rainwater, and 3 logs of drawn water fell into one of them, but it is not known into which one it fell. The water in the 2 pools combines to create the volume of water that nullifies the invalidating effect of the drawn water. R. Simon, in the name of Bar Petea, 2 bins, in one of which are 50 seas and in the other of which are 50 seas, a sea of heave offering fell into one of them, and it is known into which of them it fell, and afterwards a second fell, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Lo, he can attribute and say, in the place into which the first. Why so? Because one attributes an impairment in status to that the status of which is already impaired. If more secular produce fell into the bin where it is known that the first sea of heave offering fell, so that there is enough secular produce to nullify the sea of heave offering, this was accidental, it neutralizes the heave offering and the batch is permitted to non-priests. And as for the second 50 seas of unconsecrated produce, it is subject to doubt. It turns out that 2 seas of heave offering are neutralized in 150 seas of secular produce. 2 bins, in one of which are 50 seas and in the other of which are 50 seas, a sea of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell, and afterwards a second fell, and it is known into which of them it fell. He may not attribute and say, in the place into which the second fell, there the first fell. If more secular produce fell into the bin where it is known that the first sea of heave offering fell, so that there is enough secular produce to nullify the sea of heave offering, this was accidental, it neutralizes the heave offering and the batch is permitted to non-priests. And as for the second 50 seas of unconsecrated produce, it is forbidden until more secular produce accidentally falls in. And the farmer said, the produce on the bottom of the bin is heave offering and that which is on the top is secular. What is on the bottom is secular and what is on the top is heave offering. Does the matter depend on his intention? And so is the rule for the immersion pool. At the top of the pool is made up of fit water and the increased volume of water at the bottom is made up of drawn water, or at the top of the pool is made up of drawn water and the increased volume of water at the bottom is made up of fit water. Does the matter depend on his intention? You say, the produce in 2 bins combines to form the quantity sufficient to neutralize heave offering that falls into one of them, but the produce in 2 storage vessels located in different attics does not combine to form the quantity sufficient to neutralize heave offering that falls into one of them. What would be a concrete case? 2 storage vessels in 2 different attics and a sea of heave offering fell into one of them and it is not known into which of them it fell. The produce in both of them is forbidden to non-priests. If more unconsecrated produce was put into one of them so that the vessel contains sufficient secular produce to neutralize the heave offering, if this was unintentional, the heave offering that might be in that storage vessel is neutralized and the produce in the container is permitted to non-priests. And as to the second storage vessel, if more unconsecrated produce unintentionally, it is permitted to non-priests. But the replacement sea of heave offering to be given to the priest as his share need not be taken from the second storage vessel, for replacement heave offering already will have been taken from the first storage vessel when the produce in it became permitted. Said R. Yase, a case came before our Akaba concerning 50 bundles of vegetables, among which had fallen a similar bundle, half of which was heave offering. And I said before him, is neutralized. Not that heave offering is neutralized in 51, rather, because there were 102 half dash dot. It was taught as a Tanite statement. R. Yase says, if heave offering is mixed up in 101 parts of unconsecrated produce, it is neutralized. But if it is not mixed up, it is not neutralized. But lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, said R. Yase, a case came before our Akaba concerning 50 bundles of vegetables, among which had fallen a similar bundle, half of which was heave offering. And I said before him, is neutralized. Not that heave offering is neutralized in 51, rather, because there were 102 half. Now here it was not mixed up and yet he states that it is neutralized. How can that be? We have to reflect and state, in the case of produce that one is meticulous about keeping separate, so long as it is separate it is not neutralized. But in the case of produce that one is not meticulous about keeping separate, even if it is not actually lost in the unconsecrated produce, it is neutralized. What would be a practical case? An unclean shat melon that fall into 100 clean secular shatmelons, since he is not meticulous about keeping them separate, the unclean shat melon is neutralized. If the shat melons were wet down and so made susceptible to uncleanness, he is now meticulous about keeping them separate, so the unclean shat melon is not neutralized. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 5. 5:1 A SEI of unclean heave offering that fell into less than 100 of unconsecrated produce, or into first tithe, or second tithe or dedicated, whether these things are clean or unclean let rot. If that SEI was clean let be sold to priests, at the value of heave offering, less the value of that same SEI. And if it fell into first tithe, let him designate heave offering of the tithe. And if it fell into second tithe or dedicated, lo, these may be redeemed. And if the unconsecrated produce was unclean, let be eaten in small bits, or roasted, or kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, such there will not be in a single place an egg's bulk. A SEI of unclean heave offering that fell into 100 of clean produce, our Eliezer says, let it be lifted out and burned. For I say, the SEI that fell is the SEI that is raised up. But sages say, is raised up and is eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, so that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. A SEI of clean heave offering that fell into 100 of unclean unconsecrated produce, let it be raised up and eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, such that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. A SEI of unclean heave offering that fell into less than 100 of unconsecrated produce, our Haya taught a Tanite statement, subject to tithes, the heave offering is neutralized. And after growths of the 7th year, which are not subject to tithing and which are ownerless, the heave offering is neutralized. Untithed produce neutralizes, and one designates the required tithes. After growths of the 7th year neutralize heave offering, and produce that is taken from the batch to replace the lost heave offering is given freely to those that can eat it. Said Aryase, the Tanite statement says this in so many words, a sea of heave offering that fell into less than 100 seas of unconsecrated produce is not neutralized because it fell into less than 100 seas of unconsecrated produce. Lo, if it fell into 100 seas of produce, surely it is neutralized, and the produce taken from the batch to replace the heave offering that was lost is not deemed untithed. There we learned in the Mishnah, and they kindle with bread and oil of heave offering. Hezekiah said, this is taught only concerning bread and oil, lo, in regard to other produce it does not apply. Ar Yohanan said, there is no difference between bread and oil and other produce. Ar Yudan of Cappadocia asked, are wheat like bread and olives like wine, so that Ar Samuel bar Naaman in the name of Ar Yohanan, he who kindles clean bread or oil in the status of heave offering, may his bones be burned. Ar Samuel bar Naaman asked before Ar Judah, what is the law as to kindling? He said to him, I should kindle with it, for what has fallen to you for your tribe of priests was given to you. All concur in regard to unclean oil of heave offering that it is permitted for use as kindling. For said Ar Abba bar Haya in the name of Ar Yohanan, I have given them to you as a consecrated portion for anointing to high office, as a consecrated portion for use in anointing, as a consecrated portion for kindling of unconsecrated produce, or into first tithe, or second tithe or dedicated, whether these things are clean or unclean let all of the produce in the mixture rot. There is no problem with the view that if unclean heave offerings imparts uncleanness to clean unconsecrated produce, all of the mixture is left to rot. But what about unclean have offering that imparts uncleanness to unclean secular produce? Why should all of this be left to rot? In the opinion of Hezekiah, it is sensible that it should be left to rot, but in the opinion of Ar Yohanan, let it be burned up. Ar Yohanan takes the view of Ar Yase bar Hanana, lest and be lifted out of the mixture. Produce that is not ordinarily permitted to be mixed up with other produce and is neutralized, lest there be an accident, and as to produce that is ordinarily permitted to be mixed up with other produce and neutralized, was clean, let be sold to priests, at the value of heave offering. Have we not reasoned as follows? The sanctuary has a claim only in its own place and in its own time. Said Ar Hanana, interpret the rule be sold to priests, at the value of heave offering, to speak of a situation in which that locale was destroyed, and the priests available to pay for the heave offering are gone, so the farmer found no one to whom to sell the produce even for the price of wood was clean, that is to say, if a sea of clean heave offering fell into less than 100 seas of clean heave offering. But if clean sea of heave offering fell into less than 100 seas of unclean, unconsecrated produce, then the law follows what we learned in the Mishnah, and if the unconsecrated produce was unclean, let be eaten in small bits, or roasted, or kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, such there will not be in a single place an egg's bulk. And if it fell into first tithe, let him designate heave offering of the tithe. In the opinion of Ar Yaseh there is no problem. For said Ar Yaseh in the name of Hezekiah, and Ar Jonah in the name of Ar Yaneh, and from it you shall give the Lord's offering to Aaron the priest. One gives Aaron the priest at no charge all that is appropriate to his priestly status. But in the opinion of Kahana, who said, take and give to the priest as heave offering of the tithe the holy portion of first tithe, here too he should say, take and give the priest at no charge only the hallowed portion of the tithe. Even though Kahana has said there, take and give the priest at no charge only the hallowed portion of the tithe, he concedes, for he holds that whenever there is something that the householder must give to the priest, it must be for free. And if the unconsecrated produce was unclean, let be eaten in small bits, or roasted, or kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps. These small bits are in the volume of a half egg's bulk. A sea of unclean heave offering that fell into 100 of clean produce, Ar Eliezer says, let it be lifted out and burned. For I say, the sea that fell is the sea that is raised up. But sages say, is raised up and is eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, so that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. Said Ar Simon, Ar Eliezer is consistent with positions held elsewhere. Just as he said there, all the invalid limbs came up in his hand which were mixed with the limbs of blemished beasts. Ar Eliezer says, if the head of one of them was offered, let all the heads be offered, the leg of one of them, let all the legs be offered. So he says here, all the unclean parts have come up in his hand is the sea that is raised up. Ar Zira asked, might we not say, Ar Eliezer holds? If you say that the sea of produce that fell into the unconsecrated produce is the same sea as is raised out of the produce, then the sea certainly is in the status of heave offering, and one does not have to designate tithes on its behalf. Said Ar Mana, well did Ar Zira speak. For we learn in the passage of the Mishnah that follows, a sea of clean heave offering that fell into 100 of unclean unconsecrated produce, let it be raised up and eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, such that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. Here Ar Eliezer does not differ. Associates before Ar Yaseh said, well did Ar Simon speak. For is it so that they burn heave offering merely as a precautionary measure? He said to them, but are not the 6 classes of doubt concerning the matter of cleanness of heave offering of which we have learned in the Mishnah are not cases in which heave offering is to be burned simply as a precaution? And here too Eliezer holds that heave offering is burned simply as a precaution. Is raised up and is eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, so that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. Associates asked before Ar Yaseh, what is at issue here? If it is unclean heave offering, let it be burned and not eaten. If it is secular produce, then what difference does it make that it is rendered unclean? He said to them, the precautions that the sages invoke are to be explained. Is it not eaten by the priest as heave offering? Is it so that only clean heave offering may be eaten? And perhaps unclean heave offering may be eaten? Do you not concede that if there is a doubt as to whether or not heave offering is unclean, while the heave offering is at hand it may not be burned? What difference does it make if the doubt as to uncleanness arises as a result of the heave offerings falling into a different batch, or if the suspicion of uncleanness arises while the heave offering remains at hand? Rather, if you wish to object, apply it to what Ar Hashaya taught as a Tanite rule. For Ar Hashaya taught as a Tanite rule, a sea of heave offering that was clean that fell into 100 seas of unclean heave offering. Let the one sea be raised up and eaten in small pieces that are unsusceptible to uncleanness, in small bits, or roasted, or kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps. These small bits are in the volume of a half egg's bulk. A sea of clean heave offering that fell into 100 of unclean unconsecrated produce. Let it be raised up and eaten dry, roasted, kneaded with fruit juice, or divided into lumps, such that there is not in a single place as much as an egg's bulk. Hezekiah said, that is because of the dough offering. The statement of Hezekiah implies that the prohibition by non-priests is nullified. The theories of Hezekiah contradict one another. There he said, in a case in which there is 1 part of unclean flour in 101 parts of clean flour, how large may each lump of dough be so that one may still prepare the dough in a state of cleanness? Hezekiah said, 1/6 plus 4 cabs. Yet here he says this. Said Aryaseh, there it is a case of one who first kneads the clean and unclean dough and then separates dough offering. Said Arabahu, all our days we would err, like the staff of a blind person. That was until we learned in the calculation of gematria, how many eggs bulk are there in a cab. 24 eggs bulk, a sixth of this is 16 eggs bulk. If one needs 24 eggs bulk of dough, each might contain an egg's bulk of unclean dough. But if one needs it in 4 separate lumps, each of 6 eggs bulk, one does not have any dough left over. What to do? Knead the dough in 5 lumps, 4 containing 5 eggs bulk, 1 containing 4 eggs bulk, and take the required dough offering from the lump containing 4 eggs bulk. Hezekiah holds that one should not allow an egg's bulk of unclean dough to touch the kneading trough. Yohanan holds that an egg's bulk of unclean dough may touch the kneading trough, but it may not touch clean dough. Said Aryaseh to Jeremiah, what Hezekiah says makes sense only if de jure the dough should not touch the trough, but if it does not impart uncleanness. What Yohanan says makes sense only if this is de facto. He said to him, I also think so. In what case does the rule for a kneading trough apply in Yohanan's opinion? Aryaseh b'Arabun in the name of Jonah, resolve the question. It is a case in which one needs a lump of dough the size of 17 eggs bulk. This is the case in which the total volume of dough is 200 eggs bulk. Abba bar Mamal asked, but doesn't contradict what Aryaseh bar Hananah said. For Aryaseh bar Hananah said, carrion is neutralized in a mixture with properly slaughtered meat. It is neutralized so it does not impart uncleanness to one who touches it. But as for imparting uncleanness to one who moves it, in this aspect it is not neutralized. Said Aryaseh, there the properly slaughtered meat cannot take on the status of carrion. But here it is possible for unconsecrated produce to enter the status of heave offering. Said Hezekiah, Simon raised the question, and Abba bar Mamal answered it. It was taught as a Tanite rule, a sea of heave offering which fell into less than 100 seas of unconsecrated produce, lo, it takes on the status of heave offering. Is not liable to repay its value and the added fifth. But they do not use it to repay the value and added fifth for another batch, except in accordance with the calculation. This rule applies to produce that is not totally lost in the mixture. But in the case of produce that is totally lost in the mixture, they follow the status of the greater part of the lot. If the greater part of the produce is heave offering, the entire batch is treated as heave offering. But if the greater part of the batch is unconsecrated, it is treated as unconsecrated. 5:2 A sea of unclean heave offering that fell into 100 of clean heave offering the house of Shammai declare forbidden. But the house of Hillel permit. Said the house of Hillel to the house of Shammai, since clean is forbidden to non-priests, and unclean is forbidden to priests, if clean can be neutralized, so unclean can be neutralized. Said to them the house of Shammai, no, if unconsecrated produce, to which leniency applies and which is permitted to non-priests, neutralizes clean, should heave offering, to which stringency applies and which is forbidden to non-priests, neutralize unclean. After they had agreed, Eliezer says, let it be raised up and burned. But sages say, it has been lost through its scantiness. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and one lifted it out, and fell into a different batch. Our Eliezer says, imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering. But sages say, it does not impart the status of heave offering except in accordance with a calculation. A sea of heave offering that fell into less than 100, and took on the status of heave offering and fell from the mixture into a different batch. Our Eliezer says, imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering. But sages say, a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce does not impart the status of heave offering except in accordance with a calculation. And that which has been leavened does not impart the status of heave offering to that which it leavens except in accordance with a calculation. And drawn water does not impart a status of invalidity to immersion pools except in accordance with a calculation. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, if one lifted it out and a different fell, lifted out of that, and a different fell low, this is permitted. Until there a greater quantity of heave offering than their unconsecrated produce. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and that one had not lifted out before a different fell low, this is forbidden. But our Simeon permits. Our Yudan bar Pazi and our Abba bar Negri were in session. They said, after they had agreed who conceded to whom, the house of Shammai to the house of Hillel, or the house of Hillel to the house of Shammai. They said, let us go out and learn. They went out and heard our Hezekiah, our Aha in the name of our Judah bar Hananah. We find that the house of Shammai conceded to the house of Hillel only in this matter alone. Our Jonah in the name of our Abo inferred the matter from the following: he who pours from jar to jar, and a Tebolyam touched the stream, if there is in it, it is neutralized in 101. Of clean heave offering the house of Shammai declare forbidden. But the house of Hillel permit. So here the house of Hillel say, the unclean heave offering is neutralized in the clean heave offering in the lower utensil. Now if you say the house of Hillel conceded to the house of Shammai that it has not been nullified, who is there who will teach as the Tanite rule here, it is neutralized? It is not the house of Shammai or the house of Hillel. Said our Hananah b. R. Hillel, we might say that the house of Hillel repeated the rule in that way prior to the time that they conceded to the house of Shammai. Said our Yaseh, our Mishnah says exactly that, after they had agreed, our Eliezer says, let it be raised up and burned. Now was our Eliezer not a Shammite? Said our Hananah, our Mishnah says exactly that, the house of Shammai conceded to the house of Hillel. After they conceded, these to those after they had agreed that unclean heave offering is neutralized in clean heave offering, the house of Shammai overcome them, and yet you say they conceded to them. Said our Abban, there is here another reply. It is in line with that our Hashaya taught as a Tanite statement. Now if clean heave offering, which if non-priests eat it are subject to the death penalty, is neutralized in unconsecrated produce, unclean heave offering, for eating of which the priest has violated a positive commandment, surely should be neutralized in clean heave offering. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and one lifted it out, and fell into a different batch, our Eliezer says, imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering. But sages say, it does not impart the status of heave offering except in accordance with a calculation. Said our Yohanan, a sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and one lifted it out, any small quantity of unconsecrated produce that is mixed with it nullifies its standing as heave offering. The Mishnah contradicts our Yohanan, but sages say, it does not impart the status of heave offering except in accordance with a calculation. Our Yaseh in the name of our Yohanan, it was taught as a Tanite rule in the name of our Yohanan only that the sea of produce removed from the batch in which heave offering was neutralized never imparts its own status to unconsecrated produce into which it falls. Now he said that this is so even if there was in the first mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce more heave offering than unconsecrated produce, so long as said our Eliezer, that applies only if that sea fell into the same batch of unconsecrated produce so as to create a single mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce. Is it the view of our Eliezer that according to the sages, the unconsecrated produce on top and the unconsecrated produce below join together to make up the quantity of unconsecrated produce that is needed to neutralize the small percentage of true heave offering contained in the replacement offering? No, R. Eliezer takes the view that the unconsecrated produce that is below remains distinct ASEI of heave offering that fell into less than 100, and took on the status of heave offering and fell from the mixture into a different batch. R. Eliezer says, imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering. But sages say, a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce does not impart the status of heave offering except in accordance with a calculation. And that which has been leavened does not impart the status of heave offering to that which it leavens except in accordance with a calculation. And drawn water does not impart a status of invalidity to immersion pools except in accordance with a calculation. Said R. Yaseh B. Hanana, and that is the case. R. Eliezer says, imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering applies only if the sea that fell was divided into 5 parts and these fell into 5 different locations of unconsecrated produce. But if all of them fell into a single location, also R. Eliezer will concede. R. Yohanan said, even if all of them fell into a single location of unconsecrated produce, the dispute between R. Eliezer and sages persists. Imparts the status of heave offering as does true heave offering. Hilpi said, in the opinion of R. Eliezer, the unconsecrated produce into which the second sea falls is treated as though it were distinct from the unconsecrated produce that is mixed with the heave offering. In the second sea, the mixture of heave offering and secular produce that falls into the batch is a single entity and distinct from the produce into which it falls. Within that sea it is not clear which produce is heave offering and which is secular. The whole sea must be treated as heave offering. Eliezer rejects the view that the secular produce in the second sea combines with the secular produce into which that sea falls. He does not concur that all the unconsecrated produce joins together to neutralize the small amount of heave offering. Eliezer holds that the sea that falls from the original mixture imparts the status of heave offering as though it were a full sea of true heave offering. But lo, R. Eliezer said, in the view of rabbis the unconsecrated produce at the bottom is treated as distinct. What is at issue between R. Eliezer and sages? Rabbis, it is a strict rule that applies in the case of the sea replacement offering that is lifted out of a batch of produce in which a sea of heave offering was neutralized. Or perhaps it is only a leniency that is in line with what R. Yohanan said, a sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and one lifted it out, and fell into a different batch. Any small amount of unconsecrated produce that is mixed with it nullifies its status as heave offering. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, if one lifted it out and a different fell, lifted out of that, and a different fell low, this is permitted, until there a greater quantity of heave offering than their unconsecrated produce. It was taught as a Tannite statement, allows many seas of heave offering to fall one at a time into a single batch of unconsecrated produce. It is as if he intentionally added unconsecrated produce to a batch in which heave offering was mixed. But lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, an immersion pool contained 40 seas, and one put in a sea and took out a sea. Lo, this is fit. To what extent may this process go on? Risi in the name of Armana bat Tanhum, Arabau in the name of Ar Yohanan, until the greater part of the water in the pool is drawn water. Yet here you say this: there the pool had enough rain water to counteract the invalidating effect of more drawn water put into the pool, and then one removed the original drawn water and added more drawn water to it. But here each sea of heave offering requires its own 100 seas of unconsecrated produce to neutralize it. Lo, this is permitted, until there a greater quantity of heave offering than their unconsecrated produce, said R. Yaseh, that is to say, something that by the Torah is nullified in mixtures with unconsecrated produce calls up produce in its same status that has previously been neutralized so as to prohibit the batch in which the mixture occurs. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100, and that one had not lifted out before a different fell low, this is forbidden. But R. Simeon permits. R. Simeon says, is sanctified at the moment the householder knows that the mixture has occurred. And the rabbis say, is sanctified at the moment the householder raises up the replacement offering. It is taught as a Tannite rule, a sea of unclean heave offering that fell into 100 seas of unconsecrated produce and was neutralized. The householder says to the priest, "Do I not owe you the value of? So take the value of the sea of heave offering if it were wood and leave me the produce." The priest answers the farmer, "If a sea of unclean heave offering fell into less than 100 seas of unconsecrated produce, would the unclean heave offering not impart its own status to the batch? Does wood impart its own status to a batch? And will you not ultimately give the sea to a different priest? Now will he pay you the value the sea would have were it wood?" What's the upshot? The householder gives the priest the value of the original sea of unclean heave offering as if it were wood. And the rest somebody knocked his basket of barley into someone else's basket of wheat. The case came before our Judah bar Shalom, who ruled, "Let him pay the value of his lost barley, and let them divide the rest a of heave offering that fell into 100, and one grounded, and it diminished just as the unconsecrated diminished, so the heave offering diminished permitted. A of heave offering that fell into less than 100, and one grounded, and it increased just as the unconsecrated increased, so the heave offering increased. Forbidden. If it is known that the unconsecrated wheat is of better quality than the heave offering permitted. A of heave offering that fell into less than 100, and afterwards unconsecrated fell there if unintentionally, permitted, but if intentionally, forbidden. And it is not the end of the matter that if the heave offering decreased in quantity, but even if the ground unconsecrated produce decreased in quantity and the heave offering remained in the same quantity, so that by percentage the batch now contains more than 1% of heave offering, the mixture is permitted. It is taught as a Tanite rule, the waste left from milling grain that was heave offering does not join with the flour in the status of heave offering in order to form the volume of heave offering that renders forbidden the eating by non-priests of unconsecrated grain with which the heave offering is mixed. But the waste left from milling unconsecrated grain joins with the unconsecrated flour to form the quantity of produce that neutralizes heave offering with which it is mixed. RBB asked, what is the law on whether or not the waste left from milling heave offering joins with unconsecrated grain to form the volume of produce that neutralizes heave offering? From what Arhuna said, the rinds of forbidden fruit join with permitted produce to form the volume of food needed to neutralize forbidden produce. It means that the refuse left from milling the heave offering joins with unconsecrated grain to form the quantity of unconsecrated produce that neutralizes heave offering. A sea of heave offering that fell into 100. They do not remove the darnel that is in it. Less than this they may remove the darnel that is in it. A log of wine that had been clarified that fell into 100 logs of wine which had not been clarified, they do not remove the lees that are in it. Less than this they remove the lees that are in it. A log of wine that had not been clarified, that fell into 100 logs of wine that had been clarified, they do not remove the lees that are in it if it is known that the unconsecrated wheat is of better quality than the heave offering permitted. It was taught as a Tanite statement, so too even de jure one may grind the mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated food and the mixture is permitted for a non-priest to eat. The Mishnah rule represents the position of Aryase, a sapling of orla or of diverse kinds of the vineyard, that were mixed together with saplings. Behold, this one may not pick. If he picked, it is neutralized in 201, provided that he did not intend to pick. Aryase says, even he intends to pick, it is neutralized in 201. Said Arzira, for it is the way for priests themselves to mill such mixtures in their homes. Then where will the anonymous rule of Morl 1:4 differ from the position of Aryase? A mixture of permitted produce and produce subject to the restriction of mixed seeds. In the opinion of Aryase, one may intentionally mill such a mixture and render it permitted for eating. In the opinion of rabbis, one may not intentionally mill such a mixture and render it permitted for eating. Arabau in the name of Yohanan, any mixture of permitted and forbidden produce to which one unintentionally added more permitted produce, in consequence of which there is sufficient permitted produce to neutralize the forbidden food, the mixture becomes permitted for eating. But if the farmer intentionally added permitted produce, the mixture is forbidden. Isn't this an explicit teaching of the Mishnah, a sea of heave offering that fell into less than 100, and afterwards unconsecrated fell there if unintentionally, permitted, but if intentionally, forbidden. The Mishnah deals with mixtures of heave offering and secular food. Yohanan encompasses under the role all other sorts of forbidden things. Aha, in the name of Yohanan, just as it is a religious duty to speak out in case in which what one says will be carried out, so it is a religious duty not to speak out in a case in which what one says will not be carried out. Said Eliezer, just as it is prohibited to declare what is unclean to be clean, so it is prohibited to declare what is clean to be unclean. Abba bar Jacob, in the name of Yohanan, if a case of law comes to hand, in which you do not know whether burned or whether to hold the item in suspense, under all circumstances you should choose the alternative of burning more than that of holding the matter in suspense. For there is no offering in the Torah more beloved than the offering of bullocks which are to be burned and goats which are to be burned, and, it is clear, they are disposed of by burning up. Aryase raised the question, do they learn the rule governing a matter the religious duty of which is not in so doing, from a matter the religious duty of which indeed is in so doing? Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 6. 6:1 Who unintentionally eats heave offering pays back the principal and an fifth. The same one who eats, to one who drinks, and to one who anoints. The same clean heave offering, and to unclean heave offering. He pays back fifth, and a fifth of the fifth. He does not pay restitution with heave offering, rather unconsecrated produce, and this takes on the status of heave offering. And the restitution is heave offering, if the priest wishes, he may not refuse. The daughter of an Israelite who ate heave offering and afterwards was married to a priest, if she ate heave offering of which a priest had not yet effected acquisition, she pays the principal and fifth to herself. But if she ate heave offering of which a priest had effected acquisition, she pays the principal to owner and the fifth to herself. For they have said, one who unintentionally eats heave offering pays the principal to owner and the fifth to whomever he wishes. Who unintentionally eats heave offering pays back the principal and an fifth. It is written, and if someone eats of holy thing unwittingly, he shall add the fifth of its value to it and give the holy thing to the priest. The principal along with its fifth shall add up to 5 parts. His unintentional act of eating is regarded as unintentional only if he intentionally ate the produce because he was not certain whether or not it was heave offering. But if he had known for certain that it was heave offering, he would not intentionally have eaten it. Said Aryase, that is to say, one who would have refrained from an act if he had known that it certainly was prohibited is culpable as though he had acted unintentionally. If someone claimed, if I had known that this forbidden fat added up to a full olive's bulk I would not have eaten it. But if I had known that it was only a half olive's bulk, I would have eaten it. Said Rabban bar Haya, he is treated as if he unintentionally ate a half olive's bulk but intentionally ate a half olive's bulk. Then doesn't Rabban bar Haya share the view of Simeon b. Lakish? For said Simeon b. Lakish, if one ate a half olive's bulk of forbidden fat in a single act of inadvertence, he is not culpable? Here Simeon b. Lakish concurs that one is liable for eating a half olive's bulk in the case of objects from which individuals are forbidden to benefit. He concedes that one is culpable for eating a half olive's bulk on the Day of Atonement. He further concedes that one is culpable for eating a half olive's bulk if at the time he eats it he intends later on to finish the required volume. Arabau, in the name of Yohanan, one who swallows vinegar in the status of heave offering is flogged. Arabau, in the name of Yohanan, one who intentionally chews on a stalk of wheat in the status of heave offering is flogged. It is taught on Tanite authority, one who unintentionally chews on a stalk of wheat in the status of heave offering repays the priest the principal but does not pay the added fifth. Rabbi says, I say that he pays the principal and the added fifth. Jeremiah, in the name of Imi, sages concede to Rabbi that in the case of one who after bathing swallows vinegar in the status of heave offering pays both principal and added fifth. For swallowing vinegar revives the soul. It was taught as a Tanite rule, if one unintentionally ate unclean heave offering, he still has to make restitution with clean unconsecrated produce. But if he made restitution with unclean unconsecrated produce, he has carried out his obligation. R. Nathan says, one who eats clean heave offering pays restitution with clean unconsecrated produce. He paid restitution with unclean unconsecrated produce. What is the law? Symmachus says, unintentionally, the restitution is valid. Intentional, his restitution is not valid. There we learned in the Mishnah, they do not separate heave offering from that is unclean for that is clean. It is taught as a Tanite statement in the name of Aryase, one who separates heave offering from that which is unclean for that which is clean, whether unintentionally or intentionally. That which he has separated is heave offering. The schismatic opinion here is in accord with the anonymous view there, and the schismatic opinion there accords with the anonymous position here. Clean heave offering, and to unclean heave offering. He pays back fifth, and a fifth of the fifth. He does not pay restitution with heave offering, rather unconsecrated produce, and this takes on the status of heave offering. What would be a practical case? Arzira in the name of Arhanana, restitution made for heave offering unintentionally eaten by a non-priest, lo, it is equivalent to heave offering in all regards, except that lo, if it is planned as seed, what grows from it is disposed of as secular produce. What grows from seed that is heave offering, lo, it is disposed of as secular produce in all regards, except that it is forbidden for non-priests to eat. Said Aryase, and we have learned both rules in the Mishnah. We know from the Mishnah, restitution made for heave offering unintentionally eaten by a non-priest, lo, it is equivalent to heave offering in all regards, as follows: he does not pay restitution with heave offering, rather unconsecrated produce. And this takes on the status of heave offering. And we know from the Mishnah, what grows from seed that is heave offering, lo, it is disposed of as secular produce in all regards, except that it is forbidden for non-priests to eat, as follows: that which grows from heave offering has the status of heave offering. Since the Mishnah states, that which grows from heave offering has the status of heave offering, that means what grows from restitution paid for heave offering eaten by a non-priest is unconsecrated. We know that what grows from seed in the status of heave offering, lo, it is like unconsecrated produce in all regards, for we have learned in the Mishnah, and is subject to gleanings, forgotten sheaves and the corner of a field. It is disposed of as secular produce in all regards, except that it is forbidden for non-priests to eat, for we have learned in the Mishnah, and poor Israelites and poor priests glean. And the poor Israelites sell their portion to the priests at the price of heave offering, and the money is theirs. It was taught on Tanite authority, produce paid as restitution for heave offering, they do not pay out from this the principal and fifth owed for a different batch, and non-priests do not owe the principal, and added fifth for eating this produce, and it is not liable to dough offering. Hands and one who has immersed on the self-same day do not render unfit, just as they do not render unconsecrated produce unfit. And even our Simeon and Aryase concur in this matter, or that was leavened with heave offering yeast, is not made unfit by a tibul yam. Aryase and our Simeon declare unfit. He does not pay restitution with heave offering, rather unconsecrated produce, and this takes on the status of heave offering. And the restitution is heave offering, if the priest wishes, he may not refuse. This is the rule before the non-priest has designated the restitution as heave offering. If he designated the added fifth but before giving it to a priest ate it, is he subject to repaying both the principal and added fifth? That is a dispute between Rabbi and R. Eliezer b. Simeon. For it has been taught on Tanite authority, if someone eats of a holy thing unwittingly, he shall add the fifth of its value to it and shall give the holy thing to the priest. Giving the restitution to the priest marks the sanctification of the restitution as heave offering, so as to obligate one who eats the restitution after this point to pay the principal and added fifth. But simply designating the restitution does not mark its sanctification as heave offering so as to obligate one who eats it at this point, before it has been given to a priest, to pay the principal and added fifth. The words of Rabbi R. Eliezer b. Simeon, even designating the restitution marks its sanctification as heave offering so as to obligate one who unintentionally eats it after this point to pay the principal and added fifth paid by the non-priest who eats have offering. If the priest refused to take the restitution paid by a non-priest who unintentionally ate heave offering, telling the non-priest to keep the restitution for himself instead, and then the non-priest ate the restitution, what is the rule concerning his making payment for this produce that he ate? It is a subject of dispute between R. Yohanan and R. Simeon b. Lachish, for they differed. Who stole heave offering from his mother's father who was a priest? R. Yohanan said, he pays the tribe. R. Simeon b. Lachish said, he pays himself. Said R. Jonah, this is how R. Simeon b. Lachish answered R. Yohanan, in your opinion, he pays the tribe. Lo, we have learned in the Mishnah, he stole heave offering that was dedicated and ate it, he pays 2/5 and the principal. But if a non-priest is subject to an added fifth for having misappropriated heave offering, then he should pay 3 added fifths, 1 for stealing heave offering, 1 for eating it, and 1 for eating produce dedicated to the temple. R. Yaseh, in the name of R. Yohanan, the Torah explicitly states that he is absolved of the theft. Said R. Zira to R. Isi, 2 matters do you state in the name of R. Yohanan, and you do not say their source. The first is, the Torah explicitly states that he is absolved of the theft, but you do not indicate the source. It is, and if a man eats of a holy thing unwittingly, he shall add the fifth of its value to it and give the holy thing to the priest. Once he has given the 1 added fifth to the priest, he is absolved of the theft. You say in the name of R. Yohanan, in the same place that the red cow is slaughtered, there is it burned, but you do not indicate the source. R. Eliezer, in the name of R. Hashiah, along with its offal the cow shall be burned. What do you infer from this verse? R. Jeremiah, in the name of R. Imi, in the place in which the red cow leaves life, there it is burned. R. Yohanan accords with Rabbi R. Simeon b. Lachish accords with R. Eliezer b. R. Simeon. Said R. Bun Bar Haya, isn't it possible that R. Simeon b. Lachish concurs with Rabbi? For Rabbi holds that giving an object to the priest marks its sanctification only for something that the non-priest is obligated to give the priest. But for something that the non-priest is not obligated to give to the priest, even Rabbi concedes that the designation of the thing, in this case the restitution, marks its sanctification. For we have learned in the Mishnah, he who separates a redemption lamb for a firstborn of an ass and who died, R. Eliezer says, they are responsible for it, as the 5 Selah's son. And sages say, they are not liable for it, as the redemption of second tithe. R. Eliezer concedes in the case of the firstborn of asses that an Israelite inherited from the estate of his mother's father, a priest, that once he has designated it, he has sanctified it. If one unintentionally ate heave offering belonging to a priest who is an associate, he must pay restitution to a priest who is an associate. If one unintentionally ate heave offering belonging to a priest who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods, he must pay restitution to a priest who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods. But will he not turn out to hand over his produce requiring preservation in cleanness to one who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods? What is he to do? He gives the restitution for both sorts of heave offering, the one belonging to an associate and the other to one who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods, to a priest who is an associate, and he takes the monetary equivalent of one of them and gives it to a priest who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods. R. Abun Bar Haya said before R. Simeon b. Lachish, this accords with the position of him who said, designating the restitution marks its sanctification as heave offering. But according to him who said, the restitution is sanctified as heave offering only when it is given to the priest, does the restitution not have to be accepted by the priest to whom it is due? Said to him, it is a case in which the replacement offering is accepted by a priest who is an associate in behalf of the one who is not meticulous about preserving the cleanness of foods. The daughter of an Israelite who ate heave offering and afterwards was married to a priest, if she ate heave offering of which a priest had not yet effected acquisition, she pays the principal and fifth to herself. But if she ate heave offering of which a priest had effected acquisition, she pays the principal to owner and the fifth to herself. For they have said, one who unintentionally eats heave offering pays the principal to owner and the fifth to whomever he wishes. If she did not suffice to pay restitution before she was divorced by her husband the priest, what is the law? Come, see, if when she was divorced she had heave offering of tithe that her husband had given her, does the priestly gift not remain hers even after divorce? There in the case of heave offering of the tithe, she may keep for herself the tithe she was given because the tithe is a concrete commodity that belongs to her. But here the heave offering is not a concrete commodity that she ate and so acquired as her own possession. She never owned the heave offering. When the priest divorces her, she loses the right to keep any restitution paid for that heave offering. To what is the case of heave offering of the tithe comparable? To firstborn asses. 6:2 One who gives his workers or guests heave offering to eat, he pays the principal, and they pay the fifth. The words of our Meir. But sages say, they pay the principal and the fifth, and he pays them the cost of their meal. One who steals heave offering but does not eat it pays as restitution twice the monetary equivalent of the heave offering. He ate it, he pays twice the principal and an fifth, principal and the fifth out of unconsecrated produce, and principal in the monetary equivalent of the heave offering. He stole heave offering that was dedicated and ate it, he pays 2/5 and the principal, for the payment of twofold restitution is not applicable in items dedicated. They do not pay restitution with gleanings, forgotten sheaves, the corners or ownerless property, and not with first tithe from which heave offering of the tithe has been removed, and not with second tithe or dedicated that have been redeemed, for a consecrated thing does not serve for the redemption of a consecrated thing. The words of our Meir. But sages permit these. Since both our Meir and sages say they pay restitution, what is at issue between them? Said our Yohanan, the ownership of the food that the workers ate is at issue between them. Our Meir said, the ownership of the meal belongs to the householder, and the rabbis say that the ownership of the meal belongs to the workers. Our Simeon B. Lakish said, rabbis say, the workers are responsible for preparing the food. Our Abau in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, lo, to what is the matter comparable? To the case of someone who sold something to his fellow, and it turned out that it did not belong to him. He is obligated to return the purchase price to him. If this statement was made in accord with our Simeon B. Lakish, there is no problem. But if it accords with our Yohanan, he said that the issue of who owns the food stands behind the dispute. But if it accords with Yohanan, who said that the issue of who owns the food stands behind the dispute, then rabbis hold that the workers own the food, there is no sale, and the householder is not liable to pay the workers the cost of the meal. But how can you say this, that Meir and sages concur that the householder must pay the workers the cost of their meal? Our Abau in the name of our Yasebi. Hanana, sages and Meir concur that the food belongs to the workers and the workers alone are responsible for preparing it. At issue is the overall value of the meal. The householder contracted with the workers to feed them unconsecrated produce but instead fed them heave offering. But haven't they eaten a meal, in accord with him who said, as for untithed produce the soul of the person who eats them is shattered on their account. One who steals heave offering but does not eat it pays as restitution twice the monetary equivalent of the heave offering. He ate it, he pays twice the principal and an fifth, principal and the fifth out of unconsecrated produce, and principal in the monetary equivalent of the heave offering. He stole heave offering that was dedicated and ate it, he pays 2/5 and the principal, for the payment of twofold restitution is not applicable in items dedicated. Said Aryane, the Mishnah divides into two sides. If the principal is an olive's bulk of produce but is not worth a peritah, it is paid to the temple. If the principal is worth a peritah but does not comprise an olive's bulk of produce, he pays it to a member of the priestly tribe. If the principal is an olive's bulk of produce and is worth a peritah, Simeon bar Va in the name of our Yohanan, one pays it to the temple. Our Yohanan said, one pays it to the tribe of priests and ate it, he pays 2/5 and the principal to whom are they paid, the temple or the priest? Said our Zira, it is an arbitrary decree of Scripture, if a man eats of a holy thing unwittingly, he shall add the fifth of its value to it and give the holy thing to the priest to the same place to which the principal goes, the added fifth goes. Kahana said, he pays 2 added fifths, one to a member of the priestly tribe, the other to the temple, for the payment of twofold restitution is not applicable in items dedicated, as it is said, if a thief is found, he shall pay double to his neighbor. See, he pays double for what he took from his neighbor, but not for what is consecrated that he stole from the temple. They do not pay restitution with gleanings, forgotten sheaves, the corners or ownerless property, and not with first tithe from which heave offering of the tithe has been removed, and not with second tithe or dedicated that have been redeemed, for a consecrated thing does not serve for the redemption of a consecrated thing. The words of our Meir. But sages permit these. R. Simeon B. Lakish said to them, sages refer to the last 2 items dedicated that have been redeemed. Why? Because at one time they were subject to the designation of heave offering and tithes. Since at one time the produce could have been used as restitution, the sages say that it still may be used. But were gleanings and forgotten sheaves and produce of the corner of the field not once subject to the separation of heave offering and tithes? But we deal with produce that was forgotten before it was harvested, and to produce in the corner of the field that was designated for the poor before it was harvested. This proves that a separated grape becomes sanctified falls. But this does not solve the problem posed by Hilpai, for Hilpai asked, as regards gleanings, what is its status regarding sanctification from the moment it falls? Said R. Samuel bar Abudama, the present case is different. Himself causes not to reach the ground. R. Yohanan said to him, and lo, we learn in the Mishnah that gleanings became potentially subject to tithes when it was harvested. Produce growing in the corner of the field that is left for the poor is like gleanings. R. Yohanan said to him, concerning all the items of the Mishnah sages disagree. 6:3 R. Eliezer says, they pay restitution with one kind on behalf of that is not of its same kind, with the stipulation that he must pay restitution with choice or for less choice. But R. Akiva says, they pay restitution only with one kind on behalf of that is of its same kind. Therefore, if he ate cucumbers the eve of the sabbatical year, he waits for cucumbers the year after the sabbatical year and pays restitution with them. On the basis of the same verse, in accordance with which R. Eliezer rules leniently, R. Akiva rules stringently. For it says, and give the holy thing to the priest. Anything that is fit to be holy, the words of R. Eliezer. But R. Akiva says, and give the holy thing to the priest, that holy thing that he ate, with the stipulation that he must pay restitution with choice or for less choice. How so? If he ate vegetables and paid back in dried figs, ate dried figs and paid back dates, let a blessing light upon him. If he ate first fruits, what does he pay back? If he ate grapes, he pays back wine. If he ate olives, he pays back olive oil. One kind on behalf of that is of its same kind. If he ate dough offering, what is the rule on his paying back with grain that has not reached a third of its growth? For lo, grain that has not reached a third of its growth is subject to dough offering. If he ate first fruits, what is the rule on his paying back with unpicked produce, since first fruits are designated while the produce is still unharvested? The eve of the sabbatical year, he waits for cucumbers the year after the sabbatical year and pays restitution with them, Abin in the name of the rabbis from over there, that is to say that they do not pay restitution from produce grown abroad. You may even say they may use produce grown abroad heave offering as restitution for heave offering unintentionally eaten by a non-priest. The Mishnah speaks of the situation that prevailed before Rabbi permitted bringing into the land produce from abroad. If he ate cucumbers the eve of the sabbatical year, he waits for cucumbers the year after the sabbatical year and pays restitution with them. Do not say he spoke only of cucumbers, something that it is forbidden to plant in the 7th year. For if you say that that is so, wouldn't the non-priest end up paying a debt with produce of the 7th year? Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 7. 7:1 Who intentionally eats heave offering pays back the principal but does not pay the fifth. That which is paid as restitution unconsecrated produce. If the priest wished to refuse, he may refuse. Who intentionally eats heave offering pays back the principal but does not pay the fifth, and there we have learned in the Mishnah, these are the ones who are flogged. Yet here we learned in the Mishnah, these are the girls who receive a fine. Here at Mac 3:1 you say that they are flogged, but they're Kat. 3:1 you say that they pay a fine, said Ar Yohanan. The Mishnah deals with the two extremes. If people warned him, he is flogged. If they did not warn him, he pays. Ar Yohanan maintains the theory that in a case in which there is the possibility of flogging and monetary compensation, the felon is flogged and does not pay monetary compensation, and let the man both receive a flogging and also pay a monetary penalty in proportion to his offense. The meaning of this verse is that on account of one offense you may impose liability, but you may not impose liability on account of several offenses. And why should he not pay the monetary penalty and not be flogged? Scripture speaks of one who is subject to two offenses. The judge shall cause him to lie down and be beaten in his presence with a number of stripes in proportion to his offense. It is in accord with the correct number. For even if they had warned him, he would have been flogged. The Mishnah statement that follows differs from the view of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, who inadvertently eats produce in the status of heave offering, pays both the principal and an added fifth. Now if they had warned him, is he not to be flogged? Interpret the Mishnah in line with the view of Ar Meir, for Ar Meir has said, one may both be flogged and also pay a monetary penalty. The Mishnah further differs from the view of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, for we have learned, these are the girls who nonetheless receive a fine from the man who seduces them. If they had warned, should he not be flogged? Interpret the Mishnah in line with the view of Ar Meir, for Ar Meir has said, one may both be flogged and also pay a monetary penalty. Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Simeon b. Lakish, from the case of him who spreads an evil report about a girl did Ar Meir derive his view, shall take that man and whip him. They take that man flogging him and whip him, adding a monetary penalty. Rabbis say, it was to make its own fresh point that the case of the one who spreads a bad name about a girl was treated as special, and something which is introduced to make its own point does not provide the occasion for presenting lessons pertinent to other cases at all. For in all other cases a man does not incur liability by reason of what he merely says, while here, a man incurs liability for what he merely says. Accordingly, since that is the case, you may not derive lessons from this case applicable to any other. Along these same lines, you may not derive the lesson from this case either as regards penalties or as regards flogging. Did Ar Abahu not state in the name of Ar Yohanan, if one deliberately ate prohibited fat but did not know that people are liable for an offering on that account, if they gave suitable admonition to him, he is flogged and has to bring an offering? Now here, along these same lines, he should be flogged and have to pay a monetary penalty as well. Ar Bun Bar Haya in the name of Ar Samuel Bar Ar Isaac, it says, in proportion to his offense. Two matters are handed over to a court. You take hold of one of them, and that then excludes a matter which is in the hands of heaven. All concur that a monetary penalty is not exacted when the death penalty is applied. It is on the basis of the following verse of Scripture. He who kills a beast shall make it good, and he who kills a man shall be put to death. Just as in the case of one who smites a beast, you do not distinguish between one who does the deed inadvertently and one who does it deliberately, imposing the monetary penalty in both cases, so in the case of one who smites a man, you should not make a distinction between one who does it inadvertently and one who does it deliberately, but in both cases you exempt him from a monetary penalty. Where there is a dispute is when you have the possibility of a monetary penalty and also flogging. Ar Yohanan said, there is no monetary penalty where there is a death penalty. But there is a monetary penalty where there is a flogging. Ar Simeon b. Lakish says, just as there is no monetary penalty when there is the death penalty, so there is no monetary penalty where there is a flogging. Rmi the Babylonian in the name of the rabbis over there, the scriptural basis for the position of Ar Simeon b. Lakish is that the scripture makes references to evil person both with regard to those liable to the death penalty and also with regard to those liable to the flogging. Just as in the case of the evil person to whom reference is made in the setting of those suffering the death penalty at the hand of a court, there is no question of exacting a monetary penalty where there is the death penalty, so the reference to an evil person in the case of those liable to a flogging means that there is no issue of monetary penalty when there is a case of flogging. Nathan Bar Hashaya said, "The difference is that here we deal with a girl, while there we deal with a grown woman. A girl receives a financial penalty, and no flogging pertains to her. A woman will produce the penalty of flogging, but she does not receive a financial penalty. But does she not receive compensation for shame or personal injury?" Rabbis of Caesarea say, interpret the rule to speak of a case in which the man seduced the girl, or to one in which the girl forgave him. Now Nathan Bar Hashaya maintains that in a case in which there are both a flogging and monetary compensation, one pays the monetary penalty and is not flogged. But why should the man not be flogged and also pay? In proportion to his offense, the meaning is that one imposes liability for a single offense, and one does not impose liability for two offenses. Or let him pay and not suffer a flogging, as in the case of perjured witnesses. Just as you say in that other context of perjured witnesses that they pay and are not flogged, here, too, he pays and is not flogged. Said Arjona, the reason for the position of Nathan Bar Hashaya is this: proportionate to his offense means the one who, through being flogged, suffers a just penalty for his offense. This then excludes the one to whom they say, "Go and pay a monetary penalty." The following statement of the Mishnah differs from our Simeon b. Lakish: he who deliberately eats produce in the status of heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the added fifth. Now from the viewpoint of Nathan Bar Hashaya, who said that he pays, there are no problems. As to the view of Ar Yohanan, who said that if one has suffered admonition, he is flogged, and if he has not received admonition, he pays, one may interpret the case to be one in which one did the deed deliberately but without admonition. But in the view of our Simeon b. Lakish, there is no difference whether or not one did the deed inadvertently or deliberately, whether one received admonition or did not receive admonition. From the view of Simeon b. Lakish, one may interpret the law to accord with the opinion of our Meir, who has said that one may both be flogged and also required to pay monetary compensation. Said our Hananah before our Mana, now even if our Simeon b. Lakish should maintain that the entire passage of Mishnah accords with our Meir, if it possible to maintain that the relevant scripture also conforms to the view of our Meir? Now lo, is it not written, and if a man eats of a holy thing unwittingly? But our Simeon b. Lakish maintains that the added fifth is in the category of an offering. For even if you maintain that the added fifth is in the category of an offering, is the principal in the category of an offering? Said our Yudan Bar Shalom, the Mishnah itself has made the point that the principal is in the category of a monetary penalty, for we have learned there, he does not pay restitution with heave offering, rather he pays it with unconsecrated produce, and this takes on the status of heave of offering. Now if the guilty party were to pay something equivalent in value to what he had enjoyed, there would be no problem. And further derives from what is taught, if one ate unclean produce in the status of heave offering, he must pay back unconsecrated produce which is cultically clean. If he paid unconsecrated produce which was unclean, he has carried out his obligation. Now is it not so that, in fact, all he really owes him is wood? It follows that the principal is in the status of a monetary penalty. Just as you hold that the principal is in the status of a monetary penalty, along these same lines the added fifth must be deemed to be in the status of a monetary penalty. But our Simeon b. Lakish is consistent with his position enunciated elsewhere, all were subject to the general statement, "You shall not bear false witness against your neighbor." The perjured witness then was treated as a special case, and you shall do to him as he had conspired to do. Is that not so that he should pay monetary compensation? Now here, too, all were subject to the general statement, "An outsider shall not eat of a holy thing." Then a special case was expressed as follows, "And when a man inadvertently eats what was holy," indicating that he pays compensation. Now has it not been taught, sages concur with our Medir in the case of one who steals heave offering belonging to his fellow and who ate it, that he is flogged and he also pays monetary compensation? For one who eats prohibited fat belonging to himself is flogged. Has it not been taught, he who muzzles a cow pays 6 cabs for muzzling of a cow, or 4 for muzzling of an ass? For he who muzzles his own ox is flogged. Said Aryase, for so are those who are subject to the death penalty. If one stole heave offering belonging to the sanctuary and ate it, he is flogged and pays monetary compensation, for in any event he has caused a monetary loss to his fellow. Said Armana before Aryase, if that is so, then in the case of him who has sexual relations with his minor sister, he should both be flogged and pay monetary compensation, for he who has sexual relations with his adult sister is flogged. He went and said, in the case of his sister, the penalty of paying monetary compensation and the death penalty apply simultaneously, while in the present case as soon as he muzzles the ox, he is liable for flogging. It is only thereafter that he incurs the liability for monetary compensation to the owner of the cow. Arzira objected before Armana, lo, he who sets fire to the standing grain of his fellow on the Sabbath on account of the burning of the first stalk, he becomes liable to flogging. From that point onward, he incurs the monetary penalty. But that is not what the law has stated. Rather, on account of each stalk of standing grain there is the admonition for the death penalty, and here, for each span of the muzzling of the ox there is the admonition for the penalty of flogging. Aryase Br Bun said, there are 2 Amoraic teachers. One of them said, we deal with a case in which he muzzles the cow when it is plowing grain in the status of heave offering or holy things. The other one said, we deal with a case in which the man has the cow muzzled by an agent. The agent then is flogged, while the owner of the field is exempt from flogging. Blood guilt shall be imputed to that man. To that man, and not to the one who sent him. One inadvertently sinned with regard to the matter of heave offering, but deliberately sinned in the matter of eating leaven, inadvertently sinned with regard to the matter of heave offering, but deliberately sinned against the rule for the Nazir, inadvertently sinned with regard to the matter of heave offering, but deliberately sinned against the rules of the Day of Atonement. Now if you interpret this matter to deal with 2 distinct things, then there is no difficulty. But if you deal with this case as involving a single matter, then there is a dispute about the ruling involving Yohanan and Simeon b. Lachish. There we have learned, there is no difference between the Sabbath and the Day of Atonement, except that deliberately violating this one is punishable at the hands of an earthly court, while deliberately violating that one is punishable through extirpation. Lo, in regard to monetary compensation, both of them are equivalent. The cited passage of the Mishnah accords with the view of Arni Hunya b. Haktana. For Arni Hunya b. Haktana says, the Day of Atonement is equivalent to the Sabbath as to payment. R. Simeon b. Manasseh says, those liable to extirpation are equivalent to those liable to the death penalty at the hands of an earthly court. What is the difference between them? R. Aha, in the name of R. Abinah, the matter of having sexual relations with a girl who is in her menstrual period will be at issue between them. Armana says, also having sexual relations with the sister of one's mother is at issue between them. In the view of Arni Hunya b. Haktana, just as in the case of the Sabbath, there is no possibility of remission once the prohibition has applied, so in the case of the Day of Atonement, there is no possibility of remission once the prohibitions have come into effect. But in the case of these women, there is remission once the prohibition concerning them has applied. Accordingly, he must pay. In the view of R. Simeon b. Manasseh, just as in the case of the violation of the law of the Sabbath, extirpation applies, so in the case of the violation of the laws of the Day of Atonement, extirpation applies. So, too, in the case of these women, since the penalty of extirpation applies, one will not also have to pay monetary compensation. R. Judah Barpazi raised the following question, as to the imposition of both flogging and extirpation, what do these Tannaitic authorities have to say? Said Aryase, that question bothered rabbis. R. Jonah raised the question, Why should that be the case? Did not hear what our Simeon b. Yohei taught. For our Simeon b. Yohei taught as follows. Our Tarfon says, extirpation is mentioned with regard to the Sabbath, and extirpation is mentioned with regard to the Day of Atonement. Just as extirpation, mentioned with regard to the Sabbath, means, there will not be a flogging in the case in which the penalty of extirpation is incurred, so extirpation mentioned with respect to the Day of Atonement means that where there is extirpation, the penalty of flogging will not apply. Said Armana before our Yase, is not the matter subject to doubt only from the viewpoint of our Simeon b. Lakish. But so far as our Yohanan is concerned, for if he maintains that there can be a flogging where the death penalty applies, it is an argument a fortiori that there can be a flogging where the penalty of extirpation applies. For they have engaged in the following dispute. He who slaughters a dam and its offspring for the sake of idolatry, our Yohanan said, if others gave warning to the man on the count of not slaughtering a dam and its offspring on the same day, he is given a flogging. If they gave warning on the count of idolatry, he is stoned to death. Our Simeon b. Lakish said, even if others should give him warning on the count of not slaughtering the dam and its offspring on the same day, he is not given a flogging, since, if they had warned him on the count of idolatry, he would be stoned to death. Said to, even in the view of our Yohanan it remains a matter of doubt. For there you deal with two distinct matters, while here you deal with only a single one. In the view of our Simeon b. Lakish, what is the difference between the views of these Tanaim and these rabbis vis-a-vis Meir? Negative commandments in which no penalty of extirpation is involved. Our Yudan said, he who has sexual relations with a mamzer girl, difference between them. Our Hananiah said, he who sets fire to the standing grain of his fellow on a festival day is at issue between them. In the view of these Tanaim, since there is the matter of a flogging, he does not have to pay monetary compensation. Then shall we say that these are the girls who receive a fine does not accord with the position of rabbis? Said our Matania, one may interpret the passage to express the opinion of all parties. It speaks of a mamzer man who has sexual relations with a mamzer girl. And as to the one who has sexual relations with the wife of his brother, is this not his deceased childless brother's wife? Said our Matania, interpret the law to speak of a case in which his brother had children, and he betrothed a woman and then died, and his brother went and raped her. 7:2 The daughter of a priest who married an Israelite and afterwards ate heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the fifth. And her death is by burning. She married any person who is ineligible. She pays the principal and the fifth. And her death is by strangling, the words of our Meir. But sages say, both of these pay the principal but do not pay the fifth, and their death is by burning. One who gives his minor children or his slaves, whether they are grown or minor, to eat, one who eats heave offering outside of the land, and one who eats less than an olive's bulk of heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the fifth. Restitution unconsecrated produce. Therefore if the priest wished to refuse, he may refuse. This is the general rule, anyone who pays the principal and the fifth restitution heave offering, and, if the priest wished to refuse, he may not refuse. Anyone who pays the principal but does not pay the fifth restitution unconsecrated produce, if the priest wished to refuse, he may refuse. The sense of the Mishnah is, if she committed adultery, she is put to death by burning. The daughter of a priest who married an Israelite and afterwards ate heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the fifth. And her death is by burning. She married any person who is ineligible, she pays the principal and the fifth. And her death is by strangling, the words of our Meir. What is the scriptural foundation for the position of our Meir? And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. This covers any daughter of a prize 5t who is still fit to return to the house of her father, excluding from execution by fire any daughter of a priest who is not fit to return to the house of her father. If she married an Israelite fit for marriage into the priestly caste and committed adultery, is she fit to return to her father's house? What's the point of the statement, she married any person who is ineligible, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot? One who profanes herself by playing the harlot is fit to return to her father's house, so that, like all priestly women who commit adultery, she is put to death by fire. But that is not so if she profaned herself through marriage to someone ineligible to marry into the priestly caste. But sages say, both of these pay the principal but do not pay the fifth, and their death is by burning. What is the scriptural foundation for the position of rabbis? And the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. The daughter of any priest under all conditions, even if she was the offspring of her father's illegitimate marriage. Our Hinana Bar Papa taught a Tanite statement before our Zira. According to our Ishmael, and the daughter of any priest, if she profanes herself by playing the harlot, profanes her father, she shall be burned with fire. She profanes her father means, who profanes herself but one who is profaned through her fathers. Said our Hanana, I repeat a Tanite rule in the name of our Ishmael. Even if she was the offspring of her father's illegitimate marriage. The daughter of a priest who married an Israelite and afterwards ate heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the fifth. Thus have we learned in the Mishnah, the wife who was eating heave offering, they came and told her, your husband has died, or has divorced you, and so a slave who was eating heave offering, and they came and told him, your master has died, he sold you to an Israelite, he gave you as a gift, or, he has made you a freeman, and so a priest who was eating heave offering, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee, or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother, our Eliezer declares liable to payment of the principal and fifth. But our Joshua exempts. They wanted to reason, concerning what do Eliezer and Joshua differ? Concerning whether the woman has to pay the added fifth, but as to the principal, also our Joshua concedes that she must pay it. And concerning what do Eliezer and Joshua differ? Concerning the heave offering that the woman had already eaten before she heard her husband had died or divorced her. Even our Joshua concedes that she must pay the principal but not the added fifth. But as for heave offering she ate after she heard her husband had died or divorced her. Even our Joshua concedes that she must pay the principal but not the added fifth. One who gives his minor children or his slaves, whether they are grown or minor, to eat, one who eats heave offering outside of the land, and one who eats less than an olive's bulk of heave offering pays the principal but does not pay the fifth. Restitution unconsecrated produce. Therefore if the priest wished to refuse, he may refuse. This is the general rule, anyone who pays the principal and the fifth restitution heave offering, and, if the priest wished to refuse, he may not refuse. Anyone who pays the principal but does not pay the fifth restitution unconsecrated produce, if the priest wished to refuse, he may refuse. One who gives, his slaves, whether they are grown or minor, to eat, if the master who fed his slave heave offering did not suffice to pay the principal fifth before the slave was freed, using for payment property that is his own, on which his master has no claim. What would be a practical case? Reuben who stole from Simeon to pay Levi. Is Reuben released from responsibility for the theft? This leads us to the dispute between Arhiah the elder and Aryane, for they disputed as follows: if someone stole something from the pouch of this one and gave what he stole to that one Eliezer in the name of Arhiah the elder. They take from the first person but they do not reclaim the property from the second. Yohanan in the name of Aryane, they also reclaim the property from the second. And also Arhiah the elder concedes that if Reuben the thief gave when he stole to Levi, by doing so he is released from his responsibility for the theft. 7:3 2 bins, one with heave offering, and the other with unconsecrated produce, into one of which fell a seah of heave offering, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Lo, I say, into the heave offering it fell. It is not known which is with heave offering and which is with unconsecrated produce. He ate one of them, he is exempt. And the second he treats it as heave offering. But it is subject to dough offering. The words of our Meir. Aryase exempts. A different person ate the second, he is exempt. A different person ate both, he pays restitution in accordance with the smaller of the two. One of them fell into unconsecrated produce, it does not impart the status of heave offering to that produce. And the second he treats it like heave offering. But it is subject to dough offering, the words of our Meir. Our Yase exempts. Second fell into a different batch, it does not impart the status of heave offering. Both fell into a single batch, they impart the status of heave offering in accordance with the smaller of the two. He sowed one of them is exempt. And the second he treats it as heave offering. But it is subject dough offering, the words of our Meir. But our Yase exempts. A different person sowed the second, is exempt. One person sowed both. In the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, is permitted. But in the case of a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, is forbidden. 2 bins, one of unclean heave offering and one of clean heave offering. A sea of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Lo, I say, into the clean it fell. But the clean heave offering cannot be eaten in cleanness until it will be ascertained that there is not in each lump of dough so much as an egg's bulk. 2 bins, one of unclean heave offering and one of clean unconsecrated produce. A sea of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Lo, I say, into the unclean heave offering it fell. But the clean unconsecrated produce may not be eaten in cleanness until they will ascertain that there is not in each lump of dough as much as an egg's bulk. 1 bin clean heave offering and 1 clean unconsecrated produce. A sea of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Both are forbidden. If there is in them to neutralize in conjunction with one another, they neutralize in conjunction with one another. But they may not be eaten in cleanness until they will ascertain that there is not in each lump of dough so much as an egg's bulk. R. Simeon B. Lakish in the name of Bar Kapara, to neutralize in conjunction with one another, they neutralize in conjunction with one another. That is the case only if the other bin. R. Yohanan said, even though the second bin of produce does not contain more unconsecrated food than the quantity of heave offering that might have fallen into it. The opinions assigned to R. Simeon B. Lakish conflict. There he says, the uncertainty about whether or not the heave offering is neutralized is worked out by claiming that the heave offering was voided through being mixed in the larger volume of unconsecrated produce. There he spoke in his own behalf, here he spoke in the name of Bar Kapara. The opinions assigned to R. Yohanan conflict. There he says, is there proof that the heave offering is not mixed in the batch of produce? Here he says this case is different, for here it is possible to attribute the impairment in status to the batch that contains sufficient produce to neutralize the heave offering. There is no second batch to which the impairment may be attributed. That explains why his position is different. One of them fell into unconsecrated produce, it does not impart the status of heave offering to that produce. And the second he treats it like heave offering. But it is subject to dough offering, the words of our Meir. Our Yase exempts. Second fell into a different batch, it does not impart the status of heave offering. Both fell into a single batch, they impart the status of heave offering in accordance with the smaller of the two. 2 bins, one of unclean heave offering and one of clean unconsecrated produce. A sea of heave offering fell into one of them, but it is not known into which of them it fell. Lo, I say, into the unclean heave offering it fell. But the clean unconsecrated produce may not be eaten in cleanness until they will ascertain that there is not in each lump of dough as much as an egg's bulk. And the second he treats it as heave offering. But it is subject to dough offering, the words of our Meir. Our Yase exempts. Said R. Yohanan, dough made from produce about which there is a about on whether or not it was mixed with heave offering is exempt from the separation of dough offering. That concerning which there is a about whether or not it was mixed with heave offering but which is eaten as a mixture of heave offering and unconsecrated produce is subject to the separation of dough offering. Second fell into a different batch, it does not impart the status of heave offering. Said R. Yohanan, a mixture of unconsecrated grain and grain in the status of heave offering is exempt from liability to dough offering. If it is a matter of doubt whether or not it is a mixture of unconsecrated grain and grain in the status of heave offering confused with that which is eaten under the laws governing the disposition of such a mixture or heave offering and ordinary produce, both are liable to dough offering fell into a different batch, it does not impart the status of heave offering that produce, said R. Yohanan, it represents the view of R. Judah, for we have learned in the Mishnah there, 2 paths, 1. Unclean and 1 clean. He walked in one of them and prepared clean things, and his fellow came and walked in the second and prepared clean things. R. Judah says, if they are interrogated, this one by himself and this one by himself, they are clean. And if they are interrogated, the two of them at one time, they are unclean. R. Yaseh says, one way or the other, they are unclean. How shall we interpret the case? If it deals with a case in which both of them were interrogated simultaneously, they are unclean, and if they were interrogated successively, they are clean. But this is how we interpret the case: one of the two comes to be interrogated concerning the cleanness of his own food and that of his fellow. R. Judah says, one says to him, ask concerning our own produce and then depart. R. Yaseh says, it is comparable to the two individuals being interrogated simultaneously. Here it is comparable to the two persons being interrogated simultaneously. He sowed one of them is exempt, and the second he treats it as heave offering. But it is subject dough offering, the words of R. Meir. But R. Yaseh exempts. A different person sowed the second, is exempt. One person sowed both. In the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, is permitted. But in the case of a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, is forbidden. R. Zira in the name of R. Hayabar Va, the rule that if both of the bins of seed are planted together, the crop that results has the status of heave offering applies only if he sowed the produce in the second bin before he harvested the crop that grew from the seed in the first bin. But if he sowed seed in the second bin after he harvested the crop that grew from the first, the two crops do not have the status of heave offering, since that which was already harvested 5 ted and produce that is not yet harvested do not join together to form evidence that all of the produce is heave offering. R. Hananah Torah in the name of R. Yaneh, an onion in the status of heave offering that one planted, pulled up and replanted once the new growth is greater than that which was originally planted, it is permitted for consumption by a non-priest. Objected R. Zira, have we not learned in the Mishnah, in the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, is permitted, the seed of which does not disintegrate, is forbidden. If it is a kind of seed that disintegrates, what grows from it is permitted at the point at which the new growth is greater than that which was originally planted. And along these same lines, in the case of a kind of seed that does not disintegrate, what browse from it is forbidden, even if the new growth is greater than that which was originally planted. R. Zira is consistent with views expressed elsewhere, for R. Zira in the name of R. Yohanan said, as for an onion subject to the law of mixed seeds in a vineyard that they picked and replanted, even if it grows to many times its original size, it is forbidden under the law of mixed seeds. For that which grows from forbidden produce does not neutralize the same forbidden produce from which it grew. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 8. 8:1 The wife who was eating heave offering, they came and told her, your husband has died, or has divorced you, and so a slave who was eating heave offering, and they came and told him, your master has died, he sold you to an Israelite, he gave you as a gift, or, he has made you a freeman, and so a priest who was eating heave offering, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee, or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother R. Eliezer declares liable to payment of the principal and fifth. But R. Joshua exempts. Was standing and offering sacrifices at the altar, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother R. Eliezer says, all of the sacrifices he had offered on the altar are invalid. But R. Joshua declares them valid. If it became known that he is blemished, his service is invalid. And all of these, if they had heave offering in their mouths, R. Eliezer says, let them swallow. But our Joshua says, let them spit out. They told him, you have become unclean, or the heave offering has become unclean. Our Eliezer says, let him swallow. But our Joshua says, let him spit out. You were unclean, or, the heave offering was unclean, or it became known that it is untithed produce, first tithe from which heave offering had not been taken, or second tithe or produce dedicated that had not been redeemed, or if he tasted a bedbug in his mouth, lo, this one should spit it out. The wife who was eating heave offering, there is no problem understanding why, if they said to her, your husband has died, she is exempt from paying restitution for the heave offering. She had no way of knowing that he died and automatically deprived her of the right to eat heave offering. But as to has divorced you, rabbis say, it is in accord with the prior version of the Mishnah. The daughter of an Israelite who was betrothed to a priest is permitted to eat heave offering, and her father receives her writ of divorce. Our Eliezer says, and you may even say that the reference to the divorced woman accords with the later version of the Mishnah. Explain the fact that her writ of divorce was carried out without her knowing it by proposing that she said to an agent, bring me my writ of divorce from such and such a place, and it was a trip of 10 days to bring it to her, and he found a swift horse and it brought the writ to her in 5 days. And does not our Eliezer concur with our Eliezer, for we have learned in the Mishnah, bring me my writ of divorce, she continues to have the right to eat food in the status of heave offering until the writ of divorce reaches her hand. Receive my writ of divorce in my behalf. She is prohibited from eating food in the status of heave offering from that point. Receive my writ of divorce for me in such and such a place. She continues to have the right to eat food in the status of heave offering until reaches that place. Our Eliezer prohibits forthwith. But doesn't our Eliezer concede that if she said, receive my writ of divorce in such and such a place, it is as though she told him it would not be a valid writ of divorce until 10 days had gone by? Said our Hananiah, since she said to him, bring me my writ of divorce from such and such a place, it is as if she said to him, it will be a valid writ of divorce only after 10 days have passed. Consequently, she ate heave offering thinking that she was permitted to eat the heave offering. Our Haggai asked the associates, how do we know that one who eats with the permission is exempt? What is the difference between a case in which someone thought that the food was unconsecrated, but it turned out to have the status of heave offering, in which case he is liable, and a case in which someone assumed that he was a priest, and he turned out to be an Israelite, in which instance he is exempt? They said to him, the instructions of a court. He said to them, I have yet another question requiring. What is the difference between a case in which one assumed that it was an ordinary day, while it turned out to be the Sabbath, in which case the person is liable, and a case in which one assuming that it was an animal set aside as a Passover offering, but the sacrifice turned out to have the status of a peace offering, in which case the person is exempt? They said to him, the difference is that in the latter case he carried out the act of slaughter by permission. He said to them, yet another question do I need to raise. What is the difference between a case in which someone assumed that an act was permitted but it turned out to be forbidden, in which case one is exempt, and a case in which one assumed that something was forbidden fat, but it turned out to be permitted fat, in which instance the person is liable? They did not answer him at all. He said to them, I shall tell you how we know, when the sin which he has committed is made known to him, he shall bring. Our Yase entered. They said to him, something is difficult for us. He said to them, and why don't you respond to him on the basis of the following verse, when the sin that he has committed is made known to him, then he shall offer. They said to him, Haggai posed the question and Haggai answered, it was standing and offering sacrifices at the altar, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother. Our Eliezer says, all of the sacrifices he had offered on the altar are invalid. But our Joshua declares them valid. If it became known that he is blemished, his service is invalid. Our Yohanan, in the name of our Yane, this is one of 3 interpretations that are clearly supported by the Torah, and you shall go to the priest who is in office at that time. And is there the possibility that there is a priest now who will not be a priest at a later date? Who might such a person be? It is one who was standing and offering sacrifices at the altar, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother. Said Rab, bless Lord his substance and accept the work of his hands. Anyone who is of the seed of Levi, his past service at the altar is valid. In the view of Rab, Joshua holds that the past actions of a priest who turns out to be impaired are valid only in the offering of sacrifices. In the view of R. Yohanan, Joshua's view that the past service is valid apples to any action of the priest, as at DT 26:3. In the view of Rab, Joshua says the priest retains holy things of the temple. In the view of R. Yohanan, Joshua he may retain even holy things of the provinces. In the view of Rab, Joshua rules only for the time that the temple is standing. In the view of R. Yohanan, Joshua rules even for the time that the temple is not standing. R. Jeremiah asked, even to these other cases, he takes a handful of meal offering and burns it up, he collects the blood and tosses it, he burns the cow and sprinkles. R. Jacob bar Zabadi in the name of R. Isaac, they treated the case as a purification offering that had been stolen, but about which people in general did not know. Thus has it been said, he takes a handful and burns it up, he receives the blood and he sprinkles it on the altar, he burns and sprinkles. R. Berkia, R. Jacob bar Edi, R. Isaac asked, if he was standing and making an offering at the altar, and it became known that he was the son of a divorcee or the son of a woman who had undergone the rite of removing the shoe, what does one do? If he dies, the murderer returns from the place of refuge to his home? Or should be treated as one whose trial was completed and sentence laid down while there was no high priest at all, and let him not go forth from his place of refuge forever? Let us derive the answer from the following, said R. Simeon, MSHB, the water reservoir of Discus in Yavne was measured and found lacking. And R. Tarfon did declare clean, and R. Akaba unclean. Said R. Tarfon, since this immersion pool is in the assumption of being clean, it remains perpetually in this presumption of cleanness until it will be known for sure that it is made unclean. Said R. Akaba, since this immersion pool is in the assumption of being unclean, it perpetually remains in the presumption of uncleanness until it will be known for sure that it is clean. Said R. Tarfon, to what is the matter to be likened? To one who was standing and offering at the altar, and it became known that he is a son of a divorcee or the son of a halazah, for his service is valid. Said R. Akaba, to what is the matter to be likened? To one who was standing and offering at the altar, and it became known that he is disqualified by reason of a blemish, for his service is invalid. Said R. Tarfon to him, you draw an analogy to one who is blemished. I draw an analogy to the son of a divorcee or to the son of a halazah. Let us now see to what the matter is appropriately likened. If it is analogous to a blemished priest, let us learn the law from the case of the blemished priest. If it is analogous to the son of a divorcee or to the son of a halazah, let us learn the law from the case of the son of the divorcee or the son of a halazah. R. Akaba says, the unfitness affecting an immersion pool affects the immersion pool itself, and the unfit aspect of the blemished priest affects the blemished priest himself. But let not the case of the son of a divorcee or the son of a halazah prove the matter, for his matter of unfitness depends upon others. A ritual pool's unfitness on one only, and the unfitness of a blemished priest on an individual only, but let not the son of a divorcee or the son of a halazah prove the matter, for the unfitness of this one depends upon ancestry. They took a vote concerning the case and declared it unclean. Said R. Tarfon to R. Akaba, he who departs from you is like one who perished. Said R. Yase, that is to say, was standing and offering sacrifices at the altar, and it became known that he is the son of a divorcee or of a woman who has performed the rite of removing the shoe of her deceased childless husband's brother, that his act of service is valid until it is invalidated by the court. That further indicates that a priest about whom there is doubt as to whether or not he is clean or blemished, but in the case of the immersion pool is there not a doubt? Said R. Hanana, that is to say, matters of invalidated lineage require the intervention of the court. And all of these, if they had heave offering in their mouths, R. Eliezer says, let them swallow. But R. Joshua says, let them spit out. They told him, you have become unclean, or the heave offering has become unclean. Our Eliezer says, let him swallow. But our Joshua says, let him spit out. You were unclean, or, the heave offering was unclean, or it became known that it is untithed produce, first tithe from which heave offering had not been taken, or second tithe or produce dedicated that had not been redeemed, or if he tasted a bed bug in his mouth, lo, this one should spit it out. Said our Yohanan, where there is a dispute, it involves a wife of a priest or a slave who belongs to a priest, but in all other cases even our Eliezer concedes that the priest must spit out heave offering that is in his mouth. Said our Samuel b. our Isaac, the Mishnah confirms that point, or it became known that it is untithed produce, first tithe from which heave offering had not been taken, or second tithe or produce dedicated that had not been redeemed, or if he tasted a bed bug in his mouth, lo, this one should spit it out. And here our Eliezer does not differ. What is the thinking of our Eliezer? The man was permitted to eat heave offering when he began to eat it. It was taught as a Tanite statement. Our Nathan says, the operative consideration is not that the man was permitted to eat heave offering when he began to eat it. Rather, our Eliezer says, what is chewed up is comparable to what is already swallowed. The same principle applies also to the Sabbath. The same principle applies also to the Day of Atonement. The same principle applies also to the Nazi rite. The same principle applies also to carrion and to improperly slaughtered meat and to meat of unclean animals and to creeping things. Arhaya in the name of our Yohanan, he who slaughters an animal and finds in its stomach meat from an unclean animal, it is forbidden to eat that unclean meat. What is the scriptural basis for that rule? Meat of a permitted animal found in a permitted animal you may eat. But scripture does not say, meat of an unclean animal found in a permitted animal you may eat. Said our Jonah, our Hoshea asked, what is the difference between our case and the case of mites found in lentils, gnats found in pods, or worms found in dates and dried figs? There they are part of the produce itself, but here the unclean meat is not part of the permitted meat itself. Brine from pickled fish, before the brine has been strained, the blood is permitted, but once it has been strained to that the blood is separate, it is forbidden for consumption. Blood on a loaf of bread, he may scrape it off and eat it. If it is already between his teeth, he may eat the blood and need not scruple. Unclean mites, bees, and all unclean insects, is it possible that they should be deemed unclean while still attached to a piece of fruit? Scripture says, they are unclean. That is when they are animals unto themselves, but not when they are attached to produce. Might one suppose that they are fit for consumption even if they left the piece of fruit and returned to it? Scripture says, they are unclean. That is so even if they left the produce and came back. Arhaya bar Ashi in the name of Rab, even if they were attached to the produce and moved to the edge and then came back, to the center, lo, these are forbidden for eating. Abba bar Arhuna in the name of our Yohanan, he who slaughters an animal and finds in it the flesh of a pig, the pig is permitted for eating. Our Jonah said, it is forbidden for eating. How come? The flesh of an animal that is found in an animal you may eat, but not the flesh of an unclean bird found in an animal, and you may not eat the flesh of an unclean animal that is found in a clean animal, or if he tasted a bed bug in his mouth, and the bed bug is not the end of the matter, but he must spit out anything that disgusts someone. 8:2 He was eating a cluster of grapes and entered from the garden into the courtyard. Our Eliezer says, let him finish. Our Joshua says, he may not finish it. Dusk fell on the eve of the Sabbath. Our Eliezer says, let him finish. Our Joshua says, he may not finish it. There we learned in the Mishnah, a grapevine that is planted in a courtyard takes the entire cluster of grapes. And also with a pomegranate, as well as a melon. The words of our Tarfon. Our Zira, our Haya in the name of our Yohanan says, our Tarfon rules in accord with our Eliezer. He was eating a cluster of grapes and entered from the garden into the courtyard. Our Tarfon holds they assess the status of the food as to tithing at the conclusion of the man's eating it to be the same as its status at the beginning. Our Ila, our Isa in the name of our Yohanan say, our Tarfon rules in accord with our Eliezer. Our Tarfon says, they treat as comparable to a single act of eating. A single act of eating and piece of fruit that normally would require 2 or 3 acts of eating. He was eating a cluster of grapes and entered from the garden into the courtyard. Our Joshua says, he may not finish it. What is the reason of our Eliezer? It is because he started eating by permission without having to tithe, so he may finish without tithing. It was taught as a Tanite rule. Our Nathan says, it is not that our Eliezer holds because he started eating by permission without having to tithe, so he may finish without tithing. It is because our Eliezer says, the householder may wait until the end of the Sabbath or until he leaves the courtyard and then finishes eating. 8:3 Wine in the status of heave offering that is left uncovered, let it be poured out. And there is no need to state of unconsecrated. 3 liquids are forbidden on account of being left uncovered: water, wine, and milk. But all other liquids are permitted. Remaining how long renders them forbidden? Long enough for a snake to leave a nearby place and drink. The quantity of uncovered water, such that the venom will be diluted in it. Our Yase says, in vessels in any quantity, and the ground 40 seahs. Figs, grapes, cucumbers, gourds, watermelons, and shate melons which have on them teeth marks, even if they are in a jug, it is all the same whether they are large or small, it is all the same whether they are picked or unpicked, any that has moisture in it is forbidden. And bitten by a snake is forbidden, as a danger to life. A wine strainer is forbidden on account of uncovered. Our Nehemiah permits. Our Jacob bar Aha, our Simeon bar Abba in the name of our Hananiah. Wine that was left exposed must be spilled out, even if it is heave offering. A stew that was prepared with water that had been left exposed must be spilled out, even if it is heave offering. And it goes without saying that that is the rule for secular produce. Said our Yase, the Mishnah made that point in so many words: wine in the status of heave offering that is left uncovered, let it be poured out. And there is no need to state of unconsecrated. Associates in the name of our Yohanan, wine that was left exposed, it is forbidden to drink it, and if one kept the wine and on its own it soured into vinegar, it is still forbidden. Figs and grapes that were bitten by snakes and are forbidden for eating, it is forbidden to hold on to them, lest someone eat them. But if they dried up, they are permitted for eating. In the locale of Arhiah the elder they would perforate figs with teeth marks so the associations would not eat them. But Arhiah the elder would eat them, since in his view they were not forbidden. There was a case, and even so he did not regard them as forbidden. But isn't it taught on Tanite authority, one saw a bird peck at a fig, or a mouse gnaw at a watermelon, both of these are forbidden. For I say, lest they had snake bites on them. Did he actually guard the produce? Our Isaac bar Naaman in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, sweet, bitter, or strong, the uncovered does not. Our Simon in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, strong, bitter, and sweet wine is not subject uncovered or for idolatrous purposes. Our Simon explains the character of these 3 types of wine: strong is spiced wine, bitter is absintheatum, and what is sweet? It is boiled wine. Our Joshua b. Zidal possessed boiled wine that had been set aside in the domain of a Gentile. He asked our Yanai b. our Ishmael. He said to him, thus did our Simeon b. Lachish say, sweet wine is not subject uncovered or for idolatrous purposes. Our Yanai b. our Ishmael fell sick. Our Zirah, our Joshua, our Bun bar Kahana, and our Hananiah, associates of the rabbis, went up to visit him. They found our Joshua bar Zidal sitting there. They said, lo, here is the master of the tradition, and here also is the master about whom the story is told. Let us then phrase the question. He said to them, thus did our Simeon b. Lachish say, sweet wine is not subject uncovered or for idolatrous purposes. He said to him, perhaps the saying of our Simeon b. Lachish thus and so said to them, it was for a concrete precedent, and they relied on it. After they left, our Ila our Bun bar Kahana. He said to him, if it were not that you prefer traditions, is it not a Mishnah tradition? Arhiah taught, As to boiled wine belonging to a Gentile, why is it prohibited? It is because, to begin with, it was wine. Aryase said, the Mishnah itself has said the same, wine and vinegar that to begin with was wine. Rmi had guests. He said to them, if it were not that my boiled wine had been left uncovered, I should have been able to give you something to drink. Said to him Rbb, bring it along, and we shall drink it. He said, someone who wants to die let him go and die in his own house. Bar Yudana had spiced wine uncovered. He asked rabbis, and they declared it prohibited. Now did not our Isaac bar Naaman say in the name of our Joshua b. Levi, sweet, bitter, or strong, the uncovered does not rabbis of Caesarea in the name of our Judah bar Titus 1 pounded 1 into 3 parts they asked in session before our Abahu, boiled wine that was left uncovered what is the law? He said to them, Kana wine did I have to ask our Yohanan, and do you now ask me about this kind? They asked our Isaac, and he declared it prohibited to them. At that point our Abahu recalled that our Yohanan had ruled that it was prohibited. The water tank of Bar Netazah was left uncovered. He asked our Bar Mamal. He said to him, if was going in and coming in, it is permitted. Our Jacob Bar Aha, our Mi in the name of our Eliezer. If was sleeping permitted. Our Hananah, our Joshua b. Levi one said, someone was sleeping permitted. And one said, sleeping prohibited. It is reasonable to suppose that it is our Hananah who said, was sleeping the permitted, because in all instances, our Eliezer relied upon the rulings of our Hananah, and our Eliezer said that if someone was sleeping in the room, the contents of the vat are permitted, our Yasebi. Saul told the story of the following case. There was an incident involving a certain woman, who loved to perform the religious commandments, while her husband hated to perform them. Now a poor man came along, so she gave him food, and he ate. When she sensed that her husband was coming back, she took the poor man away and hid him in the attic. She set food before her husband, and he ate and then fell asleep. A snake came along and supped from the same dish. When her husband woke up from his sleep, he wanted to eat. The man in the attic began to chatter. Now does the law not state, if someone was sleeping, is permitted? Was wrapped around and is not prohibited by reason of having been alone? Because they are adulteresses, and blood is upon their hands. Because was not suspect in regard to shedding blood, so he was not suspect in regard to fornication. Mshb, now there was a certain pious man, who ridiculed uncovered he was smitten with a fever. People saw him sitting and expounding on the Day of Atonement with a flask of water in his hand. Mshb, a butcher in Sephores fed Israelites carrion and terfamid. One time at the eve of the Day of Atonement toward dusk he drank a great deal of wine and got drunk. He climbed up to the roof of his house and fell down and died. Dogs began licking at his blood. They came and asked our Hananah, what is the law as to carrying in his corpse on account of? He said to them, it is written, you shall be men consecrated to me, therefore you shall not eat any flesh that is torn by beasts in the field, you shall cast it to the dogs. This man stole from the dogs and fed Israelites carrion and terfamid. Leave him be. Are eating what belongs to them anyhow. A man had an open keg. On the eve of the great fast he went, planning to empty out. His friends said to him, I shall come and drink what is in the keg. He said to him, it has been left uncovered. He said to him, the master of the day will preserve. He did not give thought to drinking the wine in the keg. He had tasted only a little bit when he grew weak. Our Jeremiah in the name of our Ba, all poisons cause sores. But the poison of a snake kills. Our said, they do not accept questions concerning liquids that have been left uncovered. Our Jeremiah asked our Zira a question. Now does the master of the tradition ask a question concerning that same tradition? He was dozing off. Our Zira was sitting and eating in the evening. The lamp went out. He put out his hand on the lamp and kindled a light and found an adder as thin as a hair wrapped around the lamp. He said to it, Wicked one. I should never have been careful to watch out for you. Said Rmi, we have to scruple concerning things about which people in general are scrupulous. Thus, it is forbidden to put small coins into your mouth, bread under your arm, a cooked dish under a bed, to stick a knife into an etrog, or a knife into a radish. Said Yaseb Bun, any form of sweat that exudes from a person is a poison, except for the sweat of the face. Said Yane, if he plucks a piece of coal, if he loses a pearl. As to Jonathan, when someone would ask him a question, he would reply to him, am I a pledge for your life? Said Simeon B. Lachish, if you sold yourself to Lydians, you would then sell yourself for a good price. But here for a paltry sum. It is taught as a Tanite statement, water that has been left uncovered one may not sprinkle his house with it, and may not pour it out into public domain, may not give it to a Gentile to drink and may not give it to an animal owned by his fellow. But he may water his own cattle with it. Water that has been left uncovered one may not mix plaster with it and may not use it to wash clothes and may not use it to rinse pots and pans, and there is no need to say, one may not wash his face, hands, or legs with it. Others say, they did not say except if he has a cut. One's face is considered like a cut. One's fingers and toes are like cuts. Water that has been left uncovered one may not use it to prepare dough. Our Nehemiah says, if one baked it, this is permitted, since the venom of the snake is destroyed by fire. Said our Simon in the name of our Joshua B. Levi, that is the rule if after baking the bread does not fall. But if it falls, it is forbidden. All agree that even if water left uncovered is heated, it remains forbidden. What is the difference between bread and water? Here in the case of bread, the fire has power, but in the case of water the fire does not have power. Here the utensil separates water from the fire. But here in the case of bread, no utensil separates the dough from the fire. Samuel said, what will this wicked creature do to me, since I drink only water that has been boiled? What he indicates is, if the water was cold and then was heated up, it is permitted. Said Hananiah, that wicked creature is clear-minded and does not drink water that has been warmed up and cooled down. What he indicates is, if the hot water was cooled down, it is permitted. Abau in the name of Yohanan, one way or the other, it is forbidden. A Tanite teaching supports Yohanan, as for hot water in an uncovered pot, so long as it releases steam, it is not subject to the law of uncovered liquid. As for water left uncovered, even though one heated it up, since it has cooled down, it is forbidden. Water in which one soaked pickled foods that had been boiled or lupins if were of sufficient to impart taste is permitted. But if not, it is forbidden. Water in which one rinsed quince or damascene plums for a sick person, is forbidden. Water in which one rinsed grapes or quince is forbidden. A wine strainer is forbidden on account of uncovered. Our Nehemiah permits. Our Nehemiah says, if the upper vat into which the wine to be strained is poured was covered, even the lower vat into which the wine was being strained is uncovered, lo, this is permitted. Our Judah says, if the bottom was covered, even though the top was uncovered, lo, this is permitted, for the venom of a snake is like a sponge and stays in its own place. Said our Eleazar, that is the case if he did not mix up the wine in the strainer. But if he stirred it up, then the wine that has been strained into the lower vessel is forbidden. A bottle in its case, what is in it is permitted. If it is covered but not corked, what is in it is forbidden. If it is corked but not covered, if the cork sticks out of the neck of the bottle, the contents are permitted. Two Amoraim, one said, far enough that the bottle can be lifted by its cork. The other said, tight enough that the whirl of a spindle cannot enter. Said our Abba, one who wishes to do things right should cork and cover the bottle. And bottle which they placed in a chest, a strong box, or a cupboard, which they forgot and then found again, lo, this is forbidden. He checked them placed, lo, this is permitted. A case came before Rabbi of person who saw a snake opening and closing the top of a utensil. He said, because of this wicked creature, should we regard covers as not an effective seal? Said Armana, it is not logical to do more than regard the liquid uncovered in that particular case to be forbidden. Said R. Jeremiah, milk produced by a Gentile, why is it forbidden? Because of the mixture an unclean beast. And so it has been taught in a Tannaitic tradition, an Israelite may sit at the other side of his corral, and a Gentile may milk the cows and bring the milk to him, and he need not scruple. Rabbah in the name of R. Judah, R. Simon in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi, milk produced by a Gentile, why is it forbidden? Because it is suspect of being left uncovered. But let the milk curdle and turn into cheese. Said R. Samuel bar R. Isaac, because the venom might remain in the holes of the cheese. There are three classifications of venom: the venom of a young snake sinks to the bottom, that of one not so young drops to the middle, and the venom of an old snake floats on the top like a web of mesh. In the time of R. Jeremiah a reservoir of wine was left open in the study hall. The first ones drank from it and did not die. But the ones who drank from it later on died. I say, the wine contained the type of venom that sinks to the bottom. Workers were in the field. A jug of water was left uncovered. The first ones drank from it and did not die. But the ones who drank from it later on died. I say, the water contained the type of venom that sinks to the bottom. A Tannite formulation of the same matter: a jug of wine left uncovered and a watermelon at which gnawed, and 10 men ate from it the rest, lo, this is forbidden. For I say, the food contains a venom that sinks to the bottom. And so a jug that was left uncovered, and 10 men drank from it the rest, lo, this is forbidden. For I say, the food contains a venom that sinks to the bottom. 5 are not subject to uncovered: brine, vinegar, oil, honey, and murries. And R. Simeon forbids in the case of honey. Sages concede to R. Simeon that if they saw the snake bite at the honey, it is forbidden. R. Hinana bar Papa had a jar of honey in his hand. He did not suffice to ask whether it was forbidden for having been left uncovered when it shattered in his hand. Both Rab and Samuel say, the earth has been given permission to split open before, and the utensil has not been given permission to split open before a snake. R. Hiah the elder and R. Simeon b. Rabbi were sitting in a house paved with marble. They said, is it possible that a snake will appear in here? A snake appeared. They said, blessed is he who chose sages, for sages said, the earth has been given permission to split open before, and the utensil has not been given permission to split open before a snake. R. Yanai was very much afraid of snakes. He put the legs of his bed in 4 pots of water. One time he reached out his hand and found a snake near him. He said, take this snake away from me, Lord who preserves the simple. And what is the requisite size of a hole? R. Jacob bar Aha in the name of R. Hanana held out his little finger and said, even if the hole is as small as a child's finger. R. Jacob bar Aha, R. Simeon bar Va in the name of R. Joshua b. Levi. Even if it is so small that the tip of a finger of a 1-day-old child will not fit into it, even if the opening is smaller than this, it is possible for the snake to get in. But in the case of smaller holes, the liquid is permitted, for if snakes are not certain that they can leave the utensil, they do not enter it in order to drink. In the case of a utensil with many holes, even if the holes are very small, the liquid is forbidden, for a snake will enter through this hole and leave through that. In the case of a satchel, no matter how high off the ground it is hung, the liquids in it are forbidden. For the snake limps down the rope from which the bag is hanging and gets to the contents. Remaining how long renders them forbidden? Long enough for a snake to leave a nearby place and drink. What is the definition of nearby? Said R. Samuel, from the handle of the utensil to its mouth. But won't the householder see the snake? Said R. Hanana, there is a very small snake, called a serpent, and it looks like a hair. The quantity of uncovered water, such that the venom will be diluted in it. R. Yase says, in vessels in any quantity, and the ground 40 seahs. It was taught as a Tannite statement. R. Nehemiah says, for a keg made in Cheyenne to be filled from it wine whether it is in the ground or in a vessel, it is forbidden. Wine which still is fermenting as long as it is fermenting, it is not liable to uncovered liquids. And how long fermenting? 3 days. A case, a snake was found dead in a vat of wine. They came and asked our Judah B. Baba and he declared the vat permitted for them. A spring as long as it is running, it is not liable to uncovered liquids. Said our Ishmael B. our Yohanan B. Baraka, Ma'iseh, our Yohanan B. Baraka went to father, our Yohanan B. Nuri in Beth Shirim and found a pond that did not have in it 3 logs of water. Rain was pouring into the pond. And he bent over and drank from it. He said, such is no subject to the laws of uncovered liquids. How much rain must be falling for the water in the pond to be deemed permitted? Armana bar Tanhum in the name of Ar, Hanana, enough to fill up the grooves made by running water in mountain slopes. Ar Eliezer b Ar Yase in the name of Rab, enough to make splatter marks that look like goose feet. Said Ar Jacob bar Aha, once water in ponds has been made permitted by the rain, water that forms puddles inside the house also is permitted. Ar Hashaya taught as a Tanite rule, the rules of uncovered liquids apply both in the land and abroad, both in the summer season and in the rainy season. Figs, grapes, cucumbers, gourds, watermelons, and shate melons which have on them teeth marks, even if they are in a jug it is all the same whether they are large or small, it is all the same whether they are picked or unpicked, any that has moisture in it is forbidden. And bitten by a snake is forbidden, as a danger to life. A wine strainer is forbidden on account of uncovered. Our Nehemiah permits. Said our Yudah B. Pazi, who is the Tanite authority who teaches that produce with teeth marks of snakes is forbidden? It is Rabban Gamaliel, for Rabban Gamaliel says, also, the snake renders purification water from which it drinks invalid, because it vomits. Said our Jonah, what does the case of a divine commandment have to do with the case of the tooth marks of snakes, which are legislated because of a danger to life? Is it not taught as a Tanite rule, one saw a bird peck at a fig, or a mouse gnaw at a watermelon, both of these are forbidden. For I say, lest they had snake bites on them a watermelon at which gnawed, and 10 men ate from it the rest, lo, this is forbidden. And said our Abba, it is the opinion of Gamaliel alone, for he says, a snake vomits. Said our Jonah, what does the case of a divine commandment have to do with the case of the tooth marks of snakes, which are legislated because of a danger to life? But what of the rule for meat that is improperly slaughtered? It was taught if one slaughtered and wolves dragged its entrails away is fit for consumption. Should we not suspect? Perhaps that were punctured? RBA in the name of sages there, the presumption is that the entrails will be found fit. And here you say this. A more stringent rule pertains where there is a danger to life. The rule for produce that has teeth marks of snakes represents the opinion of Rabban Gamaliel alone. A Tanite statement, our Eliezer says, someone eats figs and grapes by night and does not concern himself, as it is said, the Lord preserves the simple. Our Jonah in the name of Rab, a fish with teeth marks is forbidden. Our Hezekiah, our Tabi in the name of Rab, a live fish with teeth marks is forbidden. A pickled, salted fish with teeth marks is permitted, for pickling causes the venom to dissipate. A dead fish with teeth marks he removes the place where the teeth marks are located and eats the rest of the fish. Our Jacob bar Aha in the name of Arhiah bar Abba, a watermelon with teeth marks on it, the core of which is liquid, is forbidden. Someone was carrying a cucumber with teeth marks on it. He fed it to 10 people and they died. The spittle of a snake inside the moist cucumber had permeated the whole thing. Someone hated lamb. Once he was eating meat and someone passed by and told him it was lamb. He choked and died. Ass drivers were staying at an inn. They said, give us lentils to eat, and the innkeeper gave it to them. They asked for a second helping and he gave it to them. They said, the first were better than these. He said to them, we didn't want to give you more of the first batch, for we found the spinal column of a snake in it. They choked and died. It is written, when a man's ways please the Lord, he makes even his enemies to be at peace with him. Our Meir says, this refers to a dog. Our Joshua B. Levi says, this refers to a snake. Shepherds milked a sheep, and when they were not looking a snake came and drank the milk. Their dogs saw, and when the shepherds returned it started to bark. They didn't understand. They drank the milk and died. Someone had ground garlic prepared in his house. A mountain snake came and ate it while a snake that lived in the house watched. When the members of the household returned to eat the garlic, the household snake began to crumble dust on the garlic, but the people did not understand. The snake threw itself into the garlic. Someone invited the rabbis to eat at his house. He seated his dog next to the rabbi. The rabbi said to him, have I disgrace you that you seat me next to a dog? He said, Rabbi, I do not show you disrespect. I repay the dog's good character by seating him next to you. Marauders came into the village. One of them came into my house and tried to take my wife captive. The dog bit the testicles of the marauder. 8:4 A jug of heave offering concerning which there arose a suspicion of uncleanness. Our Eliezer says, if it was lying in an exposed place, he should place it in a concealed place. And if it was uncovered, he should cover it. Our Joshua says, if it was lying in a concealed place, he should place it in an exposed place. And if it was covered, he should uncover it. Rabban Gamaliel says, let him not do anything new with it. A jug that broke in the upper vat, and the lower is unclean. Our Eliezer and our Joshua agree that if he can save from it a fourth in a state of cleanness, he should save. But if not, our Eliezer says, let it go down and be made unclean. But let him not make it unclean with his hand. And so a jug of oil that was spilled. Our Eliezer and our Joshua agree that if he can save from it a fourth in a state of cleanness, he should save. But if not, our Eliezer says, let it run down and be soaked up. But let him not soak it up with his hands. But as regards both of these cases, said our Joshua, this is not heave offering concerning which I am warned against rendering unclean. Rather, against eating. And not to render it unclean. How so? One was walking from place to place, and loaves in the status of heave offering were in his hand. A Gentile said to him, give me one of them and I shall make it unclean, and if not, lo, I shall make all of them unclean. Our Eliezer says, let him make all of them unclean, but let not give him one of them that he make it unclean. Our Joshua says, let him place one of them before him, on a rock. And so women to whom Gentiles said, give one of you that we may make her unclean, but if not, lo, we will make all of you unclean. Let them make all of them unclean, but they should not hand over a single Israelite. Heave offering concerning which there arose a suspicion of uncleanness. Our Eliezer says, if it was lying in an exposed place, he should place it in a concealed place. And if it was uncovered, he should cover it. Our Joshua says, if it was lying in a concealed place, he should place it in an exposed place. And if it was covered, he should uncover it. Rabban Gamaliel says, let him not do anything new with it, said our Yaseh Rabban, on the basis of the rulings of all three, it is forbidden to burn sanctified produce that is subject to doubt as to its cleanness. Associates in the name of our Eliezer, the first jug that is subject to doubt as to uncleanness is in accord with our Yaseh. And the second is in accord with our Meir. Associates say, concerning the first jug our Yaseh and our Meir does not agree. The second jug is in accord with our Meir, and our Yaseh does not concur. Said to them our Yaseh, see what you re-saying. The first jug that is subject to doubt as to uncleanness is in accord with our Yaseh, lo, in accord with our Meir they burn. Here is where we find that our Simeon said they burn unclean heave offering, for we learned in the Mishnah, said our Meir, from their opinions we learn that they burn heave offering which is clean with that which is unclean on Passover. Said to him our Yaseh, that is not the right conclusion. For our Eliezer and our Joshua concur that they burn this by itself and that by itself. Concerning what did they differ? Concerning that whose status was subject to suspension, and concerning that which is certainly cultically unclean. For our Eliezer says, this is to be burned by itself, and that is to be burned by itself. And our Joshua says, both of them together, said our Yohanan. Our Simeon disagrees. Now if you wish to say that our Meir does not attribute the status of suspension to heave offering, then you find support in the following Tanite teaching: heave offering that is in suspended status of cleanness, and that which is certainly unclean they burn on the eve of the Sabbath at sunset, the words of our Meir. But sages say, they do this at the proper time, burning each of them separately. Said our Zira in the presence of our Mana, explain that it is a case of doubtful status concerning which it is possible to ask. He said to him, thus said our Yase our master, everything to which we refer here deals with of doubtful status concerning which it is not possible to ask a sage. But in a case of doubtful status concerning which it is possible to ask, lo, it is clean. And it is taught likewise, a heave offering of doubtful status of which they said, it is clean, it is unclean. If said, lo, I shall lay in order to ask about it, lo, it is clean. What is the upshot? Said our Yase Br Bun, explain that the doubt in respect to uncleanness regarding it occurred at sunset, and we cannot derive implications, and you say that the second jug accords with our Meir, but our Yase does not concur with it? But lo, it is taught, in what cases? In the case of a tank that does not contain a sufficient amount to nullify. But in the case of a tank that contains a sufficient amount to nullify is prohibited to make unclean even any amount. And if accords with our Meir, then it is the same whether it is a tank that contains a sufficient amount to nullify, or whether it is a tank that does not contain a sufficient amount to nullify is prohibited to make unclean even any amount. And further from this which we learn, said to him our Yase, it is not an analogy. A person does not say, it is, unless by implication 108 he concurs with the former. What is the upshot? Said our Yase Br Bun, there in order to have consideration for Israel's property. But here what can you? Even here, does he not cause Israel to lose property, for he needs wood to burn this by itself and this by itself? For a great loss were concerned, for a small loss they were not concerned. Said our Hananiah before our Mana, explain accords with the one who said the words of our Akiba and the words of our Hananiah the prefect of the priests, and one cannot learn anything from it. Our Zira our Ila, both of them in the name of our Eliezer, the first jug accords with our Yase, and the second accords with both our Meir and our Yase. Said our Ezra before our Mana, does this not dispute our Yase? Said to him, and it does not accord with our Yase, I will surely say that it does not accord with our Meir. Because we find that our Yase burns of doubtful status in all cases, and, lo, we find has cited below that even our Meir burns of doubtful status in all cases. Said our Mana, I went to Caesarea, and I heard our Zerakin in the name of Zira, our Meir burns of doubtful status in all cases. And I said to him, for example, to the one that is of doubtful status by something by reason of the authority of the Torah. And he said to me, if I explain it that it became unclean by a Gentile dwelling, what can you do? It is taught, a Gentile dwelling consider doubtful. Our Yase Br Judah says, burn. Our Huna in the name of our Zira, our Meir burns of doubtful status on the other days of the year. And lo, it is taught as a Tanite rule, when the 14th falls on the Sabbath heave offering that is of doubtful status unclean they burn it on Sabbath eve when it gets dark, the words of our Meir. And sages say, in its proper time. And let burn it in the morning? You may explain that he was slothful and did not burn. Know that it is thus, for it is taught, unclean is this not because was slothful and did not burn? Said our Abamari the brother of our Yase, explain that the uncleanness was contracted by it at that hour, and we cannot learn anything from. Said our Yohanan, our Simeon and our Joshua, both of them said the same thing. Said our Ila, our Simeon of the firstborn and our Joshua of the heave offering, the former does not concur with the latter, and the latter does not concur with the former. Said our Zira, it makes sense that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua. Said our Bun Bar Haya to our Zira, according to your position that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua, and, lo, we learned, our Eliezer concurs with our Joshua that they burn this by itself and this by itself. And let burn both of them together, clean by reason of the authority of the Torah. You are the one that imposed burning on it. In any event, has it not become unfit through interruption of concentration? Did not our Yohanan say, interruption by reason of the authority of the Torah? Bleeding according to our Simeon by reason of the Torah. The second jug according to our Meir by reason of the Torah. It is not so. Rather he watches it lest it touch other clean things. Objected our Isaac the son of Arhiah the elder, consider if it were put on burning coals, he said to him, when he puts it. Said our Mana to our Shammai, you say that our Simeon concurs with our Joshua. But our Joshua does not accept our Joshua. He said to him, they are Tanite authorities. There are Meir in the name of our Joshua. But here are Simeon in the name of our Joshua. There we learned, a firstborn seized by of blood even if it would die, they do not bleed it, the words of our Judah. And sages say, may bleed as long as one does not make a defect in it. If one made a defect in it, lo, one may not slaughter in its place. Our Simeon says, may bleed even though one makes a defect in it. Our Abau in the name of our Eliezer, our Judah accords with Rabban Gamaliel, and rabbis are in accord with our Eliezer, and our Simeon is in accord with our Joshua. It is taught in the name of our Simeon, may bleed even though he intends to make a defect in it. And is in accord with the latter our Joshua. Said our Bun Bar Haya before our Zira, explain that is a case of dedicated for which he is responsible, and it is in accord with our Simeon our Abau in the name of our Simeon b. Lachish, the reason of our Judah is, you may not partake of it, you must pour it out on the ground like water. I permitted its blood only by pouring, objected our Abamari the brother of our Yase, and lo, it is written thus even regarding disqualified dedicated objects, you may not partake of it, you must pour it out on the ground like water, which forms part of a pericope on sacrifices and is preceded by, but whatever you desire you may slaughter and eat meat. Said our Hayabar Atta, it was said in order to make fit for uncleanness, just as water makes an object fit, so blood should make fit. Our Abau in the name of our Yohanan, both of them expounded the same verse, it must, to be acceptable, be without blemish, there must be no defect in it. Our Simeon says, when it is acceptable, you are not permitted to make a defect in it. But when it is not acceptable, you are permitted to make a defect in it. And sages say, even if all of it were defects, you are not permitted to make a defect in it. Our Eliezer says, let it go down and be made unclean. But let him not make it unclean with his hand. Our Hama bar Ukba in the name of our Yase bar Hanana, a utensil the inside of which was in a state of cleanness but the outside of which was unclean, he may not rendering a small quantity unclean in order to save in cleanness a large quantity of heave offering. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, let it go down and be made unclean? But let him not make it unclean with his hand. Said our Samuel bar Berechiah, interpret the statement of our Yase bar Hanana to apply to two utensils, one with a clean inside and unclean outer parts, the other with an unclean inside and unclean outer parts. But since the Mishnah speaks of the prohibition against render unclean the heave offering with one's own hands, our Yase bar Hanana refers only to one unclean utensil. Said our Mana, interpret the statement of our Yase bar Hanana to speak of a vast in which heave offering that has spilled is going to flow into a clean vat. But the Mishnah speaks of a different case, for the vat into which the wine is going to drain is unclean. Have we not learned in the Mishnah, our Eliezer says, let it run down and be soaked up. But let him not soak it up with his hands. Interpret the Mishnah to speak of a case in which the jug of oil had rolled over into a field unclean because of a plowed up grave. In the opinion of associates, a jug of wine or a jug of oil And so women to whom Gentiles said, Give one of you that we may make her unclean, but if not, lo, we will make all of you unclean. Let them make all of them unclean, but they should not hand over a single Israelite. That makes no sense if one of them had already been rendered unclean in this way. That makes no sense if one of them was a Canaanite slave. It is taught as a Tanite statement, a group of men who were journeying on the road, who were met by Gentiles, who said, Give us one of your number that we may kill him, and if not, lo, we will kill all of you. Let them kill all of them, but let them not give over to them a single Israelite. But if they singled one out, such as they singled out Sheba the son of Bichri, let them give him to them, that they not all be killed. Said R. Simeon b. Lachish, and that is the case if he is already subject to the death penalty as was Sheba the son of Bichri. R. Yohanan said, that is the case even if he is not already subject to the death penalty as was Sheba the son of Bichri. Ola bar Kashav, the government sought to arrest him. He fled and went to Lud, to R. Joshua b. Levi. The government came and besieged the town. They said to him, If you don't hand him over to us, we will destroy the town. R. Joshua b. Levi came to him and appeased him, and he gave him up to them. Now Elijah of blessed memory was accustomed to reveal himself to Joshua b. Levi. Fasted a number of fasts. He said to him, Should I reveal myself to informers? He said to him, Didn't I carry out the teaching of a Mishnah law? He said to him, Is this the Mishnah law of truly pious people? I was caught in a riot. Said R. Jonathan, Shroud the corpse in his shroud. Said R. Simeon b. Lachish, Until I am killed, I can kill. I will go and through strength will deliver him to safety. He went and appeased, and they gave him to him. He said to them, Come with me to the elder, so he will bless you. They came to R. Yohanan. He said to them, What you wanted to do to him will be done to you. The group left but did not reach Palmyra before all of them were gone. Zir bar Hananah was caught in a riot. Rimi and R. Samuel went to appease them on his account. Queen Zenobia said to them, Why have you come to save him? He teaches that your Creator performs miracles for you. While they were preoccupied, a certain Saracen carrying a sword come in and said, With this sword Bar Netzer killed the brother of Zenobia. In the ensuing disorder Zir bar Hananah escaped. R. Yohanan was robbed by the men of Kenya. He went to the meeting place. Adr. Simeon b. Lachish asked him, but he did not reply, asked him, but he did not reply. He said to him, What's going on? He said to him, All the limbs depend on the heart, and the heart depends on the pocketbook. He said to him, What happened? He told him what happened. He said, I was robbed by the men of Kenya. He said to him, Show me the path on which they fled. He showed it to him. He saw them from afar and began to make a ruckus against them. They said, Since it was our Yohanan's property that we stole, take back half. He said to them, By your lives, I am taking it all back. So he took back all of Yohanan's property. Diocles the swineherd, the youngsters of our Judah the patriarch would ridicule him. He was made king and moved to Paneas. He sent letters to the rabbis, Present yourselves before me immediately at the end of the next Sabbath. He told the messenger, Don't hand over the letters until sunset on the eve of the Sabbath. The messenger came to them on the eve of the Sabbath as the sun was setting. After receiving the message, R. Yudan the patriarch and R. Samuel bar Naaman were relaxing in the public bath in Tiberias. Antigris appeared and came to them. R. Yudan the patriarch wanted to chase him away. R. Samuel bar Naaman said to him, Leave him alone. He comes as a messenger of salvation. Antigris said to them, What is troubling the rabbis? They told him, and he said to them, Finish bathing in honor of the Sabbath. Your Creator is going to perform miracles. At the end of the Sabbath Antigris took them and set them in Paneas. They told the emperor, Lo, the rabbis are outside. He said, They shall not see my face until they have bathed. Diocletian had the bath heated for 7 days and 7 nights. To make it possible for them to bathe, Antigris went in before them and overpowered the heat. They went in and stood before the king. He said to them, "Is it because your Creator performs miracles for you that you despise the empire?" They said to him, "Diocles the swineherd we despised, Diocletian the emperor we do not despise." He said to them, "Even so, you should not ridicule anybody, not a young Roman, not a young associate of the rabbis." Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 9. 9:1 One who sows heave offering if unintentionally, he should plow up. But intentionally, he must leave to grow. If reached a third of its growth whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must let grow. But in flax intentionally, he must plow up. And is subject to gleanings, forgotten sheaves and the corner of a field. And poor Israelites and poor priests glean. And the poor Israelites sell their portion to the priests at the price of heave offering, and the money is theirs. Tarfon says, only poor priests should glean, lest they forget and put in their mouths. Said to him Akiba, if so, only clean should glean. And is subject to tithes and poorman's tithe. And poor Israelites and poor priests take. And the poor Israelites sell there to the priests at the price of heave offering. And the money is theirs. He who threshes by hand is praiseworthy. But he who threshes with cattle, how should he do this? He hangs a feed bag from the neck of the beast and places in it the same kind. It turns out that he does not muzzle the animal but does not feed it heave offering. One who sows heave offering if unintentionally, he should plow up. But intentionally, he must leave to grow. This makes sense only if the rules are reversed. The one who unintentionally planted heave offering allows it to grow, and the one who intentionally planted it must plow it up. They imposed on the one who intentionally planted heave offering the penalty of letting the crop grow so that he has to plow up all the seed and the whole crop will be lost. The one who unintentionally planted the seed is allowed to leave the crop to grow. R. Samuel Bar Abudimi asked, what is the law as to believing the farmer when he says, I intentionally owed seed in the status of heave offering? They said to him, if it already was known that the farmer had planted seed in the status of heave offering, no claim of his is accepted. But if he had said nothing at all, we should not know that he planted seed in the status of heave offering. He is believed when he tells us that he planted the seed and did so intentionally. For the mouth that imposed a prohibition is the mouth that has released the prohibition. R. Benjamin Bar Giddel asked, if he planted vetches in the status of heave offering or heave offering separated from produce grown abroad, outside of the land of Israel, what is the law as to whether or not that which grows from them likewise has the status of heave offering? They said to him, it is a rabbinic decree and we do not attach a rabbinic decree to another such decree. If reached a third of its growth whether unintentionally or intentionally, he must let grow, that is to say, sanctity applies to the crop while it has not yet been picked. That is to say, if he separates heave offering from produce not yet a third of its growth, what he separates has not been sanctified. But in flax intentionally, he must plow up, that is a fine so that he may not benefit from the fiber. And poor Israelites and poor priests glean. And the poor Israelites sell their portion to the priests at the price of heave offering, and the money is theirs. Tarfon says, only poor priests should glean, lest they forget and put in their mouths. Said to him Akiba, if so, only clean should glean. Yase asked, if the householder separated heave offering from sheaves of his own and these became confused with the forgotten sheaves in the field in which seed in the status of heave offering had been planted, what is the rule? Even so poor Israelites and poor priests glean. A Tanite rule, the wife of an Amhaeres grinds with the wife of a Haber when she is unclean, but when she is clean, she should not grind. For the wife of an Amhaeres assumes that she is cleaner than the wife of the associate. Now in line with the position of Tarfon, forget and put in their mouths, even if the wife of the Amhaeres is unclean, she should not grind grain with the wife of the associate, lest she forget and put some of the clean food into her mouth. Thus does the Mishnah state, said to him Akiba, if so, only clean should glean. And is subject to tithes and poorman's tithe. and poor Israelites and poor priests take. And the poor Israelites sell there to the priests at the price of heave offering, and the money is theirs. He who threshes by hand is praiseworthy. But he who threshes with cattle, how should he do this? He hangs a feed bag from the neck of the beast and places in it the same kind. It turns out that he does not muzzle the animal but does not feed it heave offering. This is the sense of the Mishnah: produce that grows from seed in the status of heave offering is liable for heave offering, first and second tithe and poor man's tithe. And, lo, there is in about 10 litras is liable to heave offering, first tithe and second tithe. And the first tithe that is in it, he designates it heave offering of the tithe for the first tithe that he planted as regards a litra of second tithe that was planted, and, lo, there is in about 10 is liable to heave offering, first tithe and second tithe, and he goes and redeems the second tithe that he planted. He who threshes by hand is praiseworthy, then whom is he more praiseworthy than one who threshes the grain with cattle? But he who threshes with cattle, how should he do this so that the cattle does not eat the grain that has the status of heave offering? He hangs a feed bag from the neck of the beast and places in it the same kind. Our Simeon says, he places in it vetches for they are of better quality than all. Said Ar Yase, that is to say, if one did this with a beat threshing unconsecrated produce, he does not violate the rule, you shall not muzzle your ox when it treads out grain. One who muzzles an ox that is treading on pulse or fenugreek does not transgress the rule, you shall not muzzle your ox when it treads out grain. But it is forbidden to do that on account of appearance. There are 10 authorities that repeat the law as follows. This applies in the case of threshing grain permitted for non-priests to eat. There are 10 authorities that repeat the law as follows. This applies in the case of threshing grain forbidden for non-priests to eat. An onion which one placed among lentils if is whole, it is permitted. But if one cut up if imparts flavor. Said Ar Abba Bar Mammal, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the whole onion was put in with the lentils after the lentils had cooked enough so that the liquid in them dried out. The mass of lentils presses against the onion so it cannot impart its flavor to them. But if one put the onion with the lentils before the lentils had cooked enough so that the liquid in them dried out, in this case the law does not apply. Just as you say that the mass of lentils presses against the onion so it cannot impart its flavor to them, along these same lines the lentils press against the onion so that it cannot absorb its flavor. And what would be a concrete case? An onion in the status of unconsecrated food that one put into lentils in the status of heave offering, even so the lentils press against the onion so that it cannot absorb their flavor. That is to say, if the onion is dry, the rule that it does not impart its own status to heave offering of lentils with which it is cooked applies. But if it is wet, the lentils will not stop it from parting its flavor to them, so that even if the onion in the status of heave offering is whole, it renders lentils forbidden for non-priests to eat. An onion in the status of have offering cooked with secular leeks, whether moist or dry, whole or cut up, renders the leeks forbidden to non-priests. If one removed the protuberance on the blossom end of the onion, it is as if it were cut up. If there were 2 or 3 whole onions cooked in one batch of lentils, it is as if it were cut up. An onion which one placed among lentils if is whole, it is permitted. That is the case if the outer skin of the onion does not contain sufficient pungency to impart flavor to the lentils. But if the outer skin of the onion does contain sufficient pungency to impart flavor to the lentils, there are 10 authorities who teach that against muzzling an ox treading out grain applies only in the case of an ox treading out grain permitted for consumption by non-priests. If it is heave offering, the householder may muzzle the ox. With cattle, how should he do this? He hangs a feed bag from the neck of the beast and places in it the same kind. It turns out that he does not muzzle the animal but does not feed it heave offering even in threshing grain that is forbidden to the non-priest. The law against muzzling the ox applies. Thus we have learned in the Mishnah, he hangs a feed bag from the neck of the beast and places in it the same kind. It turns out that he does not muzzle the animal but does not feed it heave offering. You shall not muzzle an ox when it is treading out the grain applies when it is treading the grain, not when it is threshing it. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, also when it is threshing it. Said Abban, R. Akiba asked Simeon b. Yohei to test his knowledge, he who muzzled the ox outside the threshing area and then brought into the threshing area, what else the law? He said to him, the sons of Aaron may not drink wine or strong drink when you go into the tent of meeting does not mean the priests may not drink wine or strong drink beforehand, since you will be coming to the tent of meeting. Said Zerah, you shall not muzzle an ox when it is treading out the grain. You may not tread out grain with an ox that is muzzled. 9:2 That which grows from heave offering has the status of heave offering. And what grows from that grew from heave offering is unconsecrated. But produce that is liable to tithes, first tithe, after growths of the 7th year, heave offering outside of the land of Israel, mixtures of heave offering and unconsecrated produce and first fruits. That which grows from them is common food. That which grows from that is dedicated or second tithe is unconsecrated. And he redeems them when they are sown. 100 garden beds with heave offering and 1 with unconsecrated, all are permitted in the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, but in the case of a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, even if there are 100 beds with unconsecrated seed and 1 with heave offering, all of them are forbidden. Produce that is subject to the separation of tithes, that which grows from it is permitted, a kind the seed of which disintegrates. But in a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, what grows from that grew from it is forbidden. What is a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate? Such as arum, garlic, or onions. Judah says, garlic is like barley that grew from heave offering is unconsecrated, and it has been set forth as a Tanite rule in this connection, under what circumstances? In the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, but in the case of a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, even that which grows from the seed of produce that grew from heave offering is forbidden. But produce that is liable to tithes, the greater part of which is secular, first tithe, the greater part of which is secular, after growths of the 7th year, which are not commonly found, heave offering outside of the land of Israel, which is not commonly found, mixtures of heave offering and unconsecrated produce, the greater part of which is secular, and first fruits, which is not commonly found, that which grows from them is common food. That which grows from that is dedicated or second tithe is unconsecrated. And he redeems them when they are sown. Abau in the name of Yohanan, he redeems the entire storehouse of produce for the value of that original sea of consecrated sea that he planted. That which grows from that is dedicated or second tithe is unconsecrated. The difference between produce dedicated to the temple and produce that is in the status of second tithe, produce grown from seed in the status of second tithe, whether the seed disintegrates or seed that does not disintegrate, is redeemed at the lowest going price, but if it is produce that derives from seed that disintegrates, is redeemed at the lowest current price, and produce of seed that does not disintegrate is redeemed at the lowest going price of the time at which it was planted. As to produce dedicated to the temple, whether it comes from seed that disintegrates or not, its value is nothing other than the going price in the place and at the time at which it is to be redeemed. But produce the seed of which disintegrates, he may redeem the whole storehouse full of produce at the value of that one sea of consecrated seed that he originally planted. Produce of seed that does not disintegrate, the whole crop in the storehouse is to be redeemed. 100 garden beds with heave offering and 1 with unconsecrated, all are permitted in the case of a kind the seed of which disintegrates, but in the case of a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, even if there are 100 beds with unconsecrated seed and 1 with heave offering, all of them are forbidden. Said Yase, that is to say, if he had 100 seahs of produce that had been taken to replace heave offering, neutralized in a mixture of 1 part of heave offering to 100 parts of unconsecrated produce, and he also had 1 seah of unconsecrated produce, and these were mixed together, permitted as unconsecrated food. There said Yohanan, a seah of heave offering that fell into 100, and 1 lifted it out, any small quantity of unconsecrated produce that is mixed with it nullifies its standing as heave offering. Here, if he picked produce in one of the garden beds and any small quantity of unconsecrated produce fell into that which he picked, the produce is permitted. Just as Yohanan said there, he may mill the mixture so as to cause the heave offering to be permitted to a non-priest, So here says the householder may validly take actions to neutralize the heave offering. But there some small proportion of the original heave offering and some larger proportion of consecrated produce will come up in his hand. But here in the case of the gardens, any one bed that the householder picks may contain all of the unconsecrated untithed produce. That is so if he picked the produce in one of the garden beds alone. But if he picked the produce in two of them, both this and that came up in his hand. Produce that is subject to the separation of tithes, that which grows from it is permitted, a kind the seed of which disintegrates. But in a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, what grows from that grew from it is forbidden. What is a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate? Such as arum, garlic, or onions. R. Judah says, garlic is like barley. But in a kind the seed of which does not disintegrate, what grows from that grew from it is forbidden. R. Jacob bar Edi said in the name of R. Yohanan, for 3 growing seasons it is forbidden, and at the 4th it is permitted, and so is the law here. R. Samuel bar Abudimi asked in the presence of R. Mana, what if the seed was itself in the status of heave offering, to what extent is this the case? He said to him, they treat the 4th generation crop from seed in the status of heave offering to be equivalent to the 1st generation crop from untithed seed. Just as a 1st generation crop of produce, the seed of which disintegrates, if the seed has the status of heave offering, the crop is forbidden, but if the seed was subject to tithes, the crop is permitted. So a 4th generation crop from a type of produce, the seed of which does not disintegrate, if the seed is in the status of heave offering, the crop is forgiven, but if the seed was subject to tithes, the crop is permitted. What do you have as produce, the seed of which disintegrates? Said R. Yasebi Arabun, for example lesbian figures. Arabau in the name of R. Yasebi. Hanana, garlic if it is the size of barley, it is a type of produce the seed of which disintegrates. If it is larger than that, it is a type of produce the seed of which does not disintegrate. R. Yasebi Arabun in the name of R. Yasebi. Hanana, garlic the size of barley for all purposes. 9:3 One who weeds alongside a Gentile leeks even though his produce has the status of untithed produce, makes a chance meal of it. Saplings in the status of heave offering that became unclean if he planted them, they no longer render unclean and is forbidden for consumption until he trims off that fruit. R. Judah says, until he trims off and does so a second time. R. Hayabar Ashi in the name of R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, this is the view of R. Simeon from tithing regulations. If it represents the view of R. Simeon, what difference does it make to me that it is a random meal? Even if it is a formal meal, but since R. Jeremiah, R. Haya in the name of R. Yohanan, R. Simeon concedes that an Israelite who purchases produce grown by a Gentile must separate the tithes as a matter of law, so you must say that the Israelite makes a random meal of this produce. Therefore it is necessary to say, this is the view of R. Simeon. One who weeds alongside a Samaritan is permitted to make a random meal of produce about the tithing of the seed of which there is a doubt, but if it was known for sure that the produce grew from seed that was not tithed, the Israelite may not make a chance meal. Why? Because what is doubtfully tithed is nullified when the produce is growing in the ground, and that which grows from forbidden produce does not neutralize it. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, saplings in the status of heave offering that became unclean if when they were still unconsecrated they became unclean and then he planted them and only afterwards designated them as heave offering. But if they were heave offering from the start, even though they were subsequently planed and rendered clean, the produce that grows from them may not be eaten by a priest, for they were already removed from the category of clean heave offering that may be eaten by a priest. R. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, water that becomes unclean, if when it was still ordinary water it became unclean he may immerse it in a pool that renders the water clean, and then may designate it as the water libation of a festival. But if to begin with, before it became unclean, it had the status of the water libation of a festival, it may not be used as a water libation. Abau in the name of R. Yohanan, figs or grapes that became unclean one may squeeze the juice out of them and designate it as heave offering, but if the figs or grapes were already designated as heave offering when they became unclean, even if he squeezes them, a priest may not drink the juice, for it is already removed from the category of heave offering that may be consumed by a priest. Ar Zira, Ar Yase, in the name of Ar Eliezer, the farmer may squeeze out the juice in quantities of less than an egg's bulk, and the wine is clean even for libations. They say, Rabban Simeon b. Lakish takes issue. With what does Rabban Simeon b. Lakish takes issue? Is it with the lenient position, or is it with the strict rule? If you say it is with the lenient position, there is no problem. But if you say it is with the strict position, it is difficult to explain that outcome. For thus we have learned in the Mishnah, saplings in the status of heave offering that became unclean if he planted them, they no longer render unclean, is forbidden for consumption until he trims off that fruit. Ar Judah says, until he trims off, and does so a second time. Ar Abahu, in the name of Ar Yohanan, this is the sense of the Mishnah, until the householder trims off the sapling's leaves and does it a second time after the leaves grow back. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 10. 10:1 An onion that one placed among lentils, if is whole, it is permitted. But if one cut up, if imparts flavor. And all other cooked foods, whether is whole or cut up, if it imparts flavor. Ar Judah permits a pickled fish, for the purpose is only to absorb the stench. An apple that one chopped up and placed in dough, and was leavened low, this is forbidden. Barley that fell into a well of water. Even though the water was tainted, the water is permitted. An onion that one placed among lentils, if is whole, it is permitted. Ar Hezekiah, Ar Aha, in the name of Ar Abba bar Mammal, the Mishnah speaks of a case in which the whole onion was put in with the lentils after the lentils had cooked enough so that the liquid in them dried out. The mass of lentils presses against the onion so it cannot impart its flavor to them. But if one put the onion with the lentils before the lentils had cooked enough so that the liquid in them dried out, in this case the law does not apply. Just as you say that the mass of lentils presses against the onion so it cannot impart its flavor to them, along these same lines the lentils press against the onion so that it cannot absorb its flavor. The lentils press against the onion so that it cannot absorb their flavor. The Mishnah speaks of an onion of secular standing that one placed into lentils of heave offering, but as to an onion of heave offering that one put into secular lentils, not to such a case does the Mishnah refer. The Mishnah speaks of a dry onion, but if it is wet it renders the lentils forbidden for eating as secular food. The Mishnah speaks of an onion, but in the case of leeks in the status of heave offering, whether wet or dry, whole or chopped up, they render forbidden to non-priests to eat unconsecrated food with which they are cooked. If one removed the protuberance on the blossom end of the onion, it is as if it were cut up. If there were 2 or 3 whole onions cooked in one batch of lentils, it is as if it were cut up. An onion which one placed among lentils, if is whole, it is permitted. That is the case if the outer skin of the onion does not contain sufficient pungency to impart flavor to the lentils. But if the outer skin of the onion does contain sufficient pungency to impart flavor to the lentils, it is forbidden to non-priests. There we learned in the Mishnah, fish were cooked with leek's second tithe and increased, the increase is proportionately. Said Ar Hashaya, this cannot represent the view of Ar Judah, for we have learned in the Mishnah, Ar Judah permits a pickled fish, for the purpose is only to absorb the stench. Rabbis of Caesarea raised the question, and lo, as to what Ar Abahu said in the name of Ar Yohanan, in any mixture that is potentially forbidden they assess whether a like amount of onions or leeks, an apple that one chopped up and placed in dough, and was leavened low, this is forbidden. It is taught as a Tanite rule, Ar Yase permits. Is not deemed leavened. Ar Aha, Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yase bar Hanana, where they differ it is in a case in which the dough was leavened by the juice of the apple in the status of heave offering. But if the dough was leavened by the piece of apple, all agree that this is not true leavening of the dough, and the dough remains permitted as secular food. There we have learned, an apple in the status of heave offering which one chopped up and placed in dough, as a result of which the dough was leavened low, this dough is forbidden. It has been taught, Ar Yase permits. Ar Aha, Ar Abahu in the name of Ar Yase bar Hanana, where they differ, it is in the case of the apples causing leavening through its juice. But as to its causing leavening through its substance, all parties concur that is permitted. Aryase is consistent with his positions held elsewhere, for just as he has said there, the effect of leavening on the part of the apple is not wholly established, so he maintains here that the work of cooking the food is not wholly established. It is all the same whether imparts flavor to improve, or spoil. In either case is forbidden. The words of our Meir. Our Simeon says, improves is forbidden. Spoils, it permitted, as in the case of vinegar which fell into beans. Said our Simeon b. Lakish, where do they differ? It is in a case in which first the heave offering improved the taste of the unconsecrated produce but then spoiled the taste. But if it first spoiled the taste and afterward improved it, also our Meir will concur. Our Yohanan said, there is no difference whether the heave offering first spoiled the flavor of the unconsecrated produce and later improved it, or whether it first improved it and then spoiled it. The dispute between Meir and Simeon concerns a case in which at some point in the cooking, the heave offering spoiled the flavor of the dish. There we learned in the Mishnah, barley that fell into a well of water even though the water was tainted, the water, is permitted. Now what is the point of this passage of the Mishnah? Our Yohanan said, it is subject to their dispute. Our Simeon b. Lakish said, it represents the view of both authorities. Our Yase b. Arabun said, these traditions are as follows. Our Yohanan says, it is subject to dispute. Our Simeon b. Lakish says, it represents the view of all parties. 10:2 One who scrapes hot bread and places it on top of a jug of wine in the status of heave offering our Meir deems forbidden. But our Judah deems permitted. Our Yase deems permitted in bread made from wheat, but deems forbidden in bread made from barley, for barley absorbs. An oven that one fired with cumin in the status of heave offering and baked bread in it, the bread is permitted. For the flavor of cumin is not but the smell of cumin. And places it on top of a jug of wine in the status of heave offering, our Meir deems the bread forbidden for consumption by non-priests. Said our Zira, they asked before our Yane, if they put the bread on top of a sealed jug of wine in the status of heave offering, what is the rule? He said to them, its companion attests to its rule. What is the meaning of, its companion attests to its rule? Said our Yase, it is in line with that which we have learned in the Mishnah, a jar which is full of pieces of fruit and placed into liquids, or one which is full of liquids and placed among pieces of fruit, and they absorbed the 7th year, of a vineyard in which were sown diverse kinds, or is dedicated. If the seed and stalk are sufficient to impart flavor. One who had bundles of fenugreek grown in a vineyard in which were sown diverse kinds, let them be burned. He had bundles of fenugreek liable to the separation of tithes. He crushes and determines the quantity of seed that contain and separates for seed. But he does not need to separate tithes for the stalks. And if he separated tithes, he may not say, I shall crush and shall take and give the seed. Rather, he must give the stalks along with the seed. In the 7th year, of a vineyard in which were sown diverse kinds, or is dedicated, if the seed and stalk are sufficient to impart flavor. But does not the stalk of the fenugreek spoil the taste of the wine and then spoil it some more? The Mishnah accords with the view of him who said, if it imparts a flavor to the detriment of the taste of the unconsecrated food, the unconsecrated food is forbidden. And even in accord with the view of him who said, if it imparts a flavor to the detriment of the taste of the unconsecrated food, the unconsecrated food is permitted. He agrees here that the wine is forbidden. How come? Anything into which fenugreek falls is improved. One who had bundles of fenugreek grown in a vineyard in which were sown diverse kinds, let them be burned. He had bundles of fenugreek liable to the separation of tithes. He crushes and determines the quantity of seed that contain and separates for seed. But he does not need to separate tithes for the stalks. And if he separated tithes, he may not say, I shall crush and shall take and give the seed. Rather, he must give the stalks along with the seed. Bundles of fenugreek, how much? 25 stalks to a bundle. Said our Yohanan, 4 of the stalks must be suitable to serve as a bedtime snack. What is implicit is, unless the fenugreek is in bundles, it is exempt from the separation of tithes. Then what about ears of corn? They do not form corn into bundles for this purpose. The parched ears of corn were not cultivated for this purpose, but they form fenugreek into bundles to eat it in that manner, and it was cultivated to begin with for that purpose. 10:4 Unconsecrated olives, that one pickled with olives in the status of heave offering, crushed, unconsecrated with crushed in the status of heave offering, crushed, unconsecrated with whole in the status of heave offering, in brine in the status of heave offering it is forbidden. But whole unconsecrated with crushed in the status of heave offering it is permitted. Said Arjuna, that indicates that crushed olives absorb liquids in which they are placed and discharge the liquid again and then absorb it again. Whole olives absorb the liquid in which they are placed and discharge it, but do not then absorb it again. That is to say, if heave offering imparts flavor to secular food so as neither to improve nor to spoil the unconsecrated food, that food is in any case forbidden. The Mishnah accords with the position of R. Simeon, for R. Simeon says, if heave offering imparts flavor to spoil unconsecrated food, the food is in any event forbidden. But lo, R. Simeon said, if heave offering imparts flavor so as to spoil unconsecrated food, the food is permitted. It is in accord with this statement in Simeon's name. R. Simeon says, cabbage from an irrigated field with cabbage from a rain-watered field is forbidden, since it absorbs. 10:5 Unclean fish, that one pickled with clean fish, any keg that holds 2 seahs if it contains unclean fish of a weight of 10 zuz in Judean measure, which equals 5 salaks in Galilean measure, the brine is forbidden. R. Judah says, a quarter in 2 seahs. R. Yase says, 1/16. Unclean locusts that were pickled with clean locusts have not invalidated the brine. Testified R. Sadok concerning the brine of unclean locusts, that it is clean. Taught as a Tanite statement by R. Yudah bar Pazi of Bar Delaya. A clean unsalted fish that one pickled with an unclean salted fish, the clean fish is forbidden. But was it not taught as a Tanite statement by R. Haya, he may wipe off the clean fish and it is permitted? Said R. Mana, he who says it is permitted speaks of a case in which the clean and unclean fish were pickled simultaneously. He who says that the fish is forbidden speaks of a case in which the clean and unclean fish were pickled successively. You may know that that is so, for we have learned in the Mishnah, unconsecrated olives that one pickled with olives in the status of heave offering, in brine in the status of heave offering it is forbidden. Doesn't this refer to a case in which the consecrated and unconsecrated olives were pickled successively? Any keg that holds 2 seahs, how many logs to a sea? 24. How many litras to a log? 2. How many zuz in a litra? 100. Each zin equals 1/960th of 2 cs of brine. R. Yase Br Abun taught, a mouse that falls into a cooking pot renders the contents unclean in a mixture of 1 part mouse to 1,000 parts other food. R. Judah says, a quarter in 2 seahs are abau in the name of R. Yase bar Hanana, a quarter log of unclean brine in 2 cs of clean brine. The brine of unclean fish is itself clean. Said R. Abau, think of it as close to 1 part in 200 R. Ila in the name of R. Simeon bar Haya, a quarter log of unclean brine in 2 cs of clean fish and its brine. A case came before R. Josiah, and he ruled in accord with this statement. And a Tanite statement concurs, said R. Yase Br Judah, to what case does this apply? To the case in which one removes one piece at a time and places it before him and finds it to be of the specified measure. But if he takes and tosses one at a time, and places them behind him, the pieces of unclean fish are not deemed to join together to impart uncleanness, even though he found there more than the specified amount permitted. By accident a large keg of food was suspect of being ruined as unclean. He said to him, a matter of considerable is not going to be prohibited. R. Jacob bar Zabadi said R. Isaac raised the question, now documents in which obviously Gentile names such as Lucas were inscribed, you invoke a mere pretext, then a mere pretext in this other case. Testified R. Sadok concerning the brine of unclean locusts, that it is clean. What is the meaning of clean? It is, clean so that it does not impart susceptibility to uncleanness. Lo, so far as it imparts uncleanness to what is susceptible, any small amount of unclean locust brine renders food unclean. 10:6 All that are pickled together permitted, except with leeks. Unconsecrated leeks with leeks in the status of heave offering, unconsecrated vegetables with leeks in the status of heave offering are forbidden. But unconsecrated leeks with vegetables in the status of heave offering are permitted. Our Yase says, all that are boiled with beets are forbidden, since they impart flavor. Our Simeon says, cabbage from an irrigated field with cabbage from a rain-watered field is forbidden, since it absorbs. Our Akaba says, all that are cooked together are permitted, except with meat. Our Yohanan B. Nuri says, liver renders forbidden, but itself is not rendered forbidden, for it imparts, but does not absorb an egg that was spiced with forbidden spices. Even its yolk is forbidden, since it absorbs. Liquid in which heave offering has been boiled or pickled is forbidden to non-priests. Said our Yohanan, reference is made not to consecrated and secular produce that are pickled together but to what is seethed together. Pickling has the same effect as boiling. Our Hanana of Torah in the name of our Hashaya, leeks that are pickled with consecrated leeks, so the consecrated produce and the secular produce are of the same species. Our Akaba permits and sages prohibit. Our Yase in the name of our Yohanan, sages concede to our Akaba in the case of permitted meat cooked with the same kind of forbidden meat that the permitted meat remains permitted. Said our Zira to our Yase, had this statement not been made in so many words, we should never have known that that is the case, and perhaps the statement was made only along the following lines. Our Akaba concedes to sages in the case of permitted meat cooked with the same kind of forbidden meat that the permitted meat is forbidden. Our Abau came in the name of our Yohanan, our Akaba concedes to sages in the case of permitted meat cooked with the same kind of forbidden meat that the permitted meat is forbidden. Our Hananiah derived the rule from the latter law. Our Akaba says, all that are cooked together are permitted, except with meat. Lo, if permitted meat is cooked with forbidden meat, the permitted meat is made forbidden. Perhaps actually said, sages concede to our Akaba in the case of permitted meat cooked with the same kind of forbidden meat that the permitted meat is forbidden. Our Hananiah, our Abau in the name of our Yohanan, sages concede to our Akaba in the case of permitted meat cooked with the same kind of forbidden meat that the permitted meat is forbidden. Our Simeon says, cabbage from an irrigated field with cabbage from a rain-watered field is forbidden, since it absorbs. Said our Yase, we were reasoning about ruling that the cabbage grown in a rain-watered field absorbed the flavor of cabbage grown in an irrigated field. On the basis of what our Huna said, take its trunk and give its pulp as heave offering. That is to say, the cabbage grown in the irrigated field absorbs the flavor of the moist pulpy cabbage grown in a rain-watered field. Our Yohanan B. Nuri says, liver renders forbidden, but itself is not rendered forbidden, for it imparts, but does not absorb. Our Jeremiah asked, liver that one seethed in forbidden fat, what is the rule on whether it is forbidden? Our Zira never ate liver in his entire life. Our Abba made seethed liver and gave it to him to eat. There are those that say our Abba pickled it and gave it to him to eat. An egg that was spiced with forbidden spices, even its yolk is forbidden, since it absorbs. Liquid in which heave offering has been boiled or pickled is forbidden to non-priests. As regards an egg that was spiced with forbidden spices, even its yolk is forbidden, since it absorbs. Bar Kaparat taught as a Tanite rule, the yolk is forbidden, all the more so the white of the egg. Our Isaac the elder in the name of our Simeon B. Lakish, eggs which one boiled and found a baby bird in one of them, if it is of sufficient quantity to impart flavor, forbidden, but if not, they are permitted. Our Zira, our Simeon bar Abba in the name of our Yohanan, Ada bar Gershon, our Bire, our Levi bar Palta, an elder in the name of Rabbi, if there are 61 eggs they are all forbidden, but 62 eggs, one of which is forbidden, the others are permitted. Our Samuel bar Naaman in the name of our Jonathan, Ada our colleague, testified before us concerning a case in which there were 60 eggs, one of which was forbidden, and he said, if someone brings me more than 60 eggs, only one of which is forbidden, I will validate all of them. They said to Simeon bar Vava, you say this but they say this. He said, I cite what I heard and they cite what they heard. Simeon bar Vava in the presence of Arhanana, a case came before Rabban Gamaliel b. Rabbi. He said to them, Father did not rule in a case of 47 eggs and yet you want me to rule in a case of 45. Arhaya in the name of Arhanana, the case came before Rabbi and he said, were there a total of 50 eggs? Arhaya in the name of Arhanana, the vegetables, the egg shells, and the water all joined together. Said Arzira, even the volume of the forbidden egg is included within the required volume. Said Arhuna, the shell of the forbidden egg is included within the required volume. Arzira, that which you say abortive eggs are permitted for eating. Eggs that have formed a membrane are forbidden for eating. Spoiled eggs, let one with a strong stomach eat them. If one found blood in them, he may throw out the blood and eat the rest. Arzira went up to visit Arhaya br Isaac of Atush. He found him in session. He said, they taught this rule only with regard to finding the blood on the yolk. But if he found it on the white of the eggs, he may remove the blood and the rest of the egg is permitted. He thought that he had received this rule from his father. Arabau in the name of Ar Yohanan came, whether the blood is found on the egg white or on the yolk, the egg is forbidden. Ar Halipta b. Saul taught as a Tanite rule, if the blood was found on the yolk, the egg is forbidden. If it was found on the egg white, it is permitted. Said Arzira, he who says that if the blood is found on the yolk the egg is forbidden refers to a case in which the blood is found on the part of the yolk where germination sets in. He who says that the egg is forbidden even if the blood is found on the egg yolk but also if it is found on the white refers to a case in which the blood is found on the germinating point in the white of the egg from which the baby bird is formed. There we learned in the Mishnah, these invalidate and do not raise the pool to the requisite volume, water, whether unclean or clean, and water in which food has been pressed or seeded, and grape skin wine before it has fermented. Here you treat water in which food has been boiled or pickled to be a food, but there at Mike 7:2 you treat it as a liquid said Armana, here hard types of produce were pickled or boiled in the water, but there soft sorts of produce were pickled or oiled in the water. Here we make reference to the food as still in the liquid, there it is liquid alone. Said Ar Yase br Abun, you may even say that both passages refer to hard produce or both passages refer to soft produce. The rule for liquids to which produce has imparted a flavor applies if the produce was heave offering. But the rule for liquid to which produce has imparted flavor does not apply to that which is spilled into an immersion pool. Yerushalmi Terumot. Chapter 11. 11:1 They may not put cakes of pressed figs or dried figs in fish brine, since this ruins them. But they may put wine in brine. And they may not perfume oil. But they may make wine into honeyed wine. They may not boil wine in the status of heave offering, since this diminishes its quantity. Our Judah permits, for this improves it. They may not put cakes of pressed figs or dried figs in fish brine, it is taught on Tanite authority, one may put a cake of pressed figs or dried figs in muris in the same way that he adds spices. He may not press them to squeeze out juices. In spices, this is permitted, since this is their normal mode of preparation. One who ties up spices and puts them in a dish if they lose their flavor, they are permitted, but if not, they forbidden. What is the difference between the spices mentioned here and dill? Has it not been taught as a Tanite statement, dill, once it has imparted its flavor in the cooking pot, is no longer subject to heave offering and does not receive uncleanness as food? In dill, the rabbis have given back what belongs to you anyhow. In strict logic it should not have been subject to the uncleanness attaching to food. The rabbis said that it is subject to the uncleanness attaching to food, and they said that once it has imparted its flavor to the pot, it is null. But they may put wine in brine, Arhaya in the name of Ar Yohanan, this is the ruling of Rabbi. For it has been taught on Tanite authority, wine into fish brine, Rabbi permits doing so. R. Eliezer Br. Simeon prohibits doing so. Therefore if one has transgressed and put wine, Rabbi declares prohibited to non-priests. R. Eliezer Br. Simeon permits to non-priests. Armana bar Tanhum asked, in accord with the opinion of the one who permits to non-priests, then why is fish brine belonging to a Gentile prohibited? R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Haya bar Ba, it is on account of food cooked by Gentiles. Objected R. Yase, and has it not been taught, an expert lo, this is permitted. That which is not made by an expert is prohibited. If it is made by an expert, it is permitted, is this not when it has not been cooked? Similarly, then, brine not made by an expert is prohibited, even though it has been cooked. Now what? To remove the smell, so on account of idolatry. Has stated that the enjoyment imparted to idolatry causes the prohibition of the fish brine. And yet the enjoyment involved in the consumption of heave offering it is permitted. Said R. Yohanan bar Maria, in accord with the opinion of the one who rules that if the fish brine is made by an expert, it is permitted. That is the case only if the Israelite purchaser knows the Gentile. That is to say, an Israelite is permitted to derive benefit from wine in the status of heave offering. But an Israelite is not permitted to derive benefit from wine used for a libation even after that wine has been ruined by being mixed with brine. They may not boil wine in the status of heave offering, since this diminishes its quantity. R. Eliezer and R. Yohanan one said, it diminishes it in volume. And the other said, it diminishes the number of drinkers. And we do not know who says this and who says that. On the basis of the statement, said R. Yohanan, the theories attributed to R. Judah conflict, and R. Eliezer says, the theories attributed to R. Judah do not conflict. There, where boiling wine is permitted, it is wine in the status of heave offering and the boiling is done by the priest. Here where unboiled wine is superior, it is in the hands of the householder, since unboiled wine is of better quality. It must be R. Yohanan who said, it diminishes its quality for wine drinkers. R. Judah b. R. Beni and R. Imi in the name of R. Simeon b. Lakish. Boiling wine diminishes its desirability to wine drinkers. 11:2 Honey made from dates, wine made from apples, vinegar made from winter grapes or any other fruit juice in the status of heave offering R. Eliezer obligates to the principle and fifth. But R. Joshua exempts. And R. Eliezer declares unclean, under the law of liquids. Said R. Joshua, sages did not number 7 liquids as do those who count spices. Rather, they said, 7 liquids unclean, but all other liquids are clean. They proposed to rule, where they differ, it concerns the added fifth, but as to the principle, also R. Joshua agrees. Where they differ, it concerns a case in which someone has already, but as to whether one may do this to begin with, even R. Joshua concedes that one may not. But so we have learned as a Tanite rule, honey made from dates R. Eliezer declares it subject to the removal of tithes, but R. Joshua declares it exempt. Here we have a case in which the fruit juice was made after the produce had become subject to tithes. But here the fruit juice was made before the produce became subject to tithes. R. Eliezer agrees that if he tithed the dates here and turned them into honey in Apamea, that is permitted. That is to say, he separates heave offering and tithes from he dates in behalf of the honey in accord with the quantity of the dates. Honey made from dates R. Eliezer declares it liable to tithes. It is taught as a Tanite statement. R. Nathan says, it is not that R. Eliezer regards the honey as subject to the separation of tithes. Rather, R. Eliezer says one may not eat the honey unless he had tithed the dates from which the honey was made. The statement alleges, he separates heave offering and tithes from the dates for the honey in accord with the quantity of dates and amount of honey the dates produce. Tithing the dates renders the honey permitted for consumption. And R. Eliezer declares unclean, under the law of liquids. It is taught as a Tanite statement. R. Nathan says, it is not that R. Eliezer regards the fruit juices as capable of rendering food susceptible to uncleanness as liquid. Concerning what is there a dispute? Concerning a case in which liquid such as water fell into the fruit juice. R. Eliezer declares that the mixture is capable of rendering food susceptible to uncleanness as liquid. And sages say, they rule on whether or not the mixture is classified as a liquid in accord with what is in the majority. In line with the view of R. Nathan, R. Meir, R. Eliezer B. Jacob and R. Eliezer all three said the same thing, namely, a mixture of fruit juice and water imparts susceptibility to uncleanness. R. Meir, for he said, fruit juice is always nullified by water that falls into it. R. Eliezer B. Jacob, for it is taught as a Tannite rule. R. Eliezer B. Jacob says, insusceptible brine into which fell any amount at all of water is deemed susceptible to uncleanness. And the opinion of R. Eliezer has already been given here. The scriptural basis for the position of R. Eliezer uncleanness, under the law of liquids is, any food in an earthen vessel may be eaten, upon which water will fall, shall be susceptible to uncleanness, and all drink that may be drunk from every such utensil shall be unclean. What is the scriptural basis for the position of rabbis? That may be drunk. That may be drunk? He accords with R. Ishmael, for R. Ishmael said, where there is a generalization and a particularization, all follows the general statement. And R. Eliezer goes further than R. Ishmael, for he said, even where there is a generalization followed by a particularization followed by a generalization, all matters of law follow the generalization. R. Gregory of Caesarea, R. Eliezer accords with the view of R. Ishmael. But this is how R. Eliezer replied to the sages, just as at Leviticus 11:34 you have the language, any food that may be eaten excluding food that is rotten, so I have the statement, all drink that may be drunk, excluding liquids that are putrid. They said to him, food is not comparable to drink. If you say regarding food that the phrase which may be eaten excludes what is rotten, since rotten food is not susceptible to uncleanness, will you say the same for liquid, for putrid liquid still can become unclean? Another matter, if you say of foods that may be eaten excludes what is rotten, since food grown specifically for consumption of people does not require the intention of a particular person to eat it so as to become susceptible to uncleanness, will you say the same for now is it the case that since they require intention putrid liquids should be nature be held susceptible to uncleanness and able to impart susceptibility to uncleanness? Rather, since they require intention to be deemed food and susceptible, putrid liquids should be deemed insusceptible to uncleanness or to impart susceptibility. Another matter, they said to him, no, if you say for the case of food that the phrase that may be eaten excludes what is rotten, since food fed to animals, which people eat, in no case is subject to intention to use them as food for animals, so that this animal feed never becomes susceptible to uncleanness, will you say the same for the phrase that may be drunk alleging that it excludes liquids that are putrid for the sake of liquids, since liquid normally given to animals is drunk by a human being and is subject to that person's intention? The dispute over whether a rotten liquid is susceptible to uncleanness is taught in a Tannite ruling, all drink is susceptible to uncleanness. What does Scripture mean by, which may be drunk? This excludes liquids that are putrid, the words of R. Eliezer. They said to him, putrid liquids do not restrain fowl or cows from drinking. Therefore the liquid is under the law. Associates in the name of R. Eliezer, R. Eliezer concedes to sages in the case of putrid liquid that it is subject to uncleanness. But have we not learned in the Mishnah, the sap that exudes from olives the preparation for consumption of which is complete R. Eliezer declares clean. And sages declare unclean. R. Ila in the name of R. Eliezer, R. Eliezer concedes to sages concerning the water of the great sea that even if it is rancid, the Torah has called it water. Thus, the water that was gathered together he called seas. R. Jacob B. Zebedee in the name of R. Abahu, R. Eliezer concedes to sages in the case of water in which beets were soaked and water in which vegetables were boiled that it does not impart susceptibility to uncleanness, dew, water, wine, oil, blood, milk, and bee honey, R. Yohanan in the name of R. Simeon B. Yohei, if someone should say to you that the list of liquids is not exact and that there are 8 liquids that impart susceptibility to uncleanness, say to him, Lo, dew and water are a single classification, but the sages counted them as 2. If the sages had a further liquid to include in the list, wouldn't they have listed it in so many words? 11:3 They may not make dates into honey, nor apples into wine, nor winter grapes into vinegar, nor all other fruits may they alter their natural condition if they are in the status of heave offering or second tithe, except olives and grapes. They do not receive the 40 stripes from the first 3 years of growth of a vineyard or orchard, except for that which is produced from olives or grapes. And they may not bring first fruits in the form of liquids, except for that which is produced from olives or grapes. And no imparts uncleanness under the law of liquids, except for that is produced from olives or grapes. And they may offer no at the altar, except for that is produced from olives or grapes. Ar-Ilah in the name of Ar-Eliezer, this is what the Mishnah says, and they may not bring first fruits in the form of liquids, except for that which is produced from olives or grapes. And even after the householder has produced the juice and has it in hand, he may not do so. And has it not be taught on a Tanite basis, if one pressed fruit in the status of first fruits to bring it to the temple as liquid, on the basis of what verse of Scripture do we know that he may bring the liquid? Scripture states, You shall take some of the first of all the fruit of the ground that you take from our land. The repetition of the word take shows that even if first fruits are pressed into juice, they may be brought to the temple. If from the beginning the householder harvested the produce for this purpose, olives in the status of heave offering clean, let them be made into oil. Unclean, let them not be made into oil. Grapes whether they are unclean or clean, let them not be made. The words of our Meir. Our Jacob says, Our Eliezer concedes to our Joshua in clean olives, that they should be made. Concerning what did they disagree? Concerning unclean olives. For our Eliezer says, Let them not be made, and our Joshua says, Let them be made, and clean grapes should be made, and unclean grapes should not be made. Said our Judah, our Joshua concedes to our Eliezer concerning clean olives and clean grapes, that they should be made. Concerning what did they disagree? Concerning unclean. For our Eliezer says, they should not be made, and our Joshua says, they should be made. Said Rabbi Yohanan, our Eliezer and our Joshua did not disagree concerning clean olives, that they should be made. Concerning what did they disagree? Concerning unclean olives and clean grapes. For our Eliezer says, they should not be made, and our Joshua says, they should be made. All parties take issue with our Meir in the case of clean grapes that they should be made into wine. And why does he maintain that they should not be made into wine? Grapes are more valuable as food than as drink. All parties take issue with our Judah in the case of unclean grapes. So that the priest may use the shells and pomace L. Unclean olives. Rabbi's statement of Eliezer's view and Meir's position concur. Unclean olives. Our Jacob and our Judah concur. How do they act in a concrete case? Our Zira in the name of our Eliezer, it is not clear whether or not we speak of a case in which liquids are mixed with foods. Our Zira all his rules on heave offering and purities are traditions in the name of our Eliezer. 11:4 The stems of figs, dried figs, pods, and carobs in the status of heave offering are forbidden by non-priests. The pits of produce in the status of heave offering, when he keeps them, they are forbidden. But if he throws them out, they are permitted. And so the bones of holy things, when he keeps them, they are forbidden. But if he throws them out, they are permitted. Coarse bran is permitted. Fine bran from fresh is forbidden. But from old is permitted. May treat heave offering just as he treats unconsecrated produce. One who prepares fine flour, deriving a cab or two from each seah, may not destroy the residue. Rather, he places it in a concealed place. A storage bin from which one emptied wheat in the status of heave offering, they do not obligate him to sit and pick up one at a time each kernel of wheat. Rather, he may sweep in his normal fashion, and may put unconsecrated. And so a jug of oil that was spilled they do not obligate him to sit and scoop up with his hand. Rather, he treats it as he treats unconsecrated. One who pours from one jar to another and 3 drops to drip may put unconsecrated in that. If he placed on its side and drained low, this is in the status of heave offering. And what quantity of heave offering of the tithe from produce about which there is a doubt whether or not it previously was tithe need one take to the priest? 1/8 of an eighth log. The pits of produce in the status of heave offering when he keeps them, they are forbidden. But if he throws them out, they are permitted, said R. Yohanan. The Mishnah speaks of the pits of pears and crustuminian pears. Said R. Eliezer, you may even say it speaks of the pits of all other fruit, they contain juice that one can suck out. But we have learned in the Mishnah, and so the bones of holy things when he keeps them, they are forbidden. But if he throws them out, they are permitted. Can you claim that these retain their sanctified status because they can be sucked on? No, the bones are retained because of the cartilaginous tops of the 4 legs. Arabau came in the name of R. Yohanan. The Mishnah speaks of the cartilaginous tops of the 4 legs. Fine bran from fresh is forbidden, but from old is permitted. For how long is fresh forbidden? For as long as it is normal for people to thresh at the threshing floors. Ar-Aha says, for 30 days. One who prepares fine flour, deriving a cab or 2 from each seah, may not destroy the residue. Rather, he places it in a concealed place. Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan, that is the right measure. But has it not been taught as a Tanite rule, one who prepares fine flour from grain derives from grain as much flour as he wants? And one who cleans out the husk of a vegetable may clean out as much or as little as he wants. Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan, that statement refers to a case in which the farmer wants to increase the quantity of heave offering that he will give to the priest. R. Jeremiah in the name of R. Ilah, the cited statement applies to years of famine. There we have learned in the Mishnah, the innards of melons and the outer leaves of vegetables in the status of heave offering. Dosa permits them to non-priests. And sages prohibit them. Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan, they repeated this rule only in the case of the outer leaves of leafy vegetables grown by gardeners, so also the sages concur. Arabun asked, makes no sense except in the case of the great heave offering they may not pick off more leaves as waste once some leaves are removed, and they may not cut off more of the stalk as refuse once some of the stalk has been removed. A storage bin from which one emptied wheat in the status of heave offering they do not obligate him to sit and pick up one at a time each kernel of wheat. Rather, he may sweep in his normal fashion, and may put unconsecrated. And so a jug of oil that was spilled they do not obligate him to sit and scoop up with his hand. Rather, he treats it as he treats unconsecrated. One who pours from one jar to another and 3 drops to drip may put unconsecrated in that. If he placed on its side and drained low, this is in the status of heave offering. And what quantity of heave offering of the tithe from produce about which there is a doubt whether or not it previously was tithe need one take to the priest? 1/8 of an eighth log. He placed on its side and drained low, this is in the status of heave offering. There we learned in the Mishnah, after emptying the measure, is liable to let 3 drops drip. He turned the measure over and drained it, low goes to the seller. Said R. Yohanan, here is no reading, it belongs to the seller, but rather, it belongs to the buyer. Here you state, said R. Isaac in the name of R. Eliezer, because the buyer has despaired of gaining possession of any additional wine or oil that might have been in the measure. By contrast, the wine or oil in the status of heave offering belongs to the priest and does not revert to Israelite ownership. Whatever is collected in the utensil is consecrated food and belongs to the priest. One who pours from one jar to another and 3 drops to drip may put unconsecrated in that. Does this same rule apply to other holy? Arabau in the name of R. Yohanan came, this same rule does apply to other holy. Said R. Hashiah, they taught that only in the case of holy things that are made permissible for consumption by non-priests through some action of the householder he returns to the priest. Arabun bar Haya asked, as regards the log of oil brought by the person afflicted with the skin ailment, does he include in the offering any oil that remains in the utensil after 3 first drops have dripped out? Or does he not include in the offering any oil that remains in the utensil after 3 first drops have dripped out? If you say he has to include it and he doesn't include it, he violates the law by offering less oil than the required log. If you say he doesn't need to include it but he includes it anyhow, he violates the law by offering more than the required log of oil. Our Hainana did not answer. Rather our Hashaya said, they taught that only in the case of holy things that are made permissible for consumption by non-priests through some action of the householder he returns to the priest. Now this log of oil brought by the person afflicted with the skin ailment, isn't it a sort of holy thing that is not made permissible for consumption by non-priests through some action of the householder? And you say that any small quantity of such holy things must be included in the offering. This means that the person afflicted with the skin ailment must go back and include as part of his offering any oil that remains in the measure after 3 last drops have dripped out. And if he does not include the additional oil, he transgresses through having offered less than the required log heave offering. He should not. Our Halapta B. Saul taught as a Tanite rule, a pot in which one cooked food in the status of heave offering he cleans it 3 times in hot water and that suffices. Said our Abba, but they do not derive the rule for a pot in which carrion was cooked from this rule for heave offering. Said our Yase, there was this problem raised before our Abba, a non-priest who eats heave offering is subject to the death penalty, and one who eats carrion has violated a negative commandment only. And yet you say this. He said to him, it is in accord with him who said that the Israelites accepted responsibility to separate heave offering and tithes of their own accord. Our justice raised the question before our Mana, we have learned in the Mishnah, if he placed on its side and drained low, this is in the status of heave offering, and you say this a pot in which one cooked food in the status of heave offering he cleans it 3 times in hot water and that suffices. He said to him, in this case in which he washes the pot in hot water, because of the heat the pot is thoroughly cleaned and all the heave offering food exudes from it the lees of wine in the status of heave offering. The first and second times is forbidden. But the third time, it is permitted. Under what circumstances? When he strained water through them. But if he did not strain water through them even the third time it is forbidden. Second tithe the first time forbidden. But the second time, is permitted. Our Meir says, the second time, if imparted to it flavor our Yohanan in the name of our Simeon b. Yasedek, lees from wine dedicated to the temple whether liquid created by training water through the lees is consecrated is determined by the number of times water is strained through them. As regards the chamber pot of Azab or Azaba the first and second conveys uncleanness. But the third is clean. Under what circumstances? When one put water in it. But when one did not put water into it even up to the 10th it conveys uncleanness. And what quantity of heave offering of the tithe from produce about which there is a doubt whether or not it previously was tithe need one take to the priest? 1/8 of an eighth log. Our Yudan son of the sister of our Yase bar Hanana in the name of our Yase bar Hanana, if it is less than that quantity, he puts it in his lamp and burns it. Our Yane in the name of our Yudan, in the case of solid food the householder must give the priest as much as an egg's bulk. This rule that small amounts of heave offering of the tithe that is subject to doubt need not be given to a priest applies to unclean produce. But in the case of clean produce, any small amount of heave offering of the tithe that the householder has collected he must give to the priest. That rule applies to heave offering of the tithe separated from produce about which there is doubt whether or not it was tithed. But in the case of produce certainly subject to the separation of heave offering of tithe, whether the offering is clean or unclean, large volume or small, one must give it to the priest. 11:5 Vetches in the status of heave offering may feed them to cattle, animals, or fowl. An Israelite who hired a cow from a priest may feed it vetches in the status of heave offering. But a priest who hired a cow from an Israelite, even though he is responsible for feeding it, may not feed it vetches in the status of heave offering. An Israelite who tended the cow of a priest in return for a share in the value of the animal may not feed it vetches in the status of heave offering. But a priest who tended the cow of an Israelite in return for a share in its value may feed it vetches in the status of heave offering. They kindle oil that is fit for burning in synagogues, houses of study, dark alleyways, and for sick people, in the presence of a priest. The daughter of an Israelite who married a priest but is accustomed to visit her father may kindle in her presence. They kindle in a house in which there is a wedding feast, but not in a house of mourning. The words of R. Judah. R. Yaseh says, in a house of mourning, but not at a wedding feast. R. Meir prohibits in either case. R. Simeon permits in either case. How on the basis of scripture do we know that an Israelite who tended the cow of a priest in return for a share in the value of the animal may not feed it vetches in the status of heave offering? Scripture says, if a priest buys a soul as his property for money, they eat such food, but a beast may not eat it. Might one suppose that beasts may not eat vetches? Scripture refers to those. There are those that teach the Tanite rule as follows. Might one suppose that cattle belonging to a priest may not be given vetches and fenugreek in the status of heave offering? R. Hezekiah, R. Jeremiah, R. Hiah in the name of R. Yohanan. There is no reference here to fenugreek. But a priest who tended the cow of an Israelite in return for a share in its value may feed it vetches in the status of heave offering, but has it not been taught as a Tanite rule? How on the basis of scripture do we know that a priest who bought a slave in partnership with an Israelite, so that the Israelite owns even as little as 1/1000th share of the slave, may not feed the slave produce in the status of heave offering? Scripture says, if a priest buys a soul as his property for money, bar caparet taught as a Tanite rule, all that same is the law for this and for that, neither is fed produce in the status of heave offering. They kindle oil that is fit for burning in synagogues, houses of study, dark alleyways, and for sick people, in the presence of a priest. The daughter of an Israelite who married a priest but is accustomed to visit her father may kindle in her presence. They kindle in a house in which there is a wedding feast, but not in a house of mourning. The words of R. Judah. R. Yaseh says, in a house of mourning, but not at a wedding feast. R. Meir prohibits in either case. R. Simeon permits in either case. They kindle oil that is fit for burning in synagogues, houses of study, dark alleyways, and for sick people, in the presence of a priest. Simeon bar Abba in the name of R. Yohanan. This is the sense of the Mishnah. They kindle oil that is fit for burning for sick people in the presence of a priest. But the first three references, burning oil of heave offering in synagogues, houses of study, and alleyways, mean that one may burn the heave offering oil in those places even if a priest is not present. Taught R. Hiah as a Tanite rule, visiting the sick is not subject to a definite measure. Said R. Hiah bar Ada, the Mishnah made that point, for sick people, in the presence of a priest, oil that is fit for burning for sick people in the presence of a priest. R. Jeremiah asked in the presence of R. Zirah. To this point we have dealt with heave offering inherited from the estate of the father of his mother a priest. And that applies too to heave offering that the Israelite himself separated from his own crops and never gave to a priest. He said to him, who will say to you that it applies too to heave offering that the Israelite himself separated from his own crops and never gave to a priest? R. Jonah and R. Yaseh. R. Jonah accords with R. Jeremiah, and R. Yaseh accords with R. Zirah. One who says to you that the Israelite may kindle heave offering oil inherited from his mother's father, a priest, who asks in such a case why it is not necessary for the priest to take possession of the heave offering that the Israelite inherited. It was taught as a Tanite rule, an Israelite who was sitting in the shop of a priest, lo, this may fill for him a lamp with oil which is fit for burning, may go up to the attic, or down to the cellar, in order to do what is needful to the priest, but not what is needful to the Israelite. If was a partner in the store with him, this is permitted. And so a priest who was dining in the home of an Israelite, lo, this may kindle for him a lamp with oil which is fit for burning. Even though the priest got up and left, they do not obligate him to put out the lamp, until it goes out by itself. But has the Israelite acquired the unclean heave offering oil? He said to them, it is a case in which the Israelite acquires title to the heave offering through someone else. It is taught as a Tanite rule, an Israelite woman who enters the home of a priest may kindle heave offering oil to do what is necessary for the priest but not to do what is required for the Israelite. It is taught as a Tanite rule, and so the daughter of an Israelite who entered the daughter of a priest and wished to leave, dips a wick in oil which is fit for burning for her. Arhuna in the name of the household of Aryane, this was legislated when packs of wolves were roaming the streets. No court arose with sufficient authority to rescind a lenient rule. Just as you say here, no court arose with sufficient authority to rescind a lenient rule, so you say there, no court arose with sufficient authority to rescind a lenient rule of priest's cattle that were standing next to an Israelite's cattle, and so the garments of a priest that were being woven near the garments of an Israelite lo, this one may kindle on their account oil which is fit for burning. And so a priest who was dining in the home of an Israelite lo, this may kindle for him a lamp with oil which is fit for burning. Even though the priest got up and left, they do not obligate him to put out the lamp, until it goes out by itself. Or Hananiah bar Akbari was working with Arhiah of Sephores, a priest. When he was going to depart, filled a lamp with heave offering oil that was fit for burning. But did we not say, an Israelite may use a lamp filled with sanctified oil to do what is necessary for the priest but not to do what is necessary for the Israelite? They said, if he had not done th's for him, he would not have come. They contemplated stating, when he got home, he would extinguish the flame. Arhinana said, he was wakeful and arose early in the morning to return to Hiah to continue working. One evening someone asked Rimi, if I dip one wick in unconsecrated. He said to him, is nullified in the presence of the wicks lit with oil in the status of heave offering. Ryudabi. Pazi taught the members of the household of Nehemiah. Rimi dipped a wick. Rila did not dip a wick. Did Rila not concur with the position of Rimi? Rila reckoned that taking the consecrated oil would represent theft from the priest. That is because he had a servant who would make improper use of the consecrated oil. Gamaliel Zuga asked Aryase, what is the law as to adding secular oil to a lamp that a priest filled with oil in the status of heave offering? He said to him, Hoshea did not teach they do not obligate the priest to find the non-priest. Said Arabahu, Jonathan b. Akime taught me, the daughter of a priest who had in her hand a lamp filled with oil which was fit for burning, on the eve of the Sabbath at the time of sunset lo, this one may add any amount of unconsecrated oil to the lamp and may kindle it. Said Arzira to him, what is the quality of that man? He said to him, he is a great man and an expert in our Mishnah. Arhiah of Kapartihuman described him before Rabbi and he appointed him a sage. They kindle in a house in which there is a wedding feast, but not in a house of mourning. The words of Arjuda. Aryase says, in a house of mourning, but not at a wedding feast. Meir prohibits in either case. Simeon permits in either case. What is the reasoning behind the position of Arjuda? In a house of a wedding feast, since the people are dressed in clean clothes, they will not get involved with moving the lamp. But in a house of mourning, since people wear dirty clothes, they may get involved with moving the lamp and wasting its oil. So he does not allow them to use the oil in a house of mourning. What is the reasoning behind the position of Aryase? In a house of mourning, since people are depressed, they will not get involved with the lamp. But in house of a wedding feast, since people are high-spirited, they are likely to get involved with the lamp. What is the reasoning behind the position of Meir? In a house of mourning, since people wear dirty clothes, they may get involved with moving the lamp and wasting its oil. So he does not allow them to use the oil in a house of mourning. But in house of a wedding feast, since people are high-spirited, they are likely to get involved with the lamp. What is the reasoning behind the position of Simeon? In a house of mourning, since people are depressed, they will not get involved with the lamp. In a house of a wedding feast, since the people are dressed in clean clothes, they will not get involved with moving the lamp. Members of the household of Aryane say, the decided law is in accord with Simeon. Jacob bar Aha in the name of Josiah, the decided law is in accord with Simeon. Aryase of Sidon asked before Jeremiah, even without such explicit rulings, what should we have said? Where you have conflicting opinions of Meir and Simeon, the law does not accord with the position of our Simeon. He said to him, it is an issue raised by earlier authorities. And our Judah's view encompasses aspects of the view of both, and our Yasse's view encompasses aspects of the view of both. Where you have a conflict between our Judah and our Yasse, the decided law accords with the ruling of our Yasse. What is the law on whether an Israelite may kindle unclean heave offering oil that is fit for burning for the Hanukkah lamp? Members of the household of our Yaneh say, an Israelite may kindle unclean heave offering oil that is fit for burning for the Hanukkah lamp. Said our Nissa, I didn't know my father. My mother would say to me, your father would say, he who hasn't got secular oil may kindle unclean heave offering oil that is fit for burning for the Hanukkah lamp. Tractate Ma'asirot. The key to the entire system of interaction between God and Israel through the land and its gifts emerges in the Halakha of Ma'asirot, which deals with the difference between possession and ownership. God owns the world, which he made. But God has accorded to man the right of possession of the earth and its produce. This he did twice, once to man in Eden, the second time to Israel in the land of Israel. And to learn the lesson that Adam did not master, which is that possession is not ownership but custody and stewardship, Israel has to acknowledge the claims of the Creator to the glory of all creation, which is the land. This Israel does by giving back God's share of the produce of the land at the time, and in the manner that God defines. If there is a single obstacle to obedience to God's will, it is man's natural inclination to take possession. For it is the attitude expressed in the claim of entire right of ownership. My power and the might of my hand have gotten me this wealth that conveys the arrogance motivating rebellion such as took place to begin with in Eden. Someone who can do anything that he wants with a given object or person or property owns that object, person, or property. Someone whose will therefore is limited by the will of another does not. Hence, for its part, the antidote to rebellion and sin, which is the Torah, would impose upon ownership of the land the supererogatory obligation to acknowledge a divided right of ownership and possession, that is to say, a partner's claim. And for Israel in the land, the partner is God. Ma'asirot, the tractate concerning tithes, discusses the entire set of agricultural dues, viewed generically, what the Israelite owes God out of the produce of the land. The rules set forth here pertain to all the agricultural tithes and offerings and dictate the procedures, liability, timing, special problems that pertain to them in general. The point of the Halakha, permeating all categories, is that when Israel asserts its rights of possession, God's interest is aroused and he lays claim to his share in the crop of land, the ownership of which is held in partnership between God and the Israelite farmer. Then the rest follows, a vast exercise in how the will of God and the will of the Israelite meet in concord, Israel obeying God's laws about the disposition of the abundance of the land. I consulted Martin Jaffe, the Talmud of the Land of Israel, a preliminary translation and explanation, Ma'asirot. Among the tractates that define the relationship between Israel and God on the land, Ma'asirot is at once the most detailed and the most abstract. This means that, through a mass of small rules, a message of broad consequence is set forth. The details add up to a definition of what kinds of produce are subject to sharing with the land's other proprietor, God, and of greatest interest to a religious understanding of matters exactly when the obligation of sharing is incurred. So in the aggregate the Halakha answers these questions: what is to be subjected to tithing of various kinds, and when is the obligation to do so incurred? As to the former, Scripture is clear: you shall tithe all the yield of your seed, which comes forth from the field year by year. All produce of the land thus is subject to sharing. As to when the removal of God's portion of the crop must take place, Scripture requires an annual donation. Martin Jaffe comments, Tractate Ma'asirot is primarily interested in the concerns of the common Israelites who want to eat their food. The tractate's questions reflect those concerns. That is, when, in the course of a crop's growth, may it be used to satisfy the obligation to tithe? When, further, in the course of the harvest of the crop, must the tithes actually be paid? The halakha of the oral Torah fills in the gap left by that imprecise rule with a mass of details that add up to a general rule, one of remarkable theological depth. Yerushalmi Maserat. Chapter 1. 1:1 A general principle they stated concerning tithes: anything that is food, cultivated, and that grows from the earth is subject to tithes. And yet another general principle they stated: anything that at its first is food and that at its ultimate is food, even if the maintains in order to increase the food, is subject, small or large. But anything that at its first is not food, yet that at its ultimate is food, is not subject until it becomes edible. A general principle they stated concerning tithes: it is written, truly you will tithe the bounty of your seed. I might have supposed that everything is liable to tithes. Scripture says, truly you will tithe the bounty of your seed. That produces an inclusive ruling. But does it encompass all other garden seeds that are not eaten? Scripture says, the bounty of your seed, and it says, that the field brings forth year by year. How so? Take the indicative criteria from each clause: anything that is food, cultivated. Why not derive the ruling from the following: you shall take all, and a generalization, the bounty of your seed a particularization. When you have a generalization followed by a particularization, what is covered by the generalization? Only what is made explicit in the particularization. I know only that grain needs to be tithed. How do I know that pulse is included as subject to tithing? Scripture states, and all the tithe of the Lord of the seed of the land and of the fruit of the tree is the Lord's. That extends the law to cover seeds of garlic, garden cress, and field rocket. Or is it possible that I should encompass under the law of tithing upper seeds of arum, seeds of vetch, seeds of onions, seeds of turnips or radishes, or all other garden seeds that are not eaten? Scripture says, of the seed of the land, but not all the seed of the land. Of the fruit of the tree encompasses all fruit grown on trees. Might I include also carobs of Shittah, Samana, and Jerurah? Scripture says, of the fruit of the tree, but not all the fruit of the tree. How do I know that green vegetables are? Isib. Judah says, tithing green vegetables is based on the authority of the scribes. Arhisdah said, if one declared ownerless a field of standing grain and then went and acquired ownership of the field again, and at the harvest passed through the sheaves to designate heave offering from them, lo, this is valid heave offering. What is the difference between standing grain and a field of cut grain? As to standing grain, if before he declared it ownerless he passed through the field and separated from it heave offering, it is not validly designated as heave offering. But as to cut grain, if before he declared the field ownerless he passed through the field and separated from it heave offering, lo, this is validly designated heave offering. Arhinana in the name of Arhisdah, also what is dedicated to the temple is subject to the same rule. A statement of the rabbis differs, for said Ar Yohanan in the name of Aryane, and the Levite will come, because he has no part nor inheritance with you, and shall eat and be satisfied. You are obligated to give him from what is yours and not from what is his. This excludes gleanings, to which you and he have equal claims. The same rule applies to forgotten sheaves, unharvested produce left in the corners of the field, and abandoned produce. Said Ar Yohanan, the association would raise this question: lo, in regard to what is sanctified to the temple, don't you and he have an equal claim to it, just as you and he have equal rights to abandoned produce? Said Ar Ila, how do we interpret the matter? If the farmer smoothed over the pile of grain while it was in the status of abandoned property or sanctified to the temple, when it was declared ownerless, it is exempt from tithing when reclaimed, but cut grain sanctified to the temple is liable to tithing. Produce declared ownerless is exempt on the basis of the following reading of Scripture that Ar Yohanan stated in the name of Aryane. And the Levite will come, because he has no part nor inheritance with you, and shall eat and be satisfied. You are obligated to give him from what is yours and not from what is his. This excludes gleanings, to which you and he have equal claims. Produce dedicated to the temple is liable on the basis of the following: one dedicated as standing, and then redeemed standing is subject. What is the difference between ownerless property and property sanctified to the temple? Ownerless property has left the domain of the owner, but property sanctified to the temple has not left the domain of the temple treasurer. Said Ar Abin, even out of the domain of the original owners it has not exited. 4. Ar Zira. Ar Yase in the name of Ar Eliezer, he who seeds an ownerless field is liable to tithe his crop. Ar Jonah clarifies this language, it is when he claimed an ownerless field with produce already growing in it. Ar Hayabar Ada asked before Ar Yohanan, truffles and mushrooms, what is the law as to their being liable to tithing? Said to him Ar Yohanan in the name of Ar Sasi, it is written, tithing you shall tithe all the bounty of your seed. This refers to something that is seeded and grows from the seed, excluding truffles and mushrooms, which are not sown and which do not sprout from seed. Ar Jonah clarifies this language, for the earth rejects them, anything that at its first is food and that at its ultimate is food, even if the maintains in order to increase the food is subject small or large. Lo, if the does not maintain in order to increase the food, is it not subject small or large? R. Imi in the name of Ar Simeon B. Lakish, this excludes the ruling stated by Rabban Gamaliel, for we have learned in the Mishnah there, Rabban Gamaliel says, stalks of fenugreek, mustard plants, and fava plants are subject to tithes. Said Ar Yase, but is it because of the food that sprout from the plant that Rabban Gamaliel declares the shoots to be subject to tithing? On such a basis he would declare liable even the leaves of those plants. But Rabban Gamaliel says, they are regarded as food, and rabbis maintain that they are not edible. And furthermore there is the following Tanite rule, said Ar Joshua ben Kabasa, never in my life did I presume to tell a man, go and pick shoots of fenugreek, mustard stalks and hyacinth and pickle, and you shall be exempt from tithes. It is taught as a Tanite rule, anything which at its first is food but which at its ultimate is not food, such as one who prolongs of green vegetables for seed, is subject at its first but is exempt its ultimate. What do you have to clarify this rule? It of green vegetables for seed is in line with that which has been taught on Tanite authority, he who maintains a complete row of kale planning to sow its seed, his intention is null. But he who maintains random stock of kale intending to harvest them for their seed, his intention is not null. Said Ar Jonah, that applies if he picked the kale leaves. But if he did not pick the leaves, do we say to him, wood is subject to the law of tithes? But anything that at its first is not food, yet that at its ultimate is food, is not subject until it becomes edible. What do you have to clarify this rule? It is in line with that which we have learned in the Mishnah paragraph that follows, from what time is fruit subject to tithes? Figs when they have begun to ripen. 1:2 From what time is fruit subject to tithes? Figs when they have begun to ripen, grapes and wild grapes their seeds have become visible inside them, sumac and mulberry when they have become red, and all red when they have become red, pomegranates when they have become soft, dates when they have begun to swell, peaches when they have developed red veins, walnuts they have developed a chamber. Ar Judah says walnuts and almonds when they develop a husk. Carobs when they have become speckled, and all black when it has become speckled, pears, and crustuminian pears, and medlar and crab apples when they have become smooth, and all white produce when it has become smooth, fenugreek when the seeds are able to sprout, grain and olives when they reach a third of their mature growth. Figs when they have begun to ripen, Hayabar Vava said, so the meaning is, when the figs have a repulsive taste, as it is said, and their soul recoiled from me. Ar Ababar Jacob in the name of Ar Yohanan, when their tips turn red. And do the tips of all figs turn red? Tanhum Bar Marian in the name of Ar Yohanan, you take a single fig and set it aside. If it ripens in 24 hours the batch is subject to tithing, and if not it is exempt. Grapes and wild grapes their seeds have become visible inside them, Ar Zira in the name of Ar Yase, they are ripe when they are described as rotting. Ar Aba Bar Negri, Ar Tanhum Bar Ila in the name of Ar Nahum Bar Simai, that is when the seeds are visible through the surface of the fruit. Said Ar Yohanan, I was riding on the shoulder of my grandfather and I heard the voice of Ar Simeon B. Eliezer in session and repeating the Tanite rule as follows, they gather the seed-laden pulp of yellow melons on the Sabbath, but they do not gather up the seed-laden pulp of watermelons. What is the difference between the seed-laden pulp of yellow melons and the seed-laden pulp of watermelons? Said R. Simeon bar Barsana, the seed-laden pulp of yellow melons is for eating, the seed-laden pulp of watermelons is for seed. If you take that position, you may sweep the flood on the Sabbath if you intend to gather edible seeds and pulp and all red when they have become red, for instance the celtus. Pomegranates when they have become soft, it was taught as a Tanite rule, a pomegranate that was pierced even at a single segment, the whole of it is joined into a single entity to be liable to tithing. A grape cluster on which even a single grape has ripened, the whole of it is joined into a single entity to be liable to tithing. Said R. Hanana, this means, the entire vine, the entire species of grape growing in the same vineyard is liable as soon as a single grape ripens. They retracted and explained the matter to mean, that entire row is liable as soon as a single grape ripens. R. Yase Br Abun says, that entire vineyard is liable as soon as a single grape ripens. If the vineyard was small and the farmer enlarged it, large and he diminished it, a single entity and he divided it, divided and he made it a single entity, Samuel said, a gourd that was pierced by a snake while growing in its patch, that entire area are forbidden for consumption. Is that the rule for the fronds of a date palm? Said R. Yase. Jonathan B. Harisha of Genesar asked Rabban Gamaliel and sages at Yavneh, unripe dates pierced by a snake during their early growth, what is the law? They said to him, the dates of the entire palm are forbidden to be eaten. Said R. Yase, therefore it is necessary to deal with cases when all the dates are pierced, so that you will not say, since it is not the usual way of the snake to do this, therefore I say, a cloud of birds settled on them and pierced them. R. Jonah in the name of R. Simeon the Pious, unripe dates pierced in their early growth are forbidden for eating, but most people disposed of them as permitted and no harm came to them. Pomegranates when they have become soft, R. Zira in the name of R. Yase, when the food can be crushed under his hands. R. Judah bar Pazi in the name of R. Joshua B. Levi, when they will have entered half its normal size. R. Jonah asked, maybe he heard this from the masters of lore, our brothers have weakened our hearts, the Amorites divided our hearts into dates when they have begun to swell. R. Hiya bar Vava said, when the crease in the fruit begins to fill. R. Jonah raised the question, how shall we interpret this matter? If it is when the crease in the fruit begins to fill, the date is unripe at that stage. If it is the point at which the pit can push through the flesh, then the date is fully ripened. The rabbis of Caesarea say, it is when he squeezes them and finds them edible. Peaches when they have developed red veins, R. Zira in the name of R. Issi, when they have developed red veins. Walnuts and almonds, they have developed a chamber. R. Judah says walnuts and almonds when they develop a husk. They spoke of the nether husk that is on the nut meat. Sages concede to R. Judah that hazelnuts, pistachio nuts, and cedar nuts are subject to tithing when they have developed a husk. Carobs when they have become speckled, R. Hinana bar Papa repeated as a Tanite ruling, carobs the dropping of the branches signals the formation of their fruit, and all black fruit when it has become speckled, such as myrtle berries and thorn berries when it has become speckled. R. Hinana bar Papa repeated as a Tanite ruling, when they develop black spots. Pears, and crustuminian pears, and medlar and crab apples when they have become smooth, medlar quince. And why are they called perishin? Because among all types of trees you have none that is consigned to the pot so much as this one alone. And all white produce when it has become smooth, such as marpeata, when it has become smooth. R. Hinana bar Papa said, when it will produce smooth spots. R. Simeon B. Yohei taught as a Tanite statement, when they ooze water. A case came before R. Hanana and he wanted to decide in accord with R. Hinana bar Papa. He retracted and said, and is it because of being edible that they turn smooth? No, it is because of the worm inside of them. Fenugreek when the seeds are able to sprout, this is the sense of the Mishnah's ruling, when the seeds have matured enough to sprout when sown. How does the farmer test the seeds? R. Samuel bar Naaman in the name of R. Jonathan, he takes a handful of seeds and puts them in a bowl of water. If most of them sink, the produce is liable for tithing, and if not, it is exempt. Arjuna asked, then those that sink should be liable to tithing, and what does not sink should be exempt. But the test applies to the larger part of each seed-bearing pod. Said Aryase Br Abun, but the test applies to the larger part of each seed-bearing pod. Said Arzira, it is written, tithing you shall tithe all the bounty of your seed. This refers to that which if sown will sprout, excluding produce that has reached less than a third of its growth, for if sown it will not sprout. Arhinana in the name of Rabbi, olives and grapes that has not reached a third of growth, even though liquid exudes from them to impart susceptibility to uncleanness in line with Leviticus 11:34-37, it does not in fact impart susceptibility to uncleanness. Arhaya in the name of Arhanana, olives, when do they become liable to tithing? When the first of the summer figs begins to ripen. If the first of the summer figs did not begin to ripen, it is the point at which the first of the fine figs begins to ripen. If the first of the fine figs did not begin to ripen, then it is the point at which the second year storage of figs begins to drip. R. Eliezer B. Aryase in the name of Artanham Barhaya, it is the point at which fine white figs begin to ripen. Said Aryase B. Arabun, but it is only the fine figs that grow in that same locale. 1:3 And among green vegetables cucumbers and gourds and chatmelons and muskmelons and apples and citrons are subject large or small. Are Simeon exempt citrons that are immature? That which is subject among bitter almonds is exempt among sweet. That which is subject among sweet almonds is exempt among bitter. There we learned in the Mishnah, one who purchases a field of greens in Syria if before reached its period of tithing, is required, but after reached its period of tithing, he is exempt. And he gathers as he pleases, and here you say? Hezekiah said, the Mishnah makes reference to a field of shate melons or gourds. Said Arzira, you may even say that it refers to greens itself. There is still a minor criterion of maturity, it must have produced 3 blossoms. Nihare Barshinaya in the name of Ar Simeon said, little apples are exempt, big ones are liable, honey apples are liable whether big or little. What is the sense of this Tanite statement? The statement concerning apples in general disputes, but the one how speaks of honey apples represents the view of all parties. Citrons are subject large or small. A citron that has begun to ripen, Ar Akaba says, it is not classified as fruit, and sages say, it is classified as fruit. Ar Ila, Ar Yase in the name of Ar Eliezer, the opinion of Ar Simeon follows the theory of Ar Akaba, his master. Just as Ar Akaba says, it is not classified as fruit, so Ar Simeon says, it is not classified as fruit. Said Ar Yase, any fruit that is suitable for the lulab is liable for tithes, and any fruit that is unsuitable for the lulab is not liable for tithes. They objected, lo, there are speckled citrons and those shaped unnaturally in a mold and those that are artificially rounded. These are unsuitable for use with the lulab but are subject to tithing as edible. It stands to reason that Ar Simeon will concur with Ar Akaba, but Ar Akaba will not concur with Ar Simeon. Ar Simeon will concur with Ar Akaba, it is written, and you shall take on the first day the fruit of goodly trees. Ar Akaba will not concur with Ar Simeon, lo, there are speckled citrons and those shaped unnaturally in a mold and those that are artificially rounded. These are unsuitable for use with the lulab but are subject to tithing as edible. That which is subject among bitter almonds is exempt among sweet, the small ones. That which is subject among sweet almonds is exempt among bitter, the large ones. Ar Ishmael B. Ar Yase in the name of his father taught as a Tanite ruling, bitter almonds, lo, they are exempt. But sweet ones are not subject to tithing until their outer shell separates from the meat. Ar Hanana instructed in Sephoris in accord with this teaching of Ar Ishmael B. Ar Yase. Which one? The Sephorians say, only the ruling concerning bitter almonds. Arzira said, concerning the sweet ones. Said Ar Yohanan, if the Sephorian masters came here to Tiberias, the bitter almonds would be liable, but by the time they returned to Sephoris, the almonds, now bigger, already would have become exempt. Ar Phineas instructed when he saw 3 almonds the outer shells of which were separate that the owner could separate heave offering from the entire basket of almonds. Said Armana, but that is on condition that he does not separate heave offering from almonds in one basket for those in its companion. 1:4 At what point after the harvest must tithes be removed from produce? Cucumbers and gourds after they remove the fuzz. But if he does not remove the fuzz, after he stacks them up. Shatmelons after he scalds. But if he does not scald until he makes a store. Green vegetables that are tied in bunches after he ties. If he does not tie them, until he fills the vessel. But if he does not fill the vessel until he collects all he needs. A basket until he covers. But if he does not cover, until he fills the vessel. But if he does not fill the vessel until he collects all he needs. Under what circumstances? If he is bringing the produce to market. But if he is bringing it home, he eats some of it as a random snack until he reaches home. Dried split pomegranates, raisins and carobs after he stacks them up. Onions after he strips off. But if he does not strip off the peels, once he stacks them up. Grain after he evens. But if he does not even until he stacks it up. Pulse after he sifts it. But if he does not sift it, until he evens. Even though he has evened, he takes from those which are not properly threshed from the sides, and from whatever is in the straw, and eats. Wine after he schemes, even though he has schemed, he collects from the upper vat and from the duct, and drinks. Oil after it has flowed into the trough. Even though it has flowed, he takes from the pressing bale, from the press beam and from between the boards, and puts into a plate or dish. However, he shall not place into a pan or pot when are boiling. R. Judah says, into anything may one put, except what has vinegar or brine, cucumbers and gourds after they remove the fuzz, as soon as the householder removes the fine hairs. Shatmelons after he scalds, after he removes the trimmings. He was removing the fuzz from the very first, or was scalding the first, he has not rendered it liable to tithing until he has removed all the fuzz or scalded all the gourd that he needs. If he removed the fuzz or scalded the watermelon while the produce lay in the domain of the sanctuary, and he redeemed it. Tied in bunches after he ties. If he does not tie them, until he fills the vessel, the farmer may tie for his own use in the field a large bundle, but if he tied a small bundle for the market, it is rendered liable to tithing and not yet tithed. R. Zira raised the question, the work in the field is not yet done and you say this. But this is how it is supposed to read: if he tied a large bundle of greens while in the field and he was going to break it up and tie a small bundle for the market, is rendered liable to tithing and yet untithed. If there was a single basic and he planned to fill it to the halfway point, once he has filled it halfway, it is rendered liable to tithing and not yet tithed. If he planned to fill it to the top, it is not rendered liable to tithing and not yet tithed until he fills it to the top. If there were 2 baskets and he planned to fill up both of them, they are not rendered liable to tithing and not yet tithed until he fills both baskets. Under what circumstances? If he is bringing the produce to market. But if he is bringing it home, he eats some of it as a random snack until he reaches home. What is the difference between bringing the produce to market and bringing it home? At the time that he is bringing it home, the matter depends upon his own intention. But at the time he is bringing it to the market, it is not on his intention that the matter depends, but upon the intention of the purchasers. For perhaps he will meet purchasers en route to the market, and the produce is forthwith classified as liable to tithing but not yet tithed. Dried split pomegranates, raisins and carobs after he stacks them up, it was taught as a Tanite statement, once he has stacked them on top of his roof. R. Jonah asked, lo, if he stacked them up in the field, are they not liable to tithing? Said R. Hinana, it is meant to clarify the rule and say to you, even if he set them up in a pile on his roof. Onions after he strips off. But if he does not strip off the peels, once he stacks them up, as soon as the farmer removes the seed pods. Grain after he evens. But if he does not even until he stacks it up, R. Hananiah in the name of R. Yohanan, as soon as he tidies up the surface of the pile. But lo, R. Jacob Bar Sison repeated as a Tanite rule, when does one separate heave offering from grain on the threshing floor? after the fork for sifting the grain is removed. Here we deal with one he intends to smooth the pile, while there it was repeated as a Tanite rule. However, he sifts part of the grain and separates heave offering from the sifted portion to cover the unsifted portion. Said Arila, although one is forbidden to separate heave offering from processed produce for unprocessed, that is no contradiction because householders commonly bring grain into their homes before they sift it. What is the scriptural foundation of this ruling? The oxen likewise and the young asses that till the ground shall eat mixed provender that has been winnowed with shovel and fan. If he sifted when the produce was in the domain of the sanctuary and afterward redeemed it, it is as if he performed an act of processing under the auspices of the temple. But he is liable to tithe. Arhinana responded, has it not been taught on Tanite authority, if he drew off the waste from wine in the vat or schemed off the scum while it was in the domain of the temple, he is exempt from tithing. Said Aryudan, in the latter case it is not possible to avoid pressing the grapes or drawing off the scum. In the former case, it is possible to avoid smoothing the pile. For said Arila, the oxen likewise and the young asses that till the ground shall eat mixed provender that has been winnowed with shovel and fan. It is taught as a Tanite statement, however he diverts kernels from beneath the sieve into his hand and eats them without tithing. Arhisda said, for the kernels lack sufficient exposure to the wind. Arila in the name of Aryase, for the kernels are not fully settled. Have we not learned in the Mishnah, wine after he schemes even though he has schemed, he collects from the upper vat and from the duct, and drinks. As to him who has said, for the kernels are not fully settled there is no problem. But as to him who has said, for the kernels lack sufficient exposure to the wind, the wine is lacking the skimming of its scum and is mixed with desirable wine. Answered our Benjamin Bar Gittel, but we have learned in the Mishnah, oil after it has flowed into the trough. Even though it has flowed, he takes from the pressing bale from the press beam and from between the boards, and puts into a plate or dish. As to him who has said, for the kernels are not fully settled there is no problem. But as to him who has said, for the kernels lack sufficient exposure to the wind, the wine is lacking the skimming of its scum and is mixed with desirable wine from the pressing bale, from the press beam, and from between the boards, and places it into a plate or dish. But he may not gather it in a vessel to make use of it if he was eating partially processed oil out of a bowl and left some over and dusk fell on the Sabbath eve, or if he gave it to someone else, it is not reclassified as produce liable for tithing but not yet tithed. Our Jeremiah considered ruling, this applies to oil set in a plate or dish, but if it was set in a storage jar, it is produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed. Said Aryase, even if it was set in a storage jar, it is not classified as produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed. Said to him our Jeremiah, but doesn't the advent of the Sabbath impose the status of produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed? He said to him, but doesn't the act of purchase of the produce impose the status of produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed? He continued and said to him, it is in line with that which Aryase in the name of Arzira, Arjona, Arzira in the name of Eliezer. Even what is in the flagon is not rendered produce liable to tithing and not yet tithed, because he is planning to return it to a batch of produce on which processing is incomplete. Strength for the ruling of our Jeremiah derives from the following, and further did our Eliezer say, a man takes up a position at the storage hut on the eve of the Sabbath in the 7th year and says, from this I shall eat tomorrow. And sages say, if he makes a mark and says, from this place up to that place. He made that statement solely concerning the 7th year, lo, in the rest of the years of the sabbatical cycle that is not the case. How does Aryase treat this matter? You cannot anticipate that he will return the leftovers to the place from which they originated on the Sabbath, since he is making a drying place for the principal batch. Therefore the produce is rendered liable to tithing and not yet tithed during the sabbatical cycle. A Tanite ruling differs from our Jeremiah, there is no consideration of random nibbling of produce on the Sabbath. He read this as follows, this pertains only to produce that has a drying place. In the opinion of our Jeremiah there is no difference between produce that has a drying place and produce that has no drying place. Armana raised the question, if the jug was full and located between the boards of the vat, is this residual oil treated as produce that is liable to tithing and not yet tithed, or since the jug was put in a portion of the press that held only unprocessed oil, is the oil treated as produce that is liable to tithing and not yet tithed? However, he shall not place into a pan or pot when are boiling. To what extent must the oil boil? Ar Judah bar Pazi, Ar Simon in the name of Ar Yase bar Hanana, to the extent that if he puts his hand in the oil, it is burned. However, he shall not place into a pan or pot when are boiling. All concur that in the case of boiling food poured into a second utensil, the food added to the second utensil afterward is permitted. So what's the difference between the first pot and the second? Said Ar Yase br Abun, in the latter case, the hand prevails against the heat, but in the former the hand does not prevail. Said Ar Jonah, in neither case does the hand prevail. But in the first utensil they set no distance between the fire and the pot, and in the second utensil they set a distance between the fire and the pot. Said Armana, the dish of rice supports father's ruling, a dish of beans likewise. For you pour it from place to place and even so it keeps boiling. We have learned in the Mishnah, the pan or pot which one has taken off the stove while it is boiling, one may not put spices into it, but he may put into in a plate or a dish. Ar Judah says, into anything may one put, except what has vinegar or fish brine. What is the law if he puts spices in the bottom of the empty pot and pours boiling food over them from above? Ar Jonah said, it is forbidden, because pouring makes us deem the receptacle as if it were the first pot. Strength for the ruling of Ar Jonah derives from the following: all the same are one in which one has cooked and one into which one has poured boiling, all the same are one for most holy things and one for lesser holy things, they require scouring and rinsing. How can you take this position if the cooking utensil and the receptacle share the same status? Said Ar Yase, there you deal with a clay utensil, which absorbs the spices, and it requires scouring and rinsing. But in our problem the spices are not cooked. Replied Ar Yase br Abun, but is it not taught on Tanite authority, also with a brass utensil the rule is the same? Can you say that a brass utensil absorbs the spices? What is the law if he pours boiling food from pot to pot in a single stream? Said Ar Hanana br Hillel, there is a dispute between Ar Jonah and Ar Yase. Ar Isaac bar Gupta asked before Armana, if he did so on the Sabbath, is he liable on the count of starting an act of boiling? If he did so with milk and meat, is he punished on account of boiling milk and meat in one pot? He said to him, rule in accord with Ar Zira, what is an authentic dumpling? A mixture of flour and hot water under which fire has passed. Along these same lines, a genuine dish is any under which fire has passed. Ar Judah says, into anything may one put, except what has vinegar or brine. In the opinion of Ar Judah, salt is like brine and wine is like vinegar. 1:5 A cake after he glazes its surface. They glaze with figs or grapes that are liable to the removal of tithes. Ar Judah forbids. One who glazes with grapes has not been made susceptible to uncleanness. Ar Judah says, it has been made susceptible to uncleanness. Dried figs after he presses, and molded figs after he presses them with a roller. He was pressing into a jar or rolling in a mold, the jar broke or the mold cracked, he shall not make of them a random snack. Ar Yase permits. Hananiah br Yase said, where Ar Judah and rabbis differ, it concerns produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed as defined by the scribes, but as to produce that is liable to tithing but not yet tithed as defined by the Torah, even rabbis concur grapes has not been made susceptible to uncleanness. Ar Judah says, it has been made susceptible to uncleanness. Armana made the statement without further attribution. Ar Abin in the name of Ar Yohanan, Ar Yudan is consistent with other rules of his, and rabbis are consistent with other rulings of theirs, for it has been taught on Tanite authority, the olive which one crushed with unclean hands it has not been rendered susceptible to uncleanness. To dry them with salt it has been rendered susceptible to uncleanness. In order to know whether there is water in it, it has not been rendered susceptible to uncleanness. Our Judah says, it has been rendered susceptible to uncleanness. Rabbis say, he is examining the olive itself. Here rabbis say he is glazing with the grape, and our Judah says he is glazing with the liquid. Rabbi said to Simeon his son, go up and bring down dried figs from the jar. He said to him, but are they not forbidden for handling since they are being dried? He said to him, are you still dealing with this? You have as forbidden for handling on a festival only olives and figs alone. Said our Samuel bar Siratai, they are forbidden during that time because they stink. Our Zira raised the question before our Yase, isn't it reasonable to suppose that the case involved dates that fall in when they were unripe and that began to ripen in the sun? He said to him, I take the same view. Our Yase br Abun, our Isaac bar Bisna in the name of our Yohanan came, the case involved dates that fell in unripe and began to ripen in the sun, said to him, you have as forbidden for handling on a festival only olives and figs alone. Our Jacob bar Zebedee in the name of our Abahu, that which you have said pertains to the Sabbath, but as to tithes, al produce is forbidden to be handled. Said our Yase, the Tanite formulation has it as follows, dried figs after he presses, and molded figs after he presses them with a roller, said our Yohanan. The first party takes the view that the lower portion of the molded figs has no need of the upper portion and the upper portion has no need of the lower portion. The second party takes the view that the lower portion needs the upper, but the upper portion does not need the lower. Said our Eliezer, the anonymous rule belongs to our Meir, don't you hold that where there is an unattributed ruling in conflict with our Yase, the decided law accords with the position of the unattributed ruling? The unattributed ruling must be our Meir, for where there is a dispute between our Meir and our Yase, the decided law accords with our Yase. Yerushalmi Maserot. Chapter 2. 2:1 was passing through the market and said, take figs for yourselves, eat and are exempt. They tithe certainly untithed. Take and bring into your homes, shall not make a random snack. Therefore, if they brought into their homes they tithe only doubtfully tithed. They were sitting in a doorway or stall, and said, take figs for yourselves, eat and are exempt. But the owner of the doorway or the owner of the stall is required. Our Judah exempts unless he turns his face or unless he moves from where he is sitting. One was passing through the market, Samuel said, it is the ruling of our Meir, for our Meir said, a gift is not equivalent to a purchase. Said our Yase, it represents the position of all parties. I asked the members of the household of our Yane and they said, we had the custom of offering produce to each other in the field and eating it and not tithing it. What? It is in accord with him who said, on their own volition they imposed the obligation to tithe certainly untithed, because the Tanite teaching speaks to a place in which most farmers bring their produce home. But in a place in which most of the farmers bring their produce to the market, they tithe it only as doubtfully tithed produce. If it is legislation for a place in which most farmers bring their produce home, then we have learned in the Mishnah take and bring into your homes, shall not make a random snack. Since he said, take and bring into your homes, they should not make a random snack of them, it is as if he said to them, take and I shall tithe on your account. But in a locale in which most farmers bring their produce to market he is believed to say to him, I tithe them and he is not believed to say to him, I am bringing them into my house. If he gave him a large volume of produce, even if he said to him, take and eat it is as if he said to him, take and bring it home. If he gave him something that is not usually eaten raw, even if he said to him, take and eat it, it is as if he said to him, take it and bring it home. If he was an important personage and it was not his way to eat in the market, and he said to him, take and eat, it is as if he said to him, take it and bring it home. If they were two duns, to this one he said, take and eat, and to this one he said, take and bring it home, this one to whom he said, take and eat, is exempt from tithing, and this one to he said, take and bring it home, is liable. Said our Yase, is this not a Tanite teaching in the Mishnah? They were sitting in a doorway or stall, and said, take figs for yourselves, eat and are exempt. But the owner of the doorway or the owner of the stall is required. Said Arjuna, it represents the view of all parties. Here we deal with doubtfully tithed produce, and there it is certainly untithed produce. One said to him, go and pick 20 figs for yourself from my, and I shall eat my fill of yours. The one who picks a specified quantity is required, the one who eats his fill is exempt. Arabun Barhaya asked before Arzira, doesn't someone eat the whole batch of figs one by one with the permission of the donor and remain exempt from tithing? He said to him, yes. He said to him, and here why is he required to tithe? He said to him, it is a case where he has collected the figs together into a batch. He said to him, if it is a case where he has collected the figs together into a batch, then even the one who fills his belly should be liable to tithing. Is he not forbidden because of bartering? Said Arshimai, he is not engaged in a barter, for this man has intended only to get up the strength to eat. One said to him, go and pick for yourself 20 figs of mine from the tree. He eats in his normal manner and is exempt from tithing. Go and fill this basket for yourself. Should not eat without tithing. Under what circumstances? When Aries. But Haber, he eats and need not tithe. The words of Rabbi Simeon ben Gamaliel says, under what circumstances? When Aries. But Haber, he should not eat unless he tithes, for Habrim were not suspected of separating heave offering not in the same vicinity. Said Rabbi, I prefer my opinion to the opinion of Rabban Simeon ben Gamaliel. It is preferable that Habrim separate heave offering not in the same vicinity, and thereby not supply Aries with produce which is liable, but as yet untithed. Said Arzira, from the rulings of both parties it follows that even a Haber who sent figs to another Haber the recipient has to tithe. They wished to rule, as to him who holds, Habrim were not suspected of separating heave offering not in the same vicinity. If the sender is a Haber, the recipient must remove the tithes. As to one who holds, it is preferable that Habrim separate heave offering not in the same vicinity, and thereby not supply Aries with produce which is liable, but as yet untithed. If the sender is a Haber, the recipient must remove the tithes. Arjuna asked, here you treat the donor as a Haber, and there you treat him as an Amhars. Said Aryase, here and there too he is an Amhars. But because of the individual act of tithing, the title Haber is assigned to him. Aryase in the name of Arsheshit, Eliezer b Aryase in the name of Abin, he who says, I shall tithe in your behalf, the other does not have to stand with him. There we learned in the Mishnah, he who sends his fictive fusion meal with a deaf-mute, an idiot, or a minor, or with someone who does not concede the validity of the fictive fusion meal, it is not a valid fictive fusion meal to unite courtyards into a single domain. But if he said to someone else to receive it from him, lo, this is a valid fictive fusion meal to unite courtyards into a single domain. One put it into a tree, it is above 10 handbreadths, his fictive fusion meal is not a valid fictive fusion meal. Below 10 handbreadths, his fictive fusion meal is a valid fictive fusion meal. He put it in a cistern, even if it was 100 cubits deep, his fictive fusion meal is a valid fictive fusion meal. Said Eliezer, and he has to stand with him. And here you say this. Said Bar Atta, here we deal with an adult, there we deal with a minor. Hananiah in the name of Arhaya, you may even say here and there we deal with an adult, or here and there we deal with a minor. It is a case in which he says to him, I shall prepare the fictive fusion meal for you, but here he says to him, tithe for me. One derives from the other, and the other derives from the one. One derives from the other, it is a case in which he says to him, I shall prepare the fictive fusion meal in your behalf, where he does not have to supervise him. And the other derives from the one. It is a case in which he says to him, tithe in my behalf, where he does have to supervise him. Go and pick for yourself 20 dates of mine. The donee goes along eating the dates and is exempt from tithing.